Analysis of the sexual impulse. Definition of instinct. The sexual impulse, a factor of the sexual instinct theory of the sexual impulse, as an impulse of evacuation. The evidence, in support of this theory, inadequate. The sexual impulse, to some extent independent of the sexual glands. The sexual impulse in castrated animals and men. The sexual impulse in castrated women after the menopause and in the congenital absence of the sexual glands. The internal secretions analogy between the sexual relationship and that of the suckling mother and her child. The theory of the sexual impulse as a reproductive impulse. This theory, untenable. Moll's definition. The impulse of detumescence, the impulse of contractation. Modification of this theory proposed its relation to Darwin's sexual selection. The essential element in Darwin's conception summary of the history of the doctrine of sexual selection. Its psychological aspect. Sexual selection, a part of natural selection. The fundamental importance of tumescence illustrated by the phenomena of courtship in animals and in man. The object of courtship is to produce sexual tumescence. The primitive significance of dancing in animals and man. Dancing is a potent agent for producing tumescence. The element of truth in the comparison of the sexual impulse with an evacuation, especially of the bladder, both essentially involve nervous explosions. Their intimate and sometimes vicarious relationships. Analogy between coitus and epilepsy. Analogy of the sexual impulse to hunger. Final object of the impulses of tumescence and detumescence. The term sexual instinct may be said to cover the whole of the neuropsychic phenomena of reproduction, which man shares with the lower animals. It is true that much discussion has taken place concerning the proper use of the term instinct, and some definitions of instinctive action would appear to exclude the essential mechanism of the process whereby sexual reproduction is assured. Such definitions scarcely seem legitimate and are certainly unfortunate. Herbert Spencer's definition of instinct as compound reflex action is sufficiently clear and definite for ordinary use. A fairly satisfactory definition of instinct is that supplied by Dr. and Mrs. Peckham in the course of their study on the instincts and habits of solitary wasps. Under the term instinct, they say, we place all complex acts which are performed previous to experience, and in a similar manner by all members of the same sex and race, leaving out as non-essential at this time the question of whether they are or are not accompanied by consciousness. This definition is quoted with approval by Lloyd Morgan, who modifies and further elaborates it. Animal Behavior 1900 p. 21. The distinction between instinctive and reflex behavior, he remarks, turns in large degree on their relative complexity, and instinctive behavior, he concludes, may be said to comprise those complex groups of coordinated acts which are on their first occurrence independent of experience, which tend to the well-being of the individual and the preservation of the race, which are due to the cooperation of external and internal stimuli, which are similarly performed by all the members of the same more or less restricted group of animals, but which are subject to variation and to subsequent modification under the guidance of experience. Such a definition clearly justifies us in speaking of a sexual instinct. It may be added that the various questions involved in the definition of the sexual instinct have been fully discussed by Moll in the early sections of his Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis. Of recent years, there has been a tendency to avoid the use of the term instinct, or at all events to refrain from attaching any serious scientific sense to it. Loeb's influence has especially given force to this tendency. Thus, while Piron, in an interesting discussion of the question Les Problems Actuels de l'Instinct, Revue Philosophique Oct. 1908, thinks it would still be convenient to retain the term, giving it a philosophical meaning. Georges Bone, who devotes a chapter to the notion of instinct la naissance de l'intelligence, 1909, is strongly in favor of eliminating the word, as being merely a legacy of medieval theologians and metaphysicians, serving to conceal our ignorance or our lack of exact analysis. It may be said that the whole of the task undertaken in these studies is really an attempt to analyze what is commonly called the sexual instinct. In order to grasp it, we have to break it up into its component parts. Lloyd Morgan has pointed out that the components of an instinct may be regarded as four: first, the internal messages giving rise to the impulse; secondly, the external stimuli which cooperate with the impulse to affect the nervous centers; thirdly, the active response, due to the coordinate outgoing discharges; and fourthly, the message from the organs concerned in the behavior by which the central nervous system is further affected. 1. In dealing with the sexual instinct, the first two factors are those which we have most fully to discuss with the external stimuli. We shall be concerned in a future volume Roman 4. We may here confine ourselves mainly to the first factor, the nature of the internal messages, which prompt the sexual act. We may, in other words, attempt to analyze the sexual impulse. The first definition of the sexual impulse we meet with is that which regards it as an impulse of evacuation. The psychological element is thus reduced to a minimum. It is true that especially in early life, the emotions caused by forced repression of the excretions are frequently massive or acute in the highest degree, and the joy of relief correspondingly great. But in adult life on most occasions these desires can be largely pushed into the background of consciousness, partly by training, partly by the fact that involuntary muscular activity is less imperative in adult life, so that the ideal element in connection with the ordinary excretions is almost a negligible quantity. The evacuation theory of the sexual instinct is, however, that which has most popular vogue, and the cynic delights to express it in crude language. It is the view that appeals to the criminal mind, and in the slang of French criminals, the brothel is le cloaque. It was also the view implicitly accepted by medieval ascetic writers, who regarded woman as a temple built over a sewer. And from a very different standpoint, it was concisely set forth by Montaigne, who has doubtless contributed greatly to support this view of the matter. I find he said that Venus, after all, is nothing more than the pleasure of discharging our vessels, just as nature renders pleasurable the discharges from other parts. To Luther again always compared the sexual to the excretory impulse, and said that marriage was just as necessary as the emission of urine. Sir Thomas More also, in the second book of Utopia, referring to the pleasure of evacuation, speaks of that felt when we do our natural easement or when we be doing the act of generation. This view would, however, scarcely deserve serious consideration if various distinguished investigators, among whom fear may be specially mentioned, had not accepted it as the best and most accurate definition of the sexual impulse. The genesic need may be considered right's fear as a need of evacuation. The choice is determined by the excitations which render the evacuation more agreeable. Certain facts observed in the lower animals tend to support this view. It is therefore necessary in the first place to set forth the main results of observation on this matter. Spallanzani had shown how the male frog during coitus will undergo the most horrible mutilations, even decapitation, and yet resolutely continue the act of intercourse, which lasts from 4 to 10 days. Sitting on the back of the female and firmly clasping her with his forelegs, Goltz confirmed Spallanzani's observations and threw new light on the mechanism of the sexual instinct and the sexual act in the frog. By removing various parts of the female, frog Goltz found that every part of the female was attractive to the male at pairing time, and that he was not imposed on when parts of a male were substituted. By removing various of the sensory organs of the male, Goltz further found that it was not by any special organ, but by the whole of his sensitive system that this activity was set in action. If, however, the skin of the arms and of the breast between was removed, no embrace took place, so that the sexual sensations seemed to be exerted through this apparatus. When the testicles were removed, the embrace still took place. It could scarcely be said that these observations demonstrated or in any way indicated that the sexual impulse is dependent on the need of evacuation. Professor Tarchanoff of St. Petersburg, however, made an experiment which seemed to be crucial. He took several hundred frogs, rana temporaria, nearly all in the act of coitus, and in the first place, repeated Goltz's experiments. He removed the heart, but this led to no direct or indirect stoppage of coitus, nor did removal of the lungs, parts of the liver, the spleen, the intestines, the stomach, or the kidneys in the same way. Even careful removal of both testicles had no result, but on removing the seminal receptacles, coitus was immediately or very shortly stopped, and not renewed. Thus Tarchanoff concluded that in frogs, and possibly therefore in mammals, the seminal receptacles are the starting point of the centripetal impulse, which by reflex action sets in motion the complicated apparatus of sexual activity. A few years later, the question was again taken up by Steineck of Prague, granting that Tarchanoff's experiments are reliable as regards the frog. Steineck points out that we may still ask whether in mammals the integrity of the seminal receptacles is bound up with the preservation of sexual excitability. This cannot be taken for granted, nor can we assume that the seminal receptacles of the frog are homologous with the seminal vesicles of mammals. In order to test the question, Steineck chose the white rat as possessing large seminal vesicles and a very developed sexual impulse. He found that removal of the seminal sacs led to no decrease in the intensity of the sexual impulse. The sexual act was still repeated with the same frequency and the same vigor, but these receptacles, Steinach proceeded to argue, do not really contain semen, but a special secretion of their own. They are anatomically quite unlike the seminal receptacles of the frog, so that no doubt is thus thrown on Tarchanov's observations. Steinach remarked, however, that one's faith is rather shaken by the fact that in the esculenta, which in sexual life closely resembles Rana temporaria, there are no seminal receptacles. He therefore repeated Tarchanov's experiments and found that the seminal receptacles were empty before coitus, only becoming gradually filled during coitus. It could not therefore be argued that the sexual impulse started from the receptacles. He then extirpated the seminal receptacles, avoiding hemorrhage as far as possible, and found that in the majority of cases so operated on coitus still continued for from 5 to 7 days, and in the minority for a longer time. He therefore concluded with Goltz that it is from the swollen testicles, not from the seminal receptacles, that the impulse first starts. Goltz himself pointed out that the fact that the removal of the testicles did not stop coitus by no means proves that it did not begin it, for when the central nervous mechanism is once set in action, it can continue even when the exciting stimulus is removed by extirpating the testicles. Some months before the sexual season, he found that no coitus occurred at the same time even in these frogs, a certain degree of sexual inclination, and a certain excitability of the embracing center still persisted, disappearing when the sexual epoch was over. According to most recent writers, the seminal vesicles of mammals are receptacles for their own albuminous secretion, the function of which is unknown. Steinach could find no spermatozoa in these seminal sacs, and therefore he proposed to use Owen's name of glandule vesiculars after extirpation of these vesicular glands in the white rat. Typical coitus occurred, but the capacity for procreation was diminished, and extirpation of both glandule vesiculars and glandule prostatic led to disappearance of the capacity for procreation. Steinach came to the conclusion that this is because the secretions of these glands impart increased vitality to the spermatozoa, and he points out that great fertility and high development of the accessory sexual glands go together. Steinach found that when sexually mature white rats were castrated, though at first they remained as potent as ever, their potency gradually declined. Sexual excitement, however, and sexual inclination always persisted. He then proceeded to castrate rats before puberty, and discovered the highly significant fact that in these also a quite considerable degree of sexual inclination appeared. They followed, sniffed, and licked the females like ordinary males, and that this was not a mere indication of curiosity was shown by the fact that they made attempts at coitus, which only differed from those of normal males by the failure of erection and ejaculation. Though occasionally there was imperfect erection, this lasted for a year, and then their sexual inclinations began to decline, and they showed signs of premature age. These manifestations of sexual sense, Steinach compares to those noted in the human species during childhood. 6. The genesic tendencies are thus to a certain degree independent of the generative glands, although the development of these glands serves to increase the genesic ability and to furnish the impulsion necessary to assure procreation, as well as to ensure the development of the secondary sexual characters, probably by the influence of secretions elaborated and thrown into the system from the primary sexual glands. 7. Halben die Entstehung der Geschlechtscharakter Archive für Gynäkologie, 1903 pp. 205,308, argues that the primary sex glands do not necessarily produce the secondary sex characters, nor inhibit the development of those characteristic of the opposite sex. It is indeed the rule, but it is not the inevitable result. Sexual differences exist from the first. Nussbaum made experiments on frogs Rana fusca, which go through a yearly cycle of secondary sexual changes at the period of heat. These changes cease on castration, but if the testes of other frogs are introduced beneath the skin of the castrated frogs, Nussbaum found that they acted as if the frog had not been castrated. It is the secretion of the testes which produces the secondary sexual changes. But Nussbaum found that the testicular secretion does not work if the nerves of the secondary sexual region are cut, and that the secretion has no direct action on the organism. P. Pfluger, discussing these experiments, Archive für die Gesamtphysiologie, 1907, Vol. CXVI Parts 5 and 6, disputes this conclusion and argues that the secretion is not dependent on the action of the nervous system, and that therefore the secondary sexual characters are independent of the nervous system. Steineck has also in later experiments Geschlechtsstreb und echt sekundär Geschlechtsmerkmal als Folge der Innerskrederition, Function der Keimdrüsen Zentralblatt für Physiologie, BD Roman 24, New 13 1910, argued, against any local nervous influence he found in Rana, Fusca and Esculenta, that after castration in autumn, the impulse to grasp the female persisted in some degrees, and then disappeared, reappearing in a slight degree, however, every winter at the normal period of sexual activity, but when the testicular substance of actively sexual frogs was injected into the castrated frogs, it exerted an elective action on the sexual reflex, sometimes in a few hours. But the action is, Steineck concludes, first central. The testicular secretion of frogs that were not sexually active had no stimulating action, but if the frogs were sexually active, the injection of their central nervous substance was as effective as their testicular substance. In either case, Steineck concludes, there is the removal of an inhibition which is in operation at sexually quiescent periods. Speaking generally, Steineck considers that there is a process of eroticization, erotisierung of the nervous center, under the influence of the internal testicular secretions, and that this persists even when the primary physical stimulus has been removed. The experience of veterinary surgeons also shows that the sexual impulse tends to persist in animals after castration. Thus the ox and the gelding make frequent efforts to copulate with females in heat, in some cases at all events. In the case of the horse, castrated animals remain potent, and are even abnormally ardent, although impregnation cannot of course result. 8. The results obtained by scientific experiment and veterinary experience on the lower animals are confirmed by observation of various groups of phenomena in the human species. There can be no doubt that castrated men may, still, possess sexual impulses. This has been noted by observers in various countries in which eunuchs are made and employed. 9. It is important to remember that there are different degrees of castration, for in current language, these are seldom distinguished. The Romans recognized 4 different degrees: 1 true castrati, from whom both the testicles and the penis had been removed; 2 spadons, from whom the testicles only had been removed. This was the most common practice; 3 libi, in whom the testicles had not been removed, but destroyed by crushing. This practice is referred to by Hippocrates; 4 lassi, in whom the spermatic cord had simply been cut; Millant, from whose Paris thesis Castration criminelle et maniaque 1902. I take these definitions, points out that it was recognized that spadons remained apt for coitus if the operation was performed after puberty, a fact appreciated by many Roman ladies. Ad sieras libidinations, as St. Jerome remarked, while Martial lib Roman 4 said of a Roman lady who sought eunuchs vult feudui Gallia non para. See also Millant les eunuchs a travers les ages 1909, and articles by Lipabe and Zambaco Sexual Problem Oct and Dec 1911. In China, Matignon, formerly physician to the French legation in Pekin, tells us that eunuchs are by no means without sexual feeling, that they seek the company of women, and he believes gratify their sexual desires by such methods as are left open to them, for the sexual organs are entirely removed. It would seem probable that the earlier the age at which the operation is performed, the less marked are the sexual desires, for Matignon mentions that boys castrated before the age of 10 are regarded by the Chinese as peculiarly virginal and pure. At Constantinople, where the eunuchs are of Negro race, castration is usually complete and performed before puberty, in order to abolish sexual potency and desire as far as possible. Even when castration is effected in infancy, sexual desire is not necessarily rendered impossible. Thus, Marie has recorded the case of an insane Egyptian eunuch whose penis and scrotum were removed in infancy, yet he had frequent and intense sexual desire with ejaculation of mucus, and believed that an invisible princess touched him and aroused voluptuous sensations. Although the body had a feminine appearance, the prostate was normal, and the vesicle seminals not atrophied. It may be added that Lancaster quotes the following remark, made by a resident for many years in the land, concerning Nubian eunuchs: as far as I can judge, sex feeling exists unmodified by absence of the sexual organs. The eunuch differs from the man not in the absence of sexual passion, but only in the fact that he cannot fully gratify it, as far as he can approach a gratification of it. He does so in this connection. It may be noted that, as quoted by Mal Jaeger, attributes the preference of some women noted in ancient Rome and in the East for castrated men, as due not only to the freedom from risk of impregnation in such intercourse, but also to the longer duration of erection in the castration. When castration is performed without removal of the penis, it is said that potency remains for at least 10 years afterward, and de Selhorst, who in his Die Accessorischen Geschlechtsdrüsen der Wirbeltiere takes the same view as has been here adopted, mentions that according to Pelikan des Skepsentum in Russland, those castrated at puberty are fit for coitus. Long afterward, when castration is performed for surgical reasons at a later age, it is still less likely to affect potency or to change the sexual feelings. Guinard concludes that the sexual impulse after castration is relatively more persistent in man than in the lower animals, and is sometimes even heightened, being probably more dependent on external stimuli. Except in the East, castration is more often performed on women than on men, and then the evidence as to the influence of the removal of the ovaries on the sexual emotions shows varying results. It has been found that after castration, sexual desire and sexual pleasure in coitus may either remain the same, be diminished or extinguished, or be increased. By some, the diminution has been attributed to autosuggestion, the woman being convinced that she can no longer be like other women. The augmentation of desire and pleasure has been supposed to be due to the removal of the dread of impregnation. We have, of course, to take into account individual peculiarities, method of life, and the state of the health. In France, Jael Effets physiologiques de la castration, chez la femme, Revue de Gynecologie, 1897, pp. 40,357, found that among 33 patients in whom ovariotomy had been performed, in 18 sexual desire remained the same in 3, it was diminished in 8, abolished in 3, increased, while pleasure in coitus remained the same in 17, was diminished in 1, abolished in 4, and increased in 5. In 6 cases, sexual intercourse was very painful. In 2 other groups of cases, in which both ovaries and uterus were removed, and another in which the uterus alone was removed, results were not notably different. In Germany, Glave Archive für Gynäkologie, BD Roman 35, 1889, found that desire remained in 6 cases, was diminished in 10, and disappeared in 11, while pleasure in intercourse remained in 8, was diminished in 10, and was lost in 8. Pfister again, Archive für Gynäkologie, BD LVI 1898, examined this point in 99 castrated women. He remarks that sexual desire and sexual pleasure in intercourse were usually associated, and found the former unchanged in 19 cases, decreased in 24, lost in 35, never present in 21, while the latter was unchanged in 18 cases, and diminished or lost in 60. Kepler International Medical Congress, Berlin, 1890, found that among 46 castrated women sexual feeling was in no case abolished. Adler also, who discusses this question, Die Mangelhaft Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes, 1904, p. 75, et sec, criticizes Glave's statements and concludes that there is no strict relation between the sexual organs and the sexual feelings. Kish, who has known several cases in which the feelings remain the same as before the operation, brings together the sexual life of women, varying opinions of numerous authors regarding the effects of removal of the ovaries on the sexual appetite. In America, Bloom, as quoted in Medical Standard 1896, p. 121, found that in none of the cases of women investigated in which oophorectomy had been performed before the age of 33 was the sexual appetite entirely lost. In most of them, it had not materially diminished, and in a few it was intensified. There was, however, general consensus of opinion that the normal vaginal secretion during coitus was greatly lessened in the cases of women over 33, including also hysterectomies. A gradual lessening of sexual feeling and desire was found to occur most generally. Dr. Isabel Davenport records 2 cases reported in Medical Standard 1895, p. 346 of women between 30 and 35 years of age, whose erotic tendencies were extreme. The ovaries and tubes were removed in one case for disease in the other, with a view of removing the sexual tendencies in neither case. Was there any change? Lapthorne Smith, Medical Record, Vol. Roman 48, has reported the case of an unmarried woman of 24 whose ovaries and tubes had been removed 7 years previously for pain and enlargement, and the periods had disappeared for 6 years. she had had experience of sexual intercourse, and declared that she had never felt such extreme sexual excitement and pleasure as during coitus at the end of this time. In England, Lawson Tate and Bantock British Medical Journal October 14, 1899 p. 975, have noted that sexual passion seems sometimes to be increased even after the removal of ovaries tubes and uterus. Lawson Tate also stated British Gynecological Journal, Feb 1887 p. 534, that after systematic and extensive inquiry, he had not found a single instance in which provided that sexual appetite existed before the removal of the appendages. It was abolished by that operation. A medical inquiry committee appointed by the Liverpool Medical Institute, Ibid p. 617, had previously reported that a considerable number of patients stated that they had suffered a distinct loss of sexual feeling. Lawson Tate, however, throws doubts on the reliability of the committee's results, which were based on the statements of unintelligent hospital patients. I may quote the following remarks from a communication sent to me by an experienced physician in Australia. No rule can be laid down in cases in which both ovaries have been extirpated. Some women say that though formerly passionate, they have since become quite indifferent. But I am of opinion that the majority of women who have had prior sexual experience retain desire and gratification in an equal degree to that they had before operation. I know one case in which a young girl hardly 19 years old, who had been accustomed to Congress for some 12 months, had trouble which necessitated the removal of the ovaries and tubes on both sides. Far from losing all her desire or gratification, both were very materially increased in intensity. Menstruation has entirely ceased without loss of femininity in either disposition or appearance during intercourse. I am told there is continuous spasmodic contraction of various parts of the vagina and vulva. The independence of the sexual impulse from the distension of the sexual glands is further indicated by the great frequency with which sexual sensations in a faint or even strong degree are experienced in childhood and sometimes in infancy, and by the fact that they often persist in women long after the sexual glands have ceased their functions. In the study of autoerotism, in another volume of these studies, I have brought together some of the evidence showing that even in very young children, spontaneous self-induced sexual excitement with orgasm may occur. Indeed, from an early age, sexual differences pervade the whole nervous tissue. I may here quote the remarks of an experienced gynecologist. I venture to think Braxton Hicks said many years ago that those who have much attended to children will agree with me in saying that almost from the cradle a difference can be seen in manner, habits of mind, and in illness requiring variations in their treatment. The change is certainly hastened and intensified at the time of puberty, but there is even to an average observer a clear difference between the sexes from early infancy, gradually becoming more marked up to puberty. That sexual feelings exist, it would be better to say, may exist from earliest infancy, is well known, and therefore this function does not depend upon puberty, though intensified by it. Hence may we not conclude that the progress toward development is not so abrupt as has been generally supposed. The changes of puberty are all of them dependent on the primordial force, which gradually gathering in power culminates in the perfection both of form and of the sexual system, primary and secondary. There appear to have been but few systematic observations on the persistence of the sexual impulse in women after the menopause. It is regarded as a fairly frequent phenomenon by Kish, and also by Lowenfeld. Sexualeben und Nervenleiden p. 29 in America. Bloom, as quoted in Medical Standard 1896, from an investigation of 400 cases, found that in some cases the sexual impulse persisted to a very advanced age, and mentions a case of a woman of 20 years, past the menopause, who had been long a widow, but had recently married, and who declared that both desire and gratification were as great if not greater than before the menopause. Reference may finally be made to those cases in which the sexual impulse has developed notwithstanding the absence verified or probable of any sexual glands at all. In such cases, sexual desire and sexual gratification are sometimes even stronger than normal. Kalman has reported a case in which neither ovaries nor uterus could be detected, and the vagina was too small for coitus, but pleasurable intercourse took place by the rectum, and sexual desire was at times so strong as to amount almost to nymphomania. Clara Barris has reported the case of a woman in whom there was congenital absence of uterus and ovaries, as proved subsequently by autopsy, but the sexual impulse was very strong, and she had had illicit intercourse with a lover she suffered from recurrent mania, and then masturbated shamelessly when saying she was attractively feminine. McNaughton Jones describes the case of a woman of 32 with normal sexual feelings and fully developed breasts, clitoris, and labia, but no vagina or internal genitalia could be detected even under the most thorough examination. In a case of Bridgman's, again, the womb and ovaries were absent, and the vagina small, but coitus was not painful, and the voluptuous sensations were complete, and sexual passion was strong. In a case of Cotterill, the ovaries and uterus were of minute size and functionless, and the vagina was absent, but the sexual feelings were normal, and the clitoris preserved its usual sensibility. Mund had recorded two similar cases of which he presents photographs. In all these cases, not only was the sexual impulse present in full degree, but the subjects were feminine in disposition, and of normal womanly conformation. In most cases, the external sexual organs were properly developed. Fear L. Instinct Sexual p. 240. One has sought to explain away some of these phenomena, insofar as they may be brought against the theory that the secretions and excretions of the sexual glands are the sole source of the sexual impulse. The persistence of sexual feelings after castration may be due, he argues, to the presence of the nerves in the cicatrices, just as the amputated have the illusion that the missing limb is still there. Exactly the same explanation has since been put forward by Mal Medizinische Klinik, 1905, NRS 12 and 13. In the same way, the presence of sexual feelings after the menopause may be due to similar irritation determined by degeneration during involution of the glands. The precocious appearance of the sexual impulse in childhood, he would explain, as due to an anomaly of development in the sexual organ sphere, makes no attempt to explain the presence of the sexual impulse in the congenital absence of the sexual glands. Here, however, Mund intervenes with the suggestion that it is possible that in most cases an infinitesimal trace of ovary may exist and preserve femininity, though insufficient to produce ovulation or menstruation. It is proper to mention these ingenious arguments. They are, however, purely hypothetical, obviously invented to support a theory. It can scarcely be said that they carry conviction. We may rather agree with Guinard that so great is the importance of reproduction, that nature has multiplied the means by which preparation is made for the conjunction of the sexes, and the roads by which sexual excitation may arrive, as Hirschfeld puts it in a discussion of this subject, Sexual Problem, Feb 1912, nature has several irons in the fire. It will be seen that the conclusions we have reached indirectly involve the assumption that the spinal nervous centers through which the sexual mechanism operates are not sufficient to account for the whole of the phenomena of the sexual impulse. The nervous circuit tends to involve a cerebral element, which may sometimes be of dominant importance. Various investigators from the time of Gall onward have attempted to localize the sexual instinct centrally. Such attempts, however, cannot be said to have succeeded, although they tend to show that there is a real connection between the brain and the generative organs. Thus Seni of Modena, by experiments on chickens, claims to have proved the influence of the cortical centers of procreation on the faculty of generation, for he found that lesions of the cortex led to sterility corresponding in degree to the lesion. But as these results followed even independently of any disturbance of the sexual instinct, their significance is not altogether clear. Carlo Seni L'influenza dei centri corticali, sui fenomeni della generazione, Rivista Sperimentale di Freniatria, 1907, Fasc 23. At present, as Abasai and Marchesini have well remarked, all that we can do is to assume the existence of cerebral as well as spinal sexual centers. A cerebral sexual center, in the strictest sense, remains purely hypothetical. Although Gall's attempt to locate the sexual instinct in the cerebellum, well supported, as it was by observationsis, no longer considered to be tenable, his discussion of the sexual instinct was of great value far in advance of his time, and accompanied by a mass of facts gathered from many fields. He maintained that the sexual instinct is a function of the brain, not of the sexual organs. He combated the view ruling in his day that the seat of erotic mania must be sought in the sexual organs. He fully dealt with the development of the sexual instinct in many children before maturity of the sexual glands, the prolongation of the instinct into old age, its existence in the castrated, and in the congenital absence of the sexual glands. He pointed out that even with an apparently sound and normal sexual apparatus, all sorts of psychic pathological deviations may yet occur. In fact, all the lines of argument I have briefly indicated in the foregoing page, although, when they were first written, this fact was unknown to me, had been fully discussed by this remarkable man nearly a century ago. The greater part of the third volume of Gall's Sur les Fonctions du Cerveau in the edition of 1825 is devoted to this subject. For a good summary, sympathetic, though critical of Gall's views on this matter, see Mobius über Gall's Spezielle Organologie Schmitz, Jahrbucher der Medizin 1900 Vol CCLXV, also Ostualt Work Vol Roman 7. It will be seen that the question of the nature of the sexual impulse has been slowly transformed. It is no longer a question of the formation of semen in the male, of the function of menstruation in the female. It has become largely a question of physiological chemistry. The chief parts in the drama of sex, alike on its psychic as on its physical sides, are thus supposed to be played by two mysterious protagonists, the hormones or internal secretions of the testes and of the ovary. Even the part played by the brain is now often regarded as chemical. The brain being considered to be a great chemical laboratory, there is a tendency, moreover, to extend the sexual sphere so as to admit the influence of internal secretions from other glands, the thymus, the adrenals, the thyroid, the pituitary, even the kidneys. It is possible that internal secretions from all these glands may combine to fill in the complete picture of sexuality as we know it in men and women. The subject is, however, so complex, and at present so little known, that it would be hazardous, and for the present purpose, it is needless to attempt to set forth any conclusions. It is sufficiently clear that there is on the surface a striking analogy between sexual desire and the impulse to evacuate an excretion, and that this analogy is not only seen in the frog, but extends also to the highest vertebrates. It is quite another matter, however, to assert that the sexual impulse can be adequately defined as an impulse to evacuate. To show fully the inadequate nature of this conception would require a detailed consideration of the facts of sexual life. That is, however, unnecessary. It is enough to point out certain considerations which alone suffice to invalidate this view. In the first place, it must be remarked that the trifling amount of fluid emitted in sexual intercourse is altogether out of proportion to the emotions aroused by the act, and to its aftereffect on the organism. The ancient dictum omni animal post coitum trist may not be exact, but it is certain that the effect of coitus on the organism is far more profound than that produced by the far more extensive evacuation of the bladder or bowels. Again, this definition leaves unexplained all those elaborate preliminaries which both in man and the lower animals precede the sexual act, preliminaries which in civilized human beings sometimes themselves constitute a partial satisfaction to the sexual impulse. It must also be observed that unlike the ordinary excretions, this discharge of the sexual glands is not always or in every person necessary at all. Moreover, the theory of evacuation at once becomes hopelessly inadequate when we apply it to women. No one will venture to claim that an adequate psychological explanation of the sexual impulse in a woman is to be found in the desire to expel a little bland mucus from the minute glands of the genital tract. We must undoubtedly reject this view of the sexual impulse. It has a certain element of truth, and it permits an instructive and helpful analogy, but that is all. The sexual act presents many characters which are absent in an ordinary act of evacuation, and on the other hand, it lacks the special characteristic of the evacuation proper, the elimination of waste material. The seminal fluid is not a waste material, and its retention is to some extent perhaps rather an advantage than a disadvantage to the organism. Eduard von Hartmann long since remarked that the satisfaction of what we call the sexual instinct through an act carried out with a person of the opposite sex is a very wonderful phenomenon. It cannot be said, however, that the conception of the sexual act as a simple process of evacuation does anything to explain the wonder. We are at most in the same position as regards the stilling of normal sexual desire as we should be as regards the emptying of the bladder. Supposing it were very difficult for either sex to effect this satisfactorily without the aid of a portion of the body of a person of the other sex, acting as a catheter, in such a case our thoughts and ideals would center around persons of opposite sex, and we should court their attention and help precisely as we do now in the case of our sexual needs. Some such relationship does actually exist in the case of the suckling mother and her infant. The mother is indebted to the child for the pleasurable relief of her distended breasts, and while in civilization more subtle pleasures and intelligent reflection render this massive physical satisfaction comparatively unessential to the act of suckling in more primitive conditions, and among animals, the need of this pleasurable physical satisfaction is a real bond between the mother and her offspring. The analogy is indeed very close. The erectile nipple corresponds to the erectile penis, the eager watery mouth of the infant to the moist and throbbing vagina, the vitally albuminous milk, to the vitally albuminous semen, the complete mutual satisfaction, physical and psychic of mother and child in the transfer from one to the other of a precious organized fluid, is the one true physiological analogy to the relationship of a man and a woman at the climax of the sexual act. Even this close analogy, however, fails to cover all the facts of the sexual life. A very different view is presented to us in the definition of the sexual instinct as a reproductive impulse, a desire for offspring. Heger, Eulenberg, Nacke, and Lowenfeld have accepted this as, at all events, a partial definition. No one, indeed, would argue that it is a complete definition, although a few writers appear to have asserted that it is so sometimes as regards the sexual impulse in women. There is, however, considerable mental confusion in the attempt to set up such a definition. If we define an instinct as an action adapted to an end which is not present to consciousness, then it is quite true that the sexual instinct is an instinct of reproduction, but we do not adequately define the sexual instinct by merely stating its ultimate object. We might as well say that the impulse by which young animals seize food is an instinct of nutrition. The object of reproduction certainly constitutes no part of the sexual impulse whatever in any animal apart from man, and it reveals a lack of the most elementary sense of biological continuity to assert that in man so fundamental and involuntary a process can suddenly be revolutionized, that the sexual impulse is very often associated with a strong desire for offspring. There can be no doubt, and in women, the longing for a child, that is to say, the longing to fulfill those functions for which their bodies are constituted, may become so urgent and imperative that we may regard it as scarcely less imperative than the sexual impulse. But it is not the sexual impulse, though intimately associated with it, and though it explains it. Reproductive instinct might be found in parthenogenetic animals, but would be meaningless because useless in organisms propagating by sexual union. A woman may not want a lover, but may yet want a child. This merely means that her maternal instincts have been aroused, while her sexual instincts are still latent. A desire for reproduction, as soon as that desire becomes instinctive, necessarily takes on the form of the sexual impulse, for there is no other instinctive mechanism by which it can possibly express itself. A reproductive instinct apart from the sexual instinct, and apart from the maternal instinct, cannot be admitted. It would be an absurdity even in women in whom the maternal instincts are strong. It may generally be observed that although before a woman is in love and also during the later stages of her love, the conscious desire for a child may be strong during the time when sexual passion is at its highest, the thought of offspring, under normally happy conditions, tends to recede into the background. Reproduction is the natural end and object of the sexual instinct, but the statement that it is part of the contents of the sexual impulse, or can in any way be used to define that impulse, must be dismissed as altogether unacceptable. Indeed, although the term reproductive instinct is frequently used, it is seldom used in a sense that we need take seriously. It is vaguely employed as a euphemism by those who wish to veil the facts of the sexual life. It is more precisely employed mainly by those who are unconsciously dominated by a superstitious repugnance to sex. I now turn to a very much more serious and elaborate attempt to define the constitution of the sexual impulse. That of Moll. He finds that it is made up of two separate components, each of which may be looked upon as an uncontrollable impulse. One of these is that by which the tension of the sexual organs is spasmodically relieved. This he calls the impulse of detumescence, and he regards it as primary, resembling the impulse to empty a full bladder. The other impulse is the instinct to approach, touch, and kiss another person, usually of the opposite sex. This he terms the impulse of contractation, and he includes under this head not only the tendency to general physical contact, but also the psychic inclination to become generally interested in a person of the opposite sex. Each of these primary impulses Moll regards as forming a constituent of the sexual instinct in both men and women. It seems to me undoubtedly true that these two impulses do correspond to the essential phenomena The awkward and unsatisfactory part of Mall's analysis is the relation of the one to the other. It is true that he traces both impulses back to the sexual glands, that of detumescence, directly, that of contractation indirectly, but evidently, he does not regard them as intimately related to each other. He insists on the fact that they may exist apart from each other, that they do not appear synchronously in youth. The contractation impulse he regards as secondary. It is, he states, an indirect result of the sexual glands, only to be understood by the developmental history of these glands, and the object which they subserve, that is to say, that it is connected with the rise of the sexual method of reproduction, and the desirability of the mingling of the two sexes in procreation, while the impulse of detumescence arose before the sexual method of reproduction had appeared. Thus the contractation impulse was propagated by natural selection, together with the sexual method of reproduction. The impulse of contractation is secondary, and Mall even regards it as a secondary sexual character. While therefore this analysis seems to include all the phenomena and to be worthy of very careful study as a serious and elaborate attempt to present an adequate psychological definition of the sexual impulse, it scarcely seems to me that we can accept it in precisely the form in which Mall presents it. I believe, however, that by analyzing the process a little more minutely, we shall find that these two constituents of the sexual impulse are really much more intimately associated than at the first glance appears, and that we need by no means go back to the time when the sexual method of reproduction arose to explain the significance of the phenomena which Mall includes under the term contractation. To discover the true significance of the phenomena in men, it is necessary to observe carefully the phenomena of lovemaking not only among men, but among animals, in which the impulse of contractation plays a very large part and involves an enormous expenditure of energy. Darwin was the first to present a comprehensive view of, at all events, a certain group of the phenomena of contractation in animals. On his interpretation of those phenomena, he founded his famous theory of sexual selection. We are not primarily concerned with that theory, but the facts on which Darwin based his theory lie at the very roots of our subject, and we are bound to consider their psychological significance. In the first place, since these phenomena are specially associated with Darwin's name, it may not be out of place to ask what Darwin himself considered to be their psychological significance. It is a somewhat important question, even for those who are mainly concerned with the validity of the theory which Darwin established on those facts. But so far as I know, it has not hitherto been asked. I find that a careful perusal of The Descent of Man reveals the presence in Darwin's mind of two quite distinct theories, neither of them fully developed. As to the psychological meaning of the facts he was collecting, the two following groups of extracts will serve to show this very conclusively. The lower animals have a sense of beauty. He declares powers of discrimination and taste on the part of the female. P. 21121. The females habitually or occasionally prefer the more beautiful males. There is little improbability in the females of insects appreciating beauty in form or color. P. 329. He speaks of birds as the most aesthetic of all animals excepting man, and adds that they have nearly the same taste for the beautiful as we have. P. 359. He remarks that a change of any kind in the structure or color of the male bird appears to have been admired by the female. P. 385. He speaks of the female Argus pheasant as possessing this almost human degree of taste. Birds again seem to have some taste for the beautiful both in color and sound, and we ought not to feel too sure that the female does not attend to each detail of beauty. P. 421. Novelty, he says, is admired by birds for its own sake. P. 495. Birds have fine powers of discrimination, and in some few instances it can be shown that they have a taste for the beautiful. P. 496. The aesthetic capacity of female animals has been advanced by exercise, just as our own taste has improved. P. 616. On the other hand, we find running throughout the book quite another idea of cicadas. He tells us that it is probable that, like female birds, they are excited or allured by the male with the most attractive voice. P. 282. And coming to locusted, he states that all observers agree that the sounds serve either to call or excite the mute females. P. 283. Of birds, he says, I am led to believe that the females prefer or are most excited by the more brilliant males. P. 316. Among birds also the males endeavor to charm or excite their mates by love notes, etc., and the females are excited by certain males, and thus unconsciously prefer them, p. 367, while ornaments of all kinds apparently serve to excite, attract, or fascinate the female, p. 394, in a supplemental note, also written in 1876, 5 years after the first publication of The Descent of Man, and therefore a late statement of his views. Darwin remarks that no supporter of the principle of sexual selection believes that the females select particular points of beauty in the males. They are merely excited or attracted in a greater degree by one male than by another, and this seems often to depend, especially with birds, on brilliant coloring, p. 623. Thus, on the one hand, Darwin interprets the phenomena as involving a real aesthetic element, a taste for the beautiful. On the other hand, he states, without apparently any clear perception, that the two views are quite distinct, that the colors and sounds and other characteristics of the male are not an appeal to any aesthetic sense of the female, but an appeal to her sexual emotions, a stimulus to sexual excitement, an allurement to sexual contact. According to the first theory, the female admires beauty consciously or unconsciously, and selects the most beautiful partner. According to the second theory, there is no aesthetic question involved, but the female is unconsciously influenced by the most powerful or complex organic stimulus to which she is subjected. There can be no question that it is the second, and not the first of these two views which we are justified in accepting. Darwin, it must be remembered, was not a psychologist, and he lived before the methods of comparative psychology had begun to be developed. Had he written 20 years later, we may be sure he would never have used so incautiously some of the vague and hazardous expressions I have quoted. He certainly injured his theory of sexual selection by stating it in too anthropomorphic language, by insisting on choice, preference, aesthetic sense, etc. There is no need whatever to burden any statement of the actual facts by such terms borrowed from human psychology. The female responds to the stimulation of the male at the right moment, just as the tree responds to the stimulation of the warmest days in spring. We should but obscure this fact by stating that the tree chooses the most beautiful days on which to put forth its young sprouts. In explaining the correlation between responsive females and accomplished males, the supposition of aesthetic choice is equally unnecessary. It is, however, interesting to observe that though Darwin failed to see that the love combats, pursuits, dances, and parades of the males served as a method of stimulating the impulse of contractation, or, as it would be better to term it, tumescensing the male himself, he to some extent realized the part thus played in exciting the equally necessary activity of tumescence in the female. The justification for using the term tumescence, which I here propose, is to be found in the fact that vascular congestion, more especially of the parts related to generation, is an essential preliminary to acute sexual desire. This is clearly brought out in Heap's careful study of the sexual season in mammals. Heap distinguishes between the prostrum or preliminary period of congestion in female animals and the immediately following estrus or period of desire. The latter period is the result of the former, and among the lower animals at all events intercourse only takes place during the estrus, not during the prostrum. Tumescence must thus be obtained before desire can become acute, and courtship runs pari passu with physiological processes. Normal estrus, Heap states, occurs in conjunction with certain changes in the uterine tissue, and this is accompanied by congestion and stimulation or irritation of the copulatory organs. Congestion is invariably present and is an essential condition. The first sign of prostrum noticed in the lower mammals is a swollen and congested vulva, and a general restlessness, excitement, or uneasiness. There are other signs familiar to breeders of various mammals, such as the congested conjunctiva of the rabbit's eye and the drooping ears of the pig. Many monkeys exhibit congestion of the face and nipples, as well as of the buttocks, thighs, and neighboring parts. Sometimes they are congested to a very marked extent, and in some species, a swelling occasionally prodigious of the soft tissues round the anal and generative openings, which is also at the time brilliantly congested, indicates the progress of the prostrum. The growth of the stroma tissue in the uterus of monkeys during the prostrum is rapidly followed by an increase in the number and size of the vessels of the stroma. The whole becomes richly supplied with blood, and the surface is flushed and highly vascular. This process goes on until the whole of the internal stroma becomes tense and brilliantly injected with blood in all essential points. The menstruation or prostrum of the human female is identical with that of monkeys. Estrus is possible only after the changes due to prostrum have taken place in the uterus. A wave of disturbance at first evident in the external generative organs extends to the uterus, and after the various phases of prostrum have been gone through in that organ, and the excitement there is subsiding, it would seem as if the external organs gain renewed stimulus, and it is then that estrus takes place in all animals which have been investigated. Coition is not allowed by the female until some time after the swelling and congestion of the vulva and surrounding tissue are first demonstrated, and in those animals which suffer from a considerable discharge of blood, the main portion of that discharge, if not the whole of it, will be evacuated before sexual intercourse, is allowed. W. Heap, The Sexual Season of Mammals, Quarterly Journal of Microscopical Science, Vol. Roman 40, 4 Part 1. 1900. Estrus has since been fully discussed in Marshall's Physiology of Reproduction. This description clearly brings out the fundamentally vascular character of the process I have termed tumescence. It must be added, however, that in man, the nervous elements in the process tend to become more conspicuous, and more or less obliterate these primitive limitations of sexual desire. See Sexual Periodicity in the first volume of these studies. Moll subsequently restated his position with reference to my somewhat different analysis of the sexual impulse, still maintaining his original view. Analyse des Geschlecht Stribs Medizinische Klinik, Nos. 12 and 13, 1905. Also, Geschlecht und Gesellschaft, Vol. Roman 2, Nos. 9 and 10. Numa Praetorius Jahbuch für Sexuelle Zwischenstufen, 1904, p. 592, accepts contractation, tumescence, and detumescence as all being stages in the same process. Contractation, which he defines as the sexual craving for a definite individual, coming first. Robert Muller's Sexual Biology, 1907, p. 37, criticizes Moll much in the same sense as I have done, and considers that contractation and detumescence cannot be separated but are two expressions of the same impulse. So also Max Cat Die Präliminarien des Geschlechtssex-Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, Oct. 1908, and G. St. Paul L. Homosexualite, et les types homosexuels, 1910, p. 390. While I regard Moll's analysis as a valuable contribution to the elucidation of the sexual impulse, I must repeat that I cannot regard it as final or completely adequate, as I understand the process. Contractation is an incident in the development of tumescence, an extremely important incident, indeed, but not an absolutely fundamental and primitive part of it. It is equally an incident highly important, though not primitive and fundamental, of detumescence. Contractation from first to last furnishes the best conditions for the exercise of the sexual process, but it is not an absolutely essential part of the process, and in the early stages of zoological development, it had no existence at all. Tumescence and detumescence are alike fundamental, primitive, and essential. In resting the sexual impulse on these necessarily connected processes, we are basing ourselves on the solid bedrock of nature. Moreover, of the two processes, tumescence, which in time comes first, is by far the most important, and nearly the whole of sexual psychology is rooted in it. To assert with Moll that the sexual process may be analyzed into contractation and detumescence alone is to omit the most essential part of the process. It is much the same as to analyze the mechanism of a gun into probable contact with the hand, and a more or less independent discharge, omitting all reference to the loading of the gun. The essential elements are the loading, and the discharging. Contractation is a part of loading, though not a necessary part, since the loading may be effected mechanically, but to understand the process of firing a gun, and to comprehend the mechanism of the discharge, we must insist on the act of loading, and not merely on the contact of the hand. So it is in analyzing the sexual impulse. Contractation is indeed highly important, but it is important only in so far as it aids tumescence, and so may be subordinated to tumescence exactly as it may also be subordinated to detumescence. It is tumescence which is the really essential part of the process, and we cannot afford with Moll to ignore it altogether. Wallace opposed Darwin's theory of sexual selection, but it can scarcely be said that his attitude toward it bears critical examination. On the one hand, as has already been noted, he saw but one side of that theory, and that the unessential side, and on the other hand, his own view really coincided with the more essential elements in Darwin's theory. In his Tropical Nature, he admitted that the male's persistency and energy win the day, and also that this vigor and liveliness of the male are usually associated with intense coloration, while 20 years later in his Darwinism, he admitted also that it is highly probable that the female is pleased or excited by the male's display, but all that is really essential in Darwin's theory is involved directly or indirectly in these admissions. Espina's in 1878, in his suggestive book Des Societés Animales, described the odors, colors, and forms, sounds, games, parades, and mock battles of animals approaching the subject in a somewhat more psychological spirit than either Darwin or Wallace, and he somewhat more clearly apprehended the object of these phenomena in producing mutual excitement and stimulating tumescence. He noted the significance of the action of the hermaphroditic snails in inserting their darts into each other's flesh near the vulva in order to cause preliminary excitation. He remarks of this whole group of phenomena, it is the preliminary of sexual union, it constitutes the first act of it, by it the image of the male is graven on the consciousness of the female, and in a manner impregnates it so as to determine there, as the effects of this representation descend to the depths of the organism, the physiological modifications necessary to fecundation. Bonis again, in an analysis of the sexual sensations, was inclined to think that the dances and parades of the male are solely intended to excite the female, not perceiving, however, that they at the same time serve to further excite the male also. A better and more comprehensive statement was reached by Tillier, who to some extent may be said to have anticipated Greuze. Darwin, Tillier pointed out, had not sufficiently taken into account the coexistence of combat and courtship, nor the order of the phenomena. Courtship, without combat, Tillier argued, is rare. There is a normal coexistence of combat and courtship. Moreover, he proceeded, force is the chief factor in determining the possession of the female by the male, who in some species is even prepared to exert force on her, so that the female has little opportunity of sexual selection, though she is always present. At these combats, he then emphasized the significant fact that courtship takes place long after pairing has ceased, and the question of selection thus been eliminated. The object of courtship, he concluded, is not sexual selection by the female, but the sexual excitement of both male and female. Such excitement, he asserted, not only rendering coupling easier, but favoring fecundation. Modesty. Also, Tillier further argued, again anticipating Greuze's works, toward the same end, it renders the male more ardent, and by retarding coupling, may also increase the secretions of the sexual glands, and favor the chances of reproduction. In a charming volume, entitled The Naturalist in La Plata 1892, Mr. W. H. Hudson included a remarkable chapter on music and dancing in nature. In this chapter, he described many of the dances, songs, and levantics of birds, but regarded all such phenomena as merely periodical fits of gladness, while however we may quite well agree with Mr. Hudson that conscious sexual gratification on the part of the female is not the cause of music and dancing performances in birds, nor of the brighter colors and ornaments that distinguish the male. Such an opinion by no means excludes the conclusion that these phenomena are primarily sexual and intimately connected with the process of tumescence in both sexes. It is noteworthy that according to H. E. Howard on sexual selection, in Birds Zoologist Nov. 1903, color is most developed just before pairing, rapidly becoming less beautiful even within a few hours after this, and the most beautiful male is most successful in getting paired. The fact that, as Mr. Hudson himself points out, it is at the season of love that these manifestations mainly if not exclusively appear, and that it is the more brilliant and highly endowed males which play the chief part in them, only serves to confirm such a conclusion. To argue with Mr. Hudson that they cannot be sexual, because they sometimes occur before the arrival of the females, is much the same as to argue that the antics of a kitten with a feather or a reel have no relationship whatever to mice. The birds that began earliest to practice their accomplishments would probably have most chance of success when the females arrived. Darwin himself said that nothing is commoner than for animals to take pleasure in practicing whatever instinct they follow at other times for some real good. These manifestations are primarily for the sake of producing sexual tumescence, and could not well have been developed to the height they have reached unless they were connected closely with propagation, that they may incidentally serve to express gladness. One need not feel called upon to question. Another observer of birds, Mr. E. Ellis, has made observations which are of interest in this connection. He finds that all birdances are not nuptial, but that some birds, stonecurlew or great plover, for example, have different kinds of dances among these birds. He has made the observation very significant from our present point of view that the nuptial dances taken part in by both of the pair are immediately followed by intercourse in spring. All such runnings and chasings are at this time, but a part of the business of pairing, and one divines at once that such attitudes are of a sexual character. Here we have a bird with distinct nuptial sexual and social non-sexual forms of display or antics, and the former as well as the latter are equally indulged in by both sexes. Ellis bird watching pp. 1520. The same author Ibid pp. 7994 argues that in the fights of two males for one female with violent emotion on one side, and interested curiosity on the other, the attitude of the former might gradually come to be a display made entirely for the female, and of the latter a greater or less degree of pleasurable excitement raised by it with choice. In accordance on this view, the interest of the female would first have been directed not to the plumage, but to the frenzied actions and antics of the male. From these antics in undecorated birds would gradually develop the interest in waving plumes and fluttering wings. Such a dance might come to be of a quite formal and non-courting nature. Last, we owe to Professor Hacker what may fairly be regarded in all main outlines as an almost final statement of the matter in his Gesang der Vogel 1900. He gives a very clear account of the evolution of birdsong, which he regards as the most essential element in all this group of manifestations, furnishing the key also to the dancing and other antics. Originally, the song consists only of calcrees and recognition notes. Under the parallel influence of natural selection and sexual selection, they become at the pairing season reflexes of excitement, and thus develop into methods of producing excitement in the male by the muscular energy required, and in the female through the ear. Finally, they become play. Though here also it is probable that use is not excluded. Thus, so far as the male bird is concerned, birdsong possesses a primary prenuptial significance, in attracting the female a secondary nuptial significance, in producing excitement. p. 48. He holds also that the less developed voices of the females aid in attaining the same end. p. 51. Finally, birdsong possesses a tertiary extranuptial significance, including exercise play expression of gladness. Hacker points out at the same time that the maintenance of some degree of sexual excitement beyond pairing time may be of value for the preservation of the species, in case of disturbance during breeding and consequent necessity for commencing breeding over again. Such a theory as this fairly coincides with the views brought forward in the preceding page, views which are believed to be in harmony with the general trend of thought today, since it emphasizes the importance of tumescence and all that favors tumescence in the sexual process. The so-called aesthetic element in sexual selection is only indirectly of importance. The male's beauty is really a symbol of his force. It will be seen that this attitude toward the facts of tumescence among birds and other animals includes the recognition of dances, songs, etc., as expressions of gladness. As such, they are closely comparable to the art manifestations among human races. Here, as Weissman, in his Gedanken über Musik, has remarked, we may regard the artistic faculty as a byproduct. This musical faculty is as it were the mental hand with which we play on our own emotional nature, a hand not shaped for this purpose, not due to the necessity for the enjoyment of music, but owing its origin to entirely different requirements. The psychological significance of these facts has been carefully studied and admirably developed by Greuze in his classic works on the play instinct in animals, and in Men. Going beyond Wallace, Greuze denies conscious sexual selection, but as he points out, this by no means involves the denial of unconscious selection, in the sense that the female is most easily won by the male, who most strongly excites her sexual instincts. Greuze further quotes a pregnant generalization of Ziegler: in all animals, a high degree of excitement of the nervous system is necessary to procreation, and thus we find an excited prelude to procreation widely spread. Such a stage, indeed, as Greuze points out, is usually necessary before any markedly passionate discharge of motor energy, as may be observed in angry dogs and the Homeric heroes, while however in other motor explosions, the prelude may be reduced to a minimum in courtship. It is found in a highly marked degree. The primary object of courtship, Greuze insists, is to produce sexual excitement. It is true that Greuze's main propositions were by no means novel. Thus, as I have pointed out, he was at most points anticipated by Tillier, but Greuze developed the argument in so masterly a manner, and with so many wide-ranging illustrations, that he has carried conviction where the mere insight of others had passed unperceived. Since Darwin wrote The Descent of Man, the chief step in the development of the theory of sexual selection has been taken by Groos, who has at the same time made it clear that sexual selection is largely a special case of natural selection. The conjunction of the sexes is seen to be an end, only to be obtained with much struggle. The difficulty of achieving sexual erethism in both sexes, the difficulty of so stimulating such erethism in the female that her instinctive coyness is overcome. These difficulties the best and most vigorous males, those most adapted in other respects to carry on the race, may most easily overcome. In this connection, we may note what Morrow has said in another connection, when attempting to answer the question why it is that among savages courtship becomes so often a matter in which persuasion takes the form of force. The explanation, he remarks, is yet very simple. Force is the foundation of virility, and its psychic manifestation is courage in the struggle for life. Violence is the first virtue, the modesty of women in its primordial form, consisting in physical resistance, active or passive, to the assaults of the malated selection, by putting to the test man's most important quality, force. Thus, it is that when choosing among rivals for her favors, a woman attributes value to violence. Morrow thus independently confirms the result reached by Groos. The debate which has for so many years been proceeding concerning the validity of the theory of sexual selection may now be said to be brought to an end. Those who supported Darwin and those who opposed him were both alike in part right and in part wrong, and it is now possible to combine the elements of truth on either side into a coherent whole. This is now beginning to be widely recognized. Lloyd Morgan, for instance, has readjusted his position as regards the pairing instinct in the light of Groos' contribution to the subject, the hypothesis of sexual selection. He concludes, suggests that the accepted male is the one which adequately evokes the pairing impulse. Courtship may thus be regarded from the physiological point of view as a means of producing the requisite amount of pairing hunger, of stimulating the whole system, and facilitating general and special vascular changes, of creating that state of profound and explosive irritability which has for its psychological concomitant or antecedent an imperious and irresistible craving. Courtship is thus the strong and steady bending of the bow, that the arrow may find its mark in a biological end of the highest importance in the survival of a healthy and vigorous race. Having thus viewed the matter broadly, we may consider in detail a few examples of the process of tumescence among the lower animals and man, for as will be seen the process in both is identical. As regards animal courtship, the best treasury of facts is Braham's Thierleben, while Buchner's Liebe und Liebesleben in der Tierwelt is a useful summary. The admirable discussion of Burdensing and other forms of courtship in Hacker's Jessing der Vogel chapter 4 may also be consulted. As regards man, Walaschek's Primitive Music chapter 7 brings together much scattered material, and is all the more valuable since the author rejects any form of sexual selection. Hearn's Origins of Art chapter 17 is well worth reading, and Finck's Primitive Love and Love Stories contains a large amount of miscellaneous information. I have preferred not to draw on any of these easily accessible sources, except that in one or two cases I have utilized references they supplied, but here simply furnish illustrations met with in the course of my own reading. Even in the hermaphroditic slugs Limax maximus, the process of courtship is slow and elaborate. It has been described by James Bladon, The Loves of the Slug Limax Cinerea, Zoologist, Vol. Roman 15, 1857, p. 62-72. It begins toward midnight on sultry summer nights, one slug, slowly following another, resting its mouth on what may be called the tail of the first, and following its every movement. Finally they stop and begin crawling around each other, emitting large quantities of mucus. When this has constituted a mass of sufficient size and consistence, they suspend themselves from it by a cord of mucus, from 9 to 15 inches in length, continuing to turn round each other till their bodies form a cone. Then the organs of generation are protruded from their orifice near the mouth, and hanging down a short distance touch each other. They also then begin again the same spiral motion, twisting around each other like a two-strand cord, assuming various and beautiful forms, sometimes like an inverted agaric or a foliated murex, or a leaf of curled parsley, the light falling on the ever-varying surface of the generative organs, sometimes producing iridescence. It is not until after a considerable time that the organs untwist and are withdrawn, and the bodies separate to crawl up the suspending cord and depart. Some snails have a special organ for creating sexual excitement. A remarkable part of the reproductive system in many of the true helicid is the so-called dart Liebesfehl or telum veneris. It consists of a straight or curved, sometimes slightly twisted tubular shaft of carbonate of lime, tapering to a fine point above and enlarging gradually, more often somewhat abruptly to the base. The sides of the shaft are sometimes furnished with two or more blades. These are apparently not for cutting purposes, but simply to brace the stem. The dart is contained in a dart sac, which is attached as a sort of pocket to the vagina at no great distance from its orifice in helix aspersa. The dart is about 5/16 of an inch in length and 1/8 of an inch in breadth at its base. It appears most probable that the dart is employed as an adjunct for the sexual act. Besides the fact of the position of the dart sac, anatomically, we find that the darts are extended and become embedded in the flesh just before or during the act of copulation. It may be regarded then as an organ whose functions induce excitement preparatory to sexual union. It only occurs in well-grown specimens. Rev. Roman 50 H. Cook Mollusks, Cambridge Natural History, Vol. Roman 3 p. 143. Rakowitza has shown that in the octopus vulgaris courtship is carried on with considerable delicacy, and not brutally, as had previously been supposed. The male gently stretches out his third arm on the right, and caresses the female with its extremity, eventually passing it into the chamber formed by the mantle. The female contracts spasmodically, but does not attempt to move. They remain thus about an hour or more, and during this time, the male shifts the arm from one oviduct to the other. Finally, he withdraws his arm, caresses her with it for a few moments, and then replaces it with his other arm, e.g. Rakowitza in Archives de Zoologie, Experimental, quoted in Natural Science, November 1894. The phenomena of courtship are very well illustrated by Spiders. Peckham, who has carefully studied them, tells us of Sadie's pulex. On May 24th, we found a mature female, and placed her in one of the larger boxes. And the next day we put a male in with her. He saw her as she stood perfectly still 12 inches away. The glance seemed to excite him, and he at once moved toward her. When some 4 inches from her, he stood still, and then began the most remarkable performances that an amorous male could offer to an admiring female. She eyed him eagerly, changing her position from time to time, so that he might be always in view. He raising his whole body on one side, by straightening out the legs, and lowering it on the other, by folding the first 2 pairs of legs up and underleaned so far over as to be in danger of losing his balance, which he only maintained by sliding rapidly toward the lowered side. The palpus too on this side was turned back to correspond to the direction of the legs. Nearest it he moved in a semicircle for about 2 inches, and then instantly reversed the position of the legs, and circled in the opposite direction, gradually approaching nearer and nearer to the female. Now she dashes toward him, while he, raising his first pair of legs, extends them upward and forward, as if to hold her off, but withal slowly retreats again and again. He circles from side to side, she gazing toward him in a softer mood, evidently admiring the grace of his antics. This is repeated until we have counted 111 circles made by the ardent little male. Now he approaches nearer and nearer, and when almost within reach, whirls madly around and around her, she joining and whirling with him in a giddy maze. Again he falls back and resumes his semicircular motions with his body tilted over. She, all excitement, lowers her head and raises her body so that it is almost vertical. Both draw nearer. She moves slowly under him, he crawling over her head, and the mating is accomplished. The same author thus describes the courtship of Dendrophantes elegans, while from 3 to 5 inches distant from her, he begins to wave his plumy first legs in a way that reminds one of a windmill. She eyes him fiercely, and he keeps at a proper distance for a long time. If he comes close, she dashes at him, and he quickly retreats. Sometimes he becomes bolder, and when within an inch, pauses with the first legs outstretched before him, not raised as is common in other species. The palpi also are held stiffly out in front with the points together. Again she drives him off, and so the play continues. Now the male grows excited as he approaches her, and while still several inches away, whirls completely around and around. Pausing, he runs closer and begins to make his abdomen quiver as he stands on tiptoe in front of her, prancing from side to side. He grows bolder and bolder, while she seems less fierce and, yielding to the excitement, lifts up her magnificently iridescent abdomen, holding it at one time vertical and at another sideways to him. She no longer rushes at him, but retreats a little as he approaches. At last he comes close to her, lying flat with his first legs stretched out and quivering with the tips of his front legs. He gently pats her. This seems to arouse the old demon of resistance, and she drives him back again and again. He pats her with a caressing movement, gradually creeping nearer and nearer, which she now permits without resistance, until he crawls over her head to her abdomen, far enough to reach the epigenum with his palpus. G.W. Peckham's Sexual Selection of Spiders, Occasional Papers of the Natural History Society of Wisconsin, 1889, quoted in Nature, August 21, 1890. The courtship of another spider, the Agelena labyrinthica, has been studied by Lecolin Les Instincts, et les Psychismes, des Araignées Revue Scientifique, Sept 15 1906. The male enters the female's web, and may be found there about the middle of July. When courtship has begun, it is not interrupted by the closest observation, even under the magnifying glass. At first it is the male which seeks to couple, and he pursues the female over her web till she consents. The pursuit may last some hours, the male agitating his abdomen in a peculiar way, while the female simply retreats a short distance, without allowing herself to be approached. At last, the female holds herself completely motionless, and then the male approaches, seizes her, places her on her side, sometimes carrying her to a more suitable part of the web. Then one of his copulative apparatus is applied to the female. Genital opening and copulation begins when completed on an average. In about 2 hours, the male withdraws his copulatory palpus and turns over the female, who is still inert, onto her other side. Then brings his second copulatory apparatus to the female opening and starts afresh when the process is definitely completed. The male leaves the female, suddenly retiring to a little distance. The female, who had remained completely motionless for 4 hours, suddenly runs after the male, but she only pursues him for a short distance, and the two spiders remain together without any danger to either. Lecolin disbelieves the statement of Romans, in his Animal Intelligence, that the female eats the male after copulation. But this certainly seems to occur sometimes among insects, as illustrated by the following instance, described by so careful an observer of insects as Faber. The mantis religiosa is described by Faber as contemplating the female for a long time in an attitude of ecstasy. She remains still, and seems indifferent. He is small, and she is large. At last he approaches, spreads his wings, which tremble convulsively, leaps on her back and fixes himself there. The preludes are long, and the coupling itself sometimes occupies 5 or 6 hours. Then they separate, but the same day or the following day she seizes him and eats him up in small mouthfuls. She will permit a whole series of males to have intercourse with her, always eating them up directly afterward. Faber has even seen her eating the male while still on her back, his head and neck gone, but his body still firmly attached. J. H. Faber, Souvenirs Entomologiques, 5th series, p. 307. Faber also describes in great detail Ibid 9th series, chs ex Zixii, the sexual parades of the Languedoc scorpion Scorpio occitanus and arachnid. These parades are in public for their subsequent intercourse. The couple seek complete seclusion, and the female finally eats the male. An insect, a species of Empes, has been described, which excites the female by manipulating a large balloon. This is of elliptical shape, about 7 millimeters long, nearly twice as long as the fly hollow, and composed entirely of a single layer of minute bubbles, nearly uniform in size, arranged in regular circles concentric with the axis of the structure. The beautiful glistening whiteness of the object, when the sun shines upon it, makes it very conspicuous. The bubbles were slightly viscid, and in nearly every case there was a small fly pressed into the front end of the balloon, apparently as food for the Empes. In all cases, they were dead. The balloon appears to be made while the insect is flying in the air. Those flying highest had the smallest balloons. The bubbles are probably produced by some modification of the anal organs. It is possible that the captured fly serves as a nucleus to begin the balloon on one case of a captured fly, but no balloon was observed after commencing. It is probable that the rest of the structure is made by revolving the completed part between the hind legs and adding more bubbles somewhat spirally. The posterior end of the balloon is left more or less open. The purpose of this structure is to attract the female when numerous males were flying up and down the road. It happened several times that a female was seen to approach them from some chokecherry blossoms near by. The males immediately gathered in her path, and she with little hesitation selected for a mate the one with the largest balloon, taking a position upon his back. After copulation had begun, the pair would settle down toward the ground, select a quiet spot, and the female would alight by placing her front legs across a horizontal grass blade, her head resting against the blade, so as to brace the body in position. Here, she would continue to hold the male beneath her for a little time, until the process was finished. The male, meanwhile, would be rolling the balloon about in a variety of positions, juggling with it. One might almost say, after the male and female parted company, the male immediately dropped the balloon upon the ground, and it was greedily seized by ants. No illustration could properly show the beauty of the balloon. Aldrich and Turley, A Balloon-Making Fly, American Naturalist, October, 1899. In many species of moths, the males assemble around the freshly emerged female, but no special advantage appears to attend on early arrival. The female sits apparently motionless, while the little crowd of suitors buzz around her for several minutes suddenly, and as far as one can see without any sign from the female, one of the males pairs with her, and all the others immediately disappear. In these cases, the males do not fight or struggle in any way, and as one watches the ceremony, the wonder arises as to how the moment is determined, and why the pairing did not take place before. Proximity does not decide the point for long. Beforehand, the males often alight close to the female and brush against her with fluttering wings. I have watched the process exactly as I have described it in a common northern Noctua, the antler moth Charax graminis, and I have seen the same thing among beetles. E. B. Poulton, The Colors of Animals, 1890 p. 391. This author mentions that among some butterflies, the females take the active part. The example here quoted of courtship among moths illustrates how phenomena which are with difficulty explicable by the theory of sexual selection in its original form become at once intelligible when we realize the importance of tumescence in courtship. Of the Argentine cowbird Molothrus bonariensis, Hudson says, Argentine Ornithology Vol. IP 73, the song of the male, particularly when making love, is accompanied with gestures and actions somewhat like those of the domestic pigeon. He swells himself out, beating the ground with his wings, and uttering a series of deep internal notes, followed by others loud and clear, and occasionally when uttering them he suddenly takes wing and flies directly away from the female to a distance of 50 yards, and performs a wide circuit about her in the air, singing all the time. The homely object of his passion always appears utterly indifferent to this curious and pretty performance, yet she must be even more impressionable than most female birds, since she continues scattering about her parasitical and often wasted eggs during 4 months in every year. Of a tyrant bird Pitangus bolivianus, Hudson writes, Argentine Ornithology Vol. IP 148. Though the male and female are greatly attached, they do not go afield to hunt in company, but separate to meet again at intervals during the day. One of a couple, say, the female returns to the trees where they are accustomed to meet, and after a time, becoming impatient or anxious at the delay of her consort, utters a very long clear call note. He is perhaps a quarter of a mile away watching for a frog beside a pool or beating over a thistlebed, but he hears the note, and presently responds with one of equal power. Then perhaps for half an hour at intervals of half a minute, the birds answer each other, though the powerful call of the one must interfere with his hunting at length. He returns, then the two birds perched close together with their yell, bosoms almost touching, crests elevated, and beating the branch with their wings, scream their loudest notes, in concert a confused, jubilant noise that rings through the whole plantation. Their joy at meeting is patent, and their action corresponds to the warm embrace of a loving human couple. Of the red-breasted marshbird, less supercilious, Hudson, Argentine Ornithology Vol. IP 100 writes, these birds are migratory and appear everywhere in the eastern part of the Argentine country, early in October, arriving singly, after which each male takes up a position in a field or open space, abounding with coarse grass and herbage, where he spends most of his time perched on the summit of a tall stalk, or weed his glowing crimson bosom, showing at a distance, like some splendid flower above the herbage. At intervals of 2 or 3 minutes, he soars vertically up to a height of 20 or 25 yards, to utter his song, composed of a single long, powerful and rather musical note, ending with an attempt at a flourish, during which the bird flutters and turns about in the air. Then, as if discouraged at his failure, he drops down emitting harsh guttural chirps, to resume his stand. Meanwhile, the female is invisible, keeping closely concealed under the long grass. But at length, attracted perhaps by the bright bosom and aerial music of the male, she occasionally exhibits herself for a few moments, starting up with a wild zigzag flight and darting this way and that, presently drops into the grass. Once more, the moment she appears above the grass, the male gives chase, and they vanish from sight together. Courtship with the mallard, says J. G. Millay, Natural History of British Ducks p. 6. appears to be carried on by both sexes, though generally 3 or 4 drakes are seen showing themselves off to attract the attention of a single duck swimming round her in a coy and semi-self-conscious manner. They now and again all stop quite still, nod, bow, and throw their necks out in token of their admiration and their desire of a favorable response. But the most interesting display is when all the drakes simultaneously stand up in the water and rapidly pass their bills down their breasts, uttering at the same time a low single note somewhat like the first half of the call that teal and pintail make when showing off at other times. The lovemaking of the drake seems to be rather passive than active. While graciously allowing himself to be courted, he holds his head high with conscious pride and accepts as a matter of course any attention that may be paid to him. A proud bird is he when 3 or 4 ducks come swimming along beside and around him, uttering a curious guttural note, and at the same time dipping their bills in quick succession to right and left. He knows what that means and carries himself with even greater dignity than before. In the end, however, he must give in as a last appeal. One of his lady lovers may coyly lower herself in the water till only the top of her back, head and neck is seen, and so fascinating an advance as this no drake of any sensibility can withstand. The courting of the Argus pheasant, noted for the extreme beauty of the male's plumage, was observed by H. O. Forbes in Sumatra. It is the habit of this bird to make a large circus, some 10 or 12 feet in diameter, in the forest, which it clears of every leaf and twig and branch, till the ground is perfectly swept and garnished. On the margin of the circus there is invariably a projecting branch or hierarched root at a few feet elevation above the ground, on which the female bird takes its place, while in the ring the Malith male birds alone possess great decoration, shows off all its magnificence for the gratification and pleasure of his consort, and to exalt himself in her eyes. H. O. Forbes, A Naturalist's Wanderings, 1885 p. 131. All ostriches, adults as well as chicks, have a strange habit, known as waltzing. After running for a few hundred yards, they will also stop, and with raised wings spin around rapidly for some time after, until quite giddy when a broken leg occasionally occurs. Vicious cocks roll when challenging to fight, or when wooing the hen. The cock will suddenly bump down onto his knees, the ankle joint, open his wings, and then swing them alternately backward and forward, as if on a pivot, while rolling every feather over the whole body is on end, and the plumes are open like a large white fan. At such a time, the bird sees very imperfectly, if at all. In fact, he seems so preoccupied that if pursued one may often approach unnoticed just before rolling a cock. Especially if courting, the hen will often run slowly and daintily on the points of his toes, with neck slightly inflated upright and rigid, the tail half drooped, and all his body feathers fluffed up, the wings raised and expanded, the inside edges touching the sides of the neck for nearly the whole of its length, and the plumes showing separately like an open fan. In no other attitude is the splendid beauty of his plumage displayed to such advantage. S. Roman 100. Cronwright, Schreiner, The Ostrich Zoologist, March 1897. As may be seen from the foregoing fairly typical examples, the phenomena of courtship are highly developed and have been most carefully studied in animals outside the mammal series. It may seem a long leap from birds to man, yet as will be seen, the phenomena among primitive human peoples, if not indeed among many civilized peoples, also closely resemble those found among birds, though unfortunately they have not usually been so carefully studied. In Australia, where dancing is carried to a high pitch of elaboration, its association with the sexual impulse is close and unmistakable. Thus Mr. Samuel Gasson, of whom it has been said that no man living has been more among blacks or knows more of their ways, remarks, concerning a dance of the Diari tribe: this dance men and women only take part in regular form and position, keeping splendid time to the rattle of the beat of 2 boomerangs. Some of the women keep time by clapping their hands between their thighs. Promiscuous sexual intercourse follows after the dance. Jealousy is forbidden again at the Mowbray or Ratharvest. Many weeks' preparation before the dance comes off. No quarreling is allowed. Promiscuous sexual intercourse during the ceremony. The fact that jealousy is forbidden at these festivals clearly indicates that sexual intercourse is a recognized and probably essential element in the ceremonies. This is further emphasized by the fact that at other festivals, open sexual intercourse is not allowed. Thus, at the Mindery or dance at a peace festival, when a number of tribes comes together, there is great rejoicing at the coming festival, which is generally held at the full of the moon and kept up all night. The men are artistically decorated with down and feathers with all kinds of designs. The down and feathers are stuck on their bodies with blood freshly taken from their penis. They are also nicely painted with various colors. Tufts of boughs are tied on their ankles to make a noise, while dancing promiscuous sexual intercourse is carried on secretly. Many quarrels occur at this time. Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Vol. Roman 24, November 1894, p. 174. In Australian dances, sometimes men and women dance together, sometimes the men dance alone, sometimes the women in one dance, described by air women, are the chief performers. Their bodies are painted with white streaks, and their hair adorned with cockatoo feathers. They carry large sticks in their hands and place themselves in a row in front, while the men with their spears stand in a row behind them. They then all commence their movements, but without intermingling. The males and females dancing by themselves. The women have occasionally another mode of dancing by joining the hands together over the head, closing the feet, and bringing the knees into contact. The legs are then thrown outward from the knee, while the feet and hands are kept in their original position, and being drawn quickly in again. A sharp sound is produced by the collision. This is also practiced alone by young girls, or by several together for their own amusement. It is adopted also when a single woman is placed in front of a row of male dancers, to excite their passions, e.j. Air Journals of Expeditions into Central Australia, Vol. Roman 2, p. 235. A charming Australian folktale concerning two sisters with wings who disliked men, and their wooing by a man, clearly indicates, even among the Australians, whose lovemaking is commonly supposed to be somewhat brutal in character, the consciousness that it is by his beauty, charm, and skill in courtship that a man wins a woman on Havelock. The lover stole unperceived to the river where the girls were bathing, and at last showed himself carelessly sitting on a high tree. The girls were startled, but thought it would be safe to amuse themselves by looking at the intruder, young, and with the most active figure, yet of a strength that defied the strongest emu, and even enabled him to resist an old man kangaroo. He had no equal in the chase, and conscious power gave a dignity to his expression that at one glance calmed the fears of the two girls. His large, brilliant eyes, shaded by a deep fringe of soft black eyelashes, gazed down upon them admiringly, and his rich black hair hung around his well-formed face, smooth and shining from the amule with which it was abundantly covered. At last, he persuaded them to talk and by induced them to call him husband. Then they went off with him, with no thought of flight in their hearts. Australian folklore stories, collected by W. Dunlop, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, New Series, Vol. I, 1898, p. 33. Of the people of Torres Straits, Haddon states, reports Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, Vol. V, p. 222, it was during the secular dance, or cap, that the girls usually lost their hearts to the young men. A young man who was a good dancer would find favor in the sight of the girls. This can be readily understood by anyone who has seen the active, skillful, and fatiguing dances of these people. A young man who could acquit himself well in these dances must be possessed of no mean strength and agility, qualities which everywhere appeal to the opposite sex. Further, he was decorated according to local custom, with all that would render him more imposing in the eyes of the spectators. As the former chief of Mabuiag put it in England, if a man has plenty of money, women want to marry him. So here, if a man dances well, they too want him. In olden days, the war dance, which was performed after a successful foray, would be the most powerful excitement to a marriageable girl, especially if a young man had distinguished himself sufficiently to bring home the head of someone he had killed. Among the tribes inhabiting the mouth of the Wangela River, New Guinea, when a boy admires a girl, he will not look at her, speak to her, or go near her. He, however, shows his love by athletic bounds, posing and pursuit, and by the spearing of imaginary enemies, etc., before her, to attract her attention. If the girl reciprocates his love, she will employ a small girl to give to him an ugogagana, or love invitation, consisting of an areca nut whose skin has been marked with different designs, significant of her wish to ugoga after dark. He is apprised of the place where the girl awaits him. Repairing thither, he seats himself beside her as close as possible, and they mutually share in the consumption of the betel nut. This constitutes betrothal. Henceforth, he is free to visit the girl's house and sleep. Their marriages usually take place at the most important festival of the year, the kapa, preparations for which are made during the 3 previous months, so that there may be a bountiful and unfailing supply of bananas. Much dancing takes place among the unmarried girls, who also are tattooed at this time over the whole of the front of the body, special attention being paid to the lower parts, as a girl who is not properly tattooed there possesses no attraction in the eyes of young men. Married women and widows and divorced women are not forbidden to take part in these dances, but it would be considered ridiculous for them to do so. R.E. Guys on the Tribes of the Wanajla River Journal of the Anthropological Institute New Series, Vol. I 1899, pp 209-214, et seq. In the island of Nias in the Malay archipelago Modigliani, mainly on the excellent authority of Sunderman, the missionary states at a wedding dancing and singing go on throughout the day. The women 2 or 3 at a time, a little apart from the men, take part in the dancing, which is very well adapted to emphasize the curves of the flanks and the breasts, though at the same time, the defects of their legs are exhibited in this series of rhythmic contortions, which constitute a Nias dance. The most graceful movement they execute is a lascivious undulation of the flanks, while the face and breast are slowly wound round by the sarong, a sort of skirt held in the hands, and then again revealed. These movements are executed with jerks of the wrist and contortions of the flanks, not always graceful, but which excite the admiration of the spectators, even of the women, who form in groups to sing in chorus, a compliment more or less sincere, in which they say they dance with the grace of birds. When they fly they dance as the hawk flies. It is lovely to see they sing and dance both at weddings and at other festivals. Elio Modigliani, Un Viaggio, Aeneas, 1890 p. 549. In Sumatra, Marston states that chastity prevails more perhaps than among any other people, but little apparent courtship precedes their marriages. Their manners do not admit of it, the bujang and geddas, youths of each sex, being carefully kept asunder, and the latter seldom trusted from under the wings of their mothers. The opportunities which the young people have of seeing and conversing with each other are at the burnbangs or public festivals. On these occasions, the young people meet together and dance and sing in company. The men, when determined in their regard, generally employ an old woman as their agent, by whom they make known their sentiments and send presents to the female of their choice. The parents then interfere, and the preliminaries being settled, a burnbang takes place. The young women proceed in a body to the upper end of the bally hall, where there is a part divided off for them by a curtain. They do not always make their appearance before dinner, that time previous to a second or third meal being appropriated to cockfighting or other diversions peculiar to men in the evening. Their other amusements take place, of which the dances are the principal. These are performed either singly, or by 2 women 2 men, or with both mixed. Their motions and attitudes are usually slow, approaching often to the lascivious. They bend forward as they dance, and usually carry a fan which they close and strike smartly against their elbows at particular cadences. The assembly seldom breaks up before daylight, and these burnbangs are often continued for several days together. The young men frequent them in order to look out for wives, and the lasses of course set themselves off to the best advantage. They wear their best silken dresses of their own, weaving as many ornaments of filigree as they possess, silver rings upon their arms and legs, and earrings of a particular construction. Their hair is variously adorned with flowers, and perfumed with oil of Benjamin civet is also in repute, but more used by the men to render their skin fine, smooth, and soft. They make use of a white cosmetic, called pooper, a mixture of ginger patchleaf, maize, sandalwood, farrakhan, and mushseed with a basis of fine rice. W. Marston, History of Sumatra, 1783 p. 230. The Ulfuras of Ceram in the Moluccas, who have not yet been spoilt by foreign influences, are very fond of music and dancing. Their Maku dances, which take place at night, have been described by Jost. Great torches of dry bamboos and piles of burning resinous leaves light up the giant trees to their very summits, and reveal in the distance the little huts which the Ulfuras have built in the virgin forests, as well as the skulls of the slain. The women squat together by the fire, making a deafening noise with the gongs and the drums, while the young girls, richly adorned with pearls and fragrant flowers, await the beginning of the dance. Then appear the men and youths without weapons, but in full war costume, the girdle freshly marked with the number of slain enemies among the Ulfuras. It is the man who has the largest number of heads to show who has most chance of winning the object of his love. They hold each other's arms and form a circle which is not, however, completely closed. A song is started, and with small, slow steps this ring of bodies, like a winding snake, moves sideways backward, closes, opens again. The steps become heavier, the songs and drums louder. The girls enter the circle, and with closed eyes grasp the girdle of their chosen youths, who clasp them by the hips and necks. The chain becomes longer, and longer, the dance and song more ardent, until the dancers grow tired and disappear in the gloom of the forest. W. Jost Welt font 1895 BD Roman 2 p. 159. The women of the new Hebrides dance, or rather sway to and fro, in the midst of a circle formed by the men, with whom they do not directly mingle. They leap, show their genital parts to the men, and imitate the movements of coitus. Meanwhile, the men unfasten the manu penis strap from their girdles, with one hand, with the other imitating the action of seizing a woman, and excited by the women also go through a mock copulation. Sometimes, it is said the dancers masturbate. This takes place amid plaintive songs, interrupted from time to time by loud cries, and howls. Untrodden Fields of Anthropology, by a French armasurgeon 1898 vol. Roman 2, p. 341. Among the hill tribes of the central Indian hills may be traced a desire to secure communion with the spirit of fertility embodied in vegetation. This appears, for instance, in a treatise which is carried out on a date associated not only with the growths of the crops or with harvest, but also with the seasonal period for marriage and the annual Saturnalia. W. Crook, The Hill Tribes Journal of the Anthropological Institute, New Series, Vol. I 1899 p. 243. The association of dancing with seasonal ritual festivals of a generative character, of which the above is a fairly typical instance, leads us to another aspect of these phenomena, on which I have elsewhere touched in these studies. Vol. I, when discussing the phenomena of periodicity. The Tahitians, when first discovered by Europeans, appear to have been highly civilized on the sexual side, and very licentious, yet even at Tahiti, when visited by Cook, the strict primitive relationship between dancing and courtship still remained traceable. Cook found a dance called timorodi, which is performed by young girls, whenever 8 or 10 of them can be collected together, consisting of motions and gestures beyond imagination, wanton in the practice of which they are brought up from their earliest childhood, accompanied by words which, if it were possible, would more explicitly convey the same ideas. But the practice which is allowed to the virgin is prohibited to the woman from the moment that she has put these hopeful lessons in practice and realized the symbols of the dance. He added, however, that among the specially privileged class of the Arioi, these limitations were not observed, for he had heard that this dance was sometimes performed by them as a preliminary to sexual intercourse. Hawkesworth, An Account of the Voyages, etc. 1775, Vol. Roman 2 p. 54. Among the Marquesans, at the marriage of a woman, even of high rank, she lies with her head at the bridegroom's knees, and all the male guests come in single file, singing and dancing. Those of lower class first, and the great chiefs last, and have connection with the woman. There are often a very large number of guests, and the bride is sometimes so exhausted at the end that she has to spend several days in bed. Tautin Etude sur le mariage chez les Polynesians, L. Anthropology, November-December 1895 p. 642. The interesting point for us here is that singing and dancing are still regarded as a preliminary to a sexual act. It has been noted that in sexual matters, the Polynesians, when first discovered by Europeans, had largely gone beyond the primitive stage, and that this applies also to some of their dances. Thus, the hula hula dance, while primitive in origin, may probably be compared more to a civilized than to a primitive dance, since it has become divorced from real life in the same way. While the sexual pantomime dance of the Azimba girls of Central Africa has a direct and recognized relationship to the demands of real life, the somewhat allied dances du ventre of the Hamitic peoples of Northern Africa are merely an amusement, a play more or less based on the sexual instinct. At the same time, it is important to bear in mind that there is no rigid distinction between dances that are and those that are not primitive, as Haddon truly points out in a book containing valuable detailed descriptions of dances. Even among savages, dances are so developed that it is difficult to trace their origin, and at Torres Straits he remarks there are certainly play or secular dances for pure amusement without any ulterior design. A Roman 100 Haddon Head Hunters p. 233, when we remember that dancing had probably become highly developed long before man appeared on the earth. This difficulty in determining the precise origin of human dancing cannot cause surprise. Spix and Martius described how the Muras of Brazil by moonlight would engage all night in a bacchantic dance, in a great circle, hand in hand, the men on one side, the women on the other, shouting out all the time, "The men who will marry me, the women, you are a beautiful devil. All women will marry you." Spix and Martius rise. In Brazilian 1830, 1 vol. Roman 3 p. 1117. They also described in detail the dance of the Brazilian puris performed in a state of complete nakedness. The men in a row, the women in another row behind them, they danced backward and forward, stamping and singing at first in a slow and melancholy style, but gradually with increasing vigor and excitement. Then the women began to rotate the pelvis backward and forward, and the men to thrust their bodies forward, the dance becoming a pantomimic representation of sexual intercourse. Ibid Vol. I 1823 pp 37-35. Among the appanages of Brazil, also the women stand in a row almost motionless, while the men dance and leap in front of them, both men and women at the same time singing Buscalione Rise, zu den Appanages Zeitschrift, für Ethnologie 1899, HT 6 p 650. Among the Gilas of New Mexico, when a young man sees a girl whom he desires for a wife, he first endeavors to gain the goodwill of the parents. This accomplished, he proceeds to serenade his ladylove, and will often sit for hours day after day near her home playing on his flute. Should the girl not appear, it is a sign she rejects him, but if on the other hand she comes out to meet him, he knows that his suit is accepted, and he takes her to his home. No marriage ceremony is performed. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific Vol. IP 549. Among the Minnetarees, a singular night dance is, it is said, sometimes held. During this amusement, an opportunity is given to the squaws to select their favorites. A squaw, as she dances, will advance to a person with whom she is captivated either for his personal attractions or for his renown in arms. She taps him on the shoulder and immediately runs out of the lodge and betakes herself to the bushes, followed by the favorite. But if it should happen that he has a particular preference for another from whom he expects the same favor, or if he is restrained by a vow, or is already satiated with indulgence, he politely declines her offer by placing his hand in her bosom, on which they return to the assembly and rejoin the dance. It is worthy of remark that in the language of the Omahas, the word watch applies equally to the amusement of dancing and to sexual intercourse. Sh. Long Expedition to the Rocky Mountains, 1823 Vol. IP 337. At a Kaffir marriage, singing and dancing last until midnight. Each party, the brides and the bridegrooms, dances in front of the other, but they do not mingle together. As the evening advances, the spirits and passions of all become greatly excited, and the power of song, the display of muscular action, and the gesticulations of the dancers and leapers are something extraordinary. The manner in which, at certain times, one man or woman more excited than the rest bounds from the ranks, leaps into the air, bounces forward, and darts backward, beggars all description. These violent exercises usually close about midnight, when each party retires. Generally, each man selects a paramour, and indulging in sexual gratification, spends the remainder of the night. W. Roman 100 Holden, The Kaffir Race, 1866 p. 192. At the initiation of Kaffir boys into manhood as described by Holden, they were circumcised cattle, are then slaughtered by the parents, and the boys are plentifully supplied with flesh meat. A good deal of dancing also ensues at this stage of the proceedings. The Ukachila consists in attiring themselves with the leaves of the wild date in the most fantastic manner. Thus attired, they visit each of the kraals, to which they belong in rotation for the purpose of dancing. These dances are the most licentious which can be imagined. The women act a prominent part in them, and endeavor to excite the passions of the novices by performing all sorts of obscene gesticulations. As soon as the soreness occasioned by the act of circumcision is healed, the boys are as it were let loose upon society, and exempted from nearly all the restraints of law, so that should they even steal and slaughter their neighbors' cattle, they would not be punished, and they have the special privilege of seizing by force, if force be necessary, every unmarried woman they choose for the purpose of gratifying their passions. Similar festivals take place at the initiation of girls. W. Roman 100 Holden, The Kaffir Race, 1866, p. 185. The Rev. J. MacDonald has described the ceremonies and customs attending and following the initiation rites of a young girl on her first menstruation among the Zulus between the Tugela and Delagoa Bay. At this time, the girl is called an intanjane. A beast is killed as a thank-offering to the ancestral spirits. High revel is held for several days, and dancing and music take place every night till those engaged in it are all exhausted or daylight arrives after a few days. And when dancing has been discontinued, young men and girls congregate in the outer apartment of the hut and begin singing, clapping their hands, and making a grunting noise to show their joy. At nightfall, most of the young girls, who were the Intanjan's attendants, leave for their own homes for the night to return the following morning. Thereafter the young men and girls who gathered into the hut in the afternoon separate into pairs and sleep together in puris naturalibus, for that is strictly ordained by custom. Sexual intercourse is not allowed, but what is known as mecha or eukumecha is the sole purpose of the novel arrangement. Eukumecha may be defined as partial intercourse. Every man who sleeps thus with a girl has to send to the father of the Intanjane an assegai should he have formed an attachment for his partner of the night and wish to pay her his addresses. He sends 2 assegais, Rev. J. MacDonald Manners, etc., of South African Tribes, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Vol. Roman 20, November, 1890 p. 117. Goncourt reports the account given him by a French officer from Senegal of the dances of the women, a dance which is a gentle oscillation of the body, with gradually increasing excitement from time to time, a woman darting forward from the group to stand in front of her lover, contorting herself as though in a passionate embrace, and on passing her hand between her thighs, showing it covered with the moisture of amorous enjoyment. Journal Vol. Roman 9 p. 79. The dance here referred to is probably the Bambula dance of the Wolofs, a spring festival, which has been described by Pierre Lodi in his Roman Dun Spahi, and concerning which various details are furnished by a French armasurgeon, acquainted with Senegal in his untrodden fields of anthropology. The dance, as described by the latter, takes place at night, during full moon, the dancers male and female beginning timidly, but as the beat of the tam-tams and the encouraging cries of the spectators become louder, the dance becomes more furious. The native name of the dance is Anne-Malie's fable The Dance of the Treading Drake. The dancer in his movements imitates the copulation of the great Indian duck. This drake has a member of a corkscrew shape, and a peculiar movement is required to introduce it into the duck. The woman tucks up her clothes and convulsively agitates the lower part of her body. She alternately shows her partner her vulva and hides it from him by a regular movement backward and forward of the body. Untrodden Fields of Anthropology, Paris, 1898, Vol. Roman 2, p. 112. Among the gurus of the Ivory Coast Gulf of Guinea, Iseric observes dancing is usually carried on at night, and more especially by the men, and on certain occasions women must not appear, for if they assisted at fetichistic dances, they would die under other circumstances. Men and women dance together with ardor, not forming couples, but often vis-a-vis. Their movements are lascivious. Even the dances following a funeral tend to become sexual in character. At the end of the rites attending the funeral of a chief's son, the entire population began to dance with ever-growing ardor. There was nothing ritualistic or sad in these contortions, which took on the character of a lascivious dance. Men and women, boys and girls, young and old, sought to rival each other in suppleness, and the festival became joyous and general, as if in celebration of a marriage or a victory. Iseric, La Côte d'Ivoire, Nouvelles Archives des Missions Scientifiques, tome, Roman 9, 1890 pp. 24149. Mrs. French Sheldon has described the marriage rites she observed at Taveta in East Africa. During this time, the young people dance and carouse, and make themselves generally merry and promiscuously drunk, carrying the excess of their dissipation to such an extent that they dance until they fall down in a species of epileptic fit. It is the privilege of the bridegroom's 4 groomsmen to enjoy the bride first, and she is then handed over to her legitimate husband. This people, both men and women, are great dancers and merrymakers. The young fellows will collect in groups and dance, as though in competition. One with the other. One lad will dash out from the circle of his companions, rush into the middle of a circumscribed space, and scream out, "Wow, wow!" Another follows him and screams, then a third does the same. These men will dance with their knees almost rigid, jumping into the air, until their excitement becomes very great, and their energy almost spasmodic, leaving the ground frequently 3 feet. Spring into the air at some of their festivals. Their dancing is carried to such an extent that I have seen a young fellow's muscles quiver from head to foot, and his jaws tremble without any apparent ability on his part to control them, until foaming at the mouth, and with his eyes rolling, he falls in a paroxysm upon the ground to be carried off by his companions. The writer adds significantly that this dancing would seem to emanate from a species of voluptuousness. Mrs. French Sheldon, Customs among the Natives of East Africa, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, Vol. Roman 21, May 1892, pp. 36,667. It may be added that among the Suaheli dances are intimately associated with weddings, the Suaheli dances have been minutely described by Velton Sitten und Gebruch der Suaheli pp. 144,175, among the Akamba of British East Africa, also according to H. R. Tate Journal of the Anthropological Institute, June 1904 p. 130. 7. The dances are followed by connection between the young men and girls approved of by the parents. The dances of the Faroe Islanders have been described by Raymond Pillet Rapport sur une mission en Island, et aux les Faroe Nouvelles Archives des Missions Scientifiques tome, Roman 7 1897 p. 280. 5. These dances, which are entirely decorous, include poetry, music, and much mimicry, especially of battle. They sometimes last for 2 consecutive days and nights. The dance is simply a permitted and discreet method by which the young men may court the young girls. The islander enters the circle and places himself beside the girl to whom he desires to show his affection. If he meets with her approval, she stays and continues to dance at his side. If not, she leaves the circle and appears later at another spot. Peter Uzi etc. del Popolo Siciliano, Vol. Roman 2 p. 24, as quoted in Maros Puberta, states that in Sicily, the youth who wishes to marry seeks to give some public proof of his valor, and to show himself off in Chiramont in evidence of his virile force. He bears in procession the standard of some confraternity, a high and richly adorned standard, which makes its staff bend to a semicircle of such enormous weight that the bearer must walk in a painfully bent position, his head thrown back, and his feet forward on reaching the house of his betrothed. He makes proof of his boldness and skill in wielding this extremely heavy standard, which at this moment seems a plaything in his hands, but may yet prove fatal to him through injury to the loins or other parts. This same tendency, which we find in so highly developed a degree among animals and primitive human peoples, is also universal among the children of even the most civilized human races, although in a less organized and more confused way. It manifests itself as showing off. Sanford Bell, in his study of the emotion of love in children, finds that showing off is an essential element in the love of children, in what he terms the second stage from the 8th to the 12th year in girls, and the 14th in boys. It constitutes one of the chief numbers in the boys' repertory of love charms, and is not totally absent from the girls. It is a most common sight to see the boys taxing their resources in devising means of exposing their own excellencies, and often doing the most ridiculous and extravagant things: running, jumping, dancing, prancing, sparring, wrestling, turning handsprings, somersaults, climbing, walking fences, swinging, giving yodels and yells, whistling, imitating the movements of animals, taking people off, courting danger, affecting courage, are some of its common forms. This showing off in the boy lover is the forerunner of the skillful, purposive, and elaborate means of self-exhibition in the adult male, and the charming coquetry in the adult female in their love relations. Sanford Bell, The Emotion of Love Between the Sexes, American Journal Psychology, July 1902, cf. Showing Off and Bashfulness Pedagogical Seminary, June 1903. If in the light of the previous discussion, we examine such facts as those here collected, we may easily trace throughout the perpetual operations of the same instinct. It is everywhere the instinctive object of the male, who is very rarely passive in the process of courtship, to assure by his activity in display his energy or skill or beauty. Both his own passion and the passion of the female throughout nature. Sexual conjugation only takes place after much expenditure of energy. We are deceived by what we see among highly fed domesticated animals, and among the lazy classes of human society, whose sexual instincts are at once both unnaturally stimulated and unnaturally repressed, when we imagine that the instinct of detumescence is normally ever craving to be satisfied, and that throughout nature it can always be set off at a touch. Whenever the stimulus is applied so far from the instinct of tumescence naturally needing to be crushed, it needs, on the contrary, in either sex to be submitted to the most elaborate and prolonged processes in order to bring about those conditions which detumescence relieves. A state of tumescence is not normally constant, and tumescence must be obtained before detumescence is possible. The whole object of courtship, of the mutual approximation and caresses of two persons of the opposite sex, is to create the state of sexual tumescence. It will be seen that the most usual method of attaining tumescentia, method found among the most various kinds of animals, from insects and birds to manis, some form of the dance among the Negritos of the Philippines, dancing, is described by a B. Mayer as jumping in a circle around a girl and stamping with the feet as we have seen such a dance, is essentially a form of courtship that is widespread among animals. The true cakewalk, again Stanley Hall remarks, as seen in the South, is perhaps the purest expression of this impulse to courtship antics seen in man. Muscular movement, of which the dance is the highest and most complex expression, is undoubtedly a method of auto-intoxication of the very greatest potency. All energetic movement, indeed, tends to produce active congestion in its influence on the brain. Violent exercise may thus result in a state of intoxication, even resembling insanity, as Lagrange remarks. The visible effects of exercise: heightened color, bright eyes, resolute air and walk air, those of slight intoxication, and a girl who has waltzed for a quarter of an hour is in the same condition as if she had drunk champagne. Greuze regards the dance as above all an intoxicating play of movement, possessing, like other methods of intoxication and, even apart from its relationship to combat and love, the charm of being able to draw us out of our everyday life and lead us into a self-created dream world. That the dance is not only a narcotic, but also a powerful stimulant, we may clearly realize from the experiments which show that this effect is produced even by much less complex kinds of muscular movement. This has been clearly determined, for instance, by fear, in the course of a long and elaborate series of experiments dealing with the various influences that modify work as measured by Mosso's ergograph. This investigator found that muscular movement is the most efficacious of all stimulants in increasing muscular power. It is easy to trace these pleasurable effects of combined narcotic and stimulant motion in everyday life, and it is unnecessary to enumerate its manifestations. Dancing is so powerful an agent on the organism, as Sergey truly remarks, less emotions, p. 288, because its excitation is general, because it touches every vital organ. The higher centers, no longer dominating primitive dancing, differs very widely from that civilized kind of dancing, finding its extreme type in the balatin, which energy is concentrated into the muscles below the knee. In the finest kinds of primitive dancing, all the limbs, the whole body, take part. For instance, the Marquesan girls, Herman Melville, remarked, in type dance all over, as it were not only do their feet dance, but their arms, hands, fingers, say their very eyes, seem to dance in their heads. In good sooth, they so sway their floating forms, arch their necks, toss aloft their naked arms, and glide, and swim, and whirl, etc. If we turn to a very different people, we find this characteristic of primitive dancing admirably illustrated by the missionary Holden. In the case of Kaffir dances, so far as I have observed, he states the perfection of the art or science consists in their being able to put every part of the body into motion at the same time, and as they are naked, the bystander has a good opportunity of observing the whole process, which presents a remarkably odd and grotesque appearance. Head, the trunk, the arms, the legs, the hands, the feet, bones, muscles, sinew, skin, scalp, and hair, each and all in motion at the same time, with feathers waving, tails of monkeys and wild beasts dangling, and shields beating, accompanied with whistling, shouting, and leaping. It would appear as though the whole frame was hung on springing wires or cords. Dances are held in high repute, being the natural expression of joyous emotion, or creating it when absent. There is perhaps no exercise in greater accordance with the sentiments or feelings of a barbarous people, or more fully calculated to gratify their wild and ungoverned passions. W. Roman 100 Holden. The Kaffir Race, 1866, p. 274. Dancing, as the highest and most complex form of muscular movement, is the most potent method of obtaining the organic excitement muscular movement yields. And thus we understand how, from the earliest zoological ages, it has been brought to the service of the sexual instinct as a mode of attaining tumescence. Among savages, this use of dancing works harmoniously with the various other uses which dancing possesses in primitive times, and which cause it to occupy so large and vital a part in savage life that it may possibly even affect the organism to such an extent as to mold the bones, so that some authorities have associated platycnemia with dancing. As civilization advances, the other uses of dancing fall away, but it still remains a sexual stimulant. Burton, in his Anatomy of Melancholy, brings forward a number of quotations from old authors showing that dancing is an incitement to love. The Catholic theologians, Debrin Michaelogy, pp. 190,199, for the most part condemn dancing with much severity in Protestant Germany. Also, it is held that dance meetings and musical gatherings are frequent occasions of unchastity. Thus, in the Leipzig district, when a girl is asked, "How did you fall?" she nearly always replies, at the Dance die Geschlechtlich Sittlich Verhältnis, im Deutschen Reich Vol. IP 196, it leads. Quite as often and no doubt oftener to marriage. Rousseau defended it on this account. Nouvelle Hellas BK Roman for letter X dancing, is he held an admirable preliminary to courtship, and the best way for young people to reveal themselves to each other in their grace, and decorum their qualities and defects, while its publicity is its safeguard. An international congress of dancing masters was held at Barcelona in 1907. In connection with this congress, Juradet, president of the International Academy of Dancing Masters, issued an inquiry to over 3,000 teachers of dancing throughout the world in order to ascertain the frequency with which dancing led to marriage of over 1 million pupils of dancing, either married or engaged to be married. It was found that in most countries more than 50% met their conjugal partners at dances. The smallest proportion was in Norway with only 39%, and the highest Germany with 97% intermediate, are France 83%, America 80%, Italy 70%, Spain 68%, Holland, Bulgaria, and England 65%, Australia, and Romania 60%, etc. Of the teachers themselves, 92% met their partners at dances, quoted from the Figaro in Bablet Sexualreform to Geschlecht und Gesellschaft, 1907 p. 175. In civilization, however, dancing is not only an incitement to love and a preliminary to courtship, but it is often a substitute for the normal gratification of the sexual instinct, procuring something of the pleasure and relief of gratified love in occasional abnormal cases. This may be consciously realized. Thus Sager, who regards the joy of dancing as a manifestation of muscular eroticism, gives the case of a married hysterical woman of 21 with genital anesthesia, but otherwise strongly developed skin eroticism, who was a passionate dancer. I often felt as though I was giving myself to my partner in dancing, she said, and was actually having coitus with him. I have the feeling that in me dancing takes the place of coitus. Normally something of the same feeling is experienced by many young women who will expend a prodigious amount of energy in dancing, thus procuring not fatigue, but happiness and relief. It is significant that after sexual relations have begun, girls generally lose much of their ardor in dancing. Even our modern dances, it is worthy of note, are often of sexual origin. Thus the most typical of all, the waltz, was originally, as Schaller, quoted by Greuze, states, the close of a complicated dance, which represented the romance of love, the seeking, and the fleeing, the playful sulking and shunning, and finally the jubilation of the wedding. Not only is movement itself a source of tumescence, but even the spectacle of movement tends to produce the same effect. The pleasure of witnessing movement, as represented by its stimulating effect on the muscular system for states of well-being, are accompanied by an increase of power. Has been found susceptible of exact measurement by Fear. He has shown that to watch a colored disc, when in motion, produced stronger muscular contractions, as measured by the dynamometer, than to watch the same disc when motionless, even in the absence of color. A similar influence of movement was noted, and watching a modified metronome produced a greater increase of work with the ergograph than when working to the rhythm of the metronome without watching it. This psychological fact has been independently discovered by advertisers who seek to impress the value of their wares on the public by the device of announcing them by moving colored lights. The pleasure given by the ballet largely depends on the same fact. Not only is dancing an excitation, but the spectacle of dancing is itself exciting, and even among savages, dances have a public which becomes almost as passionately excited as the dancers themselves. It is in virtue of this effect of dancing and similar movements that we so frequently find both among the lower animals and savage man that to obtain tumescence in both sexes it is sufficient for one sex alone, usually the male, to take the active part. This point attracted the attention of Kulischer many years ago, and he showed how the dances of the men among savages excite the women who watch them intently though unobtrusively, and are thus influenced in choosing their lovers. He was probably the first to insist that in man sexual selection has taken place mainly through the agency of dances, games, and festivals. It is now clear, therefore, why the evacuation theory of the sexual impulse must necessarily be partial and inadequate. It leaves out of account the whole of the phenomena connected with tumescence, and those phenomena constitute the most prolonged, the most important, the most significant stage of the sexual process. It is during tumescence that the whole psychology of the sexual impulse is built up. It is as an incident arising during tumescence and influencing its course, that we must probably regard nearly every sexual aberration it is with the second stage of the sexual process, when the instinct of detumescence arises, that the analogy of evacuation can alone be called in even here. That analogy, though real, is not complete, the nervous element involved in detumescence being out of all proportion to the extent of the evacuation. The typical act of evacuation, however, is a nervous process, and when we bear this in mind, we may see whatever truth the evacuation theory possesses. Boney's classes the sexual impulse with the needs of activity, but under this head, he coordinates it with the need of urination, that is to say that both alike are nervous explosions. Micturition, like detumescence, is a convulsive act, and like detumescence, also it is certainly connected with cerebral processes. Thus in epilepsy, the passage of urine, which may occur as in a girl, described by Gowers, with minor attacks during which it was emitted consciously, but involuntarily, is really a part of the process. There appears indeed to be a special and intimate connection between the explosion of sexual detumescence and the explosive energy of the bladder, so that they may reinforce each other, and to a limited extent act vicariously in relieving each other's tension. It is noteworthy that nocturnal and diurnal incontinence of urine, as well as stammering of the bladder, are all specially liable to begin or to cease at puberty in men, and even infants' distension of the bladder favors tumescence by producing venous congestion, though at the same time it acts as a physical hindrance to sexual detumescence, in women probably not from pressure alone, but from reflex nervous action. A full bladder increases both sexual excitement and pleasure, and I have been informed by several women that they have independently discovered this fact for themselves and acted in accordance with it. Conversely, sexual excitement increases the explosive force of the bladder, the desire to urinate is aroused, and in women, the sexual orgasm, when very acute and occurring with a full bladder, is occasionally accompanied, alike in savage and civilized life, by an involuntary and sometimes full and forcible expulsion of urine. The desire to urinate may possibly be, as has been said, the normal accompaniment of sexual excitement in women, just as it is said to be in mares, so that the Arabs judge that the mare is ready for the stallion when she urinates immediately on hearing him. Nay, the association may even form the basis of sexual obsessions. I have elsewhere shown that of all the influences which increase the expulsive force of the bladder, sexual excitement is the most powerful. It may also have a reverse influence and inhibit contraction of the bladder, sometimes in association with shyness, but also independently of shyness. There is also reason to suppose that the nervous energy expended in an explosion of the tension of the sexual organs may sometimes relieve the bladder. It is well recognized that a full bladder is a factor in producing sexual emissions. During sleep, the explosive energy of the bladder being inhibited and passing over into the sexual sphere. Conversely, it appears that explosion of the bladder relieves sexual tension. An explosion of the nervous centers connected with the contraction of the bladder will relieve nervous tension. Generally, there are forms of epilepsy in which the act of urination constitutes the climax, and Gowers, in dealing with minor epilepsy, emphasizes the frequency of micturition, which may occur with spasmodic energy when there is only the slightest general stiffness, especially in women. He adds the significant remark that it sometimes seems to relieve the cerebral tension, and gives the case of a girl in whom the aura consisted mainly of a desire to urinate. If she could satisfy this, the fit was arrested; if not, she lost consciousness, and a severe fit followed. If micturition may thus relieve nervous tension, generally, it is not surprising that it should relieve the tension of the centers, with which it is most intimately connected. Siriu records the case of a girl of 12, possessed by an impulse to masturbation, which she was unable to control, although anxious to conquer it, who only found relief in the act of urination. This soothed her, and to some extent satisfied the sexual excitement. When the impulse to masturbate was restrained, the impulse to urinate became imperative. She would rise 4 or 5 times in the night for this purpose, and even urinate in bed or in her clothes, to obtain the desired sexual relief. I am acquainted with a lady who had a similar but less intense experience during childhood. Sometimes, especially in children, the act of urination becomes an act of gratification at the climax of sexual pleasure, the imitative symbol of detumescence. Thus Schulze-Malkowski describes a little girl of 7 who would bribe her girl companions with little presents to play the part of horses on all fours, while she would ride on their necks with naked thighs, in order to obtain the pleasurable sensation of close contact with one special friend. She would ride facing backward and leaning forward to embrace her body impulsively, and at the same time pressing the neck closely between her thighs, would urinate fear, has recorded the interesting case of a man who, having all his life after puberty been subject to monthly attacks of sexual excitement after the age of 45, completely lost the liability to these manifestations, but found himself subject in place of them to monthly attacks of frequent and copious urination, accompanied by sexual daydreams, but by no genital excitement. Such a case admirably illustrates the compensatory relation of sexual and vesical excitation. This mutual interaction is easily comprehensible when we recall the very close nervous connection which exists between the mechanisms of the sexual organs and the bladder. Nor are such relationships found to be confined to these two centers in a lesser degree. The more remote explosive centers are also affected. All motor influences may spread to related muscles. The convulsion of laughter, for instance, seems to be often in relation with the sexual center. And Greuze has suggested that the laughter, which especially in the sexually minded often follows allusions to the genital sphere, is merely an effort to dispel nascent sexual excitement by liberating an explosion of nervous energy in another direction. Nervous discharges tend to spread or to act vicariously because the motor centers are more or less connected. Of all the physiological motor explosions, the sexual orgasm or detumescence is the most massive, powerful, and overwhelming. So volcanic is it that to the ancient Greek philosophers, it seemed to be a minor kind of epilepsy. The relief of detumescence is not merely the relief of an evacuation, it is the discharge by the most powerful apparatus for nervous explosion in the body of the energy accumulated and stored up in the slow process of tumescence, and that discharge reverberates through all the nervous centers in the organism. The sophist of Abdera said that coitus is a slight fit of epilepsy, judging it to be an incurable disease. Clement of Alexandria Pedagogus BK Roman 2 chapter 10, and Cleus Aurelianus, one of the chief physicians of antiquity, said that coitus is a brief epilepsy. Fear has pointed out that both these forms of nervous storm are sometimes accompanied by similar phenomena, by subjective sensations of sight or smell, for example, and that the two kinds of discharge may even be combined. Fear les epileptiques pp. 28384. Also, Exes Venerians, et epilepsie comtes rendiste, La Société de Biologie, April 3, 1897, and the same author's Instinct Sexual, pp. 209-221, and his Priapisme épileptique la médecine moderne, February 4, 1899. The epileptic convulsion in some cases involves the sexual mechanism, and it is noteworthy that epilepsy tends to appear at puberty in modern times. Even so great a physician as Boerhaave said that coitus is a true epilepsy, and more recently Raubad, Hammond, and Kowalski have emphasized the resemblance between coitus and epilepsy, though without identifying the two states. Some authorities have considered that coitus is a cause of epilepsy, but this is denied by Christian Strumpel and Lowenfeld. Sexuelleben, Unnervenladen 1899 p. 68. Fear has recorded the case of a youth in whom the adoption of the practice of masturbation several times a day was followed by epileptic attacks, which ceased when masturbation was abandoned. Fear Comtes Rendus de la Société de Biologie, April 3, 1897. It seems unprofitable at present to attempt any more fundamental analysis of the sexual impulse. Bonis, in the work already quoted vaguely, suggests that we ought possibly to connect the sexual excitation, which leads the male to seek the female, with chemical action, either exercised directly on the protoplasm of the organism or indirectly by the intermediary of the nervous system, and especially by smell in the higher animals. Clevenger, Spitzke-Kiernan, and others have also regarded the sexual impulse as protoplasmic hunger, tracing it back to the presexual times when one protozoal form absorbed another. In the same way, Joanny, Roux, insisting that the sexual need is a need of the whole organism, and that we love with the whole of our body, compares the sexual instinct to hunger, and distinguishes between sexual hunger, affecting the whole system, and sexual appetite as a more localized desire. He concludes that the sexual need is an aspect of the nutritive need, useful, as these views are as a protest against too crude and narrow a conception of the part played by the sexual impulse, they carry us into a speculative region where proof is difficult. We are now, however, at all events, in a better position to define the contents of the sexual impulse. We see that there are certainly, as Moll has indicated, two constituents in that impulse. But instead of being unrelated or only distantly related, we see that they are really so intimately connected as to form two distinct stages in the same process. A first stage in which usually, under the parallel influence of internal and external stimuli, images, desires, and ideals grow up within the mind, while the organism generally is charged with energy, and the sexual apparatus congested with blood, and a second stage in which the sexual apparatus is discharged amid profound sexual excitement followed by deep organic relief. By the first process is constituted the tension which the second process relieves. It seems best to call the first impulse the process of tumescence, the second the process of detumescence. The first, taking on usually a more active form in the male, has the double object of bringing the male himself into the condition in which discharge becomes imperative, and at the same time arousing in the female a similar ardent state of emotional excitement and sexual turgescence. The second process has the object directly of discharging the tension, thus produced, and indirectly of affecting the act by which the race is propagated. It seems to me that this is at present the most satisfactory way in which we can attempt to define the sexual impulse. Roman 100, Lloyd Morgan, Instinct and Intelligence in Animals, Nature, February 3, 1898. Essays Liver, Roman 3, ch. Roman 53. Fear Law, Predisposition, dans l'Etiologie des Perversions Sexuelles, Revue de Médecine, 1898. In his more recent work, On the Evolution and Dissolution of the Sexual Instinct, Fear perhaps slightly modified his position by stating that the sexual appetite is above all a general need of the organism based on a sensation of fullness, a sort of need of evacuation. Elinstinct Sexual, 1899, p. 6, Lowenfeld über die Sexual Constitution, p. 30, gives a qualified acceptance to the excretory theory, as also Rolder die Zugung beim Menschen, p. 25. Goltz Zentralblatt für die Medwissenschaften, 1865, no. 19, and 1866, no. 18, also Beiträge zur Lehre von den Funktionen des Frosches, Berlin, 1869, p. 20. J. Tarchanoff zur Physiologie des Geschlechtsapparatus des Frosches, Archive für die Gesamtphysiologie, 1887, vol. Excel, p. 330. E. Steineck, Untersuchungen zur vergleichenden Physiologie der Mannlicher Geschlechtsorgane, insbesondere der accessorischen Geschlechtsdrüsen, Archive für die Gesamtphysiologie, vol. LVI, 1894, pp. 304,338. See for example Shattuck and Seligman, The Acquirement of Secondary Sexual Characters Proceedings of the Royal Society, vol. LXZI, 1904, p. 49. For facts bearing on this point, see Ginnard Art Castration, Richet's Dictionnaire de Physiologie. The general results of castration are summarized by Robert Muller in ch. Roman 7 of his Sexual Biology, also by F. H. Marshall. The Physiology of Reproduction, ch. Roman 9. See also, Epitard les Scopsi L. Anthropology, 1903, p. 463. For an ancient discussion of this point, see Schurig Spermatologia, 1720, cap Roman 910. J. J. Matignon Superstition, Crime et Misère en Chine les Eunuques du Palais Impérial de Pékin, 1901. P. Marie Eunuchisme, et Erotisme Nouvelle Iconographie de la Salpêtrière, 1906, no. 5, and Prager's Medical Jan, 26, 1907. Pedagogical Seminary, July 1897, p. 121. See, for instance, the case reported in another volume of these studies, Sexual Inversion, in which castration was performed on a sexual invert without affecting any chain. Ginnard Art Castration, Dictionnaire de Physiologie. Roman 1000a Kalman Medical, Standard, August 1895, Clara Barris American Journal of Insanity, April 1895, Macnaghten Jones British Gynecological Journal, August 1902, W. G. Bridgman Medical, Standard 1896, J. Roman 1000 Cotterill British Medical Journal, April 7, 1900. Also Private Communication, Paul F. Mund American Journal of Obstetrics, March 1899. C. Swale Vincent Internal Secretion, and the Ductless Glands, 1912 F. H. A. Marshall, The Physiology of Reproduction, 1910 ch. Roman 9 Munzer Berliner Klinische Wochenschrift, Nov 1910, Roman 100 Sagis, The Internal Secretions, Vol I 1911. The adrenal glands have been fully and interestingly studied by Glynn Quarterly. Journal of Medicine Jan 1912. The Thyroid by Ewan Waller Practitioner Aug 1912. The Internal Secretion of the Ovary by a Louise McIlroy Proceedings Royal Society Medicine, July 1912. For a discussion at the Neurology section of the British Medical Association, Meeting 1912, see British Medical Journal, Nov 16 1912. Since this was written, I have come across a passage in Hampa p. 228 by Rafael Salillas, the Spanish sociologist, which shows that the analogy has been detected by the popular mind and been embodied in popular language. A significant anatomico-physiological concordance supposes a resemblance between the mouth and the sexual organs of a woman, between coitus and the ingestion of food, and between foods, which do not require mastication, and the spermatic ejaculation. These representations find expression in the popular name papo given to women's genital organs. Papo is the crop of birds, and is derived from papar, Latin papere, to eat soft food, such as we call pap. With this representation of infantile food is connected the term lech milk as applied to the ejaculated genital fluid cleland. It may be added in the most remarkable of English erotic novels, The Memoirs of Fanny Hill, refers to the compressive suction with which the sensitive mechanism of that part, the vagina, thirstily draws and drains the nipple of love, and proceeds to compare it to the action of the child at the breast. It appears that in some parts of the animal world at least, there is a real analogy of formation between the oral and vaginal ends of the trunk. This is notably the case in some insects, and the point has been elaborately discussed by Walter Wesch, the genitalia of both the sexes in Diptera, and their relation to the armature of the mouth. Transactions of the Linnean Society 2nd Series, Vol Roman 9 Zoology, 1906. Nacke now expresses himself very dubiously on the point. See for example Archive für Criminal Anthropology, 1905 p. 186. Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis, Berlin 180, 9798. Moll adopts the term impulse of detumescence instead of impulse of ejaculation, because in women, there is either no ejaculation, or it cannot be regarded as essential. I quote from the second edition, as issued in 1881. This is the theory which by many has alone been seen in Darwin's Descent of Man. Thus even his friend Wallace states unconditionally tropical nature p. 193, that Darwin accepted a voluntary or conscious sexual selection, and seems to repeat the same statement in Darwinism, 1889 p. 283. Lloyd Morgan, in his discussion of the pairing instinct in Habit and Instinct 1896, seems also only to see this side of Darwin's statement. In his variation of animals and plants under domestication, Darwin was puzzled by the fact that in captivity animals often copulate without conceiving, and failed to connect that fact with the processes behind his own theory of sexual selection. Boney's Sensations Interns, Ch. V. Besoin's Sexuals, 1889. It may be noted that many years earlier Burdach in his Physiologie als Erfahrungswissenschaft, 1826, had recognized that the activity of the male favored procreation, and that mental and physical excitement seemed to have the same effect in the female also. It is scarcely necessary to point out that this is too extreme a position, as J. G. Millay remarks of Duck's Natural History of British Ducks p. 45. In courtship success, in winning the admiration of the female, is rather a matter of persistent and active attention than physical force. Though the males occasionally fight over the female, the rough Machetes pugnax is a pugnacious bird. As his name indicates, yet the reeve, the female of this species, is, as E. Sellis shows, sexual selection in Birds Zoologist Feb. and May 1907 completely. Mistress of the situation, she seems the plain and unconcerned little mistress of a numerous and handsome seraglio, each member of which, however he flounce and bounce, can only wait to be chosen. Any fighting among the males is only incidental, and is not a factor in selection. Moreover, as R. Muller points out, Locke Sit p. 290, fighting would not usually attain the end desired, for if the males expend their time and strength in a serious combat, they merely afford a third less pugnacious male a better opportunity of running off with the prize. Roman 50 Tillier L. Instinct Sexual 1889 pp. 74, 118, 119, 124, et sec. 289. K. Grus die Spiel der Thier 1896, Die Spiel der Menschen 1899, both are translated into English. Prof. H. E. Ziegler in a private letter to Professor Grus Spiel der Thier p. 202. Die Spiel der Thier p. 244. This had been briefly pointed out by earlier writers, thus Haeckel Gen. Morph Roman 2 p. 244, remarked that fighting for females is a special or modified kind of struggle for existence, and that it acts on both sexes. It may be added that in the human species, as Bray remarks Le Beau dans La Nature Revue Philosophique, October 1901 p. 403, the hymen would seem to tend to the same end, as if nature had wished to reinforce by a natural obstacle the moral restraint of modesty, so that only the vigorous male could ensure his reproduction. There can be no doubt that among many animals pairing is delayed so far as possible. Until maturity is reached, it is a strict rule amongst birds, remarks J. G. Millet op. Cit. p. 46, that they do not breed until both sexes have attained the perfect adult plumage. Until that happens, it seems probable the conditions for sexual excitation are not fully established. We know little, says Howard Zoologist, 1903 p. 407, of the age at which birds begin to breed. But it is known that there are yearly great numbers of individuals who do not breed, and the evidence seems to show that such individuals are immature. Amaro La Pubert 1901 p. 464. Lloyd Morgan Animal Behavior 1900 pp 2645. It may be added that on the aesthetic side Hearn in his study, The Origins of Art 1900, reaches conclusions which likewise in the main concurred with those of Grus. It may be noted that the marriage ceremony itself is often of the nature of a courtship, a symbolic courtship embodying a method of attaining tumescence. As Crawley, who has brought out this point, puts it, marriage rites of union are essentially identical with love charms, and he refers in illustration to the custom of the Australian Arantu, among whom the man or woman, by making music on the bullroarer, compels a person of the opposite sex to court him or her, the marriage being thus completed. E. Crawley, The Mystic Rose p. 318. The more carefully animals are observed, the more often this is found to be the case even with respect to species, which possess no obvious and elaborate process for obtaining tumescence. See, for instance, the detailed and very instructive accountu, long to quote here given, by E. Ellis of the preliminaries, to intercourse practiced by a pair of great crested grebes, while nest-building intercourse only took place with much difficulty. After many fruitless invitations, more usually given by the female observational diary of the habits of the great crested grebe zoologist September 1901, it is exactly the same with savages. The observation of Foley Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie de Paris, November 6, 1879, that in savages sexual erethism is very difficult is of great significance, and certainly in accordance with the facts. This difficulty of erethism is the real cause of many savage practices, which to the civilized person often seem perverse. The women of the Caroline Islands, for instance, as described by Finch, require the tongue, or even the teeth, to be applied to the clitoris, or a great ant, to be applied to bite the parts in order to stimulate orgasm. Westermarck, after quoting a remark of mariners concerning the women of Tongate, must not be supposed that these women are always easily won. The greatest attentions and the most fervent solicitations are sometimes requisite, even though there be no other lover in the Wayeds, that these words hold true for a great many, not to say all savage and barbarous races now existing. Human marriage p. 163. The old notions, however, as to the sexual licentiousness of peoples living in natural conditions have scarcely yet disappeared. See Appendix A. The sexual instinct in savages. In men, a certain degree of tumescence is essential before coitus can be effected at all. In women, though tumescence is not essential to coitus, it is essential to orgasm and the accompanying physical and psychic relief. The preference which women often experience for prolonged coitus is not, as might possibly be imagined, due to sensuality, but has a profound physiological basis. Stanley Hall, Adolescence, Vol. IP 223. See Lagrange's Physiology of Bodily Exercise, especially Chapter Roman 2. It is a significant fact that, as Sergi remarks, Les Emotions p. 330, the physiological results of dancing are identical with the physiological results of pleasure. Grus Spiel der Menschen p. 112, Zmigrodzki die Mutter bei den Volkern, des Erotian Stams, p. 414. Et seq. has an interesting passage describing the dance, especially the Russian dancing, its orgiastic aspects. Fear l'influence sur le travail volontaire d'un muscle de l'activite, Daughter's Muscles, Nouvelles Iconographies de la Salpêtrière, 1901. The Sensation of Motion Klein, remarks the Migratory Impulse American Journal of Psychology, October 1898, p. 62, as yet but little studied from a pleasure-repping standpoint, is undoubtedly a pleasure-regiving sensation. For Aristippus, the end of life is pleasure, which he defines as gentle motion. Motherhood long ago discovered its virtue, as furnished by the cradle galloping to town on the parental knee, is a pleasing pastime in every nursery. The several varieties of swings, the hammock, seesaw, flying jenny, merry-go-round, shooting the chutes, sailing, coasting, rowing, and skating, together with the fondness of children for rotating rapidly in one spot until dizzy, and for jumping from high places, are all devices and sports for stimulating the sense of motion. In most of these modes of motion, the body is passive or semi-passive, save in such motions as skating and rotating on the feet. The passiveness of the body precludes any important contribution of stimuli from kinesthetic sources. The stimuli are probably furnished, as Dr. Hall and others have suggested, by a redistribution of fluid pressure due to the unusual motions and positions of the body to the inner walls of the several vascular systems of the body. Anatomy of Melancholy, Part 3, Sect Roman 2, Mem Roman 2, Subs Roman 442. Sagerhout Schleimhaut und Muskulerotic Jawbuch, für psychoanalytische Forschungen, BD Roman 3 1912, p. 556. Maro Puberta p. 367. Et seq. has some observations on this point. It was an insight into this action of dancing which led the Spanish clergy of the 18th century to encourage the national enthusiasm for dancing, as Baretti informs us, in the interests of morality. It is scarcely necessary to remark that a primitive dance, even when associated with courtship, is not necessarily a sexual pantomime, as Wallachek, in his comprehensive survey of primitive dances, observes. It is more usually an animal pantomime, but nonetheless connected with the sexual instinct. Separation of the sexes also being no proof to the contrary. Wallachek, Primitive Music, pp. 21113, Gross Anfang, Der Kunst, English translation, p. 228, has pointed out that the best dancer would be the best fighter and hunter, and that sexual selection and natural selection would thus work in harmony. Fir le plaisir de la vue du mouvement, Comtesse Rendus de la Société de Biologie, November 2, 1901, also Travail et Plaisir, ch. Roman 2946. Greuze repeatedly emphasizes the significance of this fact. Spiel der Menschen, pp. 819-460 et Sec. Gross Anfang, Der Kunst, p. 215, had previously made some remarks on this point. Roman 1000 Kühlischer die Geschlechtliche Zuchtwahl, bei den Menschen in der Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1876, p. 140 et seq. Sir W. R. Gower's Epilepsy, 2d ed. 1901, pp. 61, 138. Guyon Lequin's Clinique sur les maladies des voies urinaires, 3d ed. 1896, vol. Roman 2, p. 397. See for example Fear l'instinct sexuel, pp. 22223. Brantome was probably the first writer in modern times who referred to this phenomenon. McGillicuddy Functional Disorders of the Nervous System in Women, p. 110, refers to the case of a lady who always had sudden and uncontrollable expulsion of urine whenever her husband even began to perform the marital act, on which account he finally ceased intercourse with her. Kubery states that in Ponape, Western Carolines, the men are accustomed to titillate the vulva of their women with the tongue until the excitement is so intense that involuntary emission of urine takes place. This is regarded as the proper moment for intercourse. Thus Pitters and Regis Transactions of the International Medical Congress, Moscow, vol. Roman 4, p. 19, record the case of a young girl whose life was for some years tormented by a groundless fear of experiencing an irresistible desire to urinate. This obsession arose from once seeing at a theater a man whom she liked and being overcome by sexual feeling, accompanied by so strong a desire to urinate that she had to leave the theater. An exactly similar case in a young woman of erotic temperament, but prudish, has been recorded by Freud zur Neurosenlehre BD, IP 54, morbid obsessions of modesty, involving the urinary sphere and appearing at puberty, are evidently based on transformed sexual emotion. Such a case has been recorded by Marandon de Montiel Archives. De Neurologie Vol. Roman 12 1901 p. 36. This lady, who was of somewhat neuropathic temperament from puberty onward, in order to be able to urinate found it necessary not only to be absolutely alone, but to feel assured that no one even knew what was taking place. H. Ellis The Bladder as a Dynamometer American Journal of Dermatology, May 1902. Sir W. Gower's Minor Epilepsy British Medical Journal January 6, 1900 Ib Epilepsy 2d ed. 1901 p. 106. See also H. Ellis Art Urinary Bladder Influence of the Mind on the In-Tux Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. Sérieux Recherches Cliniques sur les Anomalies de l'Instinct Sexuel p. 22. Emil Schulze Malkowski, Der Sexualtrieb, in Kindesalter Geschlecht, und Gesellschaft Vol. Roman 2 Part 8 p. 372. Vier Notes sur un cas de periodicite sexuelle, chez Elham Comtesserendus Société de Biologie, July 23, 1904. It is a familiar fact that in women, occasionally a violent explosion of laughter may be propagated to the bladder center and produce urination. She laughed till she nearly wetted the floor. I have heard a young woman in the country say, evidently using without thought a familiar locution. Professor Bechterew has recorded the case of a young married lady who from childhood, wherever she might bane friends' houses in the street in her own drawing room, had always experienced an involuntary and forcible emission of urine, which could not be stopped or controlled. Whenever she laughed, the bladder was quite sound, and no muscular effort produced the same result. W. Bechterew, Neurologisches Centralblatt, 1899. In women, these relationships are most easily observed, partly because in them the explosive centers are more easily discharged, and partly it is probable so far as the bladder is concerned because, although after death the resistance to the emission of urine is notably less in women during life, about the same amount of force is necessary in both sexes, so that a greater amount of energy flows to the bladder in women, and any nervous storm or disturbance is thus specially apt to affect the bladder. Every pain, remarks Marie de Manicine, produces a number of movements which are apparently useless. We cry out, we groan, we move our limbs, we throw ourselves from one side to the other. And at bottom, all these movements are logical, because by interrupting and breaking our attention, they render us less sensitive to the pain. In the days before chloroform, skillful surgeons requested their patients to cry out during the operation, as we are told by Gratiolet, who could not explain so strange a fact, for in his time, the antagonism of movements and attention was not recognized. Marie de Manicine Archives Italiens de Biologie, 1894 p. 250. This antagonism of attention by movement is but another way of expressing the vicarious relationship of motor discharges. Joanny Roux Psychologie de l'Instinct Sexuel, 1899, pp. 22-23. It is disputed whether hunger is located in the whole organism, and powerful arguments have been brought against the view. W. Cannon, The Nature of Hunger, Popular Science, Monthly Sept. 1912. Thirst is usually regarded as organic. A Mayer, La Soif, 1901. If there is any objection to these terms, it is chiefly because they have reference to vascular congestion, rather than to the underlying nervous charging and discharging, which is equally fundamental, and in man more prominent than the vascular phenomena. Love and pain. Roman 1. The chief key to the relationship between love and pain, to be found in animal courtship, a source of combativity, and of cruelty. Human play. In the light of animal courtship, the frequency of crimes against the person in adolescence, marriage by capture, and its psychological basis, man's pleasure in exerting force and woman's pleasure in experiencing its resemblance of love to pain. Even in outward expression, the love bite. In what sense pain may be pleasurable, the natural contradiction in the emotional attitude of women toward men, relative insensibility to pain of the organic sexual sphere. In women, the significance of the use of the ampelang and similar appliances in coitus, the sexual subjection of women to men, in part explainable as the necessary condition for sexual pleasure. The relation of love to pain is one of the most difficult problems, and yet one of the most fundamental in the whole range of sexual psychology. Why is it that love inflicts and even seeks to inflict pain, Why is it that love suffers pain, and even seeks to suffer it? In answering that question, it seems to me we have to take an apparently circuitous route, sometimes going beyond the ostensible limits of sex altogether. But if we can succeed in answering it, we shall have come very near one of the great mysteries of love. At the same time, we shall have made clear the normal basis on which rest the extreme aberrations of love. The chief key to the relationship of love to pain is to be found by returning to the consideration of the essential phenomena of courtship in the animal world. Generally, courtship is a play, a game. Even its combats are often to a large extent mock combats, but the process behind it is one of terrible earnestness, and the play may at any moment become deadly. Courtship tends to involve a mock combat between males for the possession of the female, which may at any time become a real combat. It is a pursuit of the female by the male which may at any time become a kind of persecution, so that, as Colin Scott remarks, courting may be looked upon as a refined and delicate form of combat. The note of courtship, more especially among mammals, is very easily forced, and as soon as we force it, we reach pain. The intimate and inevitable association in the animal world of combataf, the fighting and hunting impulse with the process of courtship alone suffices to bring love into close connection with pain. Among mammals, the male wins the female very largely by the display of force. The infliction of pain must inevitably be a frequent indirect result of the exertion of power. It is even more than this. The infliction of pain by the male on the female may itself be a gratification of the impulse to exert force. This tendency has always to be held in check, for it is of the essence of courtship that the male should win the female, and she can only be won by the promise of pleasure. The tendency of the male to inflict pain must be restrained so far as the female is concerned by the consideration of what is pleasing to her. Yet the more carefully we study the essential elements of courtship, the clearer it becomes that, playful as these manifestations may seem on the surface, in every direction they are verging on pain. It is so among animals generally. It is so in man among savages. It is precisely the alliance of pleasure and pain, wrote the physiologist Burdach, which constitutes the voluptuous emotion. Nor is this emotional attitude entirely confined to the male. The female also in courtship delights to arouse to the highest degree in the male the desire for her favors, and to withhold those favors from him, thus finding on her part also the enjoyment of power in cruelty. One's cruelty is one's power, Millimant says in Congreve's Way of the World, and when one parts with one's cruelty, one parts with one's power. At the outset, then, the impulse to inflict pain is brought into courtship, and at the same time rendered a pleasurable idea to the female, because with primitive man as well as among his immediate ancestors, the victor in love has been the bravest and strongest, rather than the most beautiful or the most skillful. Until he can fight, he is not reckoned a man, and he cannot hope to win a woman. Among the African Moss, a man is not supposed to marry until he has blooded his spear, and in a very different part of the world, among the Dyaks of Borneo, there can be little doubt that the chief incentive to headhunting is the desire to please the women. The possession of a head, decapitated by himself, being an excellent way of winning a maiden's favor. Such instances are too well known to need multiplication here, and they survive in civilization, for even among ourselves, although courtship is now chiefly ruled by quite other considerations, most women are in some degree emotionally affected by strength and courage. But the direct result of this is that a group of phenomena with which cruelty and the infliction of pain must inevitably be more or less allied is brought within the sphere of courtship and rendered agreeable to women. Here, indeed, we have the source of that love of cruelty which some have found so marked in women. This is a phase of courtship which helps us to understand how it is that, as we shall see, the idea of pain having become associated with sexual emotion may be pleasurable to women. Thus, in order to understand the connection between love and pain, we have once more to return to the consideration, under a somewhat new aspect, of the fundamental elements in the sexual impulse. In discussing the evolution of modesty, we found that the primary part of the female in courtship is the playful yet serious assumption of the role of a hunted animal, who lures on the pursuer not with the object of escaping, but with the object of being finally caught. In considering the analysis of the sexual impulse, we found that the primary part of the male in courtship is by the display of his energy and skill to capture the female, or to arouse in her an emotional condition, which leads her to surrender herself to him. This process itself, at the same time heightening his own excitement in the playing of these two different parts, is attained in both male and female. That charging of nervous energy, that degree of vascular tumescence, necessary for adequate discharge and detumescence. In an explosion by which sperm cells and germ cells are brought together for the propagation of the race, we are now concerned with the necessary interplay of the differing male and female roles in courtship, and with their accidental emotional byproducts. Both male and female are instinctively seeking the same end of sexual union. At the moment of highest excitement, there cannot therefore be real conflict, but there is the semblance of a conflict and apparent clash of aim, an appearance of cruelty. Moreover, and this is a significant moment in the process from our present point of view when there are rivals for the possession of one female, there is always a possibility of actual combat, so tending to introduce an element of real violence of undisguised cruelty, which the male inflicts on his rival, and which the female views with satisfaction and delight in the prowess of the successful claimant. Here we are brought close to the zoological root of the connection between love and pain. In his admirable work on play in Man Greuze, has fully discussed the plays of combat Kampfspiel, which begin to develop even in childhood and assume full activity during adolescence. And he points out that while the impulse to such play certainly has a wider biological significance, it still possesses a relationship to the sexual life and to the rivalries of animals in courtship, which must not be forgotten. Nor is it only in play that the connection between love and combativity may still be traced. With the epoch of the first sexual relationship, Marot points out awakes the instinct of cruelty, which prompts the youth to acts which are sometimes in absolute contrast to his previous conduct, and leads him to be careless of the lives of others as well as of his own life. Marot presents a diagram showing how crimes against the person in Italy rise rapidly from the age of 16 to 20, and reach a climax between 21 and 25. In Paris, Gamier states crimes of blood are 6 times more frequent in adolescents aged 16 to 20 than in adults. It is the same elsewhere. This tendency to criminal violence during the age period of courtship is a byproduct of the sexual impulse, a kind of tertiary sexual character. In the process of what is commonly termed marriage by capture, we have a method of courtship, which closely resembles the most typical form of animal courtship, and is yet found in all but the highest and most artificial stages of human society. It may not be true that, as Mac Lennon and others have argued, almost every race of man has passed through an actual stage of marriage by capture, but the phenomena in question have certainly been extremely widespread and exist in popular custom, even among the highest races today. George Sand has presented a charming picture of such a custom existing in France in her mare, O Diable Farther Away. Among the Kyrgyz, the young woman is pursued by all her lovers, but she is armed with a formidable whip, which she does not hesitate to use if overtaken by a lover, to whom she is not favorable. Among the Malays, according to early travelers, courtship is carried on in the water in canoes with double-bladed paddles, or if no water is near, the damsel, stripped naked of all but a waistband, is given a certain start and runs off on foot, followed by her lover. Von Stevens, in 1896, reported that this performance is merely a sport, but Skeet and Blagden, in their more recent and very elaborate investigations in the Malay states, find that it is a rite. Even if we regard marriage by capture as simply a primitive human institution, stimulated by tribal exigencies and early social conditions, yet when we recall its widespread and persistent character, its close resemblance to the most general method of courtship among animals, and the emotional tendencies which still persist even in the most civilized men and women, we have to recognize that we are in presence of a real psychological impulse, which cannot fail in its exercise to introduce some element of pain into love. There are, however, 2 fundamentally different theories concerning marriage by capture. According to the first, that of Mac Lennon, which until recently has been very widely accepted, and to which Professor Tyler has given the weight of his authority, there has really been in primitive society a recognized stage in which marriages were affected by the capture of the wife. Such a state of things, Mac Lennon regarded as once worldwide. There can be no doubt that women very frequently have been captured in this way among primitive peoples, nor indeed has the custom been confined to savages in Europe. We find that even up to comparatively recent times, the abduction of women was not only very common, but was often more or less recognized in England. It was not until Henry VII's time that the violent seizure of a woman was made a criminal offense, and even then the statute was limited to women possessed of lands and goods. A man might still carry off a girl, provided she was not an heiress, but even the abduction of heiresses continued to be common, and in Ireland remained so until the end of the 18th century. But it is not so clear that such raids and abductions, even when not of a genuinely hostile character, have ever been a recognized and constant method of marriage. According to the second set of theories, the capture is not real but simulated, and may be accounted for by psychological reasons. Fustel de Coulanges, in La Cite Antique, discussing simulated marriage by capture among the Romans, mentioned the view that it was a symbol of the young girl's modesty, but himself regarded it as an act of force to symbolize the husband's power he was possibly alluding to. Herbert Spencer, who suggested a psychological explanation of the apparent prevalence of marriage by capture, based on the supposition that capturing a wife being a proof of bravery, such a method of obtaining a wife would be practiced by the strongest men and be admired, while on the other hand, he considered that female coyness was an important factor in constituting the more formal kinds of marriage by capture. Ceremonial Westermark, while accepting true marriage by capture, considers that Spencer's statement can scarcely be disproved in his valuable study of certain aspects of primitive marriage. Crawley, developing the explanation rejected by Fustel de Coulanges, regards the fundamental fact to be the modesty of women which has to be neutralized, and this is done by a ceremonial use of force which is half real and half make-believe. Thus the manifestations are not survivals, but arising in a natural way from normal human feelings. It is not the tribe from which the bride is abducted, nor primarily her family and kindred, but her sex, and her sexual characters of timidity, bashfulness, and passivity are sympathetically overcome by make-believe representations of male characteristic actions. It is not necessary for the present purpose that either of these two opposing theories concerning the origin of the customs and feelings we are here concerned with should be definitely rejected. Whichever theory is adopted, the fundamental psychic element, which here alone concerns us, still exists intact. It may be pointed out, however, that we probably have to accept two groups of such phenomena, one seldom or never existing as the sole form of marriage in which the capture is real, and another in which the capture is more or less ceremonial or playful. The two groups coexist among the Turkomans, as described by Vambury, who are constantly capturing and enslaving the Persians of both sexes, and side by side with this have a marriage ceremonial of mock capture of entirely playful character. At the same time, the two groups sometimes overlap, as is indicated by cases in which, while the capture appears to be ceremonial, the girl is still allowed to escape altogether. If she wishes, the difficulty of disentangling the two groups is shown by the fact that so careful an investigator as Westermark cites cases of real capture and mock capture together, without attempting to distinguish between them. From our present point of view, it is quite unnecessary to attempt such a distinction. Whether the capture is simulated or real, the man is still playing the masculine and aggressive part, proper to the male. The woman is still playing the feminine and defensive part, proper to the female. The universal prevalence of these phenomena is due to the fact that manifestations of this kind, real or pretended, afford each sex the very best opportunity for playing its proper part in courtship, and so even when the force is real, must always gratify a profound instinct. It is not necessary to quote examples of marriage by capture from the numerous and easily accessible books on the evolution of marriage. Sir A.B. Ellis, adopting Mac Lennon's standpoint, presented a concise statement of the facts in an article on survivals from marriage by capture. Popular Science Monthly, 1891, p. 207. It may, however, be worthwhile to bring together from scattered sources a few of the facts concerning the phenomena in this group and their accompanying emotional state, more especially as they bear on the association of love with force inflicted or suffered. In New Caledonia, Foley remarks the successful coquette goes off with her lover into the bush. It usually happens that, when she is successful, she returns from her expedition, tumbled, beaten, scratched, even bitten on the nape, and shoulders her wounds, thus bearing witness to the quadrupedal attitude she has assumed amid the foliage. Foley, Bulletin de la Société d'Anthropologie, Paris, November 6, 1879. Of the natives of New South Wales, Turnbull remarked at the beginning of the 19th century that their mode of courtship is not without its singularity. When a young man sees a female to his fancy, he informs her she must accompany him home. The lady refuses. He not only enforces compliance with threats, but blows. Thus the gallant, according to the custom, never fails to gain the victory and bears off the willing, though struggling pugilist. The colonists for some time entertained the idea that the women were compelled and forced away against their inclinations. But the young ladies informed them that this mode of gallantry was the custom, and perfectly to their taste. J. Turnbull, A Voyage Round the World 1813 p. 98 cf. Brus Smythe Aborigines of Victoria, 1878, Vol. IP 81. As regards capture of women, among Central Australian tribes Spencer and Gillen remark, "We have never in any of these central tribes met with any such thing," and the clubbing part of the story may be dismissed so far as the central area of the continent is concerned. To the casual observer, what looks like a capture, we are of course only speaking of these tribes, is in reality an elopement in which the woman is an aiding and abetting party. Northern tribes of Central Australia p. 32. The New Zealand method of courtship and matrimony is a most extraordinary one. A man sees a woman whom he fancies he should like for a wife. He asks the consent of her father, or if an orphan of her nearest relative, which if he obtain he carries his intended off by force, she resisting with all her strength. And as the New Zealand girls are generally fairly robust, sometimes a dreadful struggle takes place. Both are soon stripped to the skin, and it is sometimes the work of hours to remove the fair prize 100 yards. It sometimes happens that she secures her retreat into her father's house, and the lover loses all chance of ever obtaining her. A Earl Narratives of Residence, in New Zealand 1832 p. 244. Among the Eskimos, probably near Smith Sound, there is no marriage ceremony further than that the boy is required to carry off his bride by main force, for even among these blubber-eating people, the woman only saves her modesty by a show of resistance, although she knows years beforehand that her destiny is sealed, and that she is to become the wife of the man from whose embraces, when the nuptial day comes, she is obliged by the inexorable law of public opinion to free herself if possible by kicking and screaming with might and main, until she is safely landed in the hut of her future lord, when she gives up the combat very cheerfully, and takes possession of her new abode. The betrothal often takes place at a very early period of life, and at very dissimilar ages. Marriage only takes place when the lover has killed his first seal. This is the test of manhood and maturity. J. J. Hayes, Open Polar Sea, 1867 p. 432. Marriage by capture is common in war and raiding in Central Africa. The women, as a rule, Johnston says, make no very great resistance on these occasions. It is almost like playing a game. A woman is surprised as she goes to get water at the stream, or when she is on the way to or from the plantation. The man has only got to show her she is cornered, and that escape is not easy or pleasant, and she submits to be carried off. As a general rule, they seem to accept very cheerfully these abrupt changes in their matrimonial existence. Sir H. H. Johnston, British Central Africa p. 412. Among the wild tribes of the Malay Peninsula, in one form of wedding rite, the bridegroom is required to run 7 times around an artificial mound, decorated with flowers, and the emblem of the people's religion. In the event of the bridegroom failing to catch the bride, the marriage has to be postponed. Among the Orang Laut, or sea gypsies, the pursuit sometimes takes the form of a canoe race. The woman is given a good start, and must be overtaken before she has gone a certain distance. W. W. Skeat, Journal Anthropological Institute, Jan-June 1902 p. 134. Skeat and Blagden, Pagan Races of the Malay, Vol. Roman 2 p. 69, et seq. fully discuss the ceremony around the mound. Kamuk women ride better than the men. A male Kamuk on horseback looks as if he was intoxicated, and likely to fall off every instant, though he never loses his seat. But the women sit with more ease, and ride with extraordinary skill. The ceremony of marriage among the Kamuks is performed on horseback. A girl is first mounted, who rides off at full speed. Her lover pursues, and if he overtakes her, she becomes his wife, and the marriage is consummated upon the spot, after which she returns with him to his tent. But it sometimes happens that the woman does not wish to marry the person by whom she is pursued, in which case she will not suffer him to overtake her. And we were assured that no instance occurs of a Kamuk girl being thus caught, unless she has a partiality for her pursuer. If she dislikes him, she rides, to use the language of English sportsmen, neck or nothing, until she has completely escaped, or until the pursuer's horse is tired out, leaving her at liberty to return to be afterward chased by some more favored admirer. E. Roman 500. Clark, Travels 1810, Vol. IP 333. Among the Bedouins, marriage is arranged between the lover and the girl's father, often without consulting the girl herself. Among the Arabs of Sinai, the young maid comes home in the evening with the cattle at a short distance from the camp. She is met by the future spouse and a couple of his young friends, and carried off by force to her father's tent. If she entertains any suspicion of their designs, she defends herself with stones, and often inflicts wounds on the young men, even though she does not dislike the lover, for according to custom the more she struggles, bites, kicks, cries, and strikes, the more she is applauded ever after by her own companions. After being taken to her father's tent, where a man's cloak is thrown over her, by one of the bridegroom's relations, she is dressed in garments provided by her future husband, and placed on a camel, still continuing to struggle in a most unruly manner, and held by the bridegroom's friends on both sides. She is then placed in a recess of the husband's tent. Here, the marriage is finally consummated, the bride still continuing to cry very loudly. It sometimes happens that the husband is obliged to tie his bride, and even to beat her, before she can be induced to comply with his desires. If, however, she really does not like her husband, she is perfectly free to leave him next morning, and her father is obliged to receive her back, whether he wishes to or not. It is not considered proper for a widow or divorced woman to make any resistance on being married. J. Roman 50 Burkhardt notes on the Bedouins and Wahhabis, 1830 p. 149, et seq. Among the Turkomans, forays for capturing and enslaving their Persian neighbors were once habitual. Vambery describes their marriage ceremonial, when the young maiden, attired in bridal costume, mounts a hybrid courser, taking on her lap the carcass of a lamb or goat, and setting off at full gallop, followed by the bridegroom and other young men of the party, also on horseback. She is always to strive by adroit turns, etc., to avoid her pursuers, that no one approach near enough to snatch from her the burden on her lap. This game, called cockberry green wolf, is in use among all the nomads of Central Asia. A Vambery travels in Central Asia, 1864 p. 323. In China, a missionary describes how, when he was called upon to marry the daughter of a Chinese Christian, brought up in native customs, he was compelled to wait several hours, as the bride refused to get up and dress, until long after the time appointed for the wedding ceremony, and then only by force. Extreme reluctance and dislike and fear are the true marks of a happy and lively wedding. A. E. Moule, New China, and Old p. 128. It is interesting to find that in the Indian art of love, a kind of mock combat accompanied by striking is a recognized and normal method of heightening tumescence. Vatsyayana has a chapter on various manners of striking, and he approves of the man striking the woman on the back, belly, flanks, and buttocks before and during coitus, as a kind of play, increasing as sexual excitement increases, which the woman, with cries and groans, pretends to bid the man to stop. It is mentioned that especially in southern India various instruments, scissors, needles, etc., are used in striking, but this practice is condemned as barbarous and dangerous. Kama Sutra, French translation, Roman 3 chapter 5. In the story of Aladdin in the Arabian Nights, the bride is undressed by the mother and the other women, who place her in the bridegroom's bed as if by force, and according to the custom of the newly married, she pretends to resist, twisting herself in every direction, and seeking to escape from their hands. Les Milnewitz, Tr. Mardras Vol. Xi p. 253. It is said that in those parts of Germany where preliminary probnacht before formal marriage are the rule, it is not uncommon for a young woman, before finally giving herself to a man, to provoke him to a physical struggle. If she proves stronger, she dismisses him. If he is stronger, she yields herself willingly. W. Hence Probnacht, Sexual Problem, Oct. 1910 p. 743. Among the South Slavs of Servia and Bulgaria, according to Crossit, is the custom to win a woman by seizing her by the ankle and bringing her to the ground by force. This method of wooing is to the taste of the woman, and they are refractory to any other method. The custom of beating or being beaten before coitus is also found among the South Slavs. Vol. Roman 6 p. 209. In earlier days, violent courtship was viewed with approval in the European world, even among aristocratic circles. Thus in the medieval Lie de Greylant of Marie de France, this Breton knight is represented as very chaste, possessing a high ideal of love, and able to withstand the wiles of women. One day, when he is hunting in a forest, he comes upon a naked damsel bathing together with her handmaidens. Overcome by her beauty, he seizes her clothes in case she should be alarmed, but is persuaded to hand them to her. Then he proceeds to make love to her. She replies that his love is an insult to a woman of her high lineage. Finding her so proud, Greylant sees that his prayers are in vain. He drags her by force into the depth of the forest, has his will of her, and begs her very gently not to be angry, promising to love her loyally, and never to leave her. The damsel saw that he was a good knight courteous, and wise she thought within herself, that if she were to leave him, she would never find a better friend. Brantome mentions a lady who confessed that she liked to be half-forced by her husband, and he remarks that a woman who is a little difficult, and resists, gives more pleasure also to her lover, than one who yields at once, just as a hard-fought battle is a more notable triumph than an easily won victory. Brantome, Vie des dames galantes, discours Roman 1 Restif de la Bretonne again, whose experience was extensive, wrote in his Anti-Justine, that all women of strong temperament, like a sort of brutality in sexual intercourse and its accessories. Ovid had said that a little force is pleasing to a woman, and that she is grateful to the ravisher against whom she struggles. Ars amatoria, lib I. One of Janet's patients Raymond, and Janet less obsessions, et la psychasthenie vol Roman 2 p. 406, complained that her husband was too good, too devoted. He does not know how to make me suffer a little. One cannot love anyone who does not make one suffer a little. Another hysterical woman, a silk fetishist frigid with men, had dreams of men and animals abusing her. I cried with pain, and was happy at the same time. Clairembault Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, June 1908 p. 442. It has been said that among Slavs of the lower class, the wives feel hurt if they are not beaten by their husbands. Paulinus in the 17th century remarked that Russian women are never more pleased and happy than when beaten by their husbands, and regard such treatment as proof of love. See for example, Roman 100 f. von Schlichtegrull Sacher Massach, und der Masochismus p. 69. Kraft Ebing believes that this is true at the present day, and adds that it is the same in Hungary, a Hungarian official having informed him that the peasant women of the Samogir Comitate do not think they are loved by their husbands until they have received the first box on the ear. Kraft Ebing Psychopathia Sexualis, English translation of the 10th edition, p. 188. I may add that a Russian proverb says love your wife like your soul and beat her like your shuba overcoat, and according to another Russian proverb, a dear one's blows hurt. Not long at the same time, it has been remarked that the domination of men by women is peculiarly frequent among the Slav peoples. Roman 5 Schlichtegrull op. Cit p. 23 Cellini, in an interesting passage in his Life Book 2, chapters XXVs, describes his own brutal treatment of his model, Katerina, who was also his mistress, and the pleasure which to his surprise she took in it. Dr. Simon Forman, also the astrologist, tells in his autobiography p. 7 how as a young and puny apprentice to a hosier, he was beaten, scolded, and badly treated by the servant girl. But after some years of this treatment, he turned on her, beat her black and blue, and ever after Mary would do for him all that she could. That it is a sign of love for a man to beat his sweetheart, and a sign much appreciated by women, is illustrated by the episode of Cariharta and Ripolito in Rinconete and Cortadillo, one of Cervantes' exemplary novels. The Indian women of South America feel in the same way, and Mantegazza, when traveling in Bolivia, found that they complained when they were not beaten by their husbands, and that a girl was proud when she could say, "He loves me greatly, for he often beats me." Physiologia della Donna, chapter 13. The same feeling evidently existed in classic antiquity, for we find Lucian in his Dialogues of Courtesans makes a woman say he, who has not rained blows on his mistress, and torn her hair and her garments, is not yet in love, while Ovid advises lovers sometimes to be angry with their sweethearts, and to tear their dresses. Among the Italian camorristi, according to russet wives, are very badly treated. Expression is given to this fact in the popular songs, but the women only feel themselves tenderly loved when they are badly treated by their husbands. The man who does not beat them they look upon as a fool. It is the same in the East End of London. If anyone has doubts as to the brutalities practiced on women by men, writes a London magistrate, let him visit the London hospital on a Saturday night. Very terrible sights will meet his eye. Sometimes as many as 12 or 14 women may be seen seated in the receiving room waiting for their bruised and bleeding faces and bodies to be attended to. In 9 cases out of 10, the injuries have been inflicted by brutal and perhaps drunken husbands. The nurses tell me, however, that any remarks they may make reflecting on the aggressors are received with great indignation. By the wretched sufferers they positively will not hear a single word against the cowardly ruffians. Sometimes, said a nurse to me, when I have told a woman that her husband is a brute, she has drawn herself up and replied, "You mind your own business, miss. We find the rates and taxes, and the likes of you are paid out of 'em, to wait on us." Montagu Williams Round, London p. 79. The prostitute really loves her suitor, notwithstanding all the persecutions he inflicts on her. Their torments only increase the devotion of the poor slaves. To their Alphonse's parent Duchatelet wrote that he had seen them come to the hospital with their eyes out of their heads, faces bleeding, and bodies torn by the blows of their drunken lovers. But as soon as they were healed, they went back to them. Police officers tell us that it is very difficult to make a prostitute confess anything concerning her suitor. Thus Rosa Roman 50, whom her Alphonse had often threatened to kill, even putting the knife to her throat, would say nothing, and denied everything when the magistrate questioned her. Maria R., with her face marked by a terrible scar produced by her suitor, still carefully preserved many years afterward the portrait of the aggressor, and when we asked her to explain her affection, she replied, "But he wounded me because he loved me." The suitor's brutality only increases the ill-treated woman's love. The humiliation and slavery, in which the woman's soul is drowned, feed her love. Niceforo il Gergo, etc., 1897, p. 128. In a modern novel written in autobiographic form by a young Australian lady, the heroine is represented as striking her betrothed with a whip. When he merely attempts to kiss her later on, her behavior so stings him that his self-control breaks down, and he seizes her fiercely by the arms. For the first time she realizes that he loves her. I laughed a joyous little laugh, saying, "Hal, we are quits," when on disrobing for the night, I discovered on my soft white shoulders an arm so susceptible to bruises, many marks, and black. It had been a very happy day for me. Miles Franklin, my brilliant career. It is in large measure the existence of this feeling of attraction for violence which accounts for the love letters received by men who are accused of crimes of violence. Thus, in one instance in Chicago, as Dr. Kiernan writes to me, a man arrested for conspiracy to commit abortion and also suspected of being a sadist received many proposals of marriage and other less modest expressions of affection from unknown women. To judge by the signatures, these women belonged to the Germans and Slavs rather than to the Anglo-Celts. Neuropathic or degenerative conditions sometimes serve to accentuate or reveal ancestral traits that are very ancient in the race. Under such conditions, the tendency to find pleasure in subjection and pain, which is often faintly traceable even in normal civilized women, may become more pronounced. This may be seen in a case described in some detail in the Archivio di Psichiatria. The subject was a young lady of 19 of noble Italian birth, but born in Tunis on the maternal side. There is a somewhat neurotic heredity, and she is herself subject to attacks of hysteroepileptoid character. She was very carefully but strictly educated. She knows several languages, possesses marked intellectual aptitudes, and is greatly interested in social and political questions in which she takes the socialistic and revolutionary side. She has an attractive and sympathetic personality. In complexion, she is dark with dark eyes, and very dark and abundant hair. The fine down on the upper lip and lower parts of the cheeks is also much developed. The jaw is large, the head acrocephalic, and the external genital organs of normal size, but rather asymmetric. Ever since she was a child, she has loved to work and dream. In solitude, her dreams have always been of love, since menstruation began as early as the age of 10, and accompanied by strong sexual feelings. Though at that age, these feelings remained vague and indefinite, but in them the desire for pleasure was always accompanied by the desire for pain, the desire to bite and destroy something, and as it were to annihilate herself. She experienced great relief after periods of erotic rumination, and if this rumination took place at night, she would sometimes masturbate the contact of the bedclothes, she said, giving her the illusion of a man. In time, this vague longing for the male gave place to more definite desires for a man who would love her, and as she imagined strike her eventually, she formed secret relationships with 2 or 3 lovers in succession, each of these relationships being, however, discovered by her family and leading to ineffectual attempts at suicide. But the association of pain with love, which had developed spontaneously in her solitary dreams, continued in her actual relations with her lovers. During coitus, she would bite and squeeze her arms until the nails penetrated the flesh. When her lover asked her why at the moment of coitus, she would vigorously repel him. She replied, "Because I want to be possessed by force, to be hurt, suffocated, to be thrown down." In a struggle at another time, she said, "I want a man with all his vitality, so that he can torture and kill my body." We seem to see here clearly the ancient biological character of animal courtship, the desire of the female to be violently subjugated by the male. In this case, It was united to sensitiveness to the sexual domination of an intellectual man, and the subject also sought to stimulate her lover's intellectual tastes. Archivio di Psichiatria Vol. Roman 20 Fasc. 56 p. 528. This association between love and pain still persists even among the most normal civilized men and women, possessing well-developed sexual impulses, the masculine tendency to delight in domination, the feminine tendency to delight in submission, still maintain the ancient traditions, when the male animal pursued the female. The phenomena of marriage by capture in its real and its simulated forms have been traced to various causes, but it has to be remembered that these causes could only have been operative in the presence of a favorable emotional aptitude, constituted by the zoological history of our race, and still traceable even today to exert power, as psychologists well recognize, is one of our most primary impulses, and it always tends to be manifested in the attitude of a man toward the woman he loves. It might be possible to maintain that the primitive element of more or less latent cruelty in courtship tends to be more rather than less marked in civilized man. In civilization, the opportunity of dissipating the surplus energy of the courtship process by inflicting pain on rivals, usually to be inhibited. Thus the woman to be wooed tends to become the recipient of the whole of this energy, both in its pleasure-giving and its pain-giving aspects. Moreover, the natural process of courtship, as it exists among animals, and usually among the lower human races, tends to become disguised and distorted in civilization as well by economic conditions as by conventional social conditions, and even ethical prescription. It becomes forgotten that the woman's pleasure is an essential element in the process of courtship. A woman is often reduced to seek a man for the sake of maintenance. She is taught that pleasure is sinful or shameful, that sex matters are disgusting, and that it is a woman's duty, and also her best policy, to be in subjection to her husband. Thus various external checks, which normally inhibit any passing over of masculine sexual energy into cruelty, are liable to be removed. We have to admit that assert pleasure in manifesting his power over a woman by inflicting pain upon her is an outcome and survival of the primitive process of courtship, and an almost or quite normal constituent of the sexual impulse in man. But it must be at once added that in the normal, well-balanced, and well-conditioned man, this constituent of the sexual impulse, when present, is always held in check. When the normal man inflicts or feels the impulse to inflict some degree of physical pain on the woman he loves, he can scarcely be said to be moved by cruelty. He feels more or less obscurely that the pain he inflicts or desires to inflict is really a part of his love, and that moreover it is not really resented by the woman on whom it is exercised. His feeling is by no means always according to knowledge, but it has to be taken into account as an essential part of his emotional state. The physical force, the teasing and bullying which he may be moved to exert under the stress of sexual excitement, are he usually more or less unconsciously persuades himself not really unwelcome to the object of his love. Moreover, we have to bear in mind the fact, a very significant fact, from more than one point of view, that the normal manifestations of a woman's sexual pleasure are exceedingly like those of pain. The outward expressions of pain, as a lady very truly writes, cries et which are laid stress on to prove the cruelty of the person who inflicts it, are not so different from those of a woman in the ecstasy of passion, when she implores the man to desist, though that is really the last thing she desires. If a man is convinced that he is causing real and unmitigated pain, he becomes repentant at once. If this is not the case, he must either be regarded as a radically abnormal person, or as carried away by passion to a point of temporary insanity. The intimate connection of love with pain, its tendency to approach cruelty, is seen in one of the most widespread of the occasional and non-essential manifestations of strong sexual emotion, especially in women, the tendency to bite. We may find references to love bites in the literature of ancient as well as of modern times in the East, as well as in the West. Plautus Catullus Propertius Horace Ovid Petronius, and other Latin writers refer to bites as associated with kisses, and usually on the lips. Plutarch says that Flora, the mistress of Cnus Pompey, in commending her lover, remarked that he was so lovable that she could never leave him without giving him a bite. In the Arabic perfumed garden, there are many references to love bites, while in the Indian Kama Sutra of Vatsyayana, a chapter is devoted to this subject. Biting in love is also common. Among the South Slavs, the phenomenon is indeed sufficiently familiar to enable Heine, in one of his Romancero, to describe those marks by which the ancient chronicler states that Edith Swanwick recognized Harold, after the Battle of Hastings, as the scars of the bites she had once given him. It would be fanciful to trace this tendency back to that process of devouring to which sexual congress has, in the primitive stages of its evolution, been reduced. But we may probably find one of the germs of the love bite in the attitude of many mammals during or before coitus. In attaining a firm grip of the female, it is not uncommon, as may be observed in the donkey for the male, to seize the female's neck. Between his teeth, the horse sometimes bites the mare before coitus, and it is said that among the Arabs, when a mare is not apt for coitus, she is sent to pasture with a small ardent horse who excites her by playing with her and biting her. It may be noted also that dogs often show their affection for their masters by gentle bites. Children, also, as Stanley Hall has pointed out, are similarly fond of biting. Perhaps a still more important factor is the element of combat in tumescence, since the primitive conditions associated with tumescence provide a reservoir of emotions which are constantly drawn on, even in the sexual excitement of individuals belonging to civilization. The tendency to show affection by biting is indeed commoner among women than among men. And not only in civilization, it has been noted among idiot girls, as well as among the women of various savage races. It may thus be that the conservative instincts of women have preserved a primitive tendency that at its origin marked the male more than the female, but in any case, the tendency to bite at the climax of sexual excitement is so common and widespread that it must be regarded when occurring in women as coming within the normal range of variation. In such manifestations, the gradations are of wide extent, while in its slight forms it is more or less normal, and is one of the origins of the kiss. In its extreme forms, it tends to become one of the most violent and antisocial of sexual aberrations. A correspondent writes regarding his experience of biting and being bitten, "I have often felt inclination to bite a woman I love even when not in coitus, or even excited. I like doing so also with my little boy playfully, as a cat and kittens. There seem to be several reasons for this. 1. The muscular effect relieves me. 2. I imagine I am giving the woman pleasure. 3. I seem to attain to a more intimate possession of the loved one. I cannot remember when I first felt desire to be bitten in coitus, or whether the idea was first suggested to me. I was initiated into pinching by a French prostitute, who once pinched my nates in coitus, no doubt as a matter of business. It heightened my pleasure perhaps by stimulating muscular movement. It does not occur to me to ask to be pinched when I am very much excited already, but only at an earlier stage, no doubt with the object of promoting excitement. Apart altogether from sexual excitement, being pinched is unpleasant to me. It has not seemed to me that women usually like to be bitten. 1 or 2 women have bitten and sucked my flesh. The latter does not affect me. I like being bitten partly for the same reason as I like being pinched, because if spontaneous, it is a sign of my partner's amorousness, and the biting never seems too hard. Women do not usually seem to like being bitten, though there are exceptions. "I should like to bite you, and I should like you to bite me," said one woman. "I did so hard in coitus, and she did not flinch. She is particularly anxious to eat me alive." Another correspondent writes, "And nothing gives her greater satisfaction than to tear open my clothes and fasten her teeth into my flesh until I yell for mercy. My experience has generally been, however," the same correspondent continues, "that the cruelty is unconscious. A woman just grows mad with the desire to squeeze or bite something with a complete unconsciousness of what result it will produce in the victim. She is astonished when she sees the result, and will hardly believe she has done it. It is unnecessary to accumulate evidence of a tendency which is sufficiently common to be fairly well known, but 1 or 2 quotations may be presented to show its wide distribution. In the Kama Sutra, we read, "If she is very exalted, and if in the exaltation of her passionate transports she begins a sort of combat, then she takes her lover by the hair, draws his head to hers, kisses his lower lip, and then in her delirium bites him all over his body, shutting her eyes." It is added that with the marks of such bites lovers can remind each other of their affections, and that such love will last for ages. In Japan, the maiden of Ainu race feels the same impulse. A H. Savage Lander alone, with the hairy, Ainu 1893 p. 140 says, of an Ainu girl loving and biting went together with her. She could not do the one without the other. As we sat on a stone in the twilight, she began by gently biting my fingers without hurting me as affectionate dogs do to their masters. She then bit my arm, then my shoulder, and when she had worked herself up into a passion, she put her arms around my neck and bit my cheeks. It was undoubtedly a curious way of making love. And when I had been bitten all over, and was pretty tired of the new sensation, we retired to our respective homes. Kissing, apparently, was an unknown art to her. The significance of biting, and the close relationship, which as will have to be pointed out later, it reveals to other phenomena, may be illustrated by some observations, which have been made by Alonzi on the peasant women of Sicily. The women of the people, he remarks, especially in the districts where crimes of blood are prevalent, give vent to their affection for their little ones, by kissing and sucking them on the neck and arms, till they make them cry convulsively all the while. They say, "How sweet you are, I will bite you, I will gnaw you all over," exhibiting every appearance of great pleasure. If a child commits some slight fault, they do not resort to simple blows, but pursue it through the street, and bite it on the face, ears, and arms, until the blood flows. At such moments, the face of even a beautiful woman is transformed, with injected eyes, gnashing teeth, and convulsive tremors. Among both men and women, a very common threat is, "I will drink your blood." It is told on ocular evidence that a man who had murdered another in a quarrel licked the hot blood from the victim's hand. G. Alonzi, Archivio di Psichiatria Vol. Roman 6 Fasc. For a few years ago, a nurse girl in New York was sentenced to prison for cruelty to the baby in her charge. The mother had frequently noticed that the child was in pain, and at last discovered the marks of teeth on its legs. The girl admitted that she had bitten the child, because that action gave her intense pleasure. Alienist and neurologist August 1901 p. 558. In the light of such observations as these, we may understand a morbid perversion of affection, such as was recorded in the London Police News. Some years ago, 1894, a man of 30 was charged with ill-treating his wife's illegitimate daughter, aged 3. During a period of many months, her lips, eyes, and hands were bitten and bruised from sucking, and sometimes her pinafore was covered with blood. Defendant admitted he had bitten the child because he loved it. It is not surprising that such phenomena as these should sometimes be the stimulant and accompaniment to the sexual act. Ferriani thus reports such a case in the words of the young man's mistress: "Certainly, he is a strange, maddish youth, though he is fond of me, and spends money on me when he has any. He likes much sexual intercourse. But to tell the truth, he has worn out my patience, for before our embraces, there are always struggles which become assaults. He tells me he has no pleasure except when he sees me crying on account of his bites and vigorous pinching. Lately, just before going with me, when I was groaning with pleasure, he threw himself on me, and at the moment of emission, furiously bit my right cheek till the blood came. Then he kissed me and begged my pardon, but would do it again if the wish took him." Roman 50. Ferriani, Archivio di Psicopatia Sexual Vol. I Fasc 7 and 8, 1896 p. 107. In morbid cases, biting may even become a substitute for coitus. Thus, Mal die Contraire Sexualempfindung, 2nd edition, p. 323, records the case of a hysterical woman who was sexually anesthetic. Though she greatly loved her husband, it was her chief delight to bite him till the blood flowed, and she was content if instead of coitus he bit her, and she him, though she was grieved if she inflicted much pain. In other still more morbid cases, the fear of inflicting pain is more or less abolished. An idealized view of the impulse of love to bite and devour is presented in the following passage from a letter by a lady who associates this impulse with the idea of the Last Supper. Your remarks about the Lord's Supper in Whitman make it natural to me to tell you my thoughts about that central sacrament of Christianity. Cannot tell many people because they misunderstand, and a clergyman, a very great friend of mine, when I once told what I thought and felt, said I was carnal. He did not understand the divinity and intensity of human love, as I understand it well. When one loves anyone very much, a child, a woman, or a man, loves everything belonging to him, the things he wears, still more his hands, and his face, every bit of his body. We always want to have all or part of him as part of ourselves. Hence the expression, I could devour you, I love you so, in some such warm devouring way. Jesus Christ, I have always felt loved each and every human creature. So it was that he took this mystery of food, which by eating became part of ourselves, as the symbol of the most intense human love, the most intense divine love. Some day perhaps love will be so understood by all that this sacrament will cease to be a superstition, a bone of contention, an article of the Church, and become in all simplicity a symbol of pure love. While in men it is possible to trace a tendency to inflict pain, or the simulacrum of pain, on the women they love, it is still easier to trace in women a delight in experiencing physical pain when inflicted by a lover, and an eagerness to accept subjection to his While such tendency is certainly normal to abandon herself to her lover, to be able to rely on his physical strength and mental resourcefulness to be swept out of herself, and beyond the control of her own will, to drift idly, in delicious submission to another and stronger willthies is one of the commonest aspirations in a young woman's intimate love dreams in our own age. These aspirations most often only find their expression in such dreams, in ages when life was more nakedly lived, and emotion more openly expressed. It was easier to trace this impulse in the 13th century. We have found Marie de Francia, a French poetess living in England, who has been credited with an exquisite sense of the generosities and delicacy of the heart, and whose work was certainly highly appreciated in the best circles, and among the most cultivated class of her day, describing as a perfect, wise, and courteous knight, a man who practically commits a rape on a woman who has refused to have anything to do with him, and in so acting, he wins her entire love. The savage beauty of New Caledonia furnishes no better illustration of the fascination of force for she at all events has done her best to court the violence she undergoes. In Middleton's Spanish Gypsy, we find exactly the same episode, and the unhappy Portuguese nun wrote "Love me forever, and make me suffer still more." To find in literature more attenuated examples of the same tendency is easy. Shakespeare, whose observations so little escaped, has seldom depicted the adult passion of a grown woman, but in the play which he has mainly devoted to this subject, he makes Cleopatra refer to amorous pinches, and she says in the end, "The stroke of death is as a lover's pinch which hurts, and is desired." I think the Sabine woman enjoyed being carried off like that. A woman remarked in front of Rubens' Rape of the Sabines, confessing that such a method of lovemaking appealed strongly to herself, and it is probable that the majority of women would be prepared to echo that remark. It may be argued that pain cannot give pleasure, and that when what would usually be pain is felt as pleasure, it cannot be regarded as pain at all. It must be admitted that the emotional state is often somewhat complex. Moreover, women, by no means, always agree in the statement of their experience. It is noteworthy, however, that even when the pleasurableness of pain in love is denied, it is still admitted that under some circumstances pain, or the idea of pain, is felt as pleasurable. I am indebted to a lady for a somewhat elaborate discussion of this subject, which I may here quote at length. As regards physical pain, though the idea of it is sometimes exciting, I think the reality is the reverse. A very slight amount of pain destroys my pleasure completely. This was the case with me for fully a month after marriage, and since, when pain has occasionally been associated with passion, pleasure has been sensibly diminished. I can imagine that, when there is a want of sensitiveness, so that the tender kiss or caress might fail to give pleasure, more forcible methods are desired. But in that case, what would be pain to a sensitive person would be only a pleasant excitement, and it could not be truly said that such obtuse persons liked pain, though they might appear to do so. I cannot think that anyone enjoys what is pain to them, if only from the fact that it detracts and divides the attention. This, however, is only my own idea drawn from my own negative experience. No woman has ever told me that she would like to have pain inflicted on her. On the other hand, the desire to inflict pain seems almost universal among men. I have only met one man in whom I have never at any time been able to detect it. At the same time, most men shrink from putting their ideas into practice. A friend of my husband finds his chief pleasure in imagining women hurt and ill-treated, but is too tender-hearted ever to inflict pain on them in reality, even when they are willing to submit to it. Perhaps a woman's readiness to submit to pain to please a man may sometimes be taken for pleasure in it, even when women like the idea of pain. I fancy it is only because it implies subjection to the man, from association with the fact that physical pleasure must necessarily be preceded by submission to his will. In a subsequent communication, this lady enlarged and perhaps somewhat modified her statements on this point. I don't think that what I said to you was quite correct. Actual pain gives me no pleasure, yet the idea of pain does if inflicted by way of discipline, and for the ultimate good of the person suffering it. This is essential. For instance, I once read a poem in which the devil and the lost souls in hell were represented as recognizing that they could not be good except under torture, but that while suffering the purifying actions of the flames of hell, they so realized the beauty of holiness that they submitted willingly to their agony and praised God for the sternness of his judgment. This poem gave me decided physical pleasure, yet I know that if my hand were held in a fire for 5 minutes I should feel nothing but the pain of the burning. To get the feeling of pleasure too, I must for the moment revert to my old religious beliefs, and my old notion that mere suffering has an elevating influence. One's emotions are greatly modified by one's beliefs. When I was about 15, I invented a game which I played with a younger sister, in which we were supposed to be going through a process of discipline and preparation for heaven. After death, each person was supposed to enter this state on dying, and to pass successively into the charge of different angels named after the special virtues. It was their function to instill. The last angel was that of love, who governed solely by the quality whose name he bore in the lower stages. We were under an angel called severity, who prepared us by extreme harshness, and by exacting implicit obedience to arbitrary orders for the acquirement of later virtues. Our duties were to superintend the weather, paint the sunrise and sunset, etc. The constant work involved exercising us in patience and submission. The physical pleasure came in inventing and recounting to each other our day's work, and the penalties and hardships we had been subjected to. We never told each other that we got any physical pleasure out of this, and I cannot therefore be sure that my sister did so. I only imagine she did, because she entered so heartily into the spirit of the game. I could get as much pleasure by imagining myself the angel and inflicting the pain under the conditions mentioned. But my sister did not like this so much, as she then had no companion in subjection. I could not, however, thus reverse my feelings in regard to a man, as it would appear to me unnatural. And besides, the greater physical strength is essential in the superior position. I can, however, by imagining myself a man, sometimes get pleasure in conceiving myself as educating and disciplining a woman by severe measures. There is, however, no real cruelty in this idea, as I always imagine her liking it. I only get pleasure in the idea of a woman submitting herself to pain and harshness from the man she loves. When the following conditions are fulfilled: 1. She must be absolutely sure of the man's love. 2. She must have perfect confidence in his judgment. 3. The pain must be deliberately inflicted, not accidental. 4. It must be inflicted in kindness, and for her own improvement, not in anger, or with any revengeful feelings as that would spoil one's ideal of the man. 5. The pain must not be excessive, and must be what when we were children we used to call a tidy pain. Roman 1. There must be no mutilation, cutting, etc. 6. Last, one would have to feel very sure of one's own influence over the man. So much for the idea, as I have never suffered pain. Under a combination of all these conditions, I have no right to say that I should or should not experience pleasure from its infliction in reality. Another lady writes, I quite agree that the idea of pain may be pleasurable, but must be associated with something to be gained by it. My experience is that coitus does often hurt for a few moments, but that passes, and the rest is easy, so that the little hurt is nothing terrible, but all the same annoying, if only for the sake of a few minutes' pleasure, which is not long enough. I do not know how my experience compares with other women's, but I feel sure that in my case the time needed is longer than usual, and the longer the better always with me. As to liking pain, I do not really like it, although I can tolerate pain very well of any kind. But I like to feel force and strength. This is usual. I think women being are supposed to be passive in love. I have not found that pain at once kills pleasure. Again, another lady briefly states that for her pain has a mental fascination, and that such pain as she has had she has liked, but that if it had been any stronger, pleasure would have been destroyed. The evidence thus seems to point, with various shades of gradation, to the conclusion that the idea or even the reality of pain in sexual emotion is welcomed by women, provided that this element of pain is of small amount and subordinate to the pleasure which is to follow it. Unless coitus is fundamentally pleasure, the element of pain must necessarily be unmitigated pain, and a craving for pain unassociated with a greater satisfaction to follow it cannot be regarded as normal. In this connection, I may refer to a suggestive chapter on the enjoyment of pain in Hearn's Origins of Art. If we take into account, says Hearn, the powerful stimulating effect which is produced by acute pain, we may easily understand why people submit to momentary unpleasantness for the sake of enjoying the subsequent excitement. This motive leads to the deliberate creation not only of pain sensations, but also of emotions in which pain enters as an element. The violent activity which is involved in the reaction against fear, and still more in that against anger, affords us a sensation of pleasurable excitement, which is well worth the cost of the passing unpleasantness. It is moreover notorious that some persons have developed a peculiar art of making the initial pain of anger so transient that they can enjoy the active elements in it with almost undivided delight. Such an accomplishment is far more difficult in the case of sorrow. The creation of pain sensations may be explained as a desperate device for enhancing the intensity of the emotional state. The relation of pain and pleasure to emotion has been thoroughly discussed, I may add, by H.R. Marshall in his Pain, Pleasure and Aesthetics. He contends that pleasure and pain are general qualities, one of which must, and either of which may belong to any fixed element of consciousness. Pleasure, he considers, is experienced whenever the physical activity coincident with the psychic state to which the pleasure is attached involves the use of surplus stored force. We can see, therefore, how if pain acts as a stimulant to emotion, it becomes the servant of pleasure, by supplying it with surplus stored force. This problem of pain is thus one of psychic dynamics. If we realize this, we shall begin to understand the place of cruelty in life. One ought to learn anew about cruelty, said Nietzsche beyond good and evil 229, and open one's eyes. Almost everything that we call higher culture is based upon the spiritualizing and intensifying of cruelty. Then, to be sure, we must put aside teaching the blundering psychology of former times, which could only teach with regard to cruelty that it originated at the sight of the suffering of others. There is an abundant, superabundant enjoyment, even in one's own suffering. In causing one's own suffering, the element of paradox disappears from this statement if we realize that it is not a question of cruelty, but of the dynamics of pain. Camille Bose, in a suggestive essay Du plaisir de la douleur, Revue philosophique, July 1902, finds the explanation of the mystery in that complexity of the phenomena to which I have already referred. Both pain and pleasure are complex feelings, the resultant of various components, and we name that resultant in accordance with the nature of the strongest component. Thus we give to a complexus a name which strictly belongs only to one of its factors, and in pain all is not painful. When pain becomes a desired end, Camille Bose regards the desire as due to three causes. 1. The pain contrasts with and revives a pleasure which custom threatens to dull. 2. The pain, by preceding the pleasure, accentuates the positive character of the latter. 3. Pain momentarily raises the lowered level of sensibility and restores to the organism for a brief period the faculty of enjoyment it had lost. It must therefore be said that in so far as pain is pleasurable, it is so only in so far as it is recognized as a prelude to pleasure, or else, when it is an actual stimulus to the nerves, conveying the sensation of pleasure. The nymphomaniac, who experienced an orgasm at the moment when the knife passed through her clitoris, as recorded by Mantegazza, and the prostitute, who experienced keen pleasure when the surgeon removed vegetations from her vulva, as recorded by Fear, took no pleasure in pain. But in one case, the intense craving for strong sexual emotion, and in the other, the long-blunted nerves of pleasure, welcomed the abnormally strong impulse, and the pain of the incision, if felt at all, was immediately swallowed up in the sensation of pleasure. Moll remarks, Contraire Sexualempfindung, 3rd edition, p. 278, that even in man a trace of physical pain may be normally combined with sexual pleasure, when the vagina contracts on the penis at the moment of ejaculation. The pain, when not too severe, being almost immediately felt as pleasure. That there is no pleasure in the actual pain, even in masochism, is indicated by the following statement, which Krafft-Ebing gives as representing the experiences of a masochist psychopathia, Sexualis, English translation, p. 201. The relation is not of such a nature that what causes physical pain is simply perceived as physical pleasure, for the person in a state of masochistic ecstasy feels no pain either, because, by reason of his emotional state, like that of the soldier in battle, the physical effect on his cutaneous nerves is not apperceived, or because, as with religious martyrs and enthusiasts, in the preoccupation of consciousness with sexual emotion, the idea of maltreatment remains merely a symbol without its quality of pain. To a certain extent, there is overcompensation of physical pain in psychic pleasure, and only the excess remains in consciousness as psychic lust. This also undergoes an increase, since either through reflex spinal influence or through a peculiar coloring in the sensorium of sensory impressions, a kind of hallucination of bodily pleasure takes place with a vague localization of the objectively projected sensation in the self-torture of religious enthusiasts, fakirs, howling dervishes, religious flagellants. There is an analogous state, only with a difference in the quality of pleasurable feeling. Here the conception of martyrdom is also apperceived without its pain, for consciousness is filled with the pleasurably colored idea of serving God, atoning for sins deserving heaven, etc., through martyrdom. This statement cannot be said to clear up the matter entirely, but it is fairly evident that when a woman says that she finds pleasure in the pain inflicted by a lover, she means that under the special circumstances, she finds pleasure in treatment, which would at other times be felt as pain, or else that the slight real pain experienced is so quickly followed by overwhelming pleasure that in memory, the pain itself seems to have been pleasure, and may even be regarded as the symbol of pleasure. There is a special peculiarity of physical pain, which may be well borne in mind in considering the phenomena now before us, for it helps to account for the tolerance with which the idea of pain is regarded. I refer to the great ease with which physical pain is forgotten, a fact well known to all mothers, or to all who have been present at the birth of a child. As Professor von Tieskisch points out, der Schmerz für Psychologie und Physiologie der Sinnesorgan BD Roman 26 HT1 and 21901 memory can only preserve impressions as a whole. Physical pain consists of a sensation and of a feeling, but memory cannot easily reproduce the definite sensation of the pain, and thus the whole memory is disintegrated and speedily forgotten. It is quite otherwise with moral suffering, which persists in memory and has far more influence on conduct. No one wishes to suffer moral pain, or has any pleasure even in the idea of suffering it. It is the presence of this essential tendency which leads to a certain apparent contradiction in a woman's emotions. On the one hand, rooted in the maternal instinct, we find pity, tenderness, and compassion. On the other hand, rooted in the sexual instinct, we find a delight in roughness, violence, pain, and danger, sometimes in herself, sometimes also in others. The one impulse craves something innocent and helpless, to cherish and protect. The other delights in the spectacle of recklessness, audacity, sometimes even effrontery. A woman is not perfectly happy in her lover unless he can give at least some satisfaction to each of these two opposite longings. The psychological satisfaction, which women tend to feel in a certain degree of pain and love, is strictly coordinated with a physical fact. Women possess a minor degree of sensibility in the sexual region. This fact must not be misunderstood. On the one hand, it by no means begs the question as to whether women's sensibility generally is greater or less than that of men. This is a disputed question, and the evidence is still somewhat conflicting. On the other hand, it also by no means involves a less degree of specific sexual pleasure in women, for the tactile sensibility of the sexual organs is no index to the specific sexual sensibility of those organs when in a state of tumescence. The real significance of the less tactile sensibility of the genital region in women is to be found in parturition, and the special liability of the sexual region in women to injury. The women who are less sensitive in this respect would be better able and more willing to endure the risks of childbirth, and would therefore tend to supplant those who were more sensitive. But as a byproduct of this less degree of sensibility, we have a condition in which physical irritation amounting even to pain may become to normal women in the state of extreme tumescence a source of pleasurable excitement, such as it would rarely be to normal men. To common appear to be due the first carefully made observations showing the minor sensibility of the genital tract in women. Adolf Common Sensibilitätsprüfungen im weiblichen Genital nach Fornsitchen Gesichtspunkten, Archive für Gynecology, 1898 p. 454. He investigated the vagina, urethra, and anus in 18 women, and found a great lack of sensibility, least marked in anus, and most marked in vagina. This distribution of the insensitiveness alone indicates that it is due, as I have suggested, to natural selection. Sometimes a finger in the vagina could not be felt at all. One woman, when a catheter was introduced into the anus, said it might be the vagina or urethra, but was certainly not the anus. Common remarks that he was careful to put his questions in an intelligible form. The women were only conscious of the urine being drawn off when they heard the familiar sound of the stream, or when the bladder was very full. If the sound of the stream was deadened by a towel, they were quite unconscious that the bladder had been emptied. In confirmation of this statement, I have noticed that in a lady whose distended bladder it was necessary to empty by the catheter shortly before the birth of her first child, but who had indeed been partly under the influence of chloroform, there was no consciousness of the artificial relief. She merely remarked that she thought she could now relieve herself. There was some sense of temperature, but sense of locality, tactile sense, and judgment of size were often widely erroneous. It is significant that virgins were just as insensitive as married women, or those who had had children. Commons experiments appear to be confirmed by the experiments of Marco Treves of Turin on the thermoesthesiometry of mucous membranes, as reported to the Turin International Congress of Physiology, and briefly noted in Nature November 21, 1901. Treves found that the sensitivity of mucous membranes is always less than that of the skin, the mucosa of the urethra, and of the cervix uteri was quite incapable of heat and cold sensations, and even the cautery excited only slight, and that painful sensation. In further illustration of this point, reference may be made to the not infrequent cases in which the whole process of parturition and the enormous distension of tissues, which it involves, proceed throughout in an almost or quite painless manner. It is sufficient to refer to two cases reported in Paris by Mace, and briefly summarized in the British Medical Journal, May 25, 1901. In the first, the patient was a primipara 20 years of age, and until the dilatation of the cervix was complete, and efforts at expulsion had commenced, the uterine contractions were quite painless. In the second case, the mother aged 25, a tripara, had previously had very rapid labors. She awoke in the middle of the night without pains, but during micturition, the fetal head appeared at the vulva, and was soon born. Further illustration may be found in those cases in which severe inflammatory processes may take place in the genital canal, without being noticed. Thus Maxwell reports the case of a young Chinese woman, certainly quite normal, in whom after the birth of her first child, the vagina became almost obliterated, yet beyond slight occasional pain she noticed nothing wrong until the husband found that penetration was impossible. British Medical Journal, January 11, 1902. p. 78. The insensitiveness of the vagina, and its contrast in this respect with the penis. Though we are justified in regarding the penis as being like organs of special sense, relatively deficient in general sensibility, vividly presented in such an incident as the following, reported a few years ago in America by Dr. G. W. Allen in the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal. A man came under observation with an edematous inflamed penis. The wife, the night previous on advice of friends, had injected pure carbolic acid into the vagina. Just previous to coitus, the husband, ignorant of the fact, experienced untoward burning and smarting during and after coitus, but thought little of it, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, there were large blisters on the penis, but it was no longer painful. When seen by Dr. Allen, the prepuce was retracted, and edematous, the whole penis was much swollen, and there were large, perfectly raw surfaces on either side of the glands. In this connection, we may well bring into line a remarkable group of phenomena, concerning which much evidence has now accumulated. I refer to the use of various appliances, fixed in or around the penis, whether permanently or temporarily during coitus, such appliance being employed at the woman's instigation, and solely in order to heighten her excitement in Congress. These appliances have their great center among the Indonesian peoples in Borneo, Java, Sumatra, the Malay Peninsula, the Philippines, etc., thence extending in a modified form through China to become, it appears, considerably prevalent in Russia. I have also a note of their appearance in India. They have another widely diffused center, through which, however, they are more sparsely scattered among the American Indians of the northern, and more especially of the southern continents. Amerigo Vespucci and other early travelers noted the existence of some of these appliances, and since McClutch carefully described them as used in Borneo, their existence has been generally recognized. They are usually regarded merely as ethnological curiosities. As such, they would not concern us here. Their real significance for us is that they illustrate the comparative insensitiveness of the genital canal in women, while at the same time, they show that a certain amount of what we cannot but regard as painful stimulation is craved by women in order to heighten tumescence and increase sexual pleasure, even though it can only be procured by artificial methods. It is of course possible to argue that in these cases, we are not concerned with pain at all, but with a strong stimulation that is felt as purely pleasurable. There can be no doubt, however, that in the absence of sexual excitement, this stimulation would be felt as purely painful, and in the light of our previous discussion we may perhaps fairly regard it as a painful stimulation, which is craved not because it is itself pleasurable, but because it heightens the highly pleasurable state of tumescence. Borneo, the geographical center of the Indonesian world, appears also to be the district in which these instruments are most popular. The ampelang palang cambion, or spritzel yard, as it is variously termed, is a little rod of bone or metal, nearly 2 inches in length, rounded at the ends, and used by the Kayans and Dayaks of Borneo. Before coitus, it is inserted into a transverse orifice in the penis made by a painful and somewhat dangerous operation, and kept open by a quill. 2 or more of these instruments are occasionally worn. Sometimes little brushes are attached to each end of the instrument. Another instrument used by the Dayaks, but said to have been borrowed from the Malays, is the palang anus, which is a ring or collar of plaited pomphiber, furnished with a pair of stiffish horns of the same wiry material. It is worn on the neck of the glands and fits tight to the skin, so as not to slip off. Brooke Lowe, The Natives of Borneo, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, August and November 1892, p. 45. The ampalang and similar instruments are described by Ploss and Bartels des YBDI Chapter 17, also in Untrodden Fields of Anthropology, by a French army surgeon 1898 vol. Roman 2 pp. 130, 5141. Also Mantegazagli Amori Digli, Uamini French translation, p. 83, et sec. Riedel. Informed Mclutch Maclee that in the Celebes the Ulfurus fasten the eyelids of goats with the eyelashes round the corona of the glans penis. And in Java, a piece of goatskin is used in a similar way so as to form a hairy sheath. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1876 pp. 22-25. While among the Bata of Sumatra, Hagen found that small stones are inserted by an incision under the skin of the penis. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1891, ht 3 p. 351. In the Malay Peninsula, Stevens found instruments somewhat similar to the ampalang still in use among some tribes, and among others formerly in use. He thinks they were brought from Borneo. H. Roman 5 Stevens Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1896 ht 4 p. 180, 1 block, who brings forward other examples of similar devices. Beiträge zur Theologie der Psychopathia Sexualis, pp. 56-58, considers that the Australian mica operation may thus in part be explained. Such instruments are not, however, entirely unknown in Europe. In France in the 18th century, it appears that rings sometimes set with hard knobs, and called aids, were occasionally used by men to heighten the pleasure of women in intercourse. Durin Marquis de Sade, 1901 p. 130. In Russia, according to Weissenberg of Elisabethsgrad, it is not uncommon to use elastic rings, set with little teeth. These rings are fastened around the base of the glans. Weissenberg Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1893 ht 2 p. 135. This instrument must have been brought to Russia from the East, for Burton in the notes to his Arabian Nights mentions precisely similar instrument as in use in China. Somewhat similar is the Chinese hedgehog, a wreath of fine soft feathers, with the quills solidly fastened by silver wire to a ring of the same metal, which is slipped over the glans. In South America, the Araucanians of Argentina use a little horsehair brush fastened around the penis. One of these is in the museum at La Plata. It is said the custom may have been borrowed from the Patagonians. These instruments, called jescals, are made by the women, and the workmanship is very delicate. Layman Niche Zeitschrift für Ethnologie 1900 ht 6 p. 491. It is noteworthy that a somewhat similar tuft of horsehair is also worn in Borneo. Breitenstein 21 Jar, in India, 1899 pt. IP 227. Most of the accounts state that the women attach great importance to the gratification afforded by such instruments in Borneo. A modest woman symbolically indicates to her lover the exact length of the ampalang she would prefer by leaving at a particular spot a cigarette of that length. Mclutch Maclee considers that these instruments were invented by women. Brooke Lowe remarks that no woman once habituated to its use will ever dream of permitting her bedfellow to discontinue the practice of wearing it, and Stevens states that at one time no woman would marry a man who was not furnished with such an apparatus. It may be added that a very similar appliance may be found in European countries, especially Germany, in the use of a condom furnished with irregularities, or a frill, in order to increase the woman's excitement. It is not impossible to find evidence that in European countries, even in the absence of such instruments, the craving which they gratify still exists in women. Thus Mauriac tells of a patient with vegetations on the glans who delayed treatment because his mistress liked him, so best art vegetations, Dictionnaire de médecine et chirurgie pratique. It may seem that such impulses and such devices to gratify them are altogether unnatural. This is not so. They have a zoological basis. and in many animals are embodied in the anatomical structure, many rodents ruminants, and some of the carnivora show natural developments of the penis, closely resembling some of those artificially adopted by man. Thus the guinea pigs possess two horny styles attached to the penis while the glands of the penis is covered with sharp spines. Some of the caviid also have two sharp horny saws at the side of the penis. The cat, the rhinoceros, the tapir, and other animals possess projecting structures on the penis, and some species of ruminants, such as the sheep, the giraffe, and many antelopes have attached to the penis long filiform processes through which the urethra passes. A. Marshall, The Physiology of Reproduction, pp. 246,248. We find even in creatures so delicate and ethereal as the butterflies a whole armory of keen weapons for use in coitus. These were described in detail in an elaborate and fully illustrated memoir by P. H. Goss on the clasping organs, ancillary to generation, in certain groups of the Lepidoptera Transactions of the Linen Society, 2nd Series, Vol. Roman II, Zoology, 1882. These organs, which Goss terms harps or grappling irons, are found in the Papilionid, and are very beautiful and varied, taking the forms of projecting claws, hooks, pikes, swords, knobs, and strange combinations of these commonly brought to a keen edge, and then cut into sharp teeth. It is probable that all these structures serve to excite the sexual apparatus of the female and to promote tumescence. To the careless observer there may seem to be something vicious or perverted in such manifestations in man. That opinion becomes very doubtful when we consider how these tendencies occur in people living under natural conditions in widely separated parts of the world. It becomes still further untenable if we are justified in believing that the ancestors of men possessed projecting epithelial appendages attached to the penis, and if we accept the discovery by Friedenthal of the rudiment of these appendages on the penis of the human fetus. At an early stage, Friedenthal Sonderformen der menschlichen Lebensbildung Sexual Problem, Feb 1912 p. 129. In this case, human ingenuity would merely be seeking to supply an organ which nature has ceased to furnish, although it is still in some cases needed, especially among peoples whose aptitude for erethism has remained at or fallen to a subhuman level. At first sight, the connection between love and pain, the tendency of men to delight in inflicting it, and women in suffering, it seems strange and inexplicable. It seems amazing that a tender and even independent woman should maintain a passionate attachment to a man who subjects her to physical and moral insults, and that a strong man, often intelligent, reasonable, and even kind-hearted, should desire to subject to such insults a woman whom he loves passionately, and who has given him every final proof of her own passion. In understanding such cases, we have to remember that it is only within limits that a woman really enjoys the pain, discomfort, or subjection to which she submits. A little pain, which the man knows he can himself soothe, a little pain, which the woman gladly accepts as the sign and forerunner of pleasure. This degree of pain comes within the normal limits of love, and is rooted, as we have seen, in the experience of the race. But when it is carried beyond these limits, though it may still be tolerated, because of the support it receives from its biological basis, it is no longer enjoyed. The natural note has been too violently struck, and the rhythm of love has ceased to be perfect. A woman may desire to be forced, to be roughly forced, to be ravished away beyond her own will, but all the time she only desires to be forced toward those things which are essentially and profoundly agreeable to her. A man who fails to realize this has made little progress in the art of love. I like being knocked about and made to do things I don't want to do, a woman said, but she admitted on being questioned that she would not like to have much pain inflicted, and that she might not care to be made to do important things. She did not want to do. The story of Griselda's unbounded submissiveness can scarcely be said to be psychologically right, though it has its artistic rightness as an elaborate fantasia on this theme, justified by its conclusion. This point is further illustrated by the following passage from a letter written by a lady. Submission to the man's will is still and always must be the prelude to pleasure, and the association of ideas will probably always produce this much misunderstood instinct. Now, I find indirectly from other women, and directly from my own experience, that when the point in dispute is very important, and the man exerts his authority, the desire to get one's own way completely obliterates the sexual feeling, while conversely in small things, the sexual feeling obliterates the desire to have one's own way. Where the two are nearly equal, a conflict between them ensues, and I can stand aside and wonder which will get the best of it. Though I encourage the sexual feeling, When possible, as if the other conquers, it leaves a sense of great mental irritation and physical discomfort. A man should command in small things, as in 9 cases out of 10. This will produce excitement. He should advise in large matters. Or he may find either that he is unable to enforce his orders, or that he produces a feeling of dislike and annoyance. He was far from intending women, imagine men, must be stronger than themselves. To excite their passion, I disagree. A passionate man has the best chance, for in him, the primitive instincts are strong. The wish to subdue the female is one of them. And in small things, he will exert his authority to make her feel his power, while she knows that on a question of real importance she has a good chance of getting her own way by working on his greater susceptibility. Perhaps an illustration will show what I mean. I was listening to the band, and a girl and her fiancé came up to occupy 2 seats near me. The girl sank into one seat, but, for some reason, the man wished her to take the other. She refused. He repeated his order twice, the second time so peremptorily that she changed places. And I heard him say, "I don't think you heard what I said. I don't expect to give an order 3 times." This little scene interested me, and I afterward asked the girl the following questions. Had you any reason for taking one chair more than the other? No. Did Mr. S.'s insistence on your changing give you any pleasure? Yes, after a little hesitation. Why? I don't know. Would it have done so if you had particularly wished to sit in that chair, if, for instance, you had had a boil on your cheek, and wished to turn that side away from him? No, certainly not. The worry of thinking he was looking at it would have made me too cross to feel pleased. Does this explain what I mean? The occasion, by the way, need not be really important. But as in this imaginary case of the boil, if it seems important to the woman, irritation will outweigh the physical sensation. I am well aware that in thus asserting a certain tendency in women to delight in suffering pain, however careful and qualified the position I have taken, many estimable people will cry out that I am degrading a whole sex, and generally supporting the subjection of women. But the day for academic discussion concerning the subjection of women has gone by. The tendency I have sought to make clear is too well established by the experience of normal and typical women. However numerous the exceptions may be called in question, I would point out to those who would deprecate the influence of such facts in relation to social progress that nothing is gained by regarding women as simply men of smaller growth. They are not so. They have the laws of their own nature. Their development must be along their own lines, and not along masculine lines. It is as true now as in Bacon's day that we only learn to command nature by obeying her. To ignore facts is to court disappointment in our measure of progress. The particular fact with which we have here come in contact is very vital and radical, and most subtle in its influence. It is foolish to ignore it. We must allow for its existence. We can neither attain a sane view of life, nor a sane social legislation of life, unless we possess a just and accurate knowledge of the fundamental instincts upon which life is built. Various mammals, carried away by the reckless fury of the sexual impulse, are apt to ill-treat their females. R. Muller, Sexual Biology, p. 123. This treatment is, however, usually only an incident of courtship, the result of excess of ardor. The chaffinches and saffronfinches, Fringilla and cicalis, are very rough wooers, says a G. Butler, zoologist, 1902, p. 241. They sing vociferously and chase their hens, violently knocking them over in their flight, pursuing and savagely pecking them even on the ground. But when once the hens become submissive, the males change their tactics and become for the time model husbands, feeding their wives from their crop and assisting in rearing the young. Cf. a Roman 100, Haddon Headhunters, p. 107. Marrow considers that there may be transference of emotion, the impulse of violence, generated in the male by his rivals being turned against his partner, according to a tendency noted by Sully and illustrated by Ribot in his Psychology of the Emotions, Part 1, Chapter 1264. Several writers have found in the facts of primitive animal courtship the explanation of the connection between love and pain. Thus Kraft, Ebbing, Psychopathia Sexualis, English translation of 10th German edition, p. 80, briefly notes that outbreaks of sadism are possibly atavistic. Marrow, La Pubertà, 1898, p. 219. Et Sec. has some suggestive pages on this subject. It would appear that this explanation was vaguely outlined by Jaeger Lazara in a Bordeaux thesis, mentioned by Fear has argued in the same sense. Fear, L. Instinct Sexual, p. 134, on grounds that are scarcely sufficient regards this explanation as merely a superficial analogy, but it is certainly not a complete explanation. Schaeffer Jawbutcher for Psychology, BD Roman 2 p. 128, and quoted by Kraft-Ebing in Psychopathia Sexualis, in connection with a case in which sexual excitement was produced by the sight of battles, or of paintings of them, remarks the pleasure of battle and murder is so predominantly an attribute of the male sex throughout the animal kingdom that there can be no question about the close connection between this side of the masculine character and male sexuality. I believe that I can show by observation that in men who are absolutely normal mentally and physically, the first indefinite and incomprehensible precursors of sexual excitement may be induced by reading exciting scenes of chase and war. These give rise to unconscious longings for a kind of satisfaction in warlike games, wrestling, etc., which express the fundamental sexual impulse to close and complete contact with a companion, with a secondary, more or less clearly defined thought of conquest. Greuze Spiel der Menschen, 1899 p. 232, also thinks there is more or less truth in this suggestion of a subconscious sexual element in the playful wrestling combats of boys. Freud considers Dreh ab Handlungen zur Sexualtheorie p. 49 that the tendency to sexual excitement through muscular activity in wrestling, etc., is one of the roots of sadism. I have been told of normal men who feel a conscious pleasure of this kind when lifted in games, as may happen for instance in football. It may be added that in some parts of the world, the suitor has to throw the girl in a wrestling bout in order to secure her hand. A minor manifestation of this tendency, appearing even in quite normal and well-conditioned individuals, is the impulse among boys at and after puberty to take pleasure in persecuting and hurting lower animals or their own young companions. Some youths display a diabolical enjoyment and ingenuity in torturing sensitive juniors, and even a boy who is otherwise kindly and considerate may find enjoyment in deliberately mutilating a frog. In some cases, in boys and youths who have no true sadistic impulse and are not usually cruel, this infliction of torture on a lower animal produces an erection, though not necessarily any pleasant sexual sensations. Maro la Puberta, 1898 p. 223, Garnier la criminalité juvénile comme tesserendus congers, Internationale d'Anthropologie, Criminelle Amsterdam 1901 p. 296, Archivio de Psychiatria 1899, Fask, VVI p. 572. BK Roman 2, ch. Roman 269. Herbert Spencer Principles of Sociology, 1876 vol. IP 651. Westermarck Human Marriage p. 388. Gross is of the same opinion. He considers also that the mock capture is often an imitation, due to admiration of real capture. He does not believe that the latter has ever been a form of marriage recognized by custom and law, but only an occasional and punishable act of violence. Die Formen der Familie, pp. 1057. This position is too extreme. Ernest Crawley, The Mystic Rose 1902 p. 350, et sec van Gennep, rightly remarks that we cannot correctly say that the woman is abducted from her sex, but only from her sexual society. A Van Gennep writes to Passage 1909 pp. 175,186, has put forward a third theory, though also of a psychological character, according to which the capture is a rite indicating the separation of the young girl from the special societies of her childhood. Gennep regards this rite as one of a vast group of rites of passage, which come into action whenever a person changes his social or natural environment. Fear Instinct Sexual p. 133 appears to regard the satisfaction based on the sentiment of personal power, which may be experienced in the suffering and subjection of a victim, as an adequate explanation of the association of pain with love. This, I can scarcely admit it, is a factor in the emotional attitude. But when it only exists in the sexual sphere, it is reasonable to base this attitude largely on the still more fundamental biological attitude of the male toward the female in the process of courtship. Fear regards this biological element as merely a superficial analogy on the ground that an act of cruelty may become an equivalent of coitus. But a sexual perversion is quite commonly constituted by the selection and magnification of a single moment in the normal sexual process. The process may, however, be quite conscious. Thus, a correspondent tells me that he not only finds sexual pleasure in cruelty toward the woman he loves, but that he regards this as an essential element. He is convinced that it gives the woman pleasure, and that it is possible to distinguish by gesture, inflection of voice, etc., an hysterical assumed or imagined feeling of pain from real pain. He would not wish to give real pain, and would regard that as sadism. De Sade had already made the same remark, while Duchenne of Boulogne pointed out that the facial expressions of sexual passion and of cruelty are similar. Vol Roman 6 p. 208. Damas Chevox de Sahara p. 49. See in Vol Roman 4 of these studies Sexual Selection in Man Appendix A on the origins of the kiss. De Stendhal de Elamore mentions that when in London, he was on terms of friendship with an English actress, who was the mistress of a wealthy colonel, but privately had another lover. One day the colonel arrived when the other man was present. "This gentleman has called about the pony I want to sell," said the actress. "I have come for a very different purpose," said the little man, and thus aroused a love which was beginning to languish. See Havelock Ellis Man and Woman, Chapter 6, The Senses. This liability is emphasized by Adler die Mangelhaft, Geschlechtsempfindung, des Weibes, p. 125. Zeitschrift für Ethnologie BD, Roman 8, 1876, pp. 22-28. Roman 2, the definition of sadism. De Sade, masochism, to some extent normal Sacher masoch, no real line of demarcation between sadism and masochism. Algolagnia includes both groups of manifestations. The love bite, as a bridge from normal phenomena to algolagnia, the fascination of blood. The most extreme perversions are linked on to normal phenomena. We thus see that there are here two separate groups of feelings, one in the masculine line, which delights in displaying force, and often inflicts pain, or the simulacrum of pain; the other in the feminine line, which delights in submitting to that force, and even finds pleasure in a slight amount of pain, or the idea of pain when associated with the experiences of love. We see also that these two groups of feelings are complementary within the limits, consistent with normal and healthy life. What men are impelled to give women love to receive, so that we need not unduly deprecate the cruelty of men within these limits, nor unduly commiserate the women who are subjected to it. Such a conclusion, however, as we have also seen, only holds good within those normal limits, which an attempt has here been made to determine. The phenomena we have been considering are strictly normal phenomena, having their basis in the conditions of tumescence and detumescence in animal and primitive human courtship. At one point, however, when discussing the phenomena of the love bite, I referred to the facts which indicate how this purely normal manifestation yet, insensibly, passes over into the region of the morbid. It is an instance that enables us to realize how even the most terrible and repugnant sexual perversions are still demonstrably linked on to phenomena that are fundamentally normal. The love bite may be said to give us the key to that perverse impulse, which has been commonly called sadism. There is some difference of opinion as to how sadism may be best defined. Perhaps the simplest and most usual definition is that of Krafft Ebing as sexual emotion, associated with the wish to inflict pain and use violence, or as he elsewhere expresses it, the impulse to cruel and violent treatment of the opposite sex and the coloring of the idea of such acts with lustful feeling. A more complete definition is that of Moll, who describes sadism as a condition in which the sexual impulse consists in the tendency to strike a loose and humiliate the beloved person. This definition has the advantage of bringing in the element of moral pain. A further extension is made in Furr's definition as the need of association of violence and cruelty with sexual enjoyment, such violence or cruelty not being necessarily exerted by the person himself who seeks sexual pleasure in this association. Garnier's definition, while comprising all these points, further allows for the fact that a certain degree of sadism may be regarded as normal pathological sadism. He states, is an impulsive and obsessing sexual perversion characterized by a close connection between suffering inflicted or mentally represented and the sexual orgasm. Without this necessary and sufficing condition, frigidity usually remaining absolute, it must be added that these definitions are very incomplete if by sadism we are to understand the special sexual perversions which are displayed in de Sade's novels. Ewan Bloch Eugen Duran, in the course of his book on de Sade, has attempted a definition strictly on this basis, and as will be seen, it is necessary to make it very elaborate a connection, whether intentionally sought or offered by chance, of sexual excitement and sexual enjoyment, with the real or only symbolic ideal illusionary appearance of frightful and shocking events, destructive occurrences and practices, which threaten or destroy the life, health, and property of man and other living creatures and threaten and interrupt the continuity of inanimate objects, whereby the person who from such occurrences obtains sexual enjoyment may either himself be the direct cause or cause them to take place by means of other persons, or merely be the spectator, or finally be voluntarily or involuntarily the object against which these processes are directed. This definition of sadism, as found in de Sade's works, is thus more especially by its final clause, a very much wider conception than the usual definition. Donatien Alphonse François Marquis de Sade was born in 1740 at Paris, in the house of the great Condé. He belonged to a very noble, ancient, and distinguished Provençal family. Petrarch's Laura, who married a de Sade, was one of his ancestors, and the family had cultivated both arms and letters. With success he was, according to Lacroix, an adorable youth whose delicately pale and dusky face, lighted up by two large black, according to another account blue eyes, already bore the languorous imprint of the vice, which was to corrupt his whole being. His voice was drawling, and caressing. His gait had a softly feminine grace. Unfortunately, there is no authentic portrait of him. His early life is sketched in letter Roman 4 of his Aline, et Valcourt. On leaving the college Louisville Grand, he became a cavalry officer and went through the 7 Years' War in Germany. There can be little doubt that the experiences of his military life, working on a femininely vicious temperament, had much to do with the development of his perversion. He appears to have got into numerous scrapes of which the details are unknown, and his father sought to marry him to the daughter of an aristocratic friend of his own, a noble and amiable girl of 20. It so chanced that when young de Sade first went to the house of his future wife, only her younger sister, a girl of 13, was at home with her. He at once fell in love, and his love was reciprocated. They were both musical enthusiasts, and she had a beautiful voice. The parents insisted on carrying out the original scheme of marriage. De Sade's wife loved him, and in spite of everything served his interests with Griselda-like devotion. She was Gineste, remarks a saint of conjugal life, but her love was from the first only requited with repulsion, contempt, and suspicion. There were, however, children of the marriage. The career of the eldest estimable young man, who went into the army, and also had artistic ability, but otherwise had no community of tastes with his father, has been sketched by Paul Gineste, who has also edited the letters of the Marquise de Sade's passion for the younger sister. Continued, he idealized her as Juliet, though she was placed in a convent beyond his reach, and at a much later period, he eloped with her, and spent perhaps the happiest period of his life, soon terminated by her death. It is evident that this unhappy marriage was decisive in determining de Sade's career. He at once threw himself recklessly into every form of dissipation, spending his health and his substance, sometimes among refinedly debauched nobles, and sometimes among coarsely debauched lackeys. He was, however, always something of an artist, something of a student, something of a philosopher, and at an early period, he began to write apparently at the age of 23. It was at this age, and only a few months after his marriage, that on account of some excess, he was for a time confined in Vincennes. He was destined to spend 27 years of his life in prisons, if we include the 13 years which in old age he passed in the asylum at Charenton. His actual offenses were by no means so terrible as those he loved to dwell on in imagination, and for the most part they have been greatly exaggerated. His most extreme offenses were the indecent and forcible flagellation, in 1768, of a young woman, Rosa Keller, who had accosted him in the street for alms, and whom he induced by false pretenses to come to his house, and the administration of aphrodisiacal bonbons to some prostitutes at Marseille. It is owing to the fact that the prime of his manhood was spent in prisons that de Sade fell back on dreaming study and novel writing. Shut out from real life, he solaced his imagination with the perverted visionsto, a very large extent, however, founded on knowledge of the real facts of perverted life in his time, which he has recorded in Justine 1781. Les 120 Journeys de Sodome au l'école du libertinage 1785. Aline, et Valcourt au la Roman philosophique 1788. Juliet 1796. La philosophie dans le boudoir 1795. These books constitute a sort of encyclopedia of sexual perversions and 18th-century psychopathia sexualis, and embody at the same time a philosophy. He was the first, Bloch remarks, who realized the immense importance of the sexual question. his general attitude may be illustrated by the following passage as quoted by Lacassagne: "If there are beings in the world whose acts shock all accepted prejudices, we must not preach at them or punish them, because their bizarre tastes no more depend upon themselves than it depends on you whether you are witty or stupid, well-made, or humpbacked. What would become of your laws, your morality, your religion, your gallows, your paradise, your gods, your hell, if it were shown that such and such fluids, such fibers, or a certain acridity in the blood, or in the animal spirits alone suffice to make a man the object of your punishments, or your rewards?" He was enormously well-read, Bloch points out, and his interest extended to every field of literature: belles letters, philosophy, theology, politics, sociology, ethnology, mythology, and history. Perhaps his favorite reading was travels. He was minutely familiar with the Bible, though his attitude was extremely critical. His favorite philosopher was La Mettrie, whom he very frequently quotes, and he had carefully studied Machiavelli. De Sade had foreseen the revolution. He was an ardent admirer of Marat, and at this period, he entered into public life as a mild, gentle, rather bald, and gray-haired person. Many scenes of the revolution were the embodiment in real life of de Sade's imagination. Such, for instance, were the barbaric tortures inflicted at the instigation of the Rogny de Maricourt on La Belle Bouquidière. Yet de Sade played a very peaceful part in the events of that time, chiefly as a philanthropist, spending much of his time in the hospitals. He saved his parents-in-law from the scaffold, although they had always been hostile to him, and by his moderation aroused the suspicions of the Revolutionary Party, and was again imprisoned later. He wrote a pamphlet against Napoleon, who never forgave him, and had him shut up in Charenton as a lunatic. It was a not unusual method at that time of disposing of persons whom it was wished to put out of the way, and notwithstanding de Sade's organically abnormal temperament, there is no reason to regard him as actually insane. Royer Collard, an eminent alienist of that period, then at the head of Charenton, declared de Sade to be sane, and his detailed report is still extant. Other specialists were of the same opinion. Bloch, who quotes these opinions, New Forschungen, etc. p. 370, says that the only possible conclusion is that de Sade was sane, but Neurasthenic, and Eulenberg also concludes that he cannot be regarded as insane, although he was highly degenerate in the asylum. He amused himself by organizing a theatre Lacroix many years later. Questioning old people who had known him, was surprised to find that even in the memory of most virtuous and respectable persons, he lived merely as an amiable mauvais sujet. It is noteworthy that de Sade aroused in a singular degree the love and devotion of women. Whether or not we may regard this as evidence of the fascination exerted on women by cruelty, Janin remarks that he had seen many pretty little letters written by young and charming women of the great world, begging for the release of the pauvre marquis. Sardou, the dramatist, has stated that in 1855 he visited the Bicêtre and met an old gardener who had known de Sade during his reclusion there. He told that one of the Marquis' amusements was to procure baskets of the most beautiful and expensive roses. He would then sit on a footstool by a dirty streamlet which ran through the courtyard, and would take the roses one by one, gaze at them, smell them with a voluptuous expression, soak them in the muddy water, and fling them away laughing as he did so. He died on the 2d of December 1814 at the age of 74. He was almost blind, and had long been a martyr to gout, asthma, and an affection of the stomach. It was his wish that acorns should be planted over his grave and his memory effaced. At a later period, his skull was examined by a phrenologist who found it small and well-formed. One would take it at first for a woman's head. The skull belonged to Dr. Land, but about the middle of the century, it was stolen by a doctor who conveyed it to England, where it may possibly yet be found. The foregoing account is mainly founded on Paul Lacroix, Revue de Paris 1837, and Curiosités de l'Histoire de France, 2nd series, Proc Célèbres p. 225, Janin, Revue de Paris 1834, Eugen Duran Iwan Bloch, Der Marquis de Sade und seine Zeit, 3rd edition 1901, Roman 499, New Forschungen über den Marquis de Sade und seine Zeit 1904, Lacassagne Vacher l'Aventure, et les Crimes Sadiques 1899, Paul Ginasty, La Marquise de Sade 1901. The attempt to define sadism strictly and penetrate to its roots into Sade's personal temperament reveals a certain weakness in the current conception of this sexual perversion. It is not, as we might infer both from the definition usually given and from its probable biological heredity, from primitive times a perversion due to excessive masculinity, the strong man is more apt to be tender than cruel, or at all events knows how to restrain within bounds any impulse to cruelty. The most extreme and elaborate forms of sadism, putting aside such as are associated with a considerable degree of imbecility, are more apt to be allied with a somewhat feminine organization. Montaigne, indeed, observed long ago that cruelty is usually accompanied by feminine softness. In the same way, it is a mistake to suppose that the very feminine woman is not capable of sadistic tendencies. Even if we take into account the primitive animal conditions of combat, the male must suffer as well as inflict pain, and the female must not only experience subjection to the male, but also share in the emotions of her partner's victory over his rivals. As bearing on these points, I may quote the following remarks written by a lady. It is said that the weaker and more feminine a woman is, the greater the subjection she likes. I don't think it has anything at all to do with the general character, but depends entirely on whether the feeling of constraint and helplessness affects her sexually in men. I have several times noticed that those who were most desirous of subjection to the women they loved had in ordinary life very strong and determined characters. I know of others too who, with very weak characters, are very imperious toward the women they care for. Among women, I have often been surprised to see how a strong, determined woman will give way to a man she loves, and how tenacious of her own will may be some fragile, clinging creature, who in daily life seems quite unable to act on her own responsibility. A certain amount of passivity, a desire to have their emotions worked on, seems to me, so far as my small experience goes, very common. Among ordinary, presumably normal men, a good deal of stress is laid on femininity as an attraction in a woman, and this may be so to very strong natures, but so far as I have seen, the women who obtain extraordinary empire over men are those with a certain virility in their character and passions, if with this virility they combine a fragility or childishness of appearance, which appeals to a man in another way at the same time, they appear to be irresistible. I have noted some of the feminine traits in de Sade's temperament and appearance. The same may often be noted in sadists, whose crimes were very much more serious and brutal than those of de Sade. A man who stabbed women in the streets at St. Louis was a waiter with a high-pitched, effeminate voice and boyish appearance. Riedel, the sadistic murderer, was timid, modest, and delicate. He was too shy to urinate in the presence of other people. A sadistic zoophalist, described by a Marie, who attempted to strangle a woman fellow-worker, had always been very timid, blushed with much facility, could not look even children in the eyes, or urinate in the presence of another person, or make sexual advances to women. Kiernan and Moyer are inclined to connect the modesty and timidity of sadists with a disgust for normal coitus. They were called upon to examine an inverted married woman who had inflicted several hundred wounds, mostly superficial, with fork, scissors, etc., on the genital organs and other parts of a girl whom she had adopted from home. This woman was very prominent in church and social matters in the city in which she lived, so that many clergymen and local persons of importance testified to her chaste, modest, and even prudish character. She was found to be sane at the time of the acts. Moyer, alienist and neurologist, May 1907, and private letter from Dr. Kiernan. We are thus led to another sexual perversion, which is usually considered the opposite of sadism. Masochism is commonly regarded as a peculiarly feminine sexual perversion in women, indeed as normal in some degree, and in man, as a sort of inversion of the normal masculine emotional attitude. But this view of the matter is not altogether justified, for definite and pronounced masochism seems to be much rarer in women than sadism. Kraft Ebing, whose treatment of this phenomenon is perhaps his most valuable and original contribution to sexual psychology, has dealt very fully with the matter and brought forward many cases. He thus defines this perversion by masochism: I understand a peculiar perversion of the psychical vita sexualis, in which the individual affected in sexual feeling and thought is controlled by the idea of being completely and unconditionally subject to the will of a person of the opposite sex, of being treated by this person as by a master, humiliated and abused. This idea is colored by sexual feeling. The masochist lives in fancies, in which he creates situations of this kind, and he often attempts to realize them. In a minor degree, not amounting to a complete perversion of the sexual instinct, this sentiment of abnegation, the desire to be even physically subjected to the adored woman, cannot be regarded as abnormal. More than 2 centuries before Krafft Ebing appeared Robert Burton, who was no mean psychologist, dilated on the fact that love is a kind of slavery. They are commonly slaves, he wrote of lovers, captives, voluntary servants, amator amic mancipium, as Kest terms him, his mistress, servant, her drudge, prisoner, bondman. What not before Burton's time, the legend of the erotic servitude of Aristotle, was widely spread in Europe, and pictures exist of the venerable philosopher on all fours, ridden by a woman with a whip, in classic times. Various masochistic phenomena are noted with approval by Ovid. It has been pointed out by Moll that there are traces of masochistic feeling in some of Goethe's poems, especially Lily's Park and Erwin und Elmayer. Similar traces have been found in the poems of Hein Platt and Hammerling, and many other poets. The poetry of the people is also said to contain many such traces. It may indeed be said that passion in its more lyric exaltations, almost necessarily, involves some resort to masochistic expression. A popular lady novelist in a novel written many years ago represents her hero, a robust soldier imploring the lady of his love in a moment of passionate exaltation to trample on him, certainly without any wish to suggest sexual perversion. If it is true that the Antonio of Otway's Venice Preserved is a caricature of Shaftesbury, then it would appear that one of the greatest of English statesmen was supposed to exhibit very pronounced and characteristic masochistic tendencies, and in more recent days, masochistic expressions have been noted as occurring in the love letters of so emphatically virile a statesman as Bismarck. Thus, a minor degree of the masochistic tendency may be said to be fairly common, while its more pronounced manifestations are more common than pronounced sadism. It very frequently affects persons of a sensitive, refined, and artistic temperament. It may even be said that this tendency is in the line of civilization. Kraft Ebing points out that some of the most delicate and romantic love episodes of the Middle Ages are distinctly colored by masochistic emotion. The increasing tendency to masochism with increasing civilization becomes explicable if we accept Colin Scott's secondary law of courting as accessory to the primary law that the male is active and the female passive and imaginatively attentive to the states of the excited male. According to the secondary law, the female develops a superadded activity, the male becoming relatively passive and imaginatively attentive to the psychical and bodily states of the female. We may probably agree that this secondary law of courting does really represent a tendency of love in individuals of complex and sensitive nature, and the outcome of such a receptive attitude on the part of the male is undoubtedly, in well-marked cases, a desire of submission to the female's will, and a craving to experience, in some physical or psychic form, not necessarily painful, the manifestations of her activity. When we turn from vague and unpronounced forms of the masochistic tendency to the more definite forms in which it becomes an unquestionable sexual perversion, we find a very eminent and fairly typical example in Rouse, an example all the more interesting because here the subject has himself portrayed his perversion in his famous Confessions. It is, however, the name of a less eminent author, the Austrian novelist Sascher Masoch, which has become identified with the perversion through the fact that Kraft Ebing fixed upon it as furnishing a convenient counterpart to the term sadism. It is on the strength of a considerable number of his novels and stories, more especially of Die Venus im Pels, that Kraft Ebing took the scarcely warrantable liberty of identifying his name, while yet living with a sexual perversion. Sascher Masoch's biography has been written with intimate knowledge and much candor by Roman 100 F. von Schlichtegrull Sascher Masoch, und der Masochismus 1901, and more indirectly, by his first wife Wanda von Sascher Masoch, in her autobiography Mein Lebensbeicht 1906, French translation Confession de ma vie 1907. Schlichtegrull's book is written with a somewhat undue attempt to exalt his hero and to attribute his misfortunes to his first wife. The autobiography of the latter, however, enables us to form a more complete picture of Sascher Masoch's life, for while his wife by no means spares herself, she clearly shows that Sascher Masoch was the victim of his own abnormal temperament, and she presents both the sensitive, refined, exalted, and generous aspects of his nature and his morbid, imaginative, vain aspects. Leopold von Sascher Masoch was born in 1836 at Lemberg in Galicia. He was of Spanish-German, and more especially Slavonic race. The founder of the family may be said to be a certain Don Matthias Sascher, a young Spanish nobleman in the 16th century, who settled in Prague. The novelist's father was director of police in Lemberg and married Charlotte von Masoch, A little Russian lady of noble birth, the novelist, the eldest child of this union, was not born until after 9 years of marriage, and in infancy was so delicate that he was not expected to survive. He began to improve, however, when his mother gave him to be suckled to a robust Russian peasant woman from whom, as he said later, he gained not only health but his soul. From her he learned all the strange and melancholy legends of her people, and a love of the Little Russians, which never left him while still a child. Young Sasha Masak was in the midst of the bloody scenes of the revolution which culminated in 1848. When he was 12, the family migrated to Prague, and the boy, though precocious in his development, then first learned the German language, of which he attained so fine a mastery. At a very early age he had found the atmosphere, and even some of the most characteristic elements of the peculiar types which mark his work as a novelist. It is interesting to trace the germinal elements of those peculiarities, which so strongly affected his imagination on the sexual side. As a child he was greatly attracted by representations of cruelty. He loved to gaze at pictures of executions. The legends of martyrs were his favorite reading, and with the onset of puberty, he regularly dreamed that he was fettered and in the power of a cruel woman who tortured him. It has been said by an anonymous author that the women of Galicia either rule their husbands entirely and make them their slaves, or themselves sink to be the wretchedest of slaves at the age of 10. According to Schlichtegrull's narrative, the child Leopold witnessed a scene in which a woman of the former kind, a certain Countess Zenobia Roman 10, a relative of his own on the paternal side, played the chief part, and this scene left an undying impress on his imagination. The Countess was a beautiful but wanton creature, and the child adored her. Impressed alike by her beauty and the costly furs she wore, she accepted his devotion and little services, and would sometimes allow him to assist her in dressing. On one occasion, as he was kneeling before her to put on her ermine slippers, he kissed her feet. She smiled and gave him a kick which filled him with pleasure. Not long afterward occurred the episode which so profoundly affected his imagination. He was playing with his sisters at hide-and-seek and had carefully hidden himself behind the dresses on a clothes rail in the Countess' bedroom. At this moment, the Countess suddenly entered the house and ascended the stairs, followed by a lover, and the child, who dared not betray his presence, saw the Countess sink down on a sofa and begin to caress her lover. But a few moments later, the husband, accompanied by two friends, dashed into the room. Before, however, he could decide which of the lovers to turn against the Countess, had risen and struck him so powerful a blow in the face with her fist that he fell back streaming with blood. She then seized a whip, drove all three men out of the room, and in the confusion the lover slipped away. At this moment the clothes rail fell, and the child, the involuntary witness of the scene, was revealed to the Countess, who now fell on him in anger, threw him to the ground, pressed her knee on his shoulder, and struck him unmercifully. The pain was great, and yet he was conscious of a strange pleasure. While this castigation was proceeding, the Count returned no longer in a rage, but meek and humble as a slave, and kneeled down before her to beg forgiveness. As the boy escaped, he saw her kick her husband. The child could not resist the temptation to return to the spot. The door was closed, and he could see nothing, but he heard the sound of the whip and the groans of the Count beneath his wife's blows. It is unnecessary to insist that in this scene, acting on a highly sensitive and somewhat peculiar child, we have the key to the emotional attitude which affected so much of Sasha Masak's work. As his biographer remarks, woman became to him, during a considerable part of his life, a creature at once to be loved and hated, a being whose beauty and brutality enabled her to set her foot at will on the necks of men. And in the heroine of his first important novel, The Emissar, dealing with the Polish Revolution, he embodied the contradictory personality of Countess Zenobia. Even the whip and the fur garments, Sasha Masak's favorite emotional symbols, find their explanation. In this early episode, he was accustomed to say of an attractive woman, "I should like to see her in furs," and of an unattractive woman, "I could not imagine her in furs." His writing paper at one time was adorned with the figure of a woman in Russian boyar costume, her cloak lined with ermine, and brandishing a scourge on his walls. He liked to have pictures of women in furs, of the kind of which there is so magnificent an example by Rubens in the gallery at Munich. He would even keep a woman's fur cloak on an ottoman in his study, and stroke it from time to time, finding that his brain thus received the same kind of stimulation as Schiller found in the odor of rotten apples. At the age of 13, in the Revolution of 1848, young Sasha Masak received his baptism of fire. Carried away in the popular movement, he helped to defend the barricades together with a young lady a relative of his family, an Amazon with a pistol in her girdle, such as later he loved to depict this episode was, however, but a brief interruption of his education. He pursued his studies with brilliance, and on the higher side his education was aided by his father's aesthetic tastes. Amateur theatricals were in special favor at his home, and here even the serious plays of Goethe and Gogol were performed, thus helping to train and direct the boy's taste. It is perhaps, however, significant that it was a tragic event, which at the age of 16 first brought to him the full realization of life, and the consciousness of his own power. This was the sudden death of his favorite sister. He became serious and quiet, and always regarded this grief as a turning point in his life. At the universities of Prague and Graz, he studied with such zeal that when only 19 he took his doctor's degree in law, and shortly afterward became a private docent for German history at Graz. Gradually, however, the charms of literature asserted themselves definitely, and he soon abandoned teaching. He took part, however, in the War of 1866 in Italy, and at the Battle of Solferino. He was decorated on the field for bravery in action by the Austrian field marshal. These incidents, however, had little disturbing influence on Sacher-Masoch's literary career, and he was gradually acquiring a European reputation by his novels and stories. A far more seriously disturbing influence had already begun to be exerted on his life by a series of love episodes. Some of these were of slight and ephemeral character, some were a source of unalloyed happiness, all the more so if there was an element of extravagance to appeal to his quixotic nature. He always longed to give a dramatic and romantic character to his life, his wife says, and he spent some blissful days on an occasion when he ran away to Florence with a Russian princess as her private secretary. Most often these episodes culminated in deception and misery. It was after a relationship of this kind, from which he could not free himself for 4 years, that he wrote Die Geschichten, Frau Passionsgeschichte eins Idealissen, putting into it much of his own personal history. At one time, he was engaged to a sweet and charming young girl. Then, it was that he met a young woman at Graz, Laura Rumelin, 27 years of age, engaged as a glove-maker, and living with her mother. Though of poor parentage, with little or no knowledge of the world, she had great natural ability and intelligence. Schlichtegrull represents her as spontaneously engaging in a mysterious intrigue. With the novelist, her own detailed narrative renders the circumstances more intelligible. She approached Sacher-Masoch by letter, adopting for disguise the name of his heroine Wanda von Dunajev, in order to recover possession of some compromising letters, which had been written to him as a joke by a friend of hers. Sacher-Masoch insisted on seeing his correspondent before returning the letters, and with his eager thirst for romantic adventure, he imagined that she was a married woman of the aristocratic world, probably a Russian countess, whose simple costume was a disguise. Not anxious to reveal the prosaic facts, she humored him in his imaginations, and a web of mystification was thus formed. A strong attraction grew up on both sides, and though for some time Laura Rumelin maintained the mystery and held herself aloof from him, a relationship was formed, and a child born thereupon. In 1893, they married. Before long, however, there was disillusion on both sides. She began to detect the morbid, chimerical, and unpractical aspects of his character, and he realized that not only was his wife not an aristocrat, but what was of more importance to him, she was by no means the domineering heroine of his dreams. Soon after marriage, in the course of an innocent romp, in which the whole of the small household took part, he asked his wife to inflict a whipping on him. She refused, and he thereupon suggested that the servant should do it. The wife failed to take this idea seriously, but he had it carried out with great satisfaction at the severity of the castigation he received. When, however, his wife explained to him that after this incident it was impossible for the servant to stay, Sacher-Masoch quite agreed, and she was at once discharged, but he constantly found pleasure in placing his wife in awkward or compromising circumstances, a pleasure she was too normal to share. This, necessarily, led to much domestic wretchedness. He had persuaded her against her wish to whip him nearly every day with whips which he devised having nails attached to them. He found this a stimulant to his literary work, and it enabled him to dispense in his novels with his stereotyped heroine, who is always engaged in subjugating men. For as he explained to his wife, when he had the reality in his life, he was no longer obsessed by it in his imaginative dreams. Not content with this, however, he was constantly desirous for his wife to be unfaithful. He even put an advertisement in a newspaper to the effect that a young and beautiful woman desired to make the acquaintance of an energetic man The wife, however, though she wished to please her husband, was not anxious to do so to this extent. She went to an hotel by appointment to meet a stranger who had answered this advertisement. But when she had explained to him the state of affairs, he chivalrously conducted her home. It was some time before Masoch eventually succeeded in rendering his wife unfaithful. He attended to the minutest details of her toilette on this occasion, and as he bade her farewell at the door, he exclaimed, "How I envy him!" This episode thoroughly humiliated the wife. And from that moment, her love for her husband turned to hate. A final separation was only a question of time. Masoch formed a relationship with Hulda Meister, who had come to act as secretary and translator to him, while his wife became attached to Rosenthal, a clever journalist later, known to readers of the Figaro as Jacques St-Cyr, who realized her painful position and felt sympathy and affection for her. She went to live with him in Paris, and having refused to divorce her husband, he eventually obtained a divorce from her. She states, however, that she never at any time had physical relationships with Rosenthal, who was a man of fragile organization and health. Masoch united himself to Hulda Meister, who is described by the first wife as a prim and faded but coquettish old maid, and by the biographer as a highly accomplished and gentle woman who cared for him with almost maternal devotion. No doubt there is truth in both descriptions. It must be noted that as Wanda clearly shows apart from his abnormal sexual temperament, Masoch was kind and sympathetic, and he was strongly attached to his eldest child. Eulenberg also quotes the statement of a distinguished Austrian woman writer acquainted with him that apart from his sexual eccentricities, he was an amiable, simple, and sympathetic man with a touchingly tender love for his children. He had very few needs, did not drink or smoke, and though he liked to put the woman he was attached to in rich furs and fantastically gorgeous raiment, he dressed himself with extreme simplicity. His wife quotes the saying of another woman, that he was as simple as a child, and as naughty as a monkey. In 1883, Masoch and Hulda Meister settled in Lindheim, a village in Germany, near the Taunus, a spot to which the novelist seems to have been attached, because in the grounds of his little estate was a haunted and ruined tower, associated with a tragic medieval episode. Here, after many legal delays, Masoch was able to render his union with Hulda Meister legitimate. Here 2 children were in due course born, and here the novelist spent the remaining years of his life in comparative peace, at first as is usual treated with suspicion by the peasants. Masoch gradually acquired great influence over them. He became a kind of Tolstoy in the rural life around him, the friend and confidant of all the villagers. Something of Tolstoy's communism is also, it appears, to be seen in the books he wrote at this time, while the theatrical performances which he inaugurated, and in which his wife took an active part, spread the fame of the household in many neighboring villages. Meanwhile, his health began to break up. A visit to Nauheim in 1894 was of no benefit, and he died March 9, 1895. A careful consideration of the phenomena of sadism and masochism may be said to lead us to the conclusion that there is no real line of demarcation. Even de Sade himself was not a pure sadist, as Bloch's careful definition is alone sufficient to indicate. It might even be argued that de Sade was really a masochist. The investigation of histories of sadism and masochism, even those given by Krafft Ebing, as indeed Colin Scott and Fear have already pointed out, constantly reveals traces of both groups of phenomena in the same individual. They cannot therefore be regarded as opposed manifestations. This has been felt by some writers who have in consequence proposed other names more clearly indicating the relationship of the phenomena. Fear speaks of sexual algophilia. He only applies the term to masochism. It might equally well be applied to sadism. Schrenk, Notzing, to cover both sadism and masochism, has invented the term algolagnia, pain and sexually excited, and calls the former active, the latter passive. Algolagnia. Eulenberg has also emphasized the close connection between these groups of perverted sexual manifestations, and has adopted the same terms, adding the further group of ideal illusionary algolagnia to cover the cases in which the mere autosuggestive representation of pain, inflicted or suffered, suffices to give sexual gratification. A brief discussion of the terms sadism and masochism has imposed itself upon us at this point, because as soon as in any study of the relationship between love and pain, we pass over the limits of normal manifestations into a region which is more or less abnormal, these two conceptions are always brought before us, and it was necessary to show on what grounds they are here rejected as the pivots on which the discussion ought to turn. We may accept them as useful terms to indicate two groups of clinical phenomena, but we cannot regard them as of any real scientific value. Having reached this result, we may continue our consideration of the love bite as the normal manifestation of the connection between love and pain, which most naturally leads us across the frontier of the abnormal. The result of the love bite in its extreme degree is to shed blood. This cannot be regarded as the direct aim of the bite in its normal manifestations, for the mingled feelings of close contact, of passionate gripping, of symbolic devouring, which constitute the emotional accompaniments of the bite, would be too violently discomposed by actual wounding and real shedding of blood. With some persons, however, perhaps more especially women, the love bite is really associated with a conscious desire, even if more or less restrained, to draw blood, a real delight in this process. A love of blood, probably. This only occurs in persons who are not absolutely normal, but on the borderland of the abnormal. We have to admit that this craving has, however, a perfectly normal basis. There is scarcely any natural object with so profoundly emotional an effect as blood, and it is very easy to understand why this should be so. Moreover, blood enters into the sphere of courtship by virtue of the same conditions by which cruelty enters into it. They are both accidents of combat, and combat is of the very essence of animal and primitive human courtship, certainly its most frequent accompaniment, so that the repelling or attracting fascination of blood may be regarded as a byproduct of normal courtship, which, like other such byproducts, may become an essential element of abnormal courtship. Normally, the fascination of blood, if present at all during sexual excitement, remains more or less latent, either because it is weak or because the checks that inhibit it are inevitably very powerful. Occasionally, it becomes more clearly manifest, and this may happen early in life. Fear records the case of a man of Anglo-Saxon origin of sound heredity, so far as could be ascertained, and presenting no obvious stigmata of degeneration, who first experienced sexual manifestations at the age of 5. When a boy cousin was attacked by bleeding at the nose, it was the first time he had seen such a thing, and he experienced erection and much pleasure at the sight. This was repeated the next time the cousin's nose bled, and also whenever he witnessed any injuries or wounds, especially when occurring in males a few years later. He began to find pleasure in pinching and otherwise inflicting slight suffering. This sadism was not, however, further developed, although a tendency to inversion persisted. Somewhat similar may have been the origin of the attraction of blood, in a case which has been reported to me of a youth of 17, the youngest of a large family, who are all very strong and entirely normal. He is himself, however, delicate, overgrown, with a narrow chest, a small head, and babyish features, while mentally he is backward, with very defective memory and scant powers of assimilation. He is intensely nervous, peevish, and subject to fits of childish rage. He takes violent fancies to persons of his own sex, but he appears to have only one way of obtaining sexual excitement and gratification. It is his custom to get into a hot bath and there to produce erection and emission, not by masturbation, but by thinking of flowing blood. He does not associate himself with the causation of this imaginary flow of blood. He is merely the passive but pleased spectator. He is aware of his peculiarity and endeavors to shake it off, but his efforts to obtain normal pleasure by thinking of a girl are vain. I may here narrate a case which has been communicated to me of algolagnia in a woman combined with sexual hyperesthesia. Our Roman 500, aged 25, married, and of good social position. She is a small and dark woman, restless and alert in manner. She has one child. She has practiced masturbation from an early agiver, since she can remember by the method of external friction and pressure from the age of 17. She was able, and is still, to produce the orgasm almost without effort by calling up the image of any man who had struck her fancy. She has often done so while seated talking to such a man, even when he is almost a stranger in doing it. She says a tightening of the muscles of the thighs and the slightest movement are sufficient. Ugly men, if not deformed as well as men, with the reputation of being roused, greatly excite her, sexually, more especially if of good social position, though this is not essential. At the age of 18, she became hysterical, probably, she herself believes, in consequence of a great increase at that time of indulgence in masturbation. The doctors, apparently suspecting her habits, urged her parents to get her married early. She married at the age of 20, a man about twice her own age. As a child and in a less degree still, she was very fond of watching dogfights. This spectacle produced strong sexual feelings, and usually orgasm, especially if much blood was shed during the fight. Clean cuts and wounds greatly attract her, whether on herself or a man she has frequently slightly cut or scratched herself to see the blood, and likes to suck the wound, thinking the taste delicious. This produces strong sexual feelings, and often orgasm, especially if at the time she thinks of some attractive man and imagines that she is sucking his blood. The sight of injury to a woman only very slightly affects her, and that she thinks only because of an involuntary association of ideas, nor has the sight of suffering and illness any exciting effects, only that which is due to violence, and when there is a visible cause for the suffering, such as cuts and wounds. Bruises from the absence of blood have only a slight effect. The excitement is intensified if she imagines that she has herself inflicted the injury. She likes to imagine that the man wished to rape her, and that she fought him in order to make him more greatly value her favor, so wounding him. Impersonal ideas of torture also excite her. She thinks Fox's Book of Martyrs lovely, and the more horrible and bloody the tortures described, the greater is the sexual excitement produced. The book excites her from the point of view of the torturer, not that of the victim. She has frequently masturbated while reading it. So far as practicable, she has sought to carry out these ideas in her relations with her husband. She has several times bitten him, till the blood came, and sucked the bite during coitus. She likes to bite him enough to make him wince. The pleasure is greatly heightened by thinking of various tortures, chiefly by cutting. She likes to have her husband talk to her, and she to him, of all the tortures they could inflict on each other. She has, however, never actually tried to carry out these tortures. She would like to, but dares not, as she is sure he could not endure them. She has no desire for her husband to try them on her, although she likes to hear him talk about it. She is at the same time fond of normal coitus, even to excess. She likes her husband to remain entirely passive during connection, so that he can continue in a state of strong erection for a long time. She can thus, she says, procure for herself the orgasm a number of times in succession, even 9 or 10, quite easily. On one occasion, she even had the orgasm 26 times within about 1¼ hours, her husband, during this time, having 2 orgasms. She is quite certain about the accuracy of this statement. During this feat, much talk about torture was indulged in, and it took place after a month's separation from her husband, during which she was careful not to masturbate, so that she might have a real good time when he came back. She acknowledges that on this occasion she was a complete wreck for a couple of days afterward, but states that usually 10 or a dozen orgasms, or spasms, as she terms them, only make her feel lively. She becomes frenzied with excitement during intercourse and insensible to everything but the pleasure of it. She has never hitherto allowed anyone, except her husband after marriage, to know of her sadistic impulses, nor has she carried them out with anyone, though she would like to, if she dared, nor has she allowed any man but her husband to have connection with her, or to take any liberties. Outbursts of sadism may occur episodically in fairly normal persons. Thus, Cautegny describes the case of a lad of 17, always regarded as quite normal, and without any signs of degeneracy, even on careful examination, or any traces of hysteria or alcoholism, though there was insanity among his cousins who had had occasional sexual relations for a year or two, and on one occasion, being in a state of erection, struck the girl 3 times on the breast and abdomen with a kitchen knife bought for the purpose. He was much ashamed of his act immediately afterward, and all the circumstances being taken into consideration, he was acquitted by the court. Here we seem to have the obscure and latent fascination of blood, which is almost normal, germinating momentarily into an active impulse, which is distinctly abnormal, though it produced little beyond those incisions, which Vatsyayana disapproved of, but still regarded as a part of courtship. One step more, and we are amid the most outrageous and extreme of all forms of sexual perversion, with the heroes of de Sade's novels, who, in exemplification of their authors' most cherished ideals, plan scenes of debauchery, in which the flowing of blood is an essential element of coitus, with the Marshal Gilles de Rise and the Hungarian Countess Bathory, whose lust could only be satiated by the death of innumerable victims. This impulse to stab, with no desire to kill, or even in most cases to give pain, but only to draw blood, and so either stimulate or altogether gratify the sexual impulses, no doubt the commonest form of sanguinary sadism. These women stabbers have been known in France as piqûres for nearly a century, and in Germany are termed Stecker or Messerstecher. They have been studied by Naki zur Psychologie der sadistischen Messerstecher, Archive für Kriminalanthropologie, BD 30, 1909. A case of this kind where a man stabbed girls in the abdomen occurred in Paris in the middle of the 18th century, and in 1819 or 1820, there seems to have been an epidemic of piqûres in Paris, as we learn from a letter of Charlotte von Schiller's, to nebble the offenders, though perhaps there was only one frequented the boulevards, and the Palais Royal and stabbed women in the buttocks or thighs. They were never caught. About the same time similar cases of a slighter kind occurred in London, Brussels, Hamburg, and Munich. Stabbers are nearly always men, but cases of the same perversion in women are not unknown. Thus Dr. Kiernan informs me of an Irish woman aged 40, and at the beginning of the menopause, who in New York in 1909 stabbed 5 men with a hatpin. The motive was sexual, and she told one of the men that she stabbed him because she loved him. Gilles de Rais, who had fought beside Joan of Arc, is the classic example of sadism in its extreme form, involving the murder of youths and maidens. Burnell considers that there is some truth in the contention of Huysmans that the association with Joan of Arc was a predisposing cause. In Unbalancing, Gilles de Rais, another cause was his luxurious habit of life. He himself, no doubt, rightly attached importance to the suggestions received in reading Suetonius. He appears to have been a sexually precocious child. Judging from an obscure passage, in his Confessions he was artistic and scholarly, fond of books of the Society of Learned Men, and of music. Burnell sums him up as a pious warrior, a cruel and keen artist, a voluptuous assassin, an exalted mystic, who was at the same time unbalanced, a superior degenerate, and morbidly impulsive. The best books on Gilles de Rais are the Ab Bossard's Gilles de Rais, in which, however, the author, being a priest, treats his subject as quite sane, and abnormally wicked Huysmans' novel La Base, which embodies a detailed study of Gilles de Rais, and F. H. Burnell's These de Paris la Psychos de Gilles de Rais, 1910. The opinion has been hazarded that the history of Gilles de Rais is merely a legend. This view is not accepted, but there can be no doubt that the sadistic manifestations which occurred in the Middle Ages were mixed up with legendary and folklore elements. These elements centered on the conception of the werewolf, supposed to be a man temporarily transformed into a wolf with bloodthirsty impulses. See, for example, articles Werewolf and Lycanthropy in Encyclopaedia Britannica. France especially was infested with werewolves in the 16th century. In 1603, however, it was decided at Bordeaux, in a trial involving a werewolf, that lycanthropy was only an insane delusion. Dumas Les Loup Garris, Journal de Psychologie Normale et Pathologique, May-June 1907, argues that the medieval werewolves were sadists whose crimes were largely imaginative, though sometimes real, the predecessor of the modern Jack the Ripper. The complex nature of the elements making up the belief in the werewolf is emphasized by Ernest Jones, Der Albtraum, 1912. Related to the werewolf, but distinct, was the vampire, supposed to be a dead person who rose from the dead to suck the blood of the living during sleep. By way of reprisal, the living dug up, exorcised, and mutilated the supposed vampires. This was called vampirism. The name vampire was then transferred to the living person who had so treated a corpse. All profanation of the corpse, whatever its origin, is now frequently called vampirism. Epilo vampirismi, These de Lyon, 1901, Roman 499. Le Vampire du My Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, Sept 1903. The earliest definite reference to necrophilie is in Herodotus, who tells BK Roman 2 ch. LXX6 of an Egyptian who had connection with the corpse of a woman recently dead. Epilo gives various old cases, and at full length the case which he himself investigated of Artisan, the vampire du My. W. A. F. Brown, also has an interesting article on Necrophilism, Journal of Mental Science, Jan 1875, which he regards as atavistic. When there is in addition mutilation of the corpse, the condition is termed necrosadism. There seems usually to be no true sadism in either necrosadism or necrophilism. See, however, Bloch Batrage, Vol. Roman 2 p. 284, et seq. It must be said also that cases of rape followed by murder are quite commonly not sadistic. The type of such cases is represented by Soliland, who raped and then murdered children. He showed no sadistic perversion, he merely killed to prevent discovery. As a burglar, who is interrupted, may commit murder in order to escape. E. Duper Elifaire, Soliland Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, Jan-Feb 1910. A careful and elaborate study of a completely developed sadist has been furnished by Lacassagne Rousset and Papillon Eliphère Reital Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle Oct. Nov 1907. Reital, a youth of 18, a seminarist, was a congenital sanguinary sadist who killed another youth and was finally sent to an asylum from the age of 4. He had voluptuous ideas connected with blood and killing, and liked to play at killing with other children. He was of infantile physical development with a pleasant childish expression of face, very religious, and hated obscenity and immorality. But the love of blood and murder was an irresistible obsession, and its gratification produced immense emotional relief. Sadism generally has been especially studied by Lacassagne Vacher L. Eventreur, et les crimes sadiques, 1899. Zoosadism, or sadism toward animals, has been dealt with by P. Thomas Le Sadisme sur les Animaux Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, sept 1903. Autosadism, or autoerotic cruelty, that is to say injuries inflicted on a person by himself, with a sexual motive, has been investigated by G. Bach Sexual Verurungen des Menschen, under Nature p. 427. This condition seems, however, a form of algolagnia, more masochistic than sadistic in character. With regard to the medicolegal aspects, Kiernan Responsibility, in Active Algophily Medicine, April 1903, sets forth the reasons in favor of the full and complete responsibility of sadists, and Harold Moyer comes to the same conclusion, is Sexual Perversion Insanity Alienist, and Neurologist, May 1907. See also Thoinot's Medicolegal Aspects of Moral Offenses, edited by Weiss 1911 ch. Roman 18. While we are probably justified in considering the sadist as morally not insane in the technical sense, we must remember that he is for the most part highly abnormal from the outset. As Gopp points out, Sexual Problem, Oct. 1909 p. 797, we cannot measure the influences which create the sadist, and we must not therefore attempt to punish him, but we are bound to place him in a position where he will not injure society. It is enough here to emphasize the fact that there is no solution of continuity in the links that bind the absolutely normal manifestations of sex with the most extreme violations of all human law. This is so true that, in saying that these manifestations are violations of all human law, we cannot go on to add what would seem fairly obvious, that they are violations also of all natural law. We have but to go sufficiently far back, or sufficiently far afield, in the various zoological series to find that manifestations which from the human point of view are in the extreme degree abnormally sadistic here become actually normal among very various species. Wounding and rending normally take place at or immediately after coitus. If we go back to the beginning of animal life in the protozoa, sexual conjugation itself is sometimes found to present the similitude, if not the actuality, of the complete devouring of one organism by another over a very large part of nature, as it has been truly said, but a thin veil divides love from death. There is indeed on the whole a point of difference in that abnormal sadism which appears from time to time among civilized human beings. It is nearly always the female who becomes the victim of the male. But in the normal sadism, which occurs throughout a large part of nature, it is nearly always the male who is the victim of the female. It is the male spider who impregnates the female at the risk of his life, and sometimes perishes in the attempt. It is the male bee who, after intercourse with the queen, falls dead from that fatal embrace, leaving her to fling aside his entrails and calmly pursue her course. If it may seem to some that the course of our inquiry leads us to contemplate with equanimity, as a natural phenomenon, a certain semblance of cruelty in man in his relations with woman, they may, if they will reflect that this phenomenon is but a very slight counterpoise to that cruelty which has been naturally exerted by the female on the male long even before man began to be. Kraft Ebing, Psychopathia Sexualis, English translation of 10th German edition, pp. 80, 209. It should be added that the object of the sadistic impulse is not necessarily a person of the opposite sex. Amal die Contraire Sexualempfindung, 3rd edition, 1899 p. 309. Fear Elinstinct Sexual p. 133. P. Garnier des Perversions Sexuelles, 13th International Congress of Medicine, Section of Psychiatry, Paris, 1900. Eduren der Marquis de Sade, Unsenseit, 3rd edition, 1901 p. 449. See for instance Bloch's Beiträge zur Theologie der Psychopathia Sexualis, Part 2 p. 178. Kraft-Ebing Psychopathia Sexualis English translation of 10th German edition p. 115 Stefanowski, who also discussed this condition Archives de l'Anthropologie Criminelle, May 1892, and translation with notes by Kiernan alienist and neurologist Oct 1892, termed it passivism. Anatomy of Melancholy, Part 3 Section 2 Mem Roman 3 Subs 1. Aristotle's als Masochist Geschlecht, und Gesellschaft BD Roman 2 HT 2. Die Konträre Sexualempfindung 3rd edition p. 277, cf. Roman 100 f. Von Schlichtegrull Sacher Masoch und der Masochismus p. 120. See Roman 100 f. Von Schlichtegrull Loxit, p. 124 et sec. Ewan Bloch considers that it is the commonest of all sexual perversions, more prevalent even than homosexuality. It has no doubt been prominent in earlier civilization. A very pronounced masochist utterance may be found in an ancient Egyptian love song written about 1200 B. Roman 100 O, where I made her porter, I should cause her to be wrathful with me then when I did but hear her voice, the voice of her anger a child, shall I be for fear. Wiedemann Popular Literature, in Ancient Egypt p. 9, the activity and independence of the Egyptian women at the time may well have offered many opportunities to the ancient Egyptian masochist. Collins Scott Sex and Art American Journal of Psychology Vol. Roman 7, No. 2 p. 208. It must not be supposed that the attraction of fur, or of the whip, is altogether accounted for by such a casual early experience, as in Sacher Masoch's case, served to evoke it. The whip we shall have to consider briefly later on. The fascination exerted by fur, whether manifesting itself as love or fear, would appear to be very common in many children, and almost instinctive. Stanley Hall, in his Study of Fears, American Journal of Psychology Vol. Roman 8 p. 213, has obtained as many as 111 well-developed cases of fear of fur, or as he terms it dorophobia, in some cases appearing as early as the age of 6 months, and he gives many examples. He remarks that the love of fur is still more common, and concludes that both this love and fear are so strong and instinctive that they can hardly be fully accounted for without recourse to a time when association with animals was far closer than now, or perhaps when our remote ancestors were hairy. Cf. Erotic Symbolism, Roman 4 in the 5th volume of these studies. Fear Elinstinct Sexual p. 138. Schrank-Notzungszeitschrift für Hypnotismus BD Roman 9 HT 2, 1899. Eulenberg Sadismus und Masochismus 2nd edition, 1911 p. 5. I have elsewhere dealt with this point in discussing the special emotional tone of Red Havelock Ellis, The Psychology of Red Popular Science, Monthly, August and September 1900. It is probable that the motive of sexual murders is nearly always to shed blood, and not to cause death. Lepman Bulletin International de Droit Penal Vol. Roman 6, 1896 p. 115 points out that such murders are generally produced by wounds in the neck or mutilation of the abdomen, never by wounds of the head. T. Clay Shaw, who terms the lust for blood hemathymia, has written an interesting and suggestive paper, A Prominent Motive in Murder, Lancet, June 19, 1909, on the natural fascination of blood. Blumroder, in 1830, seems to have been the first who definitely called attention to the connection between lust and blood. Fear Revue de Chirurgie, March 10, 1905. H. Cautegny Cast de Perversion Sanguinaire de l'Instinct Sexual Annals Médico-Psychologiques July and August 1893, Roman 500. S. Booth alienist and neurologist Aug 1906 describes the case of a man of neurotic heredity who slightly stabbed a woman with a penknife when on his way to a prostitute. Kiernan appears to have been the first to suggest the bearing of these facts on sadism, which he would regard as the abnormal human form of phenomena, which may be found at the very beginning of animal life, as indeed the survival or atavistic reappearance of a primitive sexual cannibalism. See his Psychological Aspects of the Sexual Appetite, alienist and neurologist, April 1891, and Responsibility in Sexual Perversion, Chicago Medical Recorder, March 1892. Penta has also independently developed the conception of the biological basis of sadism and other sexual perversions, I Pervertimenti Sessuali 1893. It must be added that, as Remy de Guermont points out, Promenades Philosophiques 2D Series p. 273, this sexual cannibalism exerted by the female may have primarily no erotic significance. She eats him, because she is hungry, and because when exhausted, he is an easy prey. In the chapter, entitled Le Vol Nuptial of his charming book on the life of bees, Maeterlinck has given an incomparable picture of the tragic courtship of these insects. Roman 3 flagellation, as a typical illustration of algolagnia causes of connection between sexual emotion and whipping physical causes psychic causes, probably more important the varied emotional associations of whipping its wide prevalence. The whole problem of love and pain in its complementary sadistic and masochistic aspects is presented to us in connection with the pleasure sometimes experienced in whipping, or in being whipped, or in witnessing, or thinking about scenes of whipping. The association of sexual emotion with bloodshed is so extreme a perversion it so swiftly sinks to phases that are obviously cruel, repulsive, and monstrous in an extreme degree that it is necessarily rare, and those who are afflicted by it are often more or less imbecile. With whipping it is otherwise. Whipping has always been a recognized religious penance. It is still regarded as a beneficial and harmless method of chastisement. There is nothing necessarily cruel, repulsive, or monstrous in the idea or the reality of whipping, and it is perfectly easy and natural for an interest in the subject to arise in an innocent and even normal child, and thus to furnish a germ around which temporarily, at all events, sexual ideas may crystallize. For these reasons, the connection between love and pain may be more clearly brought out in connection with whipping than with blood. There is by no means any necessary connection between flagellation and the sexual emotions. If there were, this form of penance would not have been so long approved, or at all events tolerated by the Church. As a matter of fact, indeed, it was not always approved, or even tolerated. Pope Adrian Roman IV in the 8th century forbade priests to beat their penitents, and at the time of the epidemic of flagellation in the 13th century, which was highly approved by many holy men, the abuses were yet so frequent that Clement Roman VI issued a bull against these processions. All such papal prohibitions remained without effect. The association of religious flagellation with perverted sexual motives is shown by its condemnation in later ages, by the Inquisition, which was accustomed to prosecute the priests who, in prescribing flagellation as a penance, exerted it personally, or caused it to be inflicted on the stripped penitent in his presence, or made a woman penitent discipline him, such offenses being regarded as forms of solicitation. There seems even to be some reason to suppose that the religious flagellation mania, which was so prevalent in the later Middle Ages, when processions of penitents, male and female, eagerly flogged themselves, and each other, may have had something to do with the discovery of erotic flagellation, which at all events in Europe seems scarcely to have been known before the 16th century. It must in any case have assisted to create a predisposition. The introduction of flagellation as a definitely recognized sexual stimulant is by Eulenberg in his interesting book Sadismus und Masochismus. Attributed to the Arabian physicians, it would appear to have been by the advice of an Arabian physician that the Duchess Leonora Gonzaga of Mantua was whipped by her mother to aid her in responding more warmly to her husband's embraces and to conceive. Whatever the precise origin of sexual flagellation in Europe, there can be no doubt that it soon became extremely common, and so it remains at the present day. Those who possess a special knowledge of such matters declare that sexual flagellation is the most frequent of all sexual perversions in England. This belief is, I know, shared by many people both inside and outside England. However this may be, the tendency is certainly common. I doubt if it is any or at all less common in Germany, judging by the large number of books on the subject of flagellation, which have been published in German in a catalogue of interesting books on this and allied subjects, issued by a German publisher and bookseller. I find that of 55 volumes, as many as 17 or 18, all in German, deal solely with the question of flagellation, while many of the other books appear to deal in part with the same subject. It is no doubt true that the large part which the rod has played in the past history of our civilization justifies a considerable amount of scientific interest in the subject of flagellation, but it is clear that the interest in these books is by no means always scientific, but very frequently sexual. It is remarkable that while the sexual associations of whipping, whether in slight or in marked degrees, are so frequent in modern times, they appear to be by no means easy to trace in ancient times. Flagellation, I find it stated by a modern editor of the Priapeia, so extensively practiced in England as a provocation to venery, is almost entirely unnoticed by the Latin erotic writers, although in the Satyricon of Petronius CXXXVI and Calpius, in describing the steps taken by Nathia to undo the temporary impotence to which he was subjected, says next she mixed nasturtium juice with southern wood, and having bathed my foreparts, she took a bunch of green nettles, and gently whipped my belly all over below. The navel. It appears also that many ancient courtesans dedicated to Venus as ex votos a whip, a bridle, or a spur as tokens of their skill in riding their lovers. The whip was sometimes used in antiquity, but if it aroused sexual emotions, they seem to have passed unregarded. We naturally know nothing. Eulenberg remarks sadismus, unmasochismus p. 72 of the feelings of the priestess of Artemis at the flagellation of Spartan youths, or what emotions inspired the priestess of the Syrian goddess under similar circumstances, or what the Roman Pontifex Maximus felt when he castigated the exposed body of a negligent vestal, as described by Plutarch behind a curtain, and the plagosis or bilious only practiced on children. It was at the Renaissance that cases of abnormal sexual pleasure in flagellation began to be recorded. The earliest distinct reference to a masochistic flagellant seems to have been made by Pico della Mirandola toward the end of the 15th century, in his Disputations adversus astrologum divinatricem BK Roman 3 ch Roman 27, Cleius Rhodogenus in 1516 again narrated the case of a man he knew who liked to be severely whipped, and found this stimulant to coitus. Otto Brunfels in his Onomasticon 1534 Art Coitus refers to another case of a man who could not have intercourse with his wife until he had been whipped. Then a century later, in 1643, Meibomius wrote De Usu Flagrorum in Re Veneria, the earliest treatise on the subject, narrating various cases. Numerous old cases of pleasure in flagellation and urtication were brought together by Schurig in 1720 in his Spermatologia pp. 253,258. The earliest definitely described medical case of sadistic pleasure in the site of active whipping, which I have myself come across, belongs to the year 1672, and occurs in a letter in which Nestorus seeks the opinion of Garmon, he knows intimately. He states a very learned man whose name, for the honor he bears him, he refrains from mentioning, who, whenever in a school or elsewhere he sees a boy unbreeched and birched, and hears him crying out at once, emits semen copiously without any erection, but with great mental commotion, the same accident frequently happens to him during sleep, accompanied by dreams of whipping. Nestorus proceeds to mention that this laudatus ver was also extremely sensitive to the odor of strawberries and other fruits which produced nausea. He was evidently a neurotic subject. Roman 50 Roman 100 F. Garmoni, et alirum virorum clarissimorum, epistolarum centuria Aristochi, et Lipsi 1714. In England, we find that toward the end of the 16th century, one of Marlowe's epigrams deals with a certain Francus, who before intercourse with his mistress sends for rods and strips himself, stark naked, and by the middle of the 17th century, the existence of an association between flagellation and sexual pleasure seems to have been popularly recognized. In 1661, in a vulgar tragicomedy, entitled The Presbyterian Lash, we find, I warrant he thought that the tickling of the wench's buttocks with the rod would provoke her to lechery. That whipping was well known as a sexual stimulant in England in the 18th century is sufficiently indicated by the fact that in one of Hogarth's series representing the harlot's progress, a birch rod hangs over the bed. The prevalence of sexual flagellation in England at the end of that century and the beginning of the 19th is discussed by Duran Iwan Bloch in his Geschlechtsleben in England 19,013, especially Vol. Roman 2 ch Roman 6. While however the evidence regarding sexual flagellation is rare, until recent times whipping as a punishment was extremely common, it is even possible that its very prevalence and the consequent familiarity with which it was regarded were unfavorable to the development of any mysterious emotional state likely to act on the sexual sphere, except in markedly neurotic subjects. Thus the corporal chastisement of wives by husbands was common and permitted. Not only was this so to a proverbial extent in Eastern Europe, but also in the extreme West, and among a people whose women enjoyed much freedom and honor. Cumric law allowed a husband to chastise his wife for angry speaking, such as calling him a cur for giving away property she was not entitled to give away, or for being found in hiding with another man. For the first two offenses, she had the option of paying him 3 kine, when she accepted the chastisement she was to receive 3 strokes with a rod of the length of her husband's forearm and the thickness of his long finger, and that wheresoever he might will accepting on the head, so that she was to suffer pain only and not injury r. B. Holt Marriage Laws and Customs, of the Simri Journal of the Anthropological Institute, August-November, 1898 p. 162. The Cumric law, writes a correspondent, seems to have survived in popular belief in the eastern and middle states of the United States, in police courts in New York. For example, it has been unsuccessfully pleaded that a man is entitled to beat his wife with a stick no thicker than his thumb in Pennsylvania. Actual acquittals have been rendered. Among all classes, children were severely whipped by their parents, and others in authority over them. It may be recalled that in the 12th century, when Abelard became tutor to Ellis, then about 18 years of age, her uncle authorized him to beat her if negligent in her studies. Even in the 16th century, Jeanne d'Albert, who became the mother of Henry Roman IV of France at the age of 1312, was married to the Duke of Cleves, and to overcome her resistance to this union, the queen her mother had her whipped to such an extent that she thought she would die of it. The whip on this occasion was however only partially successful, for the Duke never succeeded in consummating the marriage, which was in consequence. Annulled Cabins brings together numerous facts regarding the prevalence of flagellation as a chastisement in ancient France, in the interesting chapter on la flagellation, à la cour et à la ville, in his Indiscrétions de l'Histoire, 1903. As to the prevalence of whipping in England, evidence is furnished by Andrews in the chapter on whipping and whipping posts in his book on ancient punishments. It existed from the earliest times, and was administered for a great variety of offenses to men and women, alike for vagrancy, for theft, to the fathers and mothers of illegitimate children, for drunkenness, for insanity, even sometimes for smallpox. At one time, both sexes were whipped naked, but from Queen Elizabeth's time only from the waist upward. In 1791, the whipping of female vagrants ceased by Law W. Andrews, Bygone Punishments, 1899. It must, however, be remarked that law always lags far behind social feeling and custom, and flagellation, as a common punishment, had fallen into disuse, or become very perfunctory long before any change was made in the law, though it is not absolutely extinct even by law today. There is even an ignorant and retrograde tendency to revive it. Thus, even in severe Commonwealth days, the alleged whipping with rods of a servant girl by her master, though with no serious physical injury, produced a great public outcry, as we see by the case of the Rev. Zachary Crofton, a distinguished London clergyman, who was prosecuted in 1657 on the charge of whipping his servant girl Mary Cadman because she lay in bed late in the morning and stole sugar. This incident led to several pamphlets in the Presbyterian Lash or Knocktroffs, made Whipped 1661, a satire on Crofton. We read, "It is not only contrary to gospel but good manners to take up a wench's petticoat, smock, and all." And in the doggerel ballad of Bo Peep, which was also written on the same subject, it is said that Crofton should have left his wife to chastise the maid. Crofton published 2 pamphlets, one under his own name, and one under that of Ellis Knocktroff, 1657, in which he elaborately dealt with the charge as both false and frivolous. In one passage, he offers a qualified defense of such an act: "I cannot but bewail the exceeding rudeness of our times to suffer such foolery to be prosecuted, as of some high and notorious crime. Suppose it were as it is not true, may not some eminent congregational brother be found guilty of the same act? Is it not much short of drinking in health naked on a signpost? May it not be as theologically defended as the husband's correction of his wife?" This passage, and the whole episode, show that feeling in regard to this matter was at that time in a state of transition. Flagellation as a penance, whether inflicted by the penitent himself or by another person, was also extremely common in medieval and later days. According to Walsingham, Master of the Rolls Collection, Vol. IP 275, in England, in the middle of the 14th century, penitents, sometimes men of noble birth, would severely flagellate themselves, even to the shedding of blood, weeping or singing. As they did so, they used cords with knots containing nails. At a later time, the custom of religious flagellation was more especially preserved in Spain. The Countess d'Aulnoy, who visited Spain in 1685, has described the flagellations practiced in public at Madrid, after giving an account of the dress worn by these flagellants, which corresponds to that worn in Spain in Holy Week, at the present time by the members of the Cofradias. The face concealed by the high sugar loaf head covering, She continues, they attach ribbons to their scourges, and usually their mistresses honor them with their favors in gaining public admiration. They must not gesticulate with the arm, but only move the wrist and hand. The blows must be given without haste, and the blood must not spoil the costume. They make terrible wounds on their shoulders, from which the blood flows in streams. They march through the streets. With measured steps, they pass before the windows of their mistresses, where they flagellate themselves with marvelous patience. The lady gazes at this fine sight through the blinds of her room, and by a sign she encourages him to flog himself, and lets him understand how much she likes this sort of gallantry. When they meet a good-looking woman, they strike themselves in such a way that the blood goes on to her. This is a great honor, and the grateful lady thanks them. All this is true to the letter. The Countess proceeds to describe other and more genuine penitents, often of high birth, who may be seen in the street, naked above the waist, and with naked feet on the rough and sharp pavement. Some had swords passed through the skin of their body and arms, others heavy crosses that weighed them down. She remarks that she was told by the papal nuncio that he had forbidden confessors to impose such penances, and that they were due to the devotion of the penitents themselves. Relation, Du Voyage d'Espagne, 1692, Vol. Roman 2, pp. 158,164. The practice of public self-flagellation in church during Lent existed in Spain and Portugal up to the early years of the 19th century. Descriptions of it will often be met within old volumes of travel. Thus I find a traveler through Spain in 1786, describing how at Barcelona he was present when in Lent at a miserere in the convent church of San Felipe Neri on Friday evening. The doors were shut, the lights put out, and in perfect darkness all bared their backs and applied the discipline, singing, while they scourged themselves ever louder and harsher, and with ever greater vehemence, until in 20 minutes' time the whole ended in a deep groan. It is mentioned that at Malaga, after such a scene, the whole church was in the morning sprinkled with blood. Joseph Townsend, A Journey Through Spain, in 1786, Vol. IP 122, Vol. Roman 3, p. 15. Even to our own day, religious self-flagellation is practiced by Spaniards in the Azores in the darkened churches during Lent, and the walls are often spotted and smeared with blood at this time. O. H. Howarth, The Survival of Corporal Punishment, Journal Anthropological Institute, Feb. 1889. In remote districts of Spain, as near Haro in Rioja, there are also brotherhoods who will flagellate themselves on Good Friday, but not within the church. Dario de Regoyos, Espana Negra, 1899, p. 72. When we glance over the history of flagellation and realize that though whipping as a punishment has been very widespread and common, there have been periods and lands showing no clear knowledge of any sexual association of whipping, it becomes clear that whipping is not necessarily an algolagnic manifestation. It seems evident that there must be special circumstances, and perhaps a congenital predisposition, to bring out definitely the relationship of flagellation to the sexual impulse. Thus Lowenfeld considers that only about 1% of people can be sexually excited by flagellation of the buttocks, and Nacke also is decidedly of opinion that there can be no sexual pleasure in flagellation without predisposition, which is rare on these grounds. Many are of opinion that physical chastisement, provided it is moderate, seldom applied, and only to children who are quite healthy and vigorous, need not be absolutely prohibited. But however rare and abnormal a sexual response to actual flagellation may be in adults, we shall see that the general sexual association of whipping in the minds of children, and frequently of their elders, is by no means rare and scarcely abnormal. What is the cause of the connection between sexual emotion and whipping? A very simple physical cause has been believed by some to account fully for the phenomena. It is known that strong stimulation of the gluteal region may, especially under predisposing conditions, produce or heighten sexual excitement by virtue of the fact that both regions are supplied by branches of the same nerve. There is another reason why whipping should exert a sexual influence, as fear especially has pointed out. In moderate amount, it has a tonic effect, and as such has a general beneficial result in stimulating the whole body. This fact was indeed recognized by the classic physicians, and Galen regarded flagellation as a tonic. Thus not only must it be said that whipping, when applied to the gluteal region, has a direct influence in stimulating the sexual organs, but its general tonic influence must naturally extend to the sexual system. It is possible that we must take into account here a biological factor, such as we have found involved in other forms of sadism and masochism in this connection. A lady writes to me with regard to the theory, which connects the desire for whipping with the way in which animals make love, where blows or pressure on the hindquarters are almost a necessary preliminary to pleasure. Have you ever noticed the way in which stags behave there does seem as timid as the males are excitable, and the blows inflicted on them by the horns of their mates to reduce them to submission must be, I should think, an exact equivalent to being beaten with a stick. It is remarkable that in some cases, the whip would even appear to have a psychic influence in producing sexual excitement in animals accustomed to its application as a stimulant to action. Thus, Professor Cornavin of Lyon describes the case of a Hungarian stallion otherwise quite potent, in whom erection could only be produced in the presence of a mare in heat, when a whip was cracked near him, and occasionally applied gently to his legs. Cornavin Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, January, 1896. Here undoubtedly, we have a definite anatomical and physiological relationship, which often serves as a starting point for the turning of the sexual feelings in this direction, and will sometimes support the perversion when it has otherwise arisen. But this relationship, even if we regard it as a fairly frequent channel by which sexual emotion is aroused, will not suffice to account for most or even many of the cases in which whipping exerts a sexual fascination. In many, if not most cases, it is found that the idea of whipping asserts its sexual significance, quite apart from any personal experience, even in persons who have never been whipped, not seldom also in persons who have been whipped, and who feel nothing but repugnance for the actual performance, attractive as it may be in imagination. It is evident that we have to seek the explanation of this phenomenon largely in psychic causes. Whipping, whether inflicted or suffered, tends to arouse vaguely, but massively, the very fundamental and primitive emotions of anger and fear, which, as we have seen, have always been associated with courtship, and it tends to arouse them at an age when the sexual emotions have not become clearly defined, and under circumstances which are likely to introduce sexual associations. From their earliest years, children have been trained to fear whipping even when not actually submitted to it, and an unjust punishment of this kind, whether inflicted on themselves or others, frequently arouses intense anger, nervous excitement, or terror in the sensitive minds of children. Moreover, as has been pointed out to me by a lady who herself in early life was affected by the sexual associations of whipping, a child only sees the naked body of elder children when uncovered for whipping, and its sexual charm may in part be due to this cause. We further have to remark that the spectacle of suffering itself is to some extent, and under some circumstances, a stimulant of sexual emotion. It is evident that a number of factors contribute to surround whipping at a very early age with powerful emotional associations, and that these associations are of such a character that in predisposed subjects they are very easily led into a sexual channel. Various lines of evidence support this conclusion. Thus, from several reliable quarters, I learned that the sight of a boy being caned at school may produce sexual excitement in the boys who look on. The association of sexual emotion with whipping is again very liable to show itself in schoolmasters, and many cases have been recorded in which the flogging of boys under the stress of this impulse has been carried to extreme lengths. An early and eminent example is furnished by Udall the humanist, at one time headmaster of Eton, who was noted for his habit of inflicting frequent corporal punishment for little or no cause, and who confessed to sexual practices with the boys under his care. Sanichenko has called attention to the case of a Russian functionary, a school inspector, who every day had some 50 pupils flogged in his presence, as evidence of a morbid pleasure in such scenes, even when no sexual element can be distinctly traced. Scenes of whipping sometimes exert a singular fascination on some persons of sensitive emotional temperament. A friend, a clergyman who has read many novels, tells me that he has been struck by the frequency with which novelists describe such scenes with much luxury of detail. His list includes novels by well-known religious writers of both sexes. In some of these cases, there is reason to believe that the writers felt this sexual association of whipping. It is natural that an interest in whipping should be developed very early in childhood, and indeed it enters very frequently into the games of young children, and constitutes a much relished element of such games, more especially among girls. I know of many cases in which young girls between 6 and 12 years of age took great pleasure in games, in which the chief point consisted in unfastening each other's drawers, and smacking each other. And some of these girls, when they grew older, realized that there was an element of sexual enjoyment in their games. It has indeed, it seems, always been a child's game, and even an amusement of older persons, to play at smacking each other's nates in the presbyter's lash in 1661. A young woman is represented as stating that she had done this as a child, and in ancient France, it was a privileged custom on Innocents' Day, December 28th, to smack all the young people found lying late in bed. It was a custom which, as Clement Marot bears witness, was attractive to lovers. If we turn to the histories I have brought together in Appendix B, we find various references to whipping more or less clearly connected with the rudimentary sexual feelings of childhood. I am acquainted with numerous cases in which the idea of whipping, or the impulse to whip, or be whipped, distinctly exists, though usually when persisting to adult life only in a rudimentary form. History I in the Appendix B presents a well-marked instance. I may quote the remarks in another case of a lady regarding her early feelings. As a child, the idea of being whipped excited me, but only in connection with a person I loved, and moreover one who had the right to correct me. On one occasion I was beaten with the back of a brush, and the pain was sufficient to overcome any excitement, so that ever after this particular form of whipping left me unaffected, though the excitement still remained connected with forms of which I had no experience. Another lady states that, when a little girl of 4 or 5, the servants used to smack her nates with a soft brush to amuse themselves. Undoubtedly, as she now believes this gave them a kind of sexual pleasure, it did not hurt her, but she disliked it. Her father used to whip her severely on the nates at this age and onward to the age of 13, but this never gave her any pleasure. When, however, she was about 9, she began in waking dreams to imagine that she was whipping somebody, and would finish by imagining that she was herself being whipped. She would make up stories of which the climax was a whipping, and felt at the same time a pleasurable burning sensation in her sexual parts. She used to prolong the preliminaries of the story to heighten the climax. She felt more pleasure in the idea of being whipped than of whipping, although she never experienced any pleasure from an actual whipping. These daydreams were most vivid when she was at school between the ages of 11 and 14. They began to fade with the growth of affection for real persons. But in dreams, even in adult life, she occasionally experienced sexual excitement, accompanied by images of smacking. Another correspondent this time, a man, writes, I experienced the connection between sexual excitement and whipping long before I knew what sexuality meant, or had any notion regarding the functions of the sexual organs. What I now know to be distinct sexual feeling used to occur whenever the idea of whipping arose, or the mention of whipping was made in a way to arrest my attention. I well remember the strange, mysterious fascination it had, even apart from any actual physical excitement. I have been told by many men, and a few women, that it was the same with them even now. The feeling exists sometimes, especially when reading about whipping. The following confession, which I find recorded by a German manufacturer's wife, corresponds with those I have obtained in England. When about 5 years old, I was playing with a little girl friend in the park. Our governesses sat on a bench talking, for some reason perhaps, because we had wandered away too far, and failed to hear a call to return. Me friend aroused the anger of the governess in charge of her. That young lady therefore took her aside, raised her dress, and vigorously smacked her with the flat hand. I looked on, fascinated and possessed by an inexplicable feeling to which I naively gave myself up. The impression was so deep that the scene and the persons concerned are still clearly present to my mind, and I can even recall the little details of my companion's underclothing. When sexual associations are permanently brought into play through such an early incident, it is possible that a special predisposition exists. Gesellschaft und Geschlecht BD Roman 2 HT4 p. 120. It would certainly seem that we must look upon this association as coming well within the normal range of emotional life in childhood, although after puberty, when the sexual feelings become clearly defined, the attraction of whipping normally tends to be left behind as a piece of childishness, only surviving in the background of consciousness, if at all to furnish a vaguely sexual emotional tone to the subject of whipping, but not affecting conduct, sometimes only emerging in erotic dreams. This, however, is not invariably the case in persons who are organically abnormal in such cases, and especially it would seem in highly sensitive and emotional children. The impress left by the fact or the image of whipping may be so strong that it affects not only definitely, but permanently, the whole subsequent course of development of the sexual impulse Regis has recorded, a case which well illustrates the circumstances and hereditary conditions under which the idea of whipping may take such firm root in the sexual emotional nature of a child as to persist into adult life. At the same time, the case shows how a sexual perversion may in an intelligent person take on an intellectual character, and it also indicates a rational method of treatment. Jules P. aged 22 of good heredity on father's side, but bad on that of mother, who is highly hysterical, while his grandmother was very impulsive and sometimes pursued other women with a knife. He has one brother and one sister who are somewhat morbid and original. He is himself healthy, intelligent, good-looking, and agreeable, though with slightly morbid peculiarities. At the age of 4 or 5, he suddenly opened a door and saw his sister, then a girl of 14 or 15, kneeling with her clothes raised and her head on her governess' lap, at the moment of being whipped for some offense. This trivial incident left a profound impression on his mind, and he recalls every detail of it, especially the sight of his sister's buttocks, round, white, and enormous, as they seemed to his childish eyes, and that momentary vision gave a permanent direction to the whole of his sexual life. Always after that he desired to touch and pat his sister's gluteal regions. He shared her bed, and though only a child acquired great skill in attaining his ends, without attracting her attention, lifting her nightgown when she slept and gently caressing the buttocks, also contriving to turn her over onto her stomach, and then make a pillow of her hips. This went on until the age of 7, when he began to play with 2 little girls of the neighborhood, the eldest of whom was 10. He liked to take the part of the father and whip them. The older girl was big for her age, and he would separate her drawers and smack her with much voluptuous emotion, so that he frequently sought opportunities to repeat the experience, to which the girl willingly lent herself, and they were constantly together in dark corners, the girl herself opening her drawers to enable him to caress her thighs and buttocks with his hand, until he became conscious of an erection. Sometimes he would gently use a whip. On one occasion, she asked him if he would not now like to see her in front, but he declined. One day, when 8 or 9 years old, being with a boy companion, he came upon a picture of a monk being flagellated, and thereupon persuaded his companion to let himself be whipped. The boy enjoyed the experience, which was therefore often repeated. Jules P. himself, however, never took the slightest pleasure in playing the passive part. These practices were continued even after the friend became a conscript, when, however, they became very rare, only once or twice. Has he ever done anything of this kind to girls who were strangers to him, nor has he ever masturbated or had any desire for sexual intercourse. He contents himself with the pleasure of being occasionally able to witness scenes of whipping in public place sparks, and gardancer of catching glimpses of the thighs and buttocks of young girls, or if possible women. His principal enjoyment is in imagination. From the first, he has loved to invent stories in which whippings were the climax, and at 13 such stories produced the first spontaneous emission. Thus he imagines, for instance, a young girl from the country who comes up to Paris by train. On the way, a lady is attracted by her, takes an interest in her, brings her home to dinner, and at last can no longer resist the temptation to take the girl in her arms and whip her amorously. He writes out these scenes and illustrates them with drawings, many of which Regis reproduces. He has even written comedies in which whipping plays a prominent part. He has moreover searched public libraries for references to flagellation, inserted queries in the Intermediaria des Chercheurs et des Curia, and thus obtained a complete bibliography of flagellation, which is of considerable value. Regis is acquainted with these archives de la fessée, and states that they are carried on with great method and care. He is especially interested in the whipping of women by women. He considers that the pleasure of whippings should always be shared by the person whipped, and he is somewhat concerned to find that he has an increasing inclination to imagine an element of cruelty in the whipping. Emissions are somewhat frequent. According to the latest information, he is much better. He has entered into sexual relationship with a woman who is much in love with him, and to whom he has confided his peculiarities. With her aid and suggestions, he has been able to have intercourse with her, at the moment of coitus whipping her with a harmless rubber tube. Regis, uncast to perversions sexuelle, a forme sadique. Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelles, July 1899. In a case also occurring in a highly educated man, narrated by Marandon de Montiel, a doctor of laws, brilliantly intellectual, and belonging to a family in which there had been some insanity, when at school at the age of 11 saw, for the first time, a schoolfellow whipped on the nates, and experienced a new pleasure and emotion. He was never himself whipped at school, but would invent games with his sisters and playfellows, in which whipping formed an essential part at the age of 13. He teased young woman a cook until she seized him, and whipped him. He put his arms around her, and experienced his first voluptuous spasm of sex. The love of flagellation temporarily died out, however, and gave place to masturbation and later to a normal attraction to women. But at the age of 32, the old ideas were aroused anew by a story his mistress told him. He suffered from various obsessions, and finally committed suicide. Marandon de Montiel Obsessions, et vie sexual archives de neurologie, Oct. 1904. In a case that has been reported to me, somewhat similar ideas played a part. The subject is a tall, well-developed man, aged 28, delicate in childhood, but now normal in health and physical condition, though not fond of athletics. His mental ability is much above the average, especially in scientific directions. He was brought up in narrow and strict religious views, but at an early age developed agnostic views of his own. From the age of 6 and perhaps earlier, he practiced masturbation almost every night. This was a habit which he carried on in all innocence. It was as invariable a preliminary, he states, to going to sleep as was lying down. And at this period, he would have felt no hesitation in telling all about it had the question been asked at the age of 12 or 13. He recognized the habit as abnormal, and fear of ridicule then caused him to keep silence, and to avoid observation in carrying it out. He would lie on his stomach with the penis directed downward and not up, and the thumb resting on the region above the root of the penis. There was desire for micturition after the act, and when that was satisfied, sound sleep followed. When he realized that the habit was abnormal, he began to make efforts to discontinue it, and these efforts have been continued up to the present. The chief obstacle has been the difficulty of sleep without carrying out the practice. Emissions first began to occur at the age of 13, and at first caused some alarm. During the 6 following years, indulgence was irregular, sometimes occurring every other night, and sometimes with a week's intermission. Then at the age of 19, the habit was broken for a year, during which nocturnal emissions took place during sleep, about every 3 weeks. Since this, shorter periods of non-indulgence have occurred, these periods always coinciding with unusual mental or physical strain. As of examinations, he has some degree of attraction for women. This is strongest during cessation from masturbation, and tends to disappear when the habit is resumed. He has never had sexual intercourse, because he prefers his own method of gratification, and feels great abhorrence for professional prostitutes. He could not afford to marry any indecency or immorality, except he observes his own variety disgusts him. At the earliest period, no mental images accompanied the act of masturbation. At about the age of 8, however, sexual excitement began to be constantly associated with ideas of being whipped at, or soon after this age. Only the fear of disgrace prevented him from committing serious childish offenses, likely to be punished by a good whipping. Parents and masters, however, seem to have used corporal punishment very sparingly. At first, this desire was for whipping in general without reference to the operator. Soon after the age of 10, however, he began to wish that certain boy friends should be the operators. At about the same time, definite desire arose for closer contact with these friends, and later for definite indecent acts, which, however, the subject failed to specify. He probably meant mutual masturbation. These desires were under control, and the fear of ridicule seems to have been the chief restraining cause. At about the age of 15, he began to realize that such acts might be considered morally bad and wrong, and this led to reticence and careful concealment. Up to the age of 20, there were 4 definite attachments to persons of his own sex. There was a tendency sometimes to regard women as possible whippers, and this became stronger at 22, the images of the two sexes then mingling in his thoughts of flagellation. Latterly, the mental accompaniments of masturbation have been less personal, lapsing into the mental picture of being whipped by an unknown and vague somebody. When definite, it has always been a man, and preferably of the type of a schoolmaster. His desire has been for punishment by whips, canes, or birches, especially upon the buttocks. He has always shrunk from the thought of the production of blood or bruises. He wishes in mental contemplation for a punishment sufficiently severe to make him anxious to stop it, and yet not able to stop it. He also takes pleasure in the idea of being tied up so as to be unable to move. He has at times indulged in self-whipping of no great severity. In the preceding case, we see a tendency to erotic self-flagellation, which in a minor degree is not uncommon occasionally. It becomes highly developed. Max Marcuse, has presented such a case in elaborate detail. Zeitschrift für die Gesamtneurologie 1912 HT3, fully summarized in Sexual Problem, Nov 1912 pp. 815,820. This is the case of a Catholic priest of highly neurotic heredity who spontaneously began to whip himself at the age of 12. This self-flagellation being continued and accompanied by masturbation. After the age of 15, other associated perversions were narcissism and nates fetishism, as well as homosexual fantasies. He experienced a certain pleasure, with erection not ejaculation, in punishing his boy pupils. It is not uncommon for all forms of erotic flagellation to be associated with a homosexual element. I have elsewhere brought forward a case of this kind, the case of a F. Vol. Roman II of these studies. Significant is Rousseau's account of the origin of his own masochistic pleasure in whipping at the age of 8. Mademoiselle Lambercier showed toward me a mother's affection, and also a mother's authority, which she sometimes carried so far as to inflict on us the usual punishment of children when we had deserved it for a long time. She was content with the threat, and that threat of a chastisement, which for me was quite new, seemed very terrible. But after it had been executed, I found the experience less terrible than the expectation had been, and strangely enough this punishment increased my affection for her who had inflicted it. It needed all my affection and all my natural gentleness to prevent me from seeking a renewal of the same treatment, by deserving it, for I had found in the pain, and even in the shame of it, an element of sensuality, which left more desire than fear of receiving the experience again. From the same hand, it is true that, as in all this, a precocious sexual element was doubtless mixed. The same chastisement, if inflicted by her brother, would not have seemed so pleasant. He goes on to say that the punishment was inflicted a second time, but that that time was the last. Mademoiselle Lambercier, having apparently noted the effects it produced, and henceforth, instead of sleeping in her room, he was placed in another room and treated by her as a big boy. Who would have believed, he adds, that this childish punishment, received at the age of 8 from the hand of a young woman of 30, would have determined my tastes, my desires, my passions for the rest of my life. He remarks that this strange taste drove him almost to madness, but maintained the purity of his morals, and the joys of love existed for him chiefly in imagination. J. Rousseau, Les Confessions Party I Liver Roman I. It will be seen how all the favoring conditions of fear, shame, and precocious sexuality were here present in an extremely sensitive child, destined to become the greatest emotional force of his century, and receptive to influences which would have had no permanent effect on any ordinary child, when, as occasionally happens, the first sexual feelings are experienced under the stimulation of whipping in normal children. No permanent perversion necessarily follows. Moll mentions that he knows such cases. Zeitschrift für Pädagogie, Psychiatrie und Pathologie 1901. It may be added that it is perhaps not fanciful to see a certain inevitableness in the fact that on Rousseau's highly sensitive and receptive temperament it was a masochistic germ that fell and fructified, while on Regis' subject with his more impulsive ancestral antecedents, a sadistic germ found favorable soil. It may be noted that in Regis' sadistic case, the little girl who was the boy's playmate found scarcely less pleasure in the passive part of whipping than he found in the active. There is ample evidence to show that this is very often the case, and that the attractiveness of the idea of being whipped often even arises spontaneously in children. Lombroso, La Donna Delinquent p. 404, refers to a girl of 7 who had voluptuous pleasure in being whipped, and Hammer Monotrift für Harnkrankheit 1906 p. 398 speaks of a young girl who similarly experienced pleasure in punishment by whipping. Krafft-Ebing records the case of a girl of between 6 and 8 years of age, never at that time having been whipped or seen anyone else whipped, who spontaneously acquired how she did not know the desire to be castigated in this manner. It gave her very great pleasure to imagine a woman friend doing this to her. She never desired to be whipped by a man, though there was no trace of inversion, and she never masturbated until the age of 24, when a marriage engagement was broken off at the age of 10. This longing passed away before it was ever actually realized. Krafft-Ebing Psychopathia Sexualis, 8th edition p. 136. In the case of another young woman described by Krafft-Ebing where there was neurasthenia with other minor morbid conditions in the family, but the girl herself appears to have been sound. The desire to be whipped existed from a very early age. She traced it to the fact that when she was 5 years old, a friend of her father's playfully placed her across his knees and pretended to whip her. Since then, she has always longed to be caned. But to her great regret, the wish has never been realized. She longs to be the slave of a man whom she loves. Lying in fancy before him, he puts one foot on my neck. While I kiss the other, I revel in the idea of being whipped by him. And imagine different scenes in which he beats me. I take the blows as so many tokens of love. He is at first extremely kind and tender. But then in the excess of his love, he beats me. I fancy that to beat me for love's sake gives him the highest pleasure. Sometimes she imagines that she is his slave, but not his female slave, for every woman may be her husband's slave. She is of proud and independent nature in all other matters, and to imagine herself a man who consents to be a slave gives her a more satisfying sense of humiliation. She does not understand that these manifestations are of a sexual nature. Kraft, Ebbing, Psychopathia Sexualis, English translation of 10th edition, p. 189. Sometimes a woman desires to take the active part in whipping. Thus Marandon de Montiel records the case of a girl of 19, hereditarily neuropathic. Her father was alcoholic, but very intelligent and good-hearted, who had never been whipped or seen anyone whipped at this age. However, she happened to visit a married friend who was just about to punish her boy of 9 by whipping him with a wet towel. The girl spectator was much interested, and though the boy screamed and struggled, she experienced a new sensation she could not define at every stroke. She said, "A strange shiver went through all my body from my brain to my heels." She would like to have whipped him herself, and felt sorry when it was over. She could not forget the scene, and would dream of herself whipping a boy at last. The desire became irresistible, and she persuaded a boy of 12 whom she was very fond of, and who was much attached to her, to let her whip him on the naked nates. She did this so ferociously that he at last fainted. She was overcome by grief and remorse. Marandon de Montiel, Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, Jan 1906, p. 30. Although masochism in a pronounced degree may be said to be rare in women, the love of active flagellation and sadistic impulses generally are not uncommon among them. Bloch believes they are especially common among English women. Cases occur from time to time of extreme harshness, cruelty, degrading punishment, and semi-starvation inflicted upon children. The accused are most usually women, and when a man and woman in conjunction are accused, it appears generally to have been the woman who played the more active part. But it is rarely demonstrated in these cases that the cruelty exercised had a definite sexual origin. There is nothing, for instance, to indicate true sadism in the famous English case in the 18th century of Mrs. Brownrigg Bloch, Geschlechtsleben in England, Vol. Roman 2, p. 425. It may well be, however, in many of these cases that the real motive is sexual. Although latent and unconscious, the normal sexual impulse in women is often obscured and disguised, and it would not be surprising if the perverse instinct is so likewise. It is noteworthy that a passion for whipping may be aroused by contact with a person who desires to be whipped. This is illustrated by the following case, which has been communicated to me. K is a Jew about 40 years of age. Apparently normal. Nothing is known of his antecedents. He is a manufacturer with several shops. S. An Englishwoman aged 25 entered his service. She is illegitimate, believed to have been reared in a brothel kept by her mother, is prepossessing in appearance. On entering K's service, S. was continually negligent and careless. This so provoked K that on one occasion he struck her. She showed great pleasure and confessed that her blunder had been deliberately intended to arouse him to physical violence. At her suggestion, K ultimately consented to thrash her. This operation took place in K's office. S. stripping for the purpose, and the leather driving band from a sewing machine was used. S. manifested unmistakable pleasure during the flagellation, and connection occurred after it. These thrashings were repeated at frequent intervals, and K found a growing liking for the operation on his own part. Once, at the suggestion of S, a girl of 13 employed by K was thrashed by both K and S alternately. The child complained to her parents, and K made a money payment to them to avoid scandal, the parents agreeing to keep silence. Other women, Jewish tailoresses employed by K, were subsequently thrashed by him. He asserts that they enjoyed the experience. Mrs. K, discovering her husband's infatuation for S, commenced divorce proceedings. S consented to leave the country at K's request, but returned almost immediately and was kept in hiding until the decree was granted. The mutual infatuation of K and S continues though K asserts that he cares less for her than formerly. Flagellation has however now become a passion with him. Though he declares that the practice was unknown to him before he met S, his great fear is that he will kill S during one of these operations. He is convinced that S is not an isolated case, and that all women enjoy flagellation. He claims that the experiences of the numerous women whom he has now thrashed bear out this opinion. One of them is a wealthy woman separated from her husband, and is now infatuated with K. Flagellation, more especially in its masochistic form, is sometimes associated with true inversion. Moll presents the case of a young inverted woman of 26 showing, indeed, many other minor sexual anomalies, who is sexually excited when beaten with a switch a whip would not do, and the blows must only be on the nates. She cannot imagine being beaten by a small woman. She has often in this way been beaten by a friend, who should be naked at the time, and must submit afterward to Cunnilingus Moll contraire Sexualempfindung, 3rd edition, p. 568. In the preceding case, there were no masochistic ideas. It is likely that in such a case beating is desired largely on account of that purely physical effect, to which attention has already been called. In the same way, self-beating with a switch or whip has sometimes been spontaneously discovered as a method of self-excitement preliminary to masturbation. I am acquainted with a lady of much intellectual ability, sexually normal, who made this discovery at the age of 18 and practiced it for a time. Professor Riverdin also speaks of the case of a young girl under his care, who after having exhausted all the resources of her intelligence, finally discovered that the climax of enjoyment was best reached by violently whipping her own buttocks and thighs. She had invented for this purpose a whip composed of 12 cords, each of which terminated in a large chestnut burr provided with its spines. A Riverdin Revue Médicale de la Suisse Romane, January 2018, 88 p. 17. The discipline or scourge was classed with fasting as a method of mastering the flesh, and of penance. See, for example, Lee History of Auricular Confession, Vol. Roman 2 p. 122. For many centuries, bishops and priests used themselves to apply the discipline to their penitents. At first it was applied to the back later, especially in the case of female penitents. It was frequently applied to the nates. Moreover, partial or complete nudity came to be frequently demanded. The humiliation thereby caused being pleasant in the sight of God. Douleur des divinités génératrices, ch. Roman 15. Lee History of Sacerdotal Celibacy, 3d ed. Vol. Roman 2 p. 278. Kiernan Asceticism, as an autoerotism alienist and neurologist, Aug. 1911. This is the opinion of Lohenfeld-Huber Die Sexual Constitution, p. 43. Thus Düren Ewan Bloch remarks der Marquis de Sade, Unsen Zeit 1901 p. 211. It is well known that England is today the classic land of sexual flagellation. See the same author's Geschlechtsleben in England, Vol. Roman 2 ch. Roman 6. In America, it appears also to be common, and Kiernan mentions that in advertisements of Chicago massage shops there often appears the announcement flagellation, a specialty. The reports of police inspectors in 18th century France show how common flagellation then was in Paris. It may be added that various men of distinguished intellectual ability of recent times and earlier are reported as addicted to passive flagellation. This was the case with Helvetius. A full bibliography of flagellation would include many hundred items. The more important works on this subject in connection with the sexual impulse are enumerated by Eulenberg in his Sadismus und Masochismus. An elaborate history of flagellation generally is now being written by Georg Kahles Geschichte des Flagellantismus Vol. I 1912. Lohenfeld-Huber Die Sexual Constitution, p. 43. Archive für Kriminalanthropologie, 1909 p. 361. He brings forward the evidence of a reliable and cultured man who at one time sought to obtain the pleasures of passive sexual flagellation, but in spite of his expectation and goodwill the only result was to disperse every trace of sexual desire. For example, Kiefer Zeitschrift für Sexualwissenschaft, Aug. 1908. Fear Revue de Médecine, August 1900. In this paper, Fear brings together many interesting facts concerning flagellation in ancient times. Schmidt-Hewart Monotrift für Harnkrankheiten 1906 HT7 argues that it is not so much the actual use of the rod as playful threatening and mysterious suggestions playing around it, which nowadays gives it sexual fascination. Mal Untersuchungen über die Libido Sexualis, BD 1p18 points out that these emotions frequently suffice to cause sexual emissions in schoolboys. As Eulenberg truly points out, the circumstances attending the whipping of a woman may be sexually attractive even in the absence of any morbid impulse. Such circumstances are the sight of naked feminine charms, and especially in the usual mode of flagellation off those parts which possess for the sexual epicure a peculiar aesthetic attraction. The idea of treating a loved, or at all events, desired person as a child, of having her in complete subjection, and being able to dispose of her despotically, and finally, the immediate results of whipping, the changes in skin color, the to and fro movements, which simulate or anticipate the initial phenomena of coitus. Eulenberg Sexual Neuropathy, p. 121. See the article on Udall in the Dictionary of National Biography. Roman 4. The impulse to strangle the object of sexual desire, the wish to be strangled. Respiratory disturbance, the essential element in this group of phenomena, the part played by respiratory excitement in the process of courtship, swinging and suspension, the attraction exerted by the idea of being chained and fettered. There is another impulse which it may be worth while to consider briefly here for the sake of the light it throws on the relationship between love and pain. I allude to the impulse to strangle the object of sexual desire, and to the corresponding craving to be strangled. Cases have been recorded in which this impulse was so powerful that men have actually strangled women at the moment of coitus. Such cases are rare, but as a mere idea, the thought of strangling a woman appears to be not infrequently associated with sexual emotion. We must probably regard it as in the main with whatever subsidiary elements and aspect of that physical seizure, domination, and forcible embrace of the female, which is one of the primitive elements of courtship. The corresponding ideate pleasurable connection of the thought of being strangled with sexual emotion appears to occur still more frequently, perhaps especially in women. Here we seem to have, as in the case of whipping, a combination of a physical with a psychic element. Not only is the idea attractive, but as a matter of fact, strangulation, suffocation, or any arrest of respiration, even when carried to the extent of producing death, may actually provoke emission, as is observed after death, by hanging. It is noteworthy that, as Eulenberg remarks, the method of treating diseases of the spinal cord by suspension, a method much in vogue a few years ago, produced sexual excitement in brothels. It is said some of the clients desire to be suspended vertically by a cord furnished with pads. A playful attempt to throttle her on the part of her lover is often felt by a woman as pleasurable, though it may not necessarily produce definite sexual excitement. Sometimes, however, this feeling becomes so strong that it must be regarded as an actual perversion, and I have been told of a woman who is indifferent to the ordinary sexual embrace. Her chief longing is to be throttled, and she will do anything to have her neck squeezed by her lover till her eyeballs bulge. I think if I could be left my present feelings, a lady writes, and be changed into a male imbecile, that is given a man's strength, but deprived to a large extent of reasoning power, I might very likely act in the apparently cruel way they do, and this partly because many of their actions appeal to me on the passive side. The idea of being strangled by a person I love does the great sensitiveness of one's throat and neck come in here, as well as the loss of breath. Once, when I was about to be separated from a man I cared for, I put his hands on my throat and implored him to kill me. It was a moment of madness, which helps me to understand the feelings of a person always insane. Even now that I am cool and collected, I know that if I were deeply in love with a man who I thought was going to kill me, especially in that way, I would make no effort to save myself beforehand, though of course in the final moments nature would assert herself without my volition. What makes the horror of such cases in insanity is the fact of the love being left out. But I think I find no greater difficulty in picturing the mental attitude of a sadistic lunatic than that of a normal man who gets pleasure out of women for whom he has no love. The imagined pleasure of being strangled by a lover brings us to a group of feelings which would seem to be not unconnected with respiratory elements. I refer to the pleasurable excitement experienced by some in suspension, swinging, restraint, and fetters. Strangulation is the extreme and most decided type of this group of imagined or real situations, in all of which a respiratory disturbance seems to be an essential element. In explaining these phenomena, we have to remark that respiratory excitement has always been a conspicuous part of the whole process of tumescence and detumescence of the struggles of courtship, and of its climax, and that any restraint upon respiration, or indeed any restraint upon muscular and emotional activity, generally tends to heighten the state of sexual excitement associated with such activity. I have elsewhere, when studying the spontaneous solitary manifestation of the sexual instinct autoerotism, in vol I of these studies, referred to the pleasurably emotional and sometimes sexual effects of swinging and similar kinds of movement. It is possible that there is a certain significance in the frequency with which the 18th century French painters who lived at a time when the refinements of sexual emotion were carefully sought out have painted women in the act of swinging. Fragonard mentions that in 1763, a gentleman invited him into the country with the request to paint his mistress, especially stipulating that she should be depicted in a swing. The same motive was common among the leading artists of that time. It may be said that this attitude was merely a pretext to secure a vision of ankles, but that result could easily have been attained without the aid of the swing. I may here quote as bearing on this and allied questions a somewhat lengthy communication from a lady to whom I am indebted for many subtle and suggestive remarks on the whole of this group of manifestations. With regard to the connection between swinging and suspension, perhaps the physical basis of it is the loss of breath. Temporary loss of breath with me produces excitement. Swinging at a height, or a fall from a height, would cause loss of breath. In a state of suspension, the imagination would suggest the idea of falling, and the attendant loss of breath. People suffering from lung disease are often erotically inclined, and anesthetics affect the breathing. Men also seem to like the idea of suspension. But from the active side, one man used to put his wife on a high swinging shelf when she displeased him, and my husband told me once he would like to suspend me to a crane we were watching at work. Though I have never mentioned my own feeling on this point to him, suspension is often mentioned. In descriptions of torture, Beatrice Cenci was hung up by her hair, and the recently murdered Queen of Korea was similarly treated in Tolstoy. My husband and I. The girl says she would like her husband to hold her over a precipice. That passage gave me great pleasure. The idea of slipping off an inclined plane gives me the same sensation. I always feel it on seeing Michelangelo's Night. Though the slipping look displeases me artistically, I remember that when I saw the Night first I did feel excited and was annoyed, and it seemed to me it was the slipping off look that gave it. But I think I am now less affected by that idea. Certain general ideas seem to excite one, but the particular forms under which they are presented lose their effect and have to be varied. The sentence mentioned in Tolstoy leaves me now quite cold. But if I came across the same idea elsewhere expressed differently, then it would excite me. I am very capricious in the small things, and I think women are so more than men. The idea of slipping down a plank formerly produced excitement with me. Now it has a less vivid effect, though the idea of loss of breath still produces excitement. The idea of the plank does not now affect me unless there is a certain amount of drapery. I think, therefore, that the feeling must come in part from the possibility of the drapery catching on some roughness of the surface of the slope, and so producing pressure on the sexual organs. The effect is still produced, however, even without any clothing, if the slope is supposed to end in a deep drop, so that the idea of falling is strongly presented. I cannot recollect any early associations that would tend to explain these feelings, except that jumping from a height, which I used frequently to do, as a child, has a tendency to create excitement. With me, I may add, it is when I cannot express myself, or am trying to understand what I feel is beyond my grasp, that the first stage of sexual excitement results. For instance, I never get excited in thinking over sexual questions, because my ideas, correct or incorrect, are fairly clear and definite, but I often feel sexually excited over that question of the inheritance of acquired characteristics, not because I can't decide between the two sets of evidence, but because I don't feel confident of having fully grasped the true significance of either. This feeling of want of power, mental or physical, always has the same effect. I feel it if my eyes are blindfolded or my hands tied. I don't like to see the Washington Post dance, in which the man stands behind the woman and holds her hands. On that account, if he held her wrists, the feeling would be stronger, as her apparent helplessness would be increased. The nervous irritability that is caused by being under restraint seems to manifest itself in that way, while in the case of mental disability, the excitement which should flow down a mental channel being checked seems to take a physical course instead. Possibly this would help to explain masochistic sexual feelings, a physical cause working in the present, would be preferable as an explanation to a psychological cause, to be traced back through heredity to primitive conditions. I believe such feelings are very common in men, as well as in women, only people do not care to admit them as a rule. The idea of being chained and fettered appears to be not uncommonly associated with pleasurable sexual feelings, for I have met with numerous cases in both men and women, and it not infrequently coexists with a tendency to inversion. It often arises at a very early age, and it is of considerable interest because we cannot account for its frequency by any chance association, nor by any actual experiences. It would appear to be a purely psychic fantasia, founded on the elementary physical fact that restraint of emotion, like suspension, produces a heightening of emotion. In any case, the spontaneous character of such ideas and emotions in children of both sexes suffices to show that they must possess a very definite organic basis. In one of the histories X contained in Appendix B at the end of the present volume, a lady describes how as a child she reveled in the idea of being chained, and tortured these ideas, appearing to rise spontaneously. In another case, that of N for the most part reproduced in erotic symbolism, involve V of these studies, whose ideals are inverted, and who is also affected by boot fetishism. The idea of fetters is very attractive. In this case, self-excitement was produced at a very early age without the use of the hands by strapping the legs together. We can, however, scarcely explain away the idea of fetters, in this case, as merely the result of an early association. For it may well be argued that the idea led to this method of self-excitement. The mere idea of fetters, this subject writes, produces the greatest excitement, and the sight of pictures representing such things is a temptation. The reading of books dealing with prison life, etc., anywhere where physical restraint is treated of, is a temptation. The temptation is aggravated when the picture represents the person booted. I suppose all this will have been intensified in my case by my practices as a child. But why should a child of 6 do such things, unless it were a natural instinct in him? Nobody showed me. I have never mentioned such things to anyone. I used to read historical romances for the pleasure of reading of people being put in prison in fetters and tortured, and always envied them. I feel now that I should like to undergo the sensation. If I could get anyone to humor me without losing their self-respect, I should jump at the opportunity. I have been most powerfully excited by visiting an old Australian convict ship, where all the means of restraint are shown. I have been attracted to it night after night, wanting, but not daring to ask to be allowed to have a practical experience. St. Cherbeck of Warsaw has recorded a case which resembles that of N, but there was no inversion, and the attraction of fetters was active rather than passive. The subject desired to fetter, and not to be fettered. It is possible that this difference is not fundamental, though St. Cherbeck regards the case as one of fetishism of sadistic origin. Contribution, a L. Etude des Perversions Sexuelles Archives de Neurologie Oct. 1907. The subject was a highly intelligent though neurasthenic youth, who from the age of 5 had been deeply interested in criminals who were fettered and sent to prison. The fate of Siberian prisoners was a frequent source of prolonged meditations. It was the fettering which alone interested him, and he spent much time in trying to imagine the feelings of the fettered prisoners, and he often imagined that he was himself a prisoner in fetters. This seems to indicate that the impulse was in its origin masochistic, as much as sadistic, and better described as algolagnia than as sadism. He delighted in stories and pictures of fettered persons. At the age of 15, the sex of the fettered person became important, and he was interested chiefly in fettered women. A new element also appeared. He was attracted to well-dressed women, and especially to those wearing elegant shoes, delighting to imagine them fettered. He fastened his own feet together with chains, attempting to walk about his room in this condition, but experienced comparatively little pleasure in this way. At the age of 15, he met a lady 10 years older than himself, and of great intelligence. As he began to know her more intimately, she allowed him to take liberties with her. He fastened her hands behind her back, and this caused him a violent but delicious emotion, which he had never experienced before. Next time, he fastened her feet together as well as her hands. As he did so, her shoes slightly touched his sexual organs. This caused erection and ejaculation, accompanied by the most acute sexual pleasure he had ever felt. He had no wish to see her naked or to uncover himself, and as long as this relationship lasted, he had no abnormal thoughts. At other times, or in connection with other people, he never masturbated, and his sexual dreams were of fettered men or women. St. Cherbeck discusses the case at length. and considers that it is essentially an example of sadism, on the ground that the impulse of fettering was prompted by the desire to humiliate. There is, however, no evidence of any such desire, and as a matter of fact, no humiliation was affected. The primary and fundamental element in this and similar cases is an almost abstract sexual fascination in the idea of restraint, whether endured, inflicted, or merely witnessed, or imagine the feet become the chief focus of this fascination, and the basis on which a foot fetishism or shoe fetishism tends to arise, because restraint of the feet produces a more marked effect than restraint of the hands. An attenuated and symbolic form of this impulse is seen in the desire to strangle birds with the object of stimulating or even satisfying sexual desire. Prostitutes are sometimes acquainted with men who bring a live pigeon with them to be strangled just before intercourse. Lanfear of St. Louis, alienist and neurologist, May 1907, p. 204, knew a woman having learned masturbation in a convent school who was only excited and not satisfied by coitus with her husband, and had to rise from bed, catch and caress a chicken, and finally wring its neck, whereupon orgasm occurred. Even young girls, however, may experience pleasure in the playful attempt to strangle. Thus, a lady speaking of herself at the time of puberty, when she was in the habit of masturbating, writes, Sexual problem, Aug 1909, p. 630. 6. I acquired a desire to seize people, especially girls, by the throat, and I enjoyed their way of screaming out. Goddard observed that when animals are bled or felled as well as strangled, there is often abundant emission rich in spermatozoa, but without erection, though accompanied by the same movements of the tail as during copulation. Robin Art Fecundation Dictionnaire. Encyclopédique des Sciences Médicales, who quotes this observation, has the following remarks on this subject. Ejaculation occurring at the moment when the circulation maintained artificially stops is a fact of significance. It shows how congestive conditions or inversely anemic conditions constitute organic states sufficient to set in movement the activity of the nervous centers. As is the case for muscular contractility, everything leads us to believe that at the moment when the motor nervous action takes place, the corresponding sensitive centers also come into play. It must be added that Minivisci, in his elaborate study of death, by hanging études sur la pendaison archives d'anthropologie criminelle, 1905, especially p. 791, et seq., concludes that the turgescence of penis and flow of spermatic fluid, sometimes only prostatic secretion usually observed in these cases, is purely passive, and generally, though not always of post-mortem occurrence, there is therefore no sexual pleasure in death by hanging, and persons who have been rescued at the last moment have experienced no voluptuous sensations. This was so even in the case referred to by Minivisci of a man who hanged himself solely with the object of producing sexual pleasure. Eulenberg Sexual Neuropathy, p. 114. Bernaldo de Quiros and Llanos Aguilanito, La Mala Vida, en Madrid, p. 294, knew the case of a man who found pleasure in lying back on an inclined couch, while a prostitute behind him pulled at a slipknot, until he was nearly suffocated. It was the only way in which he could attain sexual gratification. Arrest of respiration, it may be noted, may accompany strong sexual excitement, as it may some other emotional states. 1. Recalls passages in the Arabian Nights, in which we are told of ladies who, at the sight of a very beautiful youth, felt their reason leave them, yearned to embrace the marvelous youth, and ceased breathing. Inhibited respiration is indeed, as Stevens shows, Study of Attention, American Journal of Psychology, Oct. 1905, a characteristic of all active attention. The exact part played by the respiration, and even the circulation in constituting emotional states, is still not clear, although various experiments have been made. See, for example, Angel and Thompson, A Study of the Relations Between Certain Organic Processes and Consciousness, Psychological Review, January, 1899. A summary statement of the relations of the respiration and circulation to emotional states will be found in Culp's Outlines of Psychology, Part 1, Section 237. The words alluded to by my correspondent are as follows: I needed a struggle. What I needed was that feeling should guide life, and not that life should guide feeling. I wanted to go with him to the edge of an abyss, and say, here a step, and I will throw myself over, and here a motion, and I have gone to destruction. And for him, turning pale, to seize me in his strong arms, hold me back over it, till my heart grew cold within me, and then carry me away, wherever he pleased. The whole of the passage in which these lines occur is of considerable psychological interest. in one English translation. The story is entitled Family Happiness. Roman 5 Pain, and not cruelty, the essential element in sadism and masochism. Pain, felt as pleasure. Does the sadist identify himself with the feelings of his victim? The sadist, often a masochist, in disguise the spectacle of pain or struggle as a sexual stimulant. In the foregoing rapid survey of the great group of manifestations, in which the sexual emotions come into intimate relationship with pain, it has become fairly clear that the ordinary division between sadism and masochism, convenient as these terms maybe, has a very slight correspondence with facts. Sadism and masochism may be regarded as complementary emotional states. They cannot be regarded as opposed states. Even to Sade himself, we have seen, can scarcely be regarded as a pure sadist. A passage in one of his works, expressing regret that sadistic feeling is rare among women, as well as his definite recognition of the fact that the suffering of pain may call forth voluptuous emotions, shows that he was not insensitive to the charm of masochistic experience, and it is evident that a merely bloodthirsty vampire, sane or insane, could never have retained, as de Sade retained, the undying devotion of two women so superior in heart and intelligence as his wife and sister-in-law. Had de Sade possessed any wanton love of cruelty, it would have appeared during the days of the Revolution, when it was safer for a man to simulate bloodthirstiness, even if he did not feel it, than to show humanity. But de Sade distinguished himself at that time, not merely by his general philanthropic activities, but by saving from the scaffold at great risk to himself those who had injured him. It is clear that apart from the organically morbid twist by which he obtained sexual satisfaction in his partner's pain, a craving, which was for the most part only gratified in imaginary visions, developed to an inhuman extent under the influence of solitude. De Sade was simply, to those who knew him, unamiable mauvais sujet, gifted with exceptional intellectual powers. Unless we realize this, we run the risk of confounding de Sade and his like with men of whom Judge Jeffreys was the sinister type. It is necessary to emphasize this point, because there can be no doubt that de Sade is really a typical instance of the group of perversions he represents. And when we understand that it is pain only and not cruelty that is the essential in this group of manifestations, we begin to come nearer to their explanation. The masochist desires to experience pain, but he generally desires that it should be inflicted in love. The sadist desires to inflict pain, but in some cases, if not in most, he desires that it should be felt as love. How far de Sade consciously desired that the pain he sought to inflict should be felt as pleasure, it may not now be possible to discover, except by indirect inference. But the confessions of sadists show that such a desire is quite commonly essential. I am indebted to a lady for the following communication on the foregoing aspect of this question. I believe that, when a person takes pleasure in inflicting pain, he or she imagines himself or herself in the victim's place. This would account for the transmutability of the two sets of feelings. This might be particularly so in the case of men. A man may not care to lower his dignity and vanity by putting himself in subjection to a woman, and he might fear she would feel contempt for him by subduing her and subjecting her to passive restraint. He would preserve, even enhance, his own power and dignity, while at the same time obtaining a reflected pleasure from what he imagined she was feeling. I think that when I get pleasure out of the idea of subduing another, it is this reflected pleasure I get. And if this is so, one could thus feel more kindly to persons guilty of cruelty, which has hitherto always seemed the one unpardonable sin, even criminals, if it is true that they are themselves often very insensitive, may in the excitement of the moment imagine that they are only inflicting trifling pain, as it would be to them, and that their victims' feelings are really pleasurable. The men I have known most given to inflicting pain are all particularly tender-hearted when their passions are not in question. I cannot understand how, as in a case mentioned by Kraft, Ebbing, a man could find any pleasure in binding a girl's hands, except by imagining what he supposed were her feelings, though he would probably be unconscious that he put himself in her place. As a child, I exercised a good deal of authority and influence over my youngest sister. It used to give me considerable pleasure to be somewhat arbitrary and severe with her. But though I never admitted it to myself, or to her, I knew instinctively that she took pleasure in my treatment. I used to give her childish lessons over which I was very strict. I invented catechisms and chapters of the Bible, in which elder sisters were exhorted to keep their juniors under discipline, and younger sisters were commanded to give implicit submission and obedience. Some parts of the imitation lent themselves to this sort of parody, which never struck me as in any way irreverent. I used to give her arbitrary orders to exercise her in obedience as I told her, and I used to punish her if she disobeyed me. In all this, I was, though only half-consciously, guided through my own feelings, as to what I should have liked in her place. For instance, I would make her put down her playthings, and come and repeat a lesson. But though she was in appearance having her will subdued to mine, I always chose a moment when I foresaw she would soon be tired of play. There was sufficient resistance to make restraint pleasurable, not enough to render it irksome. In my punishments, I acted on a similar principle. I used to tie her hands behind her like the man in Kraft Ebbing's case, but only for a few moments. I once shut her in a sort of cupboard room also. For a very short time on 2 or 3 occasions, I completely undressed her, made her lie down on the bed, tied her hands and feet to the bedstead, and gave her a slight whipping. I did not wish to hurt her, only to inflict just enough pain to produce the desire to move or resist my pleasure. A very keen one came from the imagined excitement produced by the thwarting of this desire. Are not your own words that emotion is motion, in a more or less arrested form? An epigrammatic summary of all this, though in a somewhat different connection. I did not undress her from any connection of nakedness with sexual feeling, but simply to enhance her feeling of helplessness and defenselessness under my hands. If I were a man, and the woman I loved were refractory, I should undress her before finding fault with her. A woman's dress symbolizes to her the protection civilization affords to the weak, and gives her a fictitious strength. Naked, she is face to face with primitive conditions, her weakness opposed to the man's power, besides the sense of shame at being naked under the eyes of a man who regarded her with displeasure would extend itself to her offense, and give him a distinct though perhaps unfair advantage. I used the bristle side of a brush to chastise her, with as suggesting the greatest amount of severity with the least possible pain. In fact, my idea was to produce the maximum of emotion with the minimum of actual discomfort. You must not, however, suppose that at the time I reasoned about it at all in this way. I was very fond of her, and honestly believed I was doing it for her good. Had I realized then, as I do now, that my sole aim and object was physical pleasure, I believe my pleasure would have ceased in any case. I should not have felt justified in so treating her. Do I at all persuade you that my pleasure was a reflection of hers? That it was, I think, is clear from the fact that I only obtained it when she was willing to submit. Any real resistance or signs that I was overpassing the boundary of pleasure in her, and urging on pain without excitement, caused me to desist and my own pleasure to cease. I disclaim all altruism in my dealings with my sister. What occurs appears to me to be this: a situation appeals to one in imagination, and one at once desires to transfer it to the realms of fact, being oneself one of the principal actors. If it is the passive side which appeals to one would prefer to be passive. But if that is not obtainable, then one takes the active part as next best. In either case, however, it is the realization of the imagined situation that gives the pleasure, not the other person's pleasure as such, although his or her supposed pleasure creates the situation. If I were a man, it would afford me great delight to hold a woman over a precipice, even if she disliked it. The idea appeals to me so strongly that I could not help imagining her pleasure, though might know she got none, and even though she made every demonstration of fear and dislike of it. The situation so often imagined would have become a fact. It seems to me I have to say a thing is, and is not in the same breath, but the confusion is only in the words. Let me give you another example. I have a tame pigeon, which has a great affection for me. It sits on my shoulder and squats down with its wings out as birds do, when courting, pecking me to make me take notice of it, and flickering its wings. I like to hold it so that it can't move its wings, because I imagine this increases its excitement. If it struggles or seems to dislike my holding it, I let it go. In an early engagement afterward broken off, my fiancé used to take an evident pleasure in telling me how he would punish me if I disobeyed him. When we were married, though we had but little in common mentally, I was frequently struck with the similarity between his ideas and what my own had been in regard to my sister. He used his authority over me most capriciously. On one occasion, he would not let me have any supper at a dance. On another, he objected to my drinking black coffee. No day passed without a command or prohibition on some trifling point. Whenever he saw, though, that I really disliked the interference, or made any decided resistance, which happened very seldom, he let me have my own way at once. I cannot but think, when I recall the various circumstances, that he got a certain pleasure, as I had done with my sister, by an almost unconscious transference of my feelings to himself. I find too that when I want a man to say or do to me what would cause me pleasure, and he does not gratify me, I feel an intense longing to change places to be the man, and make him as the woman feel what I want to feel. Combined with this is a sense of irritation at not being gratified, and a desire to punish him for my deprivation for his stupidity in not saying or doing the right thing. I don't feel any anger at a man not caring for me, but only for not divining my feelings when he does care. Now let me take another case, that of the man who used to experience pleasure when surprising a woman making water. Cf. Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, Nov 15-1900. Here the woman's embarrassment appears to be a factor. But it seems to me there must be more than this, as confusion might be produced in so many other ways, as if she were found bathing or undressed, though it might not be so acute in reality. I fancy she would be checked in what she was doing, and that the man perhaps unconsciously imagined this check, and a resulting excitement. That such a check does sometimes produce excitement, I know from experience in traveling. If the bladder is not emptied before connection, the pleasure is often more intense. Long before I understood these things at all, I was struck by this quotation: "Cette volupté que ressentent les bords de la mer de trétaugers plains sans jamais déborder." What would be the effect on a man of a sudden check at the supreme moment of sexual pleasure? In reality, I suppose pain, as the nerves would be at their full tension and unable to respond to any further stimulus. But in imagination, one's nerves are not at their highest tension, and one imagines an increase, or at any rate a prolongation of the pleasurable sensations. Something of all this, some vague reflection of the woman's possible sensations, seems to enter in the man's feelings. In surprising the woman in any case, his pleasure in her confusion seems to me a reflection of her feelings, for the sense of shame and embarrassment before a man is very exciting, and doubly so if one realizes that the man enjoys it. Uda speaks of the delicious shame experienced by faring. It seems to me that whenever we are affected by another's emotion, we do practically, though unconsciously, put ourselves in his place, but we are not always able to gauge accurately its intensity, or to allow for differences between ourselves and another. And in the case of pain, it is doubly difficult, as we can never recall the pain itself, but only the mental effects upon us of the pain. We cannot even recall the feeling of heat when we are cold, or vice versa, with any degree of vividness. A woman tells me of a man who frequently asks her if she would not like him to whip her. He is greatly disappointed when she says she gets no pleasure from it, as it would give him so much to do it. He cannot believe she experiences none, because he would enjoy being whipped so keenly if he were a girl. In another case, the man thinks the woman must enjoy suffering, because he would get intense pleasure from inflicting it. Why is this, unless he would like it if a woman, and confuses in his mind the two personalities? All the men I know who are sadistically inclined admit that if they were women, they would like to be harshly treated. Of course, I quite see there may be many complications. A man's natural anger at resistance may come in, and also simple not sexual pleasure in acts of crushing, etc. I always feel inclined to crush anything very soft, or a person with very pretty thick hair, to rub together two shining surfaces, two bits of satin, etc. Apart from any feelings of excitement, my explanation only refers to that part of sadism, which is sexual enjoyment of another's pain. That the foregoing view holds good as regards the traces of sadism found within the normal limits of sexual emotion has already been stated. We may also believe that it is true in many genuinely perverse cases. In this connection, reference may be made to an interesting case reported by Moll of a married lady 23 years of age with pronounced sadistic feelings. She belongs to a normal family and is herself apparently quite healthy, a tall and strongly built person of feminine aspect, fond of music and dancing, of more than average intelligence. Her perverse inclinations commenced obscurely about the age of 14, when she began to be dominated by the thought of the pleasure it would be to strike and torture a man, but were not clearly defined until the age of 18. While at an early age she was fond of teasing and contradicting men, though she never experienced the same impulse toward women. She has never, except in a very slight degree, actually carried her ideas into practice, either with her husband or anyone else being restrained, she says, by a feeling of shame. Coitus, though frequently practiced, gives her no pleasure, seems indeed somewhat disgusting to her, and has never produced orgasm. Her own ideas also, though very pleasurable to her, have not produced definite sexual excitement, except on 2 or 3 occasions, when they had been combined with the influence of alcohol. She frankly regrets that modern social relationship makes it impossible for her to find sexual satisfaction in the only way in which such satisfaction would be possible to her. Her chief delight would be to torture the man she was attached to in every possible way, to inflict physical pain and mental pain, would give her equal pleasure. I would bite him, till the blood came, as I have often done to my husband at that moment. All sympathy for him would disappear. She frequently identifies her imaginary lover with a real man to whom she feels that she could be much more attracted than she is to her husband. She imagines to herself that she makes appointments with this lover, and that she reaches the rendezvous in her carriage, but only after her lover has been waiting for her a very long time in the cold. Then he must feel all her power, he must be her slave with no will of his own, and she would torture him with various implements, as seemed good to her. She would use a rod, a riding whip, bind him, and chain him, and so on. But it is to be noted that she declares this could in general only give me enjoyment. If the man concerned endured such torture with a certain pleasure, he must indeed writhe with pain, but at the same time be in a state of sexual ecstasy, followed by satisfaction. His pleasure must not, however, be so great that it overwhelms his pain. If it did, her own pleasure would vanish. And she has found witty her husband that, when in kissing him, her bites have given him much pleasure, she has at once refrained. It is further noteworthy that only the pain she herself had inflicted would give her pleasure. If the lover suffered pain from an accident or a wound, she is convinced that she would be full of sympathy for him, outside her special sexual perversion. She is sympathetic and very generous. Mal contraire Sexualempfindung, 1899, pp. 507,510. This case is interesting as an uncomplicated example of almost purely ideal sadism. It is interesting to note the feelings of the sadist subject toward her imaginary lover's feelings. It is probably significant that while his pleasure is regarded as essential, his pain is regarded as even more essential, and the resulting apparent confusion may well be of the very essence of the whole phenomenon. The pleasure of the imaginary lover must be secured, or the manifestation passes out of the sexual sphere. But his pleasure must at all costs be conciliated with his pain, for in the sadist's eyes the victim's pain has become a vicarious form of sexual emotion that at the same time the sadist desires to give pleasure rather than pain finds confirmation in the fact that he often insists on pleasure being feigned even though it is not felt. Some years ago, a rich Jewish merchant became notorious for torturing girls with whom he had intercourse. His performances acquired for him the title of l'homme qui pique, and led to his prosecution. It was his custom to spend some hours in sticking pins into various parts of the girl's body, but it was essential that she should wear a smiling face throughout the proceedings. Hammond La France Social et Politique, 1891 p. 445, et seq. We have thus to recognize that sadism by no means involves any love of inflicting pain outside the sphere of sexual emotion, and is even compatible with a high degree of general tenderheartedness. We have also to recognize that even within the sexual sphere, the sadist by no means wishes to exclude the victim's pleasure, and may even regard that pleasure as essential to his own satisfaction. We have further to recognize that, in view of the close connection between sadism and masochism, it is highly probable that in some cases the sadist is really a disguised masochist, and enjoys his victim's pain, because he identifies himself with that pain. But there is a further group of cases, and a very important group, on account of the light it throws on the essential nature of these phenomena, and that is the group in which the thought or the spectacle of pain acts as a sexual stimulant, without the subject identifying himself clearly, either with the inflictor or the sufferer of the pain. Such cases are sometimes classed as sadistic, but this is incorrect, for they might just as truly be called masochistic. The term algolagnia might properly be applied to them, and Eulenberg now classes them as ideal algolagnia, for they reveal an undifferentiated connection between sexual excitement and pain, not developed into either active or passive participation. Such feelings may arise sporadically in persons in whom no sadistic or masochistic perversion can be said to exist, though they usually appear in individuals of neurotic temperament. Casanova describes an instance of this association, which came immediately under his own eyes at the torture and execution of Damiens in 1,757,129. W.G. Stearns knew a man having masturbated and had intercourse to excess, who desired to see his wife delivered of a child and finally became impotent without this idea. He witnessed many deliveries, and especially obtained voluptuous gratification at the delivery of a primipara. When the suffering was greatest, a very trifling episode may however suffice. In one case, known to me, a man, neither sadistic nor masochistic in his tendencies when sitting looking out of his window, saw a spider come out of its hole to capture and enfold a fly which had just been caught in its web. As he watched the process, he became conscious of a powerful erection, an occurrence which had never taken place under such circumstances before. Under favoring conditions, some incident of this kind at an early age may exert a decisive influence on the sexual life. Tambroni of Ferrara records the case of a boy of 11 who first felt voluptuous emotions on seeing in an illustrated journal the picture of a man trampling on his daughter. Afterward he was obliged to evoke this image in masturbation or coitus. An instructive case has been recorded by fear. In this case, a lady of neurotic heredity on one side, and herself liable to hysteria, experienced her first sexual crisis at the age of 13, not long after menstruation had become established, and when she had just recovered from an attack of chorea. Her old nurse, who had remained in the service of the family, had a ne'er-do-well son who had disappeared for some years, and had just now suddenly returned, and thrown himself crying and sobbing at the knees of his mother, who thrust him away. The young girl accidentally witnessed this scene. The cries and the sobs provoked in her a sexual excitement she had never experienced before. She rushed away in surprise to the next room, where however she could still hear the sobs, and soon she was overcome by a sexual orgasm. She was much troubled at this occurrence, and at the attraction which she now experienced for a man she had never seen before, and whom she had always looked upon as a worthless vagabond. Shortly afterward, she had an erotic dream concerning a man who sobbed at her knees. Later she again saw the nurse's son, but was agreeably surprised to find that though a good-looking youth he no longer caused her any emotion, and he disappeared from her mind. Though the erotic dreams concerning an unknown sobbing man still occurred rather frequently during the next 10 years, she suffered from various disorders of more or less hysterical character, and although not disinclined to the idea of marriage, she refused all offers, for no man attracted her. At the age of 23, when staying in the Pyrenees, she made an excursion into Spain and was present at a bullfight. She was greatly excited by the charges of the bull, especially when the charge was suddenly arrested. She felt no interest in any of the men who took part in the performance or were present. No man was occupying her imagination, but she experienced sexual sensations and accompanying general exhilaration, which were highly agreeable. After one bull had charged successively several times, the orgasm took place. She considered the whole performance barbarous, but could not resist the desire to be present at subsequent bullfights, a desire several times gratified, always with the same results, which were often afterward repeated in dreams. From that time, she began to take an interest in horse races, which she now found produced the same effect, though not to the same degree. Especially when there was a fall, she subsequently married, but never experienced sexual satisfaction, except under these abnormal circumstances or in dreams. As the foregoing case indicates, horses, and especially running or struggling horses, sometimes have the same effect in stimulating the sexual emotions, especially on persons predisposed by neurotic heredity, as we have found that the spectacle of pain possesses a medical correspondent in New Zealand. Tells me of a patient of his own, a young carpenter of 26, not in good health, who had never masturbated or had connection with a woman. He lived in a room overlooking a liveristable yard, where was kept, among other animals, a large black horse. Nearly every night he had a dream in which he seemed to be pursuing this large black horse, and when he caught it, which he invariably did, there was a copious emission. A holiday in the country and tonic treatment dispelled the dreams and reduced the nocturnal emissions to normal frequency. Fear has recorded a case of a boy of neuropathic heredity who, when 14 years of age, was one day about to practice mutual masturbation with another boy of his own age. They were seated on a hillside overlooking a steep road, and at this moment, a heavy wagon came up the road drawn by 4 horses, which struggled painfully up, encouraged by the cries and the whip of the driver. This sight increased the boy's sexual excitement, which reached its climax when one of the horses suddenly fell. He had never before experienced such intense excitement, and always afterward a similar spectacle of struggling horses produced a similar effect. In this connection, reference may be made to the frequency with which dreams of struggling horses occur in connection with disturbance or disease of the heart. in such cases, it is clear that the struggling horses seem to dream consciousness, to embody and explain the panting struggles to which the heart is subjected. They become as it were a visual symbol of the cardiac oppression, in much the same way it would appear under the influence of sexual excitement, in which cardiac disturbance is one of the chief constituent elements. The struggling horses became a sexual symbol, and having attained that position, they are henceforth alone adequate to produce sexual excitement. This opinion appears to be in harmony with the conclusions of Eulenberg, who has devoted special study to Decade, and points out that the ordinary conception of sadism is much too narrow. Eulenberg, Sexual Neuropathy, 1895 p. 110, et seq. Casanova Memoirs Vol. Roman 8 pp. 74-76, Goncourt in his journal, under date of April 1862, Vol. Roman 2 p. 27, tells a story of an Englishman who engaged a room overlooking a scaffold, where a murderer was to be hanged, proposing to take a woman with him, and to avail himself of the excitement aroused by the scene. This scheme was frustrated by the remission of the death penalty. Alienist and Neurologist, May 1907 p. 204. This spectacle of the spider and the fly seems indeed to be specially apt to exert a sexual influence. I have heard of a precisely similar case in a man of intellectual distinction, and another in a lady who acknowledged to a feeling of exquisite pleasure on one occasion at the mere sound of the death agony of a fly in a spider's web. Quoted by Abassi and Marchesini, La Amicizia di Collegio, p. 245. It may be noted that we have already several times encountered this increase of excitement, produced by arrest of movement. The effect is produced whether the arrest is witnessed or is actually experienced. A man can increase a woman's excitement, a lady writes, by forbidding her to respond in any way to his caresses. It is impossible to remain quite passive for more than a few seconds. But during these few, excitement is considerably augmented. In a similar way, I have been told of a man of brilliant intellectual ability who very seldom has connection with a woman, without getting her to compress with her hand the base of the urethral canal, to such an extent as to impede the passage of the semen. On withdrawal of the hand, copious emission occurs. But it is the shock of the arrest caused by the constriction which gives him supreme pleasure. He has practiced this method for years without evil results. Fear le sadisme, aux courses de taureau, Revue de Médecine, August 1900. Fear l'instinct sexuel, p. 255. Roman 6. Why is pain a sexual stimulant? It is the most effective method of arousing emotion. Anger and fear, the most powerful emotions. Their biological significance in courtship, their general and special effects in stimulating the organism. Grief as a sexual stimulant, the physiological mechanism of fatigue renders pain pleasurable. We have seen that the distinction between sadism and masochism cannot be maintained. Not only was even de Sade himself something of a masochist, and Sacher Masoch something of a sadist, but between these two extreme groups of phenomena, there is a central group in which the algolagnia is neither active nor passive. Sadism and masochism are simply convenient clinical terms for classes of manifestations, which quite commonly occur in the same person. We have further found that, as might have been anticipated in view of the foregoing result, it is scarcely correct to use the word cruelty in connection with the phenomena. We have been considering the persons who experience these impulses usually show no love of cruelty outside the sphere of sexual emotion. They may even be very intolerant of cruelty. Even when their sexual impulses come into play, they may still desire to secure the pleasure of the persons who arouse their sexual emotions, even though it may not be often true that those who desire to inflict pain at these moments identify themselves with the feelings of those on whom they inflict it. We have thus seen that, when we take a comprehensive survey of all these phenomena, a somewhat general formula will alone cover them. Our conclusion so far must be that under certain abnormal circumstances, pain, more especially the mental representation of pain, acts as a powerful sexual stimulant. The reader, however, who has followed the discussion to this point, will be prepared to take the next and final step in our discussion, and to reach a more definite conclusion. The question naturally arises: by what process does pain, or its mental representation, thus act as a sexual stimulant? The answer has over and over again been suggested by the facts brought forward in this study. Pain acts as a sexual stimulant because it is the most powerful of all methods for arousing emotion. The two emotions most intimately associated with pain are anger and fear, the more masculine and sthenic emotion of anger, the more passive and asthenic emotion of fear, are the fundamental animal emotions, through which on the psychic side, the process of natural selection largely works. Every animal in some degree owes its survival to the emotional reaction of anger against weaker rivals, to the emotional reaction of fear against stronger rivals. To this cause we owe it, that these two emotions are so powerfully and deeply rooted in the whole zoological series to which we belong. But anger and fear are not less fundamental in the sexual life. Courtship on the male's part is largely a display of combativity, and even the very gestures by which the male seeks to appeal to the female are often those gestures of angry hostility by which he seeks to intimidate enemies on the female's part. Courtship is a skillful manipulation of her own fears. And as we have seen elsewhere when studying the phenomena of modesty, that fundamental attitude of the female in courtship is nothing but an agglomeration of fears. The biological significance of the emotions is now well recognized in general remarks. One of the shrewdest writers on animal psychology, we may say that emotional states are under natural conditions, closely associated with behavior of biological value with tendencies that are beneficial in self-preservation and race preservation with actions that promote survival, and especially with the behavior which clusters round the pairing and parental instincts. The value of the emotions in animals is that they are an indirect means of furthering survival. Lloyd Morgan. Animal Behavior p. 293. Emotional aptitudes persist not only by virtue of the fact that they are still beneficial, but because they once were. That is to say, they may exist as survivals. In this connection, I may quote from a suggestive paper on teasing and bullying by F. Roman 50 Burke. At the conclusion of this study, which is founded on a large body of data concerning American children, the author asks, accepting for the moment the theories of Spencer and Ribot upon the transmission of rudimentary instincts, is it possible that the movements which comprise the chief elements of bullying, teasing, and the egotistic impulses in general of the classes, sight, pursuing, throwing down, punching, striking, throwing missiles, etc., from the standpoint of consciousness, broken neurological fragments, which are parts of old chains of activity involved in the pursuit, combat, capture, torture, and killing of men and enemies, is not this hypothesis of transmitted fragments of instincts, in accord with the strangely anomalous fact that children are at one moment seemingly cruel, and at the next affectionate and kind, vibrating, as it were, between two worlds, egotistic and altruistic, without conscious sense of incongruity? F. Roman 50 Burke. Teasing and Bullying, Pedagogical Seminary, April 1897. The primitive connection of the special emotions of anger and fear with the sexual impulse has been well expressed by Colin Scott in his remarkable study of sex and art. If the higher forms of courting are based on combat among the males, at least anger must be intimately associated with love, and below both of these lies the possibility of fear. In combat, the animal is defeated, who is first afraid. Competitive exhibition of prowess will inspire the less able birds with a deterring fear. Young grouse and woodcock do not enter the lists with the older birds and sing very quietly. It is the same with the very oldest birds. Audubon says that the old maids and bachelors of the Canada goose move off by themselves during the courting of the younger birds. In order to succeed in love, fear must be overcome in the male as well as in the female. Courage is the essential male virtue. Love is its outcome and reward. The strutting, crowing, dancing, and singing of male birds, and the preliminary movements generally of animals, must gorge the neuromotor and muscular systems with blood, and put them in better fighting trim. The effects of this upon the feelings of the animal himself must be very great. Hereditary tendencies swell his heart. He has the joy that warriors feel. He becomes regardless of danger, and sometimes almost oblivious of his surroundings. This intense passionateness must react powerfully on the whole system, and more particularly on those parts which are capable, such as the brain, of using up a great surplus of blood, and on the naturally erethic functions of sex. The flood of anger or fighting instinct is drained off by the sexual desires. The antipathy of the female is overcome, and sexual union successfully ensues. Courting and combat shade into one another. Courting tending to take the place of the more basal form of combat. The passions which thus come to be associated with love are those of fear and anger, both of which, by arousing the whole nature and stimulating the nutritive sources from which they flow, come to increase the force of the sexual passion, to which they lead up, and in which they culminate, and are absorbed. Colin Scott, Sex and Art, American Journal of Psychology, Vol. Roman 7, No 2 pp 170 and 215. It must be remembered that fear is an element liable to arise in all courtship on one side, or the other. It is usually on the side of the female, but not invariably among spiders, for instance. It is usually the male who feels fear, and very reasonably, for he is much weaker than the female courtship. By the male spider, says T.H. Montgomery, The Courtship of Aranad's American Naturalist, March 1910 p. 166, results from a combination of the state of desire, for and fear of the female. It is by his movements of fear that he advertises himself to the female as a male, and it is by the same movements that he is unconsciously impelled to display prominently his own ornamentation. We are thus brought to those essential facts of primitive courtship with which we started, but we are now able to understand more clearly how it is that alien emotional states became abnormally associated with the sexual life. Normally, the sexual impulse is sufficiently reinforced by the ordinary active energies of the organism, which courtship itself arouses energies, which, while they may be ultimately in part founded on anger and fear, rarely allow these emotions to be otherwise than latent motion. It may be said, is more prominent than emotion. Even normally a stimulant to emotional activities is pleasurable, just as motion itself is pleasurable. It may even be useful, as was noted long ago by Erasmus Darwin. He tells of a friend of his who, when painfully fatigued by writing, would call up ideas arousing indignation, and thus relieve the fatigue, the indignation, as Darwin pointed out, increasing muscular activity. It is owing to this stimulating action that discomfort, even pain, may be welcomed on account of the emotional waves they call up, because they lash into movement the dreary calm of the sea's soul, and produce that alternation of pain and enjoyment for which Faust longed. Greuze, who recalls this passage in his very thorough and profound discussion of the region wherein tragedy has its psychological roots, points out that it is the overwhelming might of the storm itself, and not the peace of calm after the storm, which appeals to us. In the same way, he observes, even surprise and shock may also be pleasurable, and fear, though the most depressing of emotional states, by virtue of the joy produced by strong stimuli, is felt as attractive. We not only experience an impulse of pleasure in dominating our environment, but also have pleasure in being dominated and rendered helpless by a higher power. Hearn, again, in his work on the origins of art, has an interesting chapter on the enjoyment of pain, a phenomenon which he explains by its resultant reactions in increase of outward activity of motor excitement. Anger, he observes elsewhere, is in its active stage a decidedly pleasurable emotion. Fear, which in its initial stage is paralyzing and depressing, often changes, in time, when the first shock has been relieved by motor reaction. Anger, fear, sorrow, notwithstanding their distinctly painful initial stage, are often not only not avoided, but even deliberately sought. In the ordinary healthy organism, however, although the stimulants of strong emotion may be vaguely pleasurable, they do not have more than a general action on the sexual sphere, nor are they required for the due action of the sexual mechanism. But in a slightly abnormal organism, whether the anomaly is due to a congenital neuropathic condition or to a possibly acquired neurasthenic condition, or merely to the physiological inadequacy of childhood or old age, the balance of nervous energy is less favorable for the adequate play of the ordinary energies in courtship. The sexual impulse is itself usually weaker, even when, as often happens, its irritability assumes fallacious appearance of strength. It has become unusually sensitive to unusual stimuli, and also it is possible, perhaps, as a result of those conditions more liable to atavistic manifestations. An organism in this state becomes peculiarly apt to seize on the automatic sources of energy generated by emotion. The parched sexual instinct greedily drinks up and absorbs the force it obtains by applying abnormal stimuli to its emotional apparatus. It becomes largely, if not solely, dependent on the energy thus secured. The abnormal organism in this respect may become as dependent on anger or fear, and for the same reason as in other respects, it may become dependent on alcohol. We see the process very well illustrated by the occasional action of the emotion of anger. In animals, the connection between love and anger is so close that even normally, as Greuze points out, in some birds, the sight of an enemy may call out the gestures of courtship. As Krafft-Ebing remarks, both love and anger seek their object, try to possess themselves of it, and naturally exhaust themselves in a physical effect on it. Both throw the psychomotor sphere into the most intense excitement, and by means of this excitement, reach their normal expression. Fear has well remarked that the impatience of desire may itself be regarded as a true state of anger. And Stanley Hall, in his admirable study of anger, notes that erethism of the breasts, or sexual parts, was among the physical manifestations of anger occurring in some of his cases, and in one case, a seminal emission accompanied every violent outburst. Thus, it is that anger may be used to reinforce a weak sexual impulse, and cases have been recorded in which coitus could only be performed when the man had succeeded in working himself up into an artificial state of anger. On the other hand, fear has recorded a case in which the sexual excitement accompanying delayed orgasm was always transformed into anger, though without any true sadistic manifestations. As a not unexpected complementary phenomenon to this connection of anger and sexual emotion in the male, it is sometimes found that the spectacle of masculine anger excites pleasurable emotion in women. The case has been recorded of a woman who delighted in arousing anger for the pleasure it gave her, and who advised another woman to follow her example and excite her husband's anger, as nothing was so enjoyable as to see a man in a fury of rage. Lombroso mentions a woman who was mostly frigid, but experienced sexual feelings when she heard anyone swearing, and a medical friend tells me of a lady considerably past middle age who experienced sexual erethism after listening to a heated argument between her husband and a friend on religious topics. The case has also been recorded of a masochistic man who found sexual satisfaction in masturbating, while a woman by his instructions addressed him in the lowest possible terms of abuse. Such a feeling doubtless underlies that delight in teasing men, which is so common among young women. Stanley Hall, referring to the almost morbid dread of witnessing manifestations of anger felt by many women, remarks, in Animals, females are often described as watching with complacency the conflict of rival males for their possession, and it seems probable that the intense horror of this state, which many females report, is associated more or less unconsciously with the sexual rage which has followed it. The dread may well be felt at least as much as regards the emotional state in themselves as in the males. Even when the emotion aroused is discussed, it may still act as a sexual stimulant. St. Cherbuck has narrated the instructive case of a very intelligent and elegant married lady of rather delicate constitution, an artist of some talent, who never experienced any pleasure in sexual intercourse, but ever since sexual feelings first began to be manifested at all at the age of 18, has only experienced them in relation to disgusting things. Anything that is repulsive, like vomit, etc., causes vague but pleasurable feelings, which she gradually came to recognize as sexual. The sight of a crushed frog will cause very definite sexual sensations. She has had many admirers, and she has observed that a declaration of love by a disagreeable or even repulsive man sexually excites her, though she has no desire for sexual intercourse with him. After all that has gone before, it is easy to see how the emotion of fear may act in an analogous manner to anger, just as anger may reinforce the active forms of the sexual impulse to which it is allied, so fear may reinforce the passive forms of that impulse. The following observations written by a lady very well show how we may thus explain the sexual attractiveness of whipping. The fascination of whipping, which has always greatly puzzled me, seems to be a sort of hankering after the stimulus of fear in a wild state. Animals live in constant fear in civilized life, one, but rarely feels it. A woman's pleasure in being afraid of a husband or lover may be an equivalent of a man's love of adventure, and the fear of children for their parents may be the dawning of the love of adventure. In a woman, this desire of adventure receives a serious check when she begins to realize what she might be subjected to by a man if she gratified it. Excessive fear is demoralizing, but it seems to me that the idea of being whipped gives a sense of fear which is not excessive. It is almost the only kind of pain, physical, which is inflicted on children or women by persons whom they can love and trust, and with a moral object. Any other kind of bodily ill treatment suggests malignity and may rouse resentment, and in extreme cases an excess of fear which goes beyond the limits of pleasurable excitement. Given a hereditary feeling of this sort, I think it is helped by the want of actual experience, as the association with excitement is freed from the idea of pain. As such, in his very valuable and suggestive study of fears, Stanley Hall, while recognizing the evil of excessive fear, has emphasized the emotional and even the intellectual benefits of fear, and the great part played by fear in the evolution of the race, as the rudimentary organ on the full development, and subsequent reduction of which many of the best things in the soul are dependent fears that paralyze some brains, he remarks, are a good tonic for others in some form and degree. All need it, always without the fear apparatus in us, what a wealth of motive would be lost. It is on the basis of this tonic influence of fear that in some morbidly sensitive natures fear acts as a sexual stimulant. Cholera has brought together a number of cases in both men and women, mostly neurasthenic, in which fits of extreme anxiety and dread, sometimes of a religious character, and often in highly moral people, terminate in spontaneous orgasm or in masturbation. Professor Gurlitt mentions that his first full sexual emission took place in class at school, when he was absorbed in writing out the life of Aristides, and very anxious lest he should not be able to complete it within the set time. Dread and anxiety not only excite sexual emotion, but in the more extreme morbid cases they may suppress and replace it. Terror, say Fliess, is transmuted coitus, and Freud believes that the neurosis of anxiety always has a sexual cause, while Ballet Capgras Lowenfeld, and others, though not regarding a sexual traumatism as the only cause, still regard it as frequent. It is worthy of note that not only fear, but even so depressing an emotion as grief, may act as a sexual stimulant, more especially in women. This fact is not sufficiently recognized, though probably everyone can recall instances from his personal knowledge, such cases being generally regarded as inexplicable. It is, however, not more surprising that grief should be transformed into sexual emotion than that, as in a case recorded by Stanley Hall, it should manifest itself as anger. In any case, we have to bear in mind the frequency of this psychological transformation in the presence of cases which might otherwise seem to call for a cynical interpretation. The case has been recorded of an English lady of good social position who fell in love with an undertaker at her father's funeral and insisted on marrying him. It is known that some men have been so abnormally excited by the funeral trappings of death that only in such surroundings have they been able to effect coitus. A case has been recorded of a physician of unimpeachable morality who was unable to attend funerals even of his own relatives on account of the sexual excitement. Thus aroused funerals. Tragedies at the theater, pictures of martyrdom, scenes of execution, and trials at the law courts have been grouped together as arousing pleasure in many people, especially women. Roman 100 F. von Schlichtegrull Sacher Massach, und der Masochismus pp. 30-31 wakes, and similar festivals may here find their psychological basis, and funerals are an unquestionable source of enjoyment among some people, especially of so-called Celtic race. The stimulating reaction after funerals is well known to many, and Leigh Hunt refers to this in his autobiography as affecting the sincerely devoted friends who had just cremated Shelley. It may well be, as Kiernan has argued, alienist and neurologist 1891, Ibid 1902 p. 263, that in the disturbance of emotional balance caused by grief, the primitive instincts become peculiarly apt to respond to stimulus, and that in the abulia of grief, the mind is specially liable to become the prey to obsessions. When my child died at the age of 6 months, a correspondent writes, I had a violent paroxysm of weeping, and for some days I could not eat. When I kissed the dead boy for the last time, I had never seen a corpse before. I felt I had reached the depths of misery, and could never smile or have any deep emotions again. Yet that night, though my thoughts had not strayed to sexual subjects, since the child's death I had a violent erection. I felt ashamed to desire carnal things when my dead child was still in the house, and explained to my wife, she was sympathetic, for her idea was that our common grief had intensified my love for her. I feel convinced, however, that my desire was the result of a stimulus propagated to the sexual centers from the centers affected by my grief, the transference of my emotion from one set of nerves to another. I do not perhaps express my meaning clearly. How far the emotional influence of grief entered into the following episode, it is impossible to say, for here it is probable that we are mainly concerned with one of those almost irresistible impulses by which adolescent girls are sometimes overcome. The narrative is from the lips of a reliable witness, a railway guard who some 30 years ago, when a youth of 18 in Cornwall, lodged with a man and woman who had a daughter of his own age. Some months later, when requiring a night's lodging, he called at the house and was greeted warmly by the woman, who told him her husband had just died, and that she and her daughter were very nervous and would be glad if he would stay the night, but that as the corpse occupied the other bedroom, he would have to share their bed. "We don't think very much of that among us," my informant added. He agreed and went to bed. And when a little later, the two women also came to bed, the girl at her own suggestion lay next to the youth. Nothing happened during the night. But in the morning, when the mother went down to light the fire, the daughter immediately threw off the bedclothes, exposing her naked person. And before the youth had realized what was happening, she had drawn him over onto her. He was so utterly surprised that nothing would ever happened. But the incident made a lifelong impression on him. In this connection, reference may be made to the story of the Ephesian matron in Petronius, the story of the widow overcome by grief who watches by her husband's tomb, and very speedily falls into the arms of the soldier, who is on guard. This story in very various forms is found in China and India, and has occurred repeatedly in European literature during the last 2,000 years. The history of the wanderings of this story has been told by Griesbach, Eduard Griesbach, Die Trullos Witwe, 3rd edition, 1877. It is not probable, however, that all the stories of this type are actually related in any case. It would seem that their vitality is due to the fact that they have been found to show a real correspondence to life. One may note, for instance, the curious tone of personal emotion with which George Chapman treated this theme in his play Widow's Tears. It may be added that in explaining the resort to pain as an emotional stimulus, we have to take into account not only the biological and psychological considerations here brought forward, but also the abnormal physiological conditions under which stimuli usually felt as painful come specially to possess a sexually exciting influence. The neurasthenic and neuropathic states may be regarded as conditions of more or less permanent fatigue. It is true that under the conditions we are considering there may be an extreme sensitiveness to stimuli not usually felt as of sexual character, a kind of hyperesthesia. But hyperesthesia, it has well been said, is nothing but the beginning of anesthesia. Sergeant Bertrand, the classical example of necrophilia, began to masturbate at the age of 9, stimulating a sexual impulse, which may have been congenitally feeble by accompanying thoughts of ill-treating women. It was not till subsequently that he began to imagine that the women were corpses. The sadistic thoughts were only incidents in the emotional evolution, and the real object throughout was to procure strong emotion, and not to inflict cruelty. Some observations of Furs as to the conditions which influence the amount of muscular work accomplished with the ergograph are instructive from the present point of view. Although sensibility diminishes in the course of fatigue, fear found that there are periods during which the excitability increases before it disappears as fatigue increases. The perception of the intercurrent excitation is retarded. An odor is perceived as exciting before it is perceived as a differentiated sensation. The most fetid odors arouse feelings of well-being before being perceived as odors, and their painful quality only appears afterward, or is not noticed at all. And after recording a series of results with the ergograph obtained under the stimulus of unpleasant odors, he remarks, "We are thus struck by two facts: the diminution of work during painful excitation, and its increase when the excitation has ceased. When the effects following the excitation have disappeared, the diminution is more rapid than in the ordinary state, when the fatigue is manifested by a notable diminution. If the same excitation is brought into action again, no diminution is produced, but a more or less durable increase, exactly as though there had been an agreeable excitation. Moreover, the stimulus, which appears painful in a state of repose, loses that painful character either partially or completely when acting on the same subject in a more and more fatigued state." Fear defines a painful stimulus as a strong excitation, which causes displays of energy which the will cannot utilize. When, as a result of diminished sensibility, the excitants are attenuated, the will can utilize them, and so there is no pain. These experiments had no reference to the sexual instinct, but it will be seen at once that they have an extremely significant bearing on the subject before us, for they show us the mechanism of the process by which, in an abnormal organism, pain becomes a sexual stimulant. Erasmus Darwin, Zoonomia, Vol. IP 496. K. Gru's Spiel der Menschen, pp. 200,210. Hern Origins of Art, p. 54. Reference may here perhaps be made to the fact that unpleasant memories persist in women more than in men. American Journal of Psychology, 1899, p. 240. 4. This had already been pointed out by Coleridge. It is a remark that I have made many times. We find it said in one of his fragments, Anima Poet, p. 89, and many times I guess, shall repeat that women are infinitely fonder of clinging to, and beating about hanging upon, and keeping up, and reluctantly letting fall any doleful or painful or unpleasant subject, than men of the same class and rank. Gruß Spiel der Therapie 251, Meter Jobbuch für psychoanalytische Forschungen 1909 Vol. IP 149, mentions an epileptic girl of 22, who masturbates when she is in a rage with anyone. Kraft Ebing Psychopathia Sexualis English translation of 10th edition p. 78. Stanley Hall A Study of Anger American Journal of Psychology, July 1899 p. 549. Kraft Ebing refers to such a case as recorded by Schull's Psychopathia Sexualis, p. 78. Fear Ellinstinct Sexual p. 213. Roman 100 f. Von Schlichtegrull Sacher Massoch, und der Masochismus p. 31. Archivio di Psichiatria Vol. Roman 15 p. 120 mention may also be made of the cases described as hysterical mixoscopia by Kiernan alienist and neurologist May 1903, in which young women address to themselves anonymous letters of an abusive and disgusting character, and show them to others. Stanley Hall Locke Sit p. 587. Archives de Neurology, Oct. 1907. G. Stanley Hall, A Study of Fears, American Journal of Psychology Vol. Roman 8, No. 2. A Colère de l'excitation, sexuelle dans les psychopathies, Anxieuses Archives de Neurology, Feb. 1905. Roman 50 Gerlet die New Generation, July 1909 Moll, Sexuelleben des Kinds p. 84, also, give examples of the connection between anxiety and sexual excitement, Freud der Wahn und die Traum in Jensen's Gradiva p. 52, considers that in dream interpretation we may replace terror by sexual excitement. In noting the general sexual effects of fear, we need not strictly separate the group of cases in which the sexual effects are physical only and fail to be circuited through the brain. See the article on neurasthenia by Rudolf Arndt in Tuke's Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. L'Unier Annales Médico-Psychologiques, 1849, p. 153. Vier Comtesses de la Société de Biologie, December 15, and 22 1900 Roman 499, Annie Psychologique, 7th year 1901 pp 80 2129, more especially the same author's Travail et Plaisir, 1904. Roman 7's summary of results, reach the joy of emotional expansion, the satisfaction of the craving, for power, the influence of neurasthenic and neuropathic conditions. The problem of pain in love, largely, constitutes a special case of erotic symbolism. It may seem to some that in our discussion of the relationships of love and pain, we have covered a very wide field. This was inevitable. The subject is peculiarly difficult and complex, and if we are to gain a real insight into its nature, we must not attempt to force the facts to fit into any narrow and artificial formulas of our own construction. Yet as we have unraveled this seemingly confused mass of phenomena, it will not have escaped the careful reader that the apparently diverse threads we have disentangled run in a parallel and uniform manner. They all have a like source, and they all converge to a like result. We have seen that the starting point of the whole group of manifestations must be found in the essential facts of courtship among animal and primitive human societies. Pain is seldom very far from some of the phases of primitive courtship, but it is not the pain which is the essential element in courtship. It is the state of intense emotion of tumescence with which at any moment in some shape or another pain may in some way or another be brought into connection, so that we have come to see that in the phrase love and pain, we have to understand by pain a state of intense emotional excitement with which pain in the stricter sense may be associated, but is by no means necessarily associated. It is the strong emotion which exerts the irresistible fascination in the lover in his partner, or in both. The pain is merely the means to that end. It is the lever which is employed to bring the emotional force to bear on the sexual impulse. The question of love and pain is mainly a question of emotional dynamics. In attaining this view of our subject, we have learned that any impulse of true cruelty is almost outside the field altogether. The mistake was indeed obvious and inevitable. Let us suppose that every musical instrument is sensitive, and that every musical performance involves the infliction of pain on the instrument. It would then be very difficult indeed to realize that the pleasure of music lies, by no means in the infliction of pain. we should certainly find scientific and analytical people ready to declare that the pleasure of music is the pleasure of giving pain, and that the emotional effects of music are due to the pain thus inflicted in algolagnia. As in music, it is not cruelty that is sought, it is the joy of being plunged among the waves of that great primitive ocean of emotions which underlies the variegated world of our everyday lives, and pain a pain, which as we have seen is often deprived so far as possible of cruelty, though sometimes by very thin and feeble devices, merely the channel by which that ocean is reached. If we try to carry our inquiry beyond the point we have been content to reach, and ask ourselves why this emotional intoxication exerts so irresistible a fascination, we might find a final reply in the explanation of Nietzsche, who regarded this kind of intoxication as of great significance both in life and in art, that it gives us the consciousness of energy and the satisfaction of our craving for power. To carry the inquiry to this point would be, however, to take it into a somewhat speculative and metaphysical region, and we have perhaps done well not to attempt to analyze further the joy of emotional expansion. We must be content to regard the profound satisfaction of emotion as due to a widespread motor excitement, the elements of which we cannot yet completely analyze. It is because the joy of emotional intoxication is the end really sought that we have to regard the supposed opposition between sadism and masochism as unimportant, and indeed misleading. The emotional value of pain is equally great, whether the pain is inflicted, suffered, witnessed, or merely exists as a mental imagination, and there is no reason why it should not coexist in all these forms in the same person, as in fact we frequently find it. The particular emotions which are invoked by pain to reinforce the sexual impulse are more especially anger and fear, and as we have seen, these two very powerful and primitive emotions arien the active and passive sides respectively. Emotions, most constantly brought into play in animal and early human courtship, so that they naturally constitute the emotional reservoirs from which the sexual impulse may still most easily draw. It is not difficult to show that the various forms in which pain is, we must here understand pains, employed in the service of the sexual impulse, are mainly manifestations or transformations of anger or fear, either in their simple or usually more complex forms, in some of which anger and fear may be mingled. We thus accept the biological origin of the psychological association between love and pain. It is traceable to the phenomena of animal courtship. We do not, on this account, exclude the more direct physiological factor. It may seem surprising that manifestations that have their origin in primeval forms of courtship should in many cases coincide with actual sensations of definite anatomical base today, and still more surprising that these traditional manifestations and actual sensations should so often be complementary to each other in their active and passive aspects. That is to say, that the pleasure of whipping should be matched by the pleasure of being whipped, the pleasure of mock strangling by the pleasure of being so strangled that pain inflicted is not more desirable than pain suffered. But such coincidence is of the very essence of the whole group of phenomena. The manifestations of courtship were from the first conditioned by physiological facts. It is not strange that they should always tend to run pari passu with physiological facts. The manifestations which failed to find anchorage in physiological relationships might well tend to die out, even under the most normal circumstances. In healthy persons of healthy heredity, the manifestations we have been considering are liable to make themselves felt under such circumstances. However, they never become of the first importance in the sexual process. They are often little more than play. It is only under neurasthenic or neuropathic conditions, that is to say, in an organism which from acquired or congenital causes, and usually perhaps both, has become enfeebled, irritable, fatigued, that these manifestations are liable to flourish vigorously, to come to the forefront of sexual consciousness, and even to attain such seriously urgent importance that they may in themselves constitute the entire end and aim of sexual desire. Under these pathological conditions, pain in the broad and special sense, in which we have been obliged to define, it becomes a welcome tonic, and a more or less indispensable stimulant to the sexual system. It will not have escaped the careful reader that in following out our subject, we have sometimes been brought into contact with manifestations which scarcely seem to come within any definition of pain. This is undoubtedly so, and the references to these manifestations were not accidental, for they serve to indicate the real bearings of our subject. The relationships of love and pain constitute a subject at once of so much gravity and so much psychological significance, that it was well to devote to them a special study, but pain, as we have here to understand, it largely constitutes a special case of what we shall later learn to know as erotic symbolism, that is to say the psychic condition in which a part of the sexual process, a single idea or group of ideas, tends to assume unusual importance, or even to occupy the whole field of sexual consciousness, the part becoming a symbol that stands for the whole. When we come to the discussion of this great group of abnormal sexual manifestations, it will frequently be necessary to refer to the results we have reached in studying the sexual significance of pain. See, for instance, the section zur Physiologie der Kunst in Nietzsche's fragmentary work Der Will zur Machtwerk, BD Roman 15 Gruß Spiel der Menschen, p. 89, refers to the significance of the fact that nearly all races have special methods of procuring intoxication. C.F. Partridge's study of the psychology of alcohol, American Journal of Psychology, April 1900. It is hard to imagine, this writer remarks, of intoxicants, what the religious or social consciousness of primitive man would have been without them. The muscular element is the most conspicuous in emotion, though it is not possible, as a careful student of the emotions H. R. Marshall Pain Pleasure and Aesthetics, p. 84 well points out, to limit the physical activities involved with the emotions to such effects of voluntary innervation or alteration of size of blood vessels or spasm of organic muscle, as Lange seems to think determines them, nor to increase or decrease of muscle power, as Furr's results might suggest, nor to such changes in relation of size of capillaries, in voluntary innervation, in respiratory and heart functioning, as Lehmann has observed. Emotions seem to me to be coincidence of reactions of the whole organism, tending to certain results. The sexual impulse in women. A special and detailed study of the normal characters of the sexual impulse in men seems unnecessary. I have elsewhere discussed various aspects of the male sexual impulse, and others remain for later discussion. But to deal with it broadly, as a whole, seems unnecessary, if only because it is predominantly open and aggressive. Moreover, since the constitution of society has largely been in the hands of men, the nature of the sexual impulse in men has largely been expressed in the written and unwritten codes of social law. The sexual instinct in women is much more elusive. This, indeed, is involved at the outset in the organic psychological play of male and female manifesting itself in the phenomena of modesty, and courting the same elusiveness, the same mocking mystery, meet us throughout when we seek to investigate the manifestations of the sexual impulse in women, nor is it easy to find any full and authentic record of a social state, clearly founded in sexual matters, on the demands of woman's nature. An illustration of our ignorance and bias in these matters is furnished by the relationship of marriage celibacy and divorce to suicide in the two sexes. There can be no doubt that the sexual emotions of women have a profound influence in determining suicide. This is indicated, among other facts, by a comparison of the suicide rate in the sexes, according to age. While in men, the frequency of suicide increases progressively throughout life, in women, there is an arrest after the age of 30, that is to say, when the period of most intense sexual emotion has been past. This phenomenon is witnessed among peoples so unlike as the French, the Prussians, and the Italians. Now, how do marriage and divorce affect the sexual liability to suicide? We are always accustomed to say that marriage protects women, and it is even asserted that men have self-sacrificingly maintained the institution of marriage, mainly for the benefit of women. Professor Durkheim, however, who has studied suicide elaborately from the sociological standpoint, so far as possible eliminating fallacies, has in recent years thrown considerable doubt on the current assumption. He shows that if we take the tendency to suicide as a test and eliminate the influence of children, who are an undoubted protection to women, it is not women, but men who are protected by marriage, and that the protection of women from suicide increases regularly as divorces increase. After discussing these points exhaustively, we reach a conclusion, he states, considerably removed from the current view of marriage, and the part it plays. It is regarded as having been instituted for the sake of the wife, and to protect her weakness against masculine caprices. Monogamy, especially, is very often presented as a sacrifice of man's polygamous instincts, made in order to ameliorate the condition of woman in marriage. In reality, whatever may have been the historical causes which determined this restriction, It is man who has profited most. The liberty, which he has thus renounced, could only have been a source of torment to him. Woman had not the same reasons for abandoning freedom. And from this point of view, we may say that in submitting to the same rule it is she who has made the sacrifice. E. Durkheim, Le Suicide, 1897 pp. 186,214, 289,311. There is possibly some significance in the varying incidence of insanity in unmarried men and unmarried women, as compared with the married at Erlangen, for example. Hagen found that among insane women, the preponderance of the single over the married is not nearly so great as among insane men, marriage appearing to exert a much more marked prophylactic influence in the case of men than of women. F. W. Hagen, Statistisch Untersuchungen über Geisteskrankheiten, 1876 p. 153. The phenomena are here, however, highly complex, and as Hagen himself points out, the prophylactic influence of marriage, while very probable, is not the only or even the chief factor at work. It is worth noting that exactly the same sexual difference may be traced in England. It appears that in ratio to similar groups in the general population, taking the years 18,761,900, inclusive the number of admissions to asylums, is the same for both sexes among married people, Roman 1e8, but for the single it is larger. Among the men 4 to 4 as also, it is among the widowed 17 to 13. 56th Annual Report of the Commissioners in Lunacy, England and Wales, 1902 p. 140, 1. This would seem to indicate that when living apart from men, the tendency to insanity is less in women, but is raised to the male level when the sexes live together in marriage. Much the same seems to hold true of criminality. It was long since noted by Horsley that in England marriage decidedly increases the tendency to crime in women, though it decidedly decreases it in men. Prinzing has shown Zeitschrift für Sozialwissenschaft, BD Roman 2, 1899, that this is also the case in Germany. Similarly, marriage decreases the tendency of men to become habitual drunkards, and increases that of women, notwithstanding the fact that the average age of the men is greater than that of the women. The majority of the men admitted to the inebriate reformatories under the English Inebriates Acts are single. The majority of the women are married. Of 865 women, so admitted 32%, were single, 50% married, and 18% widows. British Medical Journal, Sept. 2, 1911 p. 518. It thus happens that even the elementary characters of the sexual impulse in women still arouse even among the most competent physiological and medical authorities, not least so when they are themselves women, most divergent opinions. Its very existence even may be said to be questioned. It would generally be agreed that among men, the strength of the sexual impulse varies within a considerable range, but that it is very rarely altogether absent, such total absence being abnormal and probably more or less pathological. But if applied to women, this statement is by no means always accepted by many. Sexual anesthesia is considered natural in women, some even declaring that any other opinion would be degrading to women. Even by those who do not hold this opinion, it is believed that there is an unnatural prevalence of sexual frigidity among civilized women. On these grounds, it is desirable to deal generally with this and other elementary questions of allied character. Roman 1. The primitive view of women as a supernatural element in life, as peculiarly embodying the sexual instinct. The modern tendency to underestimate the sexual impulse in women. This tendency, confined to recent times sexual anesthesia, its prevalence, difficulties in investigating the subject, some attempts to investigate its sexual anesthesia, must be regarded as abnormal. The tendency to spontaneous manifestations of the sexual impulse in young girls at puberty. From very early times, it seems possible to trace two streams of opinion regarding women. On the one hand, a tendency to regard women as a supernatural element in life, more or less superior to men, and on the other hand, a tendency to regard women as especially embodying the sexual instinct and as peculiarly prone to exhibit its manifestations. In the most primitive societies, indeed, the two views seem to be to some extent amalgamated, or it should rather be said they have not yet been differentiated. And as in such societies, it is usual to venerate the generative principle of nature and its embodiments in the human body, and in human functions, such a coordination of ideas is entirely rational. But with the development of culture, the tendency is for this homogeneous conception to be split up into two inharmonious tendencies, even apart from Christianity. And before its advent, this may be noted, it was however to Christianity and the Christian ascetic spirit that we owe the complete differentiation and extreme development which these opposing views have reached. The condemnation of sexuality involved the glorification of the virgin, and indifference, even contempt, was felt for the woman who exercised sexual functions. It remained open to anyone, according to his own temperament, to identify the typical average woman with the one, or with the other type, all the fund of latent sexual emotion, which no ascetic rule can crush out of the human heart, assured the picturesque idealization, alike of the angelic and the diabolic types of woman. We may trace the same influence subtly lurking, even in the most wood scientific statements of anthropologists and physicians today. It may not be out of place to recall at this point, once more the fact fairly obvious indeed, that the judgments of men concerning women are very rarely matters of cold scientific observation, but are colored both by their own sexual emotions and by their own moral attitude toward the sexual impulse. The ascetic who is unsuccessfully warring with his own carnal impulses may, like the voluptuary, see nothing in women but incarnations of sexual impulse. The ascetic who has subdued his own carnal impulses may see no elements of sex in women at all. Thus the opinions regarding this matter are not only tinged by elements of primitive culture, but by elements of individual disposition. Statements about the sexual impulses of women often tell us less about women than about the persons who make them. The curious manner in which for men women become incarnations of the sexual impulse is shown by the tendency of both general and personal names for women to become applicable to prostitutes. Only this is the case with the words garce and fill in French Mädchen and Dirn in German, as well as with the French Katten Catherine and the German Metzi, Mathilde. See for example R. Kleinpaul die Rathsel der Sprake, 1890 pp. 197,198. At the same time, though we have to recognize the presence of elements which color and distort in various ways the judgments of men regarding women, it must not be hastily assumed that these elements render discussion of the question altogether unprofitable. In most cases, such prejudices lead chiefly to a one-sided solution of facts against which we can guard. While, however, these two opposing currents of opinion are of very ancient origin, it is only within quite recent times, and only in 2 or 3 countries, that they have led to any marked difference of opinion regarding the sexual aptitude of women. In ancient times, men blamed women for concupiscence, or praised them for chastity, but it seems to have been reserved for the 19th century to state that women are apt to be congenitally incapable of experiencing complete sexual satisfaction and peculiarly liable to sexual anesthesia. This idea appears to have been almost unknown to the 18th century. During the last century, however, and more especially in England, Germany, and Italy, this opinion has been frequently set down, sometimes even as a matter of course, with a tincture of contempt or pity for any woman afflicted with sexual emotions. In the treatise on generation, chapter 5, which until recent times was commonly ascribed to Hippocrates, it is stated that men have greater pleasure in coitus than women, though the pleasure of women lasts longer, and this opinion, though not usually accepted, was treated with great respect by medical authors down to the end of the 17th century. Thus a Laurentius du Laurens, after a long discussion, decides that men have stronger sexual desire and greater pleasure in coitus than women. Historia Anatomica Humani Corporis, 1599, Lib Roman 8 Quest Roman 2 and Roman 7. About half a century ago, a book entitled Functions and Disorders of the Reproductive Organs by W. Acton, a surgeon, passed through many editions and was popularly regarded as a standard authority on the subjects with which it deals. This extraordinary book is almost solely concerned with men. The author evidently regards the function of reproduction as almost exclusively appurtening to men. Women, if well brought up, are, and should be, he states, in England, absolutely ignorant of all matters concerning it. I should say this author again remarks that the majority of women, happily for society, are not very much troubled with sexual feeling of any kind. The supposition that women do possess sexual feelings he considers a vile aspersion. In the article Generation, contained in another medical work belonging to the middle of the 19th century, Ries, Cyclopedia, find the following statement, that a mucus fluid is sometimes found in coition from the internal organs and vagina is undoubted, but this only happens in lascivious women, or such as live luxuriously. Gall had stated decisively that the sexual desires of men are stronger and more imperious than those of women. Functions. Du Cerveau 1825 vol. Roman 3 pp 240, 1271. Raciborski declared that 3/4 of women merely endure the approaches of men de la puberte. Chez la femme, 1844 p. 486. When the question is carefully inquired into, and without prejudice, said Lawson Tate, it is found that women have their sexual appetites far less developed than men. Lawson Tate. Remote effects of removal of the uterine appendages. Provincial Medical Journal, May 1891. The sexual instinct is very powerful in man, and comparatively weak in women, he stated elsewhere. Diseases of Women, 1889 p. 60. Hammond stated that, leaving prostitutes out of consideration, it is doubtful if in 1/10 of the instances of intercourse they women experience the slightest pleasurable sensation, from first to last. Hammond Sexual Impotence p. 300. And he considered p. 281 that this condition was sometimes congenital. Lombroso and Ferrero consider that sexual sensibility, as well as all other forms of sensibility, is less pronounced in women, and they bring forward various facts and opinions, which seem to them to point in the same direction. Woman is naturally and organically frigid. At the same time, they consider that while erethism is less, sexuality is greater than in men. Lombroso and Ferrero. La donna delinquent, la prostituta, y la donna normal, 1893 pp. 54-58. It is an altogether false idea, Failing declared in his rectorial address at the University of Basel in 1891, that a young woman has just as strong an impulse to the opposite sex as a young man. The appearance of the sexual side in the love of a young girl is pathological. Failing die Bestimmung der Frau 1892 p. 18, in his Lehrbuch der Frauenkrankheit. The same gynecological authority states his belief that half of all women are not sexually excitable. Krafft-Ebing was of opinion that women require less sexual satisfaction than men, being less sensual. Krafft-Ebing über Neurosen und Psychosen, durch sexual abstinenz. Jawbutcher für Psychiatrie, 1888 BD, Roman 8 HT, IN 2. In the normal woman, especially of the higher social classes, states Winshade, the sexual instinct is acquired, not inborn. When it is inborn or awakes by itself, there is abnormality, since women do not know this instinct before marriage. They do not miss it when they have no occasion in life to learn it. Winshade die Beziehungen zwischen Gynäkologie und Neurologie Zentralblatt für Gynäkologie, 1896, No. 22, quoted by Mal Libido Sexualis, BD, IP 271. The sensuality of men, Mal states, is in my opinion very much greater than that of women. A Mal die Contraire, Sexualempfindung, 3rd edition, 1899 p. 592. Women are in general less sensual than men, remarks Nacke, notwithstanding the alleged greater nervous supply of their sexual organs. P. Nacke. Kritisches zum Kapitel der Sexualität Archive für Psychiatrie, 1899 p. 341. Lowenfeld states that in normal young girls, the specifically sexual feelings are absolutely unknown, so that desire cannot exist in them, putting aside the not inconsiderable proportion of women in whom this absence of desire may persist and be permanent even after sexual relationships have begun, thus constituting absolute frigidity. In a still larger number, desire remains extremely moderate, constituting a state of relative frigidity. He adds that he cannot unconditionally support the view of Furbringer, who is inclined to ascribe sexual coldness to the majority of German married women. Roman 50 Lowenfeld Sexualleben und Nervenleiden, 1899, 2nd edition, p. 11. Adler, who discusses the question at some length, decides that the sexual needs of women are less than those of men, though in some cases the orgasm in quantity and quality greatly exceeds that of men. He believes not only that the sexual impulse in women is absolutely less than in men and requires stronger stimulation to arouse it, but that also it suffers from a latency due to inhibition which acts like a foreign body in the brain, analogous to the psychic trauma of Breuer and Freud in hysteria, and demands great skill in the man who is to awaken the woman to love. O. Adler die Mangelhaft Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes, 1904 pp. 47-126. Et. Sec. Also enlarged, 2nd edition, 1911, Roman 499. Die Frigide Frau Sexual Problem, Jan 1912. It must not, however, be supposed that this view of the natural tendency of women to frigidity has everywhere found acceptance. It is not only an opinion of very recent growth, but is confined on the whole to a few countries. Turn to history, wrote Brière de Boismont, and on every page you will be able to recognize the predominance of erotic ideas in women. It is the same today, he adds, and he attributes it to the fact that men are more easily able to gratify their sexual impulses. Des Hallucinations, 1862, p. 431. The laws of Manu attribute to women concupiscence, and anger the love of bed and of adornment. The Jews attributed to women greater sexual desire than to men. This is illustrated according to Noble as quoted by Dillman by Genesis, chapter 3, Roman 5. In Greek antiquity, the romance and sentiment of love were mainly felt toward persons of the same sex, and were divorced from the more purely sexual feelings felt for persons of opposite sex. Theognis compared marriage to cattle breeding in love between men and women. The latter were nearly always regarded as taking the more active part in all Greek love stories of early date. The woman falls in love with the man, and never the reverse. Shylus makes even a father assume that his daughters will misbehave if left to themselves. Euripides emphasized the importance of women. The Euripidean woman who falls in love thinks first of all, how can I seduce the man I love? E.F. Roman 1000 Benech Antimachus of Colophon, and the position of women in Greek poetry, 1896, pp. 34-54. The most famous passage in Latin literature, as to the question of whether men or women obtain greater pleasure from sexual intercourse, is that in which Ovid narrates the legend of Tiresias' metamorphoses, Roman 3 317,333. Tiresias, having been both a man and a woman, decided in favor of women. This passage was frequently quoted down to the 18th century. In a passage quoted from a lost work of Galen by the Arabian biographer Abul Faraj, that great physician says of the Christians that they practice celibacy, that even many of their women do, so that in Galen's opinion, it was more difficult for a woman than for a man to be continent. The same view is widely prevalent among Arabic authors, and there is an Arabic saying that the longing of the woman for the penis is greater than that of the man for the vulva. In China, remarks Dr. Coltman, when an old gentleman of my acquaintance was visiting me, my little daughter, 5 years old, ran into the room, and climbing upon my knee kissed me. My visitor expressed his surprise, and remarked, we never kiss our daughters when they are so large. We may when they are very small, but not after they are 3 years old, said he, because it is apt to excite in them bad emotions. Coltman, The Chinese, 1900 p. 99. The early Christian fathers clearly show that they regard women as more inclined to sexual enjoyment than men. That was, for instance, the opinion of Tertullian de Virginibus Velandis, chapter 10, and it is clearly implied in some of St. Jerome's epistles. Notwithstanding the influence of Christianity among the vigorous barbarian races of medieval Europe, the existence of sexual appetite in women was not considered to be, as it later became, a matter to be concealed or denied. Thus, in 1068, the ecclesiastical historian Ordericus Vitalis, himself half Norman and half English, narrates that the wives of the Norman knights who had accompanied William the Conqueror to England 2 years earlier sent over to their husbands to say that they were consumed by the fierce names of desire sva libidinis face Eurybanter, and that if their husbands failed to return very shortly, they proposed to take other husbands. It is added that this threat brought a few husbands back to their wanton ladies, lascivis dominabus sues. During the medieval period in Europe, largely in consequence, no doubt, of the predominance of ascetic ideals set up by men who naturally regarded woman as the symbol of sex, the doctrine of the incontinence of woman became firmly fixed, and it is unnecessary and unprofitable to quote examples. It is sufficient to mention the very comprehensive statement of Jean de Meung in the Roman de la Rose, 9903. Touts est seers au futes. De fait au devalant puts. The satirical Jean de Meung was, however, a somewhat extreme and untypical representative of his age, and the 14th century Johannes de Sancto Amando Jean de Saint-Amand gives a somewhat more scientifically based opinion, quoted by Pagel New Literarische Beiträge zur Mittelalterlichen Medicine, 1896, p. 30, that sexual desire is stronger in women than in men. Humanism and the spread of the Renaissance movement brought in a spirit more sympathetic to women soon after, especially in Italy and France, we begin to find attempts at analyzing the sexual emotions, which are not always without a certain subtlety, in the 17th century. A book of this kind was written by Venet in Matters of Love. Venet declared men are but children compared to women in these matters. Women have a more lively imagination, and they usually have more leisure to think. Of love, women are much more lascivious and amorous than men. This is the conclusion reached in a chapter devoted to the question whether men or women are the more amorous in a subsequent chapter, dealing with the question whether men or women receive more pleasure from the sexual embrace. Venet concludes, after admitting the great difficulty of the question, that man's pleasure is greater, but woman's lasts longer. En Venet de la Generation de l'Homme, au tableau de l'amour conjugal, Amsterdam, 1688. At a much earlier date, however, Montaigne had discussed this matter with his usual wisdom, and while pointing out that men have imposed their own rule of life on women and their own ideals, and have demanded from them opposite and contradictory virtues, a statement, not yet antiquated, argues that women are incomparably more apt and more ardent in love than men are, and that in this matter they always know far more than men can teach them, for it is a discipline that is born in their veins. Montaigne Essays, Book 3, Chapter 5. The old physiologists generally mentioned the appearance of sexual desire in girls as one of the normal signs of puberty. This may be seen in the numerous quotations brought together by Schurig in his Parthenologia cap. Roman II. A long succession of distinguished physicians throughout the 17th century discussed, at more or less length, the relative amount of sexual desire in men and women, and the relative degree of their pleasure in coitus. It is remarkable that, although they usually attach great weight to the supposed opinion of Hippocrates in the opposite sense, most of them decide that both desire and pleasure are greater in women. Platonus decides that women have more sources of pleasure in coitus than men, because of the larger extent of surface excited, and if it were not so, he adds, women would not be induced to incur the pains and risks of pregnancy and childbirth. Platonus de Partibus Generatione, in Servientibus, 1621, Lib. Roman 2, cap. Roman 13. Without doubt, says, Farren, woman is more passionate than man, and more often torn by the evils of love. Farren de la Maladie, Diamor 1623, chapter 2. Zacchia, mainly on a priori grounds, concludes that women have more pleasure in coitus than men. Zacchia Questions Medicogils, 1630, Lib. Roman 3, Quest. Roman 7. Sinibaldus, discussing whether men or women have more salacity, decides in favor of women. J.B. Sinibaldus Geneanthropia, 1642, Lib. Roman 2, Tract. Roman 2, cap. Roman 5. Hornius believed that women have greater sexual pleasure than men, though he mainly supported his opinion by the authority of classical poets. Hornius Historic Naturalis, 1670, Lib. Roman 3, cap. Roman 1. Nenter describes what we may now call women's affectability, and considers that it makes them more prone than men to the sexual emotions, as is shown by the fact that, notwithstanding their modesty, they sometimes make sexual advances. This greater proneness of women to the sexual impulse is, he remarks, entirely natural and right, for the work of generation is mainly carried on by women, and love is its basis. Generationis fundamentum est amor gp nenter theoria homines, Sani 1714, cap. V. Mem. Roman 2. The above opinions of 17th century physicians are quoted from the original sources. Schurig, in his Gynecologia, pp. 4650 and 70. 181, quotes a number of passages on this subject from medical authorities of the same period, on which I have not drawn. Senanker, in his fine and suggestive book on love, first published in 1806, asks, has sexual pleasure the same power on the sex which less loudly demands it? It has more, at all events, in some respects. The very vigor and laboriousness of men may lead them to neglect love, but the constant cares of maternity make women feel how important it must ever be to them. We must remember also that in men, the special emotions of love only have a single focus, while in women, the organs of lactation are united to those of conception. Our feelings are all determined by these material causes. Senanker de Elamur, 4th edition, 1834, vol. IP 60. 8. A later psychologist of love, this time a woman, Ellen Key, states that woman's erotic demands, though more silent than man's, are stronger. Ellen Key Uber Lieb, und P. 138. Michael Ryan considered that sexual enjoyment is more delicious and protracted in women, and ascribed this to a more sensitive nervous system, a finer and more delicate skin, more acute feelings, and the fact that in women, the ma'am are the seat of a vivid sensibility, in sympathy with the uterus Roman 1000 Ryan philosophy of marriage 1837 p. 153. Bush was inclined to think women have greater sexual pleasure than men, Roman 500 W.H. Bush des Geschlechtsleben des Weibes, 1839, vol. IP 69. Cobalt held that the anatomical conformation of the sexual organs in women led to the conclusion that this must be the case. Gutzeit, speaking of his 30 years medical experience in Russia, says in Russia at all events a girl, as very many have acknowledged to me, cannot resist the ever stronger impulses of sex beyond the 22nd or 23rd year, and if she cannot do so in natural ways, she adopts artificial ways. The belief that the feminine sex feels the stimulus of sex less than the male is quite false. Gutzeit Drasig Jar Praxis, 1873 Thale, IP 313. In Scandinavia, according to Vetteler, the sexual emotions are at least as strong in women as in men. Vetteler de Impotentia Feminarum, Norsk Magazine, for Ligevidenskaben, March 1894, in Sweden. Dr. Eklund of Stockholm, remarking that from 25 to 33% of the births are illegitimate, adds, "We hardly ever hear anyone talk of a woman having been seduced, simply because the lust is at the worst in the woman, who as a rule is the seducing party." Eklund Transactions of the American Association of Obstetricians, Philadelphia, 1892, p. 307. On the opposite side of the Baltic in the Königsberg district, the same observation has been made. Intercourse before marriage is the rule in most villages of this agricultural district, among the working classes with or without intention of subsequent marriage. The girls are often the seducing parties, or at least very willing. They seek to bind their lovers to them and compel them to marriage. In the Koslin district of Pomerania, where intercourse between the girls and youths is common, the girls come to the youths' rooms even more frequently than the youths to the girls. In some of the Danzig districts, the girls give themselves to the youths, and even seduce them sometimes, but not always with a view of marriage. Wittenberg Die Geschlechtlichen Verhalten der Lambeoner, im Deutschen Reich, 1895 BD, IPP 4761-83. Mantegazza devoted great attention to this point in several of the works he published during 50 years, and was decidedly of the opinion that the sexual emotions are much stronger in women than in men, and that women have much more enjoyment in sexual intercourse. In his Physiologia del Piacere, he supports this view and refers to the greater complexity of the genital apparatus in women as well as its larger surface and more protected position to what he considers to be the keener sensibility of women, generally to the passivity of women, etc. And he considers that sexual pleasure is rendered more seductive to women by the mystery in which it is veiled for them by modesty and our social habits. In a more recent work, Physiologia della Donna Cap Romanate, Mantegazza returns to this subject and remarks that long experience, while confirming his early opinion, has modified it to the extent that he now believes that as compared with men, the sexual emotions of women vary within far wider limits. Among men, few are quite insensitive to the physical pleasures of love, while on the other hand few are thrown by the violence of its emotional manifestations into a state of syncope or convulsions. Among women, while some are absolutely insensitive, others, as in cases with which he was acquainted, are so violently excited by the paradise of physical love that after the sexual embrace they faint or fall into a cataleptic condition for several hours. Physical sex is a larger factor in the life of the woman. If this be true of the physical element, it is equally true of the mental element. Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, The Human Element in Sex, 5th edition, 1894, p. 47. In the female sex, remarks Clouston, reproduction is a more dominant function of the organism than in the male, and has far larger, if not more intense, relationships to feeling, judgment, and volition. Clouston, Neuroses of Development, 1891. It may be said, Morrow states, that in woman, the visceral system reacts, if not with greater intensity, certainly in a more general manner, to all the impressions having a sexual basis, which dominate the life of woman, if not as sexual emotions, properly so called, as related emotions closely dependent on the reproductive instinct. Amaro La Puberta, 1898, p. 233. Forel also believed, Die Sexualfrage, p. 274, that women are more erotic than men. The gynecologist Kish states his belief that the sexual impulse is so powerful in women that at certain periods of life, its primitive force dominates her whole nature, and there can be no room left for reason to argue concerning reproduction. On the contrary, union is desired even in the presence of the fear of reproduction, or when there can be no question of it. He regards absence of sexual feeling in women as pathological. Kish, Sterilität des Weibes, 2nd edition pp. 205,206. In his later work, The Sexual Life of Woman, Kish again asserts that sexual impulse always exists in mature women in the absence of organic sexual defect and cerebral disease, though it varies in strength and may be repressed in adolescent girls. However, it is weaker than in youths of the same age after she has had sexual experiences. Kish maintains a woman's sexual emotions are just as powerful as a man's, though she has more motives than a man for controlling them. Eulenberg is of the same opinion as Kish, and sharply criticizes the loose assertion of some authorities who have expressed themselves in an opposite sense. A Eulenberg Sexual Neuropathy, pp. 80, 890. The same author has dealt with the point in the Zukunft December 2, 1893. Kossmann states that the opinion as to the widespread existence of frigidity among women is a fable. Kossmann Allgemeine Gynäkologie, 1903 p. 362. Bloch concludes that in most cases, the sexual coldness of women is in fact only apparent either due to the concealment of glowing sexuality beneath the veil of outward reticence, prescribed by conventional morality, or else to the husband who has not succeeded in arousing erotic sensations which are complicated and with difficulty awaken. The sexual sensibility of women is certainly different from that of men, but in strength it is at least as great. Iwan Bloch, Das Sexualleben unserer Zeit, 1907 ch. Roman 5. Nystrom also, after devoting a chapter to the discussion of the causes of sexual coldness in women, concludes, my conviction, founded on experience, is that only a small number of women would be without sexual feeling if sound views and teaching prevailed in respect to the sexual life, if due weight were given to inner devotion and tender caresses as the preliminaries of love in marriage, and if couples who wish to avoid pregnancy would adopt sensible preventive methods instead of coitus interruptus. A Nystrom das Geschlechtsleben und seine Gesetze, 8th edition, 1907 p. 177. We thus find two opinions widely current, one of worldwide existence, and almost universally accepted in those ages and centers in which life is lived, most nakedly, according to which the sexual impulse is stronger in women than in men, another now widely prevalent in many countries, according to which the sexual instinct is distinctly weaker in women, if indeed it may not be regarded as normally absent altogether. A third view is possible. It may be held that there is no difference at all. This view, formerly not very widely held, is that of the French physiologist Bonis, as it is of Winkel, while Rolder, who formerly held that sexual feeling tends to be defective in women, now believes that men and women are equal in sexual impulse. At an earlier period, however, Donatus de Medica Historia, Mirabili 1613, Lib Roman 4 Cap Roman 17 held the same view, and remarked that sometimes men and sometimes women are the more salacious, varying with the individual. Raubad de l'Impuissance, 1855 p. 38, stated that the question is so difficult as to be insoluble. In dealing with the characteristics of the sexual impulse in women, it will be seen we have to consider the prevalence in them of what is commonly termed in its slightest forms frigidity or hyphodonia, and in more complete form sexual anesthesia, or anaphrodism, or erotic blindness, or anhedonia. Many modern writers have referred to the prevalence of frigidity among women. Schufeldt believes, Pacific Medical Journal, Nov 1907, that 75% of married women in New York are afflicted with sexual frigidity, and that it is on the increase. It is rare, however, he adds, among Jewish women. Heger gives 50% as the proportion of sexually anesthetic women. Furbringer says the majority of women are so. Efforts quoted by Lowenfeld, Sexualleben und Nervenleiden p. 11, apparently with approval, regards 10% among women generally as sexually anesthetic, but only 1% men. Moll states, Eulenberg's Encyclopädie 4th edition Art Geschlechtsstrib, that the prevalence of sexual anesthesia among German women varies, according to different authorities, from 10 to 66% elsewhere. Moll contraire, Sexualempfindung 3rd edition, 1890 p. 510, emphasizes the statement that sexual anesthesia in women is much more frequent than is generally supposed. He explains that he is referring to the physical element of pleasure and satisfaction in intercourse, and of desire for intercourse. He adds that the psychic side of love is often more conspicuous in women than in men. He cannot agree with Sawyer that this kind of sexual frigidity is a symptom of hysteria fear. Instinct, Sexual 2nd edition, p. 112. In referring to the greater frequency of sexual anesthesia in women, remarks that it is often associated with neuropathic states as well as with anomalies of the genital organs or general troubles of nutrition, and is usually acquired. Some authors attribute great importance to amenorrhea in this connection. One investigator has found that in 4 out of 14 cases of absolute amenorrhea sexual feeling was absent. Lowenfeld again. Sexuelleben und Nervenleiden, referring to the common misconception that nervous disorder is associated with increased sexual desire, points out that nervously degenerate women far more often display frigidity than increased sexual desire. Elsewhere, Über die sexual constitution, Lowenfeld says it is only among the upper classes that sexual anesthesia is common. Campbell Clark also showed some years ago that in young women with a tendency to chlorosis and a predisposition to insanity, defects of pelvic and mammary development are very prevalent. Journal of Mental Science, October 1888. As regards the older medical authors Schurig Spermatologia, 1720 p. 243, and Gynecologia 1730 p. 80, one brought together from the literature and from his own knowledge cases of women who felt no pleasure in coitus, as well as of some men who had erections without pleasure. There is, however, much uncertainty as to what precisely is meant by sexual frigidity or anesthesia. All the old medical authors carefully distinguish between the heat of sexual desire and the actual presence of pleasure in coitus. Many modern writers also properly separate libido from voluptas, since it is quite possible to experience sexual desires and not to be able to obtain their gratification during sexual intercourse. And it is possible to hold with Mantegazza that women naturally have stronger sexual impulses than men, but are more liable than men to experience sexual anesthesia. But it is very much more difficult than most people seem to suppose to obtain quite precise and definite data concerning the absence of either voluptas or libido in a woman, even if we accept the statement of the woman who asserts that she has either or both. The statement of their absence is by no means equally conclusive and final, as even Adler, who discusses this question fully and has very pronounced opinions about it, admits. There are women who stoutly deny the existence of any sexual feelings until such feelings are actually discovered. Some of the most marked characteristics of the sexual impulse in women, moreover, its association with modesty, its comparatively late development, its seeming passivity, its need of stimulation, all combine to render difficult the final pronouncement that a woman is sexually frigid. Most significant of all in this connection is the complexity of the sexual apparatus in women and the corresponding psychic difficulty based on the fundamental principle of sexual selection of finding a fitting mate. The fact that a woman is cold with one man, or even with a succession of men, by no means shows that she is not apt to experience sexual emotions. It merely shows that these men have not been able to arouse them. I recall 2 very striking cases. A distinguished gynecologist, the late Dr. Engelman of Boston, wrote to me of very attractive married women on having had a child, the other a miscarriage, who were both absolutely cold to their husbands. As told me by both husband and wife, they could not understand desire or passion, and would not even believe that it existed, yet both these women with other men developed ardent passion, all the stronger perhaps because it had been so long latent. In such cases, it is scarcely necessary to invoke Adler's theory of a morbid inhibition or foreign body in consciousness, which has to be overcome. We are simply in the presence of the natural fact that the female throughout nature not only requires much loving, but is usually fastidious in the choice of a lover in the human species. This natural fact is often disguised, and perverted women are not always free to choose the man whom they would prefer as a lover, nor even free to find out whether the man they prefer sexually fits them. They are moreover very often extremely ignorant of the whole question of sex, and the victims of the prejudice and false conventions they have been taught. On the one hand, they are driven into an unnatural primness and austerity. On the other hand, they rebound to an equally unnatural facility or even promiscuity. Thus it happens that the men who find that a large number of women are not so facile as they themselves are, and as they have found a large number of women to be rushed to the conclusion that women tend to be sexually anesthetic. If we wish to be accurate, it is very doubtful whether we can assert that a woman is ever absolutely without the aptitude for sexual satisfaction. She may unquestionably be without any conscious desire for actual coitus. But if we realize to how large an extent woman is a sexual organism, and how diffused and even unconscious the sexual impulses may be, it becomes very difficult to assert that she has never shown any manifestation of the sexual impulse. All we can assert with some degree of positiveness in some cases is that she has not manifested sexual gratification, more particularly as shown by the occurrence of the orgasm, but that is very far indeed from warranting us to assert that she never will experience such gratification, or still less, that she is organically incapable of experiencing it. It is therefore quite impossible to follow Adler when he asks us to accept the existence of a condition, which he solemnly terms anesthesia sexualis completa idiopathica, in which there is no mechanical difficulty in the way or psychic inhibition, but an absolute lack of sexual sensibility, and a complete absence of sexual inclination. It is instructive to observe that Adler himself knows no pure case of this condition. To find such a case, he has to go back nearly 2 centuries to Madame de Werns, to whom he devotes a whole chapter. He has moreover had the courage in writing this chapter to rely entirely on Rousseau's Confessions, which were written nearly half a century later than the episodes they narrated, and are therefore full of inaccuracies, besides being founded on an imperfect and false knowledge of Madame de Werns' earlier life, and written by a man who was, there can be no doubt, not able to arouse women's passions. Adler shows himself completely ignorant of the historical investigations of de Montet-Mugnier Ritter, and others which during recent years have thrown a flood of light on the life and character of Madame de Werns, and not even acquainted with the highly significant fact that she was hysterical. This is the basis of fact on which we are asked to accept anesthesia sexualis completa idiopathica. In dealing with the alleged absence of the sexual impulse, a well-informed medical correspondent writes from America, much caution has to be used in accepting statements as to its absence, from the fact that most women fear by the admission to place themselves in an impure category. I am also satisfied that influx of women into universities, etc., is often due to the sexual impulse causing restlessness, and that this factor finds expression in the prurient prudishness, so often presenting itself in such women, which interferes with coeducation. This is becoming especially noticeable at the University of Chicago, where prudishness interferes with classical biological, sociological, and physiological discussion in the classroom. There have been complaints by such women that a given professor has not left out embryological facts, not in themselves in any way implying indelicacy. I have even been informed that the opinion is often expressed in college dormitories that embryological facts and discussions should be left out of a course intended for both sexes. Such prudishness, it is scarcely necessary to remark whether found in women or men, indicates a mind that has become morbidly sensitive to sexual impressions. For the healthy mind, embryological and allied facts have no emotionally sexual significance, and there is therefore no need to shun them. Collisher of Chicago Sexual Frigidity in Women American Journal of Obstetrics, Sept. 1905 points out that it is often the failure of the husband to produce sexual excitement in the wife, which leads to voluntary repression of sexual sensation on her part, or an acquired sexual anesthesia sexual excitement. He remarks, not brought to its natural climax, the reaction leaves the woman in a very disagreeable condition, and repeated occurrences of this kind may even lead to general nervous disturbances. Some of these unfortunate women learn to suppress their sexual sensation, so as to avoid all these disagreeable sequel. Such a state of affairs is not only unfortunate, because it deprives the female partner of her natural rights, but it is also to be deplored, because it practically brings down such a married woman to the level of the prostitute. In illustration of the prevalence of inhibitions of various kinds, from without and from within in suppressing or disguising sexual feeling in women, I may quote the following observations by an American lady concerning a series of women of her acquaintance. Mrs. A. This woman is handsome and healthy. She has never had children, much to the grief of herself, and her husband, the man, is also handsome and attractive. Mrs. A. once asked me if lovemaking between me and my husband ever originated with me. I replied it was as often so as not, and she said that in that event, she could not see how passion between husband and wife could be regulated when I seemed not to be ashamed of the matter, but rather to be positive in my views that it should be so. She at once tried to impress me with the fact that she did not wish me to think she could not be aroused, this woman. Several times, hinted that she had learned a great amount that was not edifying at boarding school, and I always felt that with proper encouragement, she would have retailed suggestive stories. Mrs. B. This woman lives to please her husband, who is a spoiled man. She gave birth to a child soon after marriage, but was left an invalid for some years. She told me coition always hurt her, and she said it made her sick to see her husband nude. I was therefore surprised years afterward to hear her say in reply to a remark of another person, yes, women are not only as passionate as men, I am sure they are more so. I therefore questioned the lack of passion she had on former occasions avowed, or else felt convinced her improvement in health had made intercourse pleasant. Miss Roman 100A teacher, she is emotional and easily becomes hysterical. Her life has been one of self-sacrifice, and her rearing most puritanical. She told me she thought women did not crave sexual satisfaction unless it had been aroused in them. I consider her one who physically is injured by not having it. Mrs. Roman 500, after being married a few years, this person told me she thought intercourse horrid. Some years after this, however, she fell in love with a man not her husband, which caused their separation. She always fancied men in love with her, and she told me that she and her husband tried to live without intercourse, fearing more children, but they could not do it. She also told of trying to refrain for the same purpose until safe parts of the menstrual month, but that was just the time she cared least for it. These remarks made me doubt the sincerity of the first. Mrs. E said she enjoyed intercourse as well as her husband, and she didn't see why she should not say so. This same woman, whether using a current phrase or not afterward, said her husband did not bother her very often. Mrs. F, the mother of several children, was married to a man she neither loved nor respected, but she said that when a strange man touched her, it made her tremble all over. Mrs. G, the mother of many children, divorced on account of the dissipation, drinking and otherwise of her husband. She is of the Creole type, but large and almost repulsive. She is a brilliant talker, and she supports herself by writing. She has fallen in love with a number of young men wildly, madly, passionately, as one of them told me, and I am sure she suffers greatly from the lack of satisfaction. She would no doubt procure it if it were possible. I believe the writer concludes women are as passionate as men, but the enforced restraint of years possibly smothers it. The fear of having children and the methods to prevent conception are, I am sure, potent factors in the injury to the emotions of married women. Perhaps the lack of intercourse acts less disastrously upon a woman because of the renewed feeling which comes after each menstrual period. As bearing on the causes which have led to the disguise and misinterpretation of the sexual impulse in women, I may quote the following communication from another lady. I do think the coldness of women has been greatly exaggerated. Men's theoretically ideal woman, though they don't care so much about it in practice, is passionless, and women are afraid to admit that they have any desire for sexual pleasure. Rouse, who is not very straight-laced, excuses the conduct of Madame de Warens on the ground that it was not the result of passion and aggravation rather than a palliation of the offense. If society viewed it from the point of view of any other fault, even in the modern novels written by the new woman, the longing for maternity, always an honorable sentiment, is dragged in to veil the so-called lower desire, that some women at any rate have very strong passions, and that great suffering is entailed by their repression, is not, I am sure, sufficiently recognized even by women themselves. Besides the passionless ideal which checks their sincerity, there are many causes which serve to disguise a woman's feelings to herself, and make her seem to herself colder than she really is. Briefly, these are: 1. Unrecognized disease of the reproductive organs, especially after the birth of children. A friend of mine lamented to me her inability to feel pleasure, though she had done so before the birth of her child, then 3 years old. With considerable difficulty, I persuaded her to see a doctor, who told her all the reproductive organs were seriously congested, so that for 3 years she had lived in ignorance and regret for her husband's sake and her own. 2. The dread of recommencing, once having suffered them, all the pains and discomforts of childbearing. 3. Even when precautions are taken, much bother and anxiety is involved, which has a very dampening effect on excitement. For the fact that men will never take any trouble to find out what specially excites a woman as a rule is at some pains to find out the little things, which particularly affect the man she loves it, maybe a trick of speech, a rose in her hair, or what noten she makes use of her knowledge. But do you know one man who will take the same trouble it is difficult to specify as what pleases one person may not another? I find that the things that affect me personally are the following: admiration for a man's mental capacity will translate itself sometimes into direct physical excitement. B. Sense of white flowers like tuberose or syringa. C. The sight of fireflies. D. The idea, or the reality of suspension. E. Occasionally absolute passivity. 5. The fact that many women satisfy their husbands when themselves disinclined. This is like eating jam when one does not fancy it, and has a similar effect. It is a great mistake in my opinion to do so, except very rarely a man, though perhaps cross at the time, prefers, I believe, to gratify himself a few times, when the woman also enjoys it, to many times when she does not. 6. The masochistic tendency of women, or their desire for subjection to the man they love. I believe no point in the whole question is more misunderstood than this: nearly every man imagines that to secure a woman's love and respect he must give her her own way in small things, and compel her obedience in great ones. Every man who desires success with a woman should exactly reverse that theory. When we are faced by these various and often conflicting statements of opinion, it seems necessary to obtain, if possible, a definite basis of objective fact. It would be fairly obvious in any case, and it becomes unquestionable, in view of the statements I have brought together, that the best informed and most sagacious clinical observers, when giving an opinion on a very difficult and elusive subject, which they have not studied with any attention and method, are liable to make unguarded assertions. Sometimes also they become the victims of ethical or pseudo-ethical prejudices, so as to be most easily influenced by that class of cases which happens to fit in best with their prepossessions. In order to reach any conclusions on a reasonable basis, it is necessary to take a series of unselected individuals and to ascertain carefully the condition of the sexual impulse in each. At present, however, this is extremely difficult to do at all satisfactorily, and quite impossible, indeed, to do in a manner likely to yield absolutely unimpeachable results. Nevertheless, a few series of observations have been made. Thus, Dr. Harry Campbell records the result of an investigation carried on in his hospital practice of 52 married women of the poorer class. They were not patients, but ordinary healthy working-class women, and the inquiry was not made directly but of the husbands, who were patients. Sexual instinct was said to be present in 12 cases before marriage, and absent in 40. In 13 of the 40, it never appeared at all, so that it altogether appeared in 39, or in the ratio of something over 75% among the 12 in whom it existed before marriage. It was said to have appeared in most with puberty in 3, however, a few years before puberty, and in 2 a few years later. In 2 of those in whom it appeared before puberty, menstruation began late. In the 3rd, it rose almost to nymphomania on the day preceding the first menstruation. In nearly all the cases, desire was said to be stronger in the husband than in the wife. When it was stronger in the wife, the husband was exceptionally indifferent. Of the 13 in whom desire was absent after marriage, 5 had been married for a period under 2 years, and Campbell remarks that it would be wrong to conclude that it would never develop in these cases, for in this group of cases, the appearance of sexual instinct was sometimes a matter of days, sometimes of years, after the date of marriage. In 2/3 of the cases, there was a diminution of desire, usually gradual at the climacteric. In the remaining 1/3, there was either no change or exaltation of desire. The most important general result, Campbell concludes, is that the sexual instinct is very much less intense in woman than in man. And to this, he elsewhere adds a corollary, that the sexual instinct in the civilized woman is, I believe, tending to atrophy. An eminent gynecologist, the late Dr. Matthews Duncan, has in his work on sterility in women presented a table which, although foreign to this subject, has a certain bearing on the matter. Matthews Duncan, believing that the absence of sexual desire and of sexual pleasure in coitus are powerful influences working for sterility, noted their presence or absence in a number of cases, and found that among 191 sterile women between the ages of 15 and 45, 152, or 79%, acknowledged the presence of sexual desire, and among 196 sterile women, mostly the same cases, 134 or 68%, acknowledged the presence of sexual pleasure in coitus, omitting the cases over 35 years of age, which were comparatively few. The largest proportion of affirmative answers, both as regards sexual pleasure and sexual desire, was from between 30 and 34 years of age. Matthews Duncan assumes that the absence of sexual desire and sexual pleasure in women is thoroughly abnormal. An English non-medical author, in the course of a thoughtful discussion of sexual phenomena, revealing considerable knowledge and observation, has devoted a chapter to this subject in another of its aspects. Without attempting to ascertain the normal strength of the sexual instinct in women, he briefly describes 11 cases of sexual anesthesia in women, in 2 or 3 of which there appears, however, to be an element of latent homosexuality, from among the circle of his own friends. This author concludes that sexual coldness is very common among English women, and that it involves questions of great social and ethical importance. I have not met with any series of observations made among seemingly healthy and normal women in other countries. There are, however, various series of somewhat abnormal cases in which the point was noted, and the results are not uninstructive. Thus in Vienna at Kraft-Ebing's Psychiatric Klinik Gattel über die sexuellen Ursachen der Neurasthenie und Angstneurose, 1898, carefully investigated the cases of 42 women, mostly at the height of sexual life. Roman 1e between 20 and 35, who were suffering from slight nervous disorders, especially neurasthenia and mild hysteria, but none of them from grave nervous or other disease. Of these 42, at least 17 had masturbated at one time or another either before or after marriage in order to obtain relief of sexual feelings. In the case of 4, it is stated that they do not obtain sexual satisfaction in marriage, but in these cases only coitus interruptus is practiced, and the fact that the absence of sexual satisfaction was complained of seems to indicate an aptitude for experiencing it. These 4 cases can therefore scarcely be regarded as exceptions. In all the other cases, sexual desire, sexual excitement, or sexual satisfaction is always clearly indicated, and in a considerable proportion of cases, it is noted that the sexual impulse is very strongly developed. This series is valuable, since the facts of the sexual life are as far as possible recorded with much precision. The significance of the facts varies, however, according to the view taken as to the causation of neurasthenia and allied conditions of slight nervous disorder. Gattel argues that sexual irregularities are a peculiarly fruitful, if not invariable, source of such disorders. According to the more commonly accepted view, this is not so. If we accept the more usual view, these women fairly correspond to average women of lower class. If, however, we accept Gattel's view, they may possess the sexual instinct in a more marked degree than average women. In a series of 116 German women, in whom the operation of removing the ovaries was performed, Pfister usually noted briefly in what way the sexual impulse was affected by the Operation Die Wirkung der Castration, auf den weiblichen Organismus Archive für Gynecology, 1898 p. 583, in 13 cases, all but 3, unmarried, the presence of sexual desire at any time was denied, and 2 of these expressed disgust of sexual matters. In 12 cases, the point is left doubtful. In all the other cases, sexual desire had once been present, and, in 2 or 3 cases, it was acknowledged to be so strong as to approach nymphomania. In about 30 of these, not including any in which it was previously very strong, it was extinguished by castration. In a few others it was diminished, and in the rest unaffected. Thus, when we exclude the 12 cases in which the point was not apparently investigated, and the 10 unmarried women in whom it may have been latent or unavowed, we find that of 94 married women, 91 women acknowledged the existence of sexual desire, and only 3 denied it. Schroeder, again in Germany, has investigated the manifestations of the sexual impulse among 402 insane women in the asylum at Eichberg in Rheingau. Word bei Jungen Unverheirateten zur Zeit der Menstruation, starker Sexual Erregkeit beobachtet Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie Vol. LVI, 1899, pp. 321,333. There is no reason to suppose that the insane represent a class of the community specially liable to sexual emotion, although its manifestations may become unrestrained and conspicuous under the influence of insanity. And at the same time, While the appearance of such manifestations is evidence of the aptitude for sexual emotions, their absence may be only due to disease seclusion or to an intact power of self-control. Of the 402 women, 166 were married, and 236 unmarried. Schroeder divided them into four groups: 1 those below 22, those between 20 and 33, those between 30 and 44, those from 40 to the menopause. The patients included persons from the lowest class of the population, and only about a quarter of them could fairly be regarded as curable. Thus, the manifestations of sexuality were diminished, for with advance of mental disease, sexual manifestations ceased to appear. Schroeder only counted those cases in which the sexual manifestations were decided and fairly constant at the menstrual epoch. If not visibly manifested sexual feeling was not taken into account, sexual phenomena accompanied the entry of the menstrual epoch in 141 cases, Roman 1e and 20, or in the proportion of 72% of the first group, consisting entirely of unmarried women, in 33 or 28% of the second group, in 55 or 35% of the third group, and in 33 or 33% of the fourth group. It was found that 181 patients showed no sexual phenomena at any time, while 80 showed sexual phenomena frequently between the menstrual epochs, but only in a slight degree, and not at all during the period. At all ages, sexual manifestations were more prevalent among the unmarried than among the married, though this difference became regularly and progressively less with increase in age. Schroeder inclines to think that sexual excitement is commoner among insane women belonging to the lower social classes than in those belonging to the better classes. Among 184 women in a private asylum, only 13.6% showed very marked and constant excitement at menstrual periods. He points out, however, that this may be due to a greater ability to restrain the manifestations of feeling. There is some interest in Schroeder's results, though they cannot be put on a line with inquiries made among the sane. They only represent the prevalence of the grossest and strongest sexual manifestations when freed from the restraints of sanity. As a slight contribution toward the question, I have selected a series of 12 cases of women of whose sexual development I possess precise information, with the following results. In 2 cases, distinct sexual feeling was experienced spontaneously at the age of 7 and 8, but the complete orgasm only occurred some years after puberty. In 5 cases, sexual feeling appeared spontaneously for a few months to a year after the appearance of menstruation, which began between 12 and 14 years of age, usually at 13. In another case, sexual feeling first appeared shortly after menstruation began, but not spontaneously being called out by a lover's advances. In the remaining 4 cases, sexual emotion never became definite and conscious until adult life, the ages being 26, 27, 34, 35, in 2 cases, through being made love to, and in 2 cases through self-manipulation out of accident or curiosity. It is noteworthy that the sexual feelings first developed in adult life were usually as strong as those arising at puberty. It may be added that of these 12 women, 9 had at some time or another masturbated 4 shortly after puberty. 5 in adult life, but except in 1 case rarely, and at intervals all belong to the middle class. 2 or 3 leading easy though not idle lives, while all the others are engaged in professional or other avocations, often involving severe labor. They differ widely in character and mental ability, but while 2 or 3 might be regarded as slightly abnormal, they are all fairly healthy. I am inclined to believe that the experiences of the foregoing group are fairly typical of the social class to which they belong. I may, however, bring forward another series of 35 women varying in age from 18 to 40, with 2 exceptions all over 25, and in every respect comparable with the smaller group, but concerning whom my knowledge, though reliable, is usually less precise and detailed. In this group, 5 state that they have never experienced sexual emotion, these being all unmarried and leading strictly chaste lives. In 18 cases, the sexual impulse may be described as strong or is so considered by the subject herself. In 9 cases, it is only moderate. In 3, it is very slight when evoked, and with difficulty evoked. In one of these, only appearing 2 years after marriage. In another, the exhaustion and worry of household cares being assigned for its comparative absence. It is noteworthy that all the more highly intelligent, energetic women in the series appear in the group of those with strong sexual emotions, and also that severe mental and physical labor, even when cultivated for this purpose, has usually had little or no influence in relieving sexual emotion. An American physician in the state of Connecticut sends me the following notes concerning a series of 13 married women taken as they occurred in obstetric practice. They are in every way respectable and moral women. Mrs. A says that her husband does not give her sufficient sexual attention, as he fears they will have more children than he can properly care for. Mrs. B always enjoys intercourse. So does Mrs. Roman 100. Mrs. Roman 500 is easily excited and very fond of sexual attention. Mrs. E likes intercourse if her husband is careful not to hurt her. Mrs. F never had any sexual desire until after second marriage, but it is now very urgent at times. Mrs. G is not easily excited, but has never objected to her husband's attention. Mrs. H would prefer to have her husband exhibit more attention. Mrs. Roman 1 never refused her husband, but he does not trouble her much. Mrs. J thinks that 3 or 4 times a week is satisfactory, but would not object to nightly intercourse. Mrs. K does not think that her husband could give her more than she would like. Mrs. Roman 50 would prefer to live with a woman if it were not for sexual intercourse. Mrs. Roman 1000 aged 40 says that her husband aged 65 insists upon intercourse 3 times every night, and that he keeps her tired and disgusted. She each time has at least 1 orgasm, and would not object to reasonable attention. It may be remarked that while these results in English women of the middle class are in fair agreement with the German and Austrian observations I have quoted, they differ from Campbell's results among women of the working class in London. This discrepancy is perhaps not difficult to explain, while the conditions of upper-class life may possibly be peculiarly favorable to the development of the sexual emotions among the working classes in London, where the stress of the struggle for existence under bad hygienic conditions is so severe they may be peculiarly unfavorable. It is thus possible that there really are a smaller number of women experiencing sexual emotion among the class dealt with by Campbell than among the class to which my series belong. A more serious consideration is the method of investigation. A working man who is perhaps unintelligent outside his own work, and in many cases married to a woman who is superior in refinement, may possibly be able to arouse his wife's sexual emotions, and also able to ascertain what those emotions are, and be willing to answer questions truthfully on this point to the best of his ability, but he is by no means a witness whose evidence is final. While however Campbell's facts may not be quite unquestionable, I am inclined to agree with his conclusion, and Mantegazza's, that there is a very great range of variation in this matter, and that there is no age at which the sexual impulse in women may not appear. A lady who has received the confidence of very many women tells me that she has never found a woman who was without sexual feeling. I should myself be inclined to say that it is extremely difficult to find a woman who is without the aptitude for sexual emotion, although a great variety of circumstances may hinder temporarily or permanently the development of this latent aptitude. In other words, while the latent sexual aptitude may always be present, the sexual impulse is liable to be defective, and the aptitude to remain latent, with consequent deficiency of sexual emotion and absence of sexual satisfaction. This is not only indicated by the considerable proportion of my cases, in which there is only moderate or slight sexual feeling. I have ample evidence that in many cases the element of pain, which may almost be said to be normal in the establishment of the sexual function, is never merged as it normally is in pleasurable sensations on the full establishment of sexual relationships. Sometimes, no doubt, this may be due to dyspareunia. Sometimes there may be an absolute sexual anesthesia, whether of congenital or hysterical origin. I have been told of the case of a married lady who has never been able to obtain sexual pleasure, although she has had relations with several men, partly to try if she could obtain the experience, and partly to please them. The very fact that the motives for sexual relationships arose from no stronger impulse itself indicates a congenital defect on the psychic as well as on the physical side. But as a rule, the sexual anesthesia involved is not absolute, but lies in a disinclination to the sexual act due to various causes, in a defect of strong sexual impulse, and an inaptitude for the sexual orgasm. I am indebted to a lady who has written largely on the woman question, and is herself the mother of a numerous family, for several letters, in regard to the prevalence among women of sexual coldness, a condition which she regards as by no means to be regretted. She considers that in all her own children the sexual impulse is very slightly developed, the boys being indifferent to women, the girls cold toward men, and with no desire to marry, though all are intelligent and affectionate, the girls showing a very delicate and refined kind of beauty. A large selection of photographs accompanied this communication. Something of the same tendency is said to mark the stocks from which this family springs, and they are said to be notable for their longevity, healthiness, and disinclination for excesses of all kinds. It is scarcely necessary to remark that a mother, however highly intelligent, is by no means an infallible judge as to the presence or absence in her children of so shy, subtle, and elusive an impulse as that of sex. At the same time, I am by no means disposed to question the existence in individuals, and even in families or stocks, of a relatively weak sexual impulse which, while still enabling procreation to take place, is accompanied by no strong attraction to the opposite sex, and no marked inclination for marriage. Adler op. Cit. p. 168 found such a condition transmitted from mother to daughter. Such persons often possess a delicate type of beauty, even however, when the health is good, there seems usually to be a certain lack of vitality. It seems to me that a state of sexual anesthesia, relative or absolute, cannot be considered as anything but abnormal. To take even the lowest ground, the satisfaction of the reproductive function ought to be at least as gratifying as the evacuation of the bowels or bladder, while if we take, as we certainly must, higher ground than this, an act which is at once the supreme fact and symbol of love, and the supreme creative act, cannot under normal conditions be other than the most pleasurable of all acts, or it would stand in violent opposition to all that we find in nature. How natural the sexual impulse is in women, whatever difficulties may arise in regard to its complete gratification, is clearly seen when we come to consider the frequency with which in young women we witness its more or less instinctive manifestations. Such manifestations are liable to occur in a specially marked manner in the years immediately following the establishment of puberty, and are the more impressive when we remember the comparatively passive part played by the female, generally, the game of courtship, and the immense social force working on women to compel them to even an unnatural extension of that passive part. The manifestations to which I allude not only occur with most frequency in young girls, but contrary to the common belief, they seem to occur chiefly in innocent and unperverted girls. The more vicious are skillful enough to avoid the necessity for any such open manifestations. We have to bear this in mind when confronted by flagrant sexual phenomena in young girls. A young girl, says Hammer über die Sinnlichkeit gesunder Jungfrauen, die New Generation, Aug. 1911, who has not previously adopted any method of self-gratification, experiences at the beginning of puberty, about the time of the first menstruation, and the sprouting of the pubic hair, in the absence of all stimulation by a man, spontaneous sexual tendencies of both local and psychic nature. On the psychic side, there is a feeling of emptiness and dissatisfaction, a need of subjection and of serving, and if the opportunity has so far been absent, the craving to see masculine nudity and to learn the facts of procreation side by side with these wishes. There are at the same time inhibitory desires, such as the wish to keep herself pure either for a man whom she represents to herself as the ideal, or for her parents, who must not be worried, or as a member of a chosen people in whose spirit she must live and die, or out of love to Jesus, or to some saint. On the physical side, there is the feeling of fresh power and energy of enterprise, the agreeable tension of the genital regions, which easily become moist. Then there is the feeling of over-irritability and excessive tension, and the need of relieving the tension through pinches, blows, tight lacing, and so forth. If the girl remains innocent of sex satisfaction, there takes place during sleep at regular intervals of about 3 days more or less, the relief and emission of the tense glands, not corresponding to the menstrual period, but to intercourse, and serving better than sexual instruction to represent to her the phenomena of intercourse. If, at this period, actual intercourse takes place, it is as a rule free from pain, as also is the introduction of the speculum, without any seduction from without. The chaste girl now frequently finds a way to relieve the excessive tension without the aid of a man. It is self-abuse that leads gradually to the production of pain. In defloration, the menstrual phenomena correspond to birth, self-gratification, or relief during sleep. To intercourse, this statement of the matter is somewhat too absolute and unqualified under the artificial conditions of civilization. The inhibitory influences of training speedily work powerfully and more or less successfully in banishing sexual phenomena into the subconscious, sometimes to work all the mischief there, which Freud attributes to them, It must also be said, as I have pointed out in the discussion of autoerotism in another volume, that sexual dreams seem to be the exception rather than the rule in innocent girls. It remains true that sexual phenomena in girls at puberty must not be regarded as morbid or unnatural. There is also very good reason for believing, even apart from the testimony of so experienced a gynecologist as Hammer, that on the physical side sexual processes tend to be accomplished with a facility that is often lost in later years with prolonged chastity. This is true alike of intercourse and of childbirth. See Vol. Roman 6 of these studies, ch. Roman 12. Even however in the case of adults, the active part played by women in real life in matters of love by no means corresponds to the conventional ideas on these subjects. No doubt, nearly every woman receives her sexual initiation from an older and more experienced man, but on the other hand, nearly every man receives his first initiation through the active and designed steps taken by an older and more experienced woman. It is too often forgotten by those who write on these subjects that the man who seduces a woman has usually himself in the first place been seduced by a woman. A well-known physician in Chicago tells me that on making inquiry of 25 middle-class married men in succession, be found that 16 had been first seduced by a woman. An officer in the Indian Medical Service writes to me as follows: once at a club in Burma, we were some 25 at table, and the subject of first intercourse came up. All had been led astray by servants save two, whom their sisters' governesses had initiated. We were all men in the service, so the facts may be taken to be typical of what occurs in our stratum of society. All had had sexual relations with respectable unmarried girls, and most with the wives of men known to their fathers in some instances, these being old enough to be their lovers' mothers, apparently up to the age of 17. None had dared to make the first advances, yet from the age of 13 onward, all had had ample opportunity for gratifying their sexual instincts with women, though all had been to public schools, where homosexuality was known to occur. Yet, as I can assert from intimate knowledge, none had given signs of inversion or perversion in Burma. In Russia, Tiklenov, investigating the sexual life of over 2,000 Moscow students of upper and middle-class archives d'anthropologie criminelle, Oct. Nov. 1908, found that in half of them, the first coitus took place between 14 and 17 years of age in 41% with prostitutes, in 39% with servants, and in 10% with married women in 41%. The young man declared that he had taken the initiative in 25%, the women took it, and in 23%, the incitement came from a comrade. The histories I have recorded in Appendix B, as well as in the two following volumes of these studies, very well illustrate the tendency of young girls to manifest sexual impulses when freed from the constraint which they feel in the presence of adult men, and from the fear of consequences. These histories show especially how very frequently nursemaids and servant girls affect the sexual initiation of the young boys entrusted to them. How common this impulse is among adolescent girls of low social class is indicated by the fact that certainly the majority of middle-class men can recall instances from their own childhood. I here leave out of account the widespread practice among nurses of soothing very young children in their charge by manipulating the sexual organs. A medical correspondent, in emphasizing this point, writes that many boys will tell you that if a nurse girl is allowed to sleep in the same room with them, she will attempt sexual manipulations. Either the girl gets into bed with the boy, and pulling him on to her tickles the penis, and inserts it into the vulva, making the boy imitate sexual movements, or she simply masturbates the child to get him excited and interested, often showing him the female sexual opening in herself, or in his sisters, teaching him to finger it. In fact, a nurse girl may ruin a boy chiefly, I think, because she has been brought up to regard the sexual organs as a mystery and is in utter ignorance about them. She thus takes the opportunity of investigating the boy's penis to find out how it works, etc., in order to satisfy her curiosity. I know of a case in which a nurse in a fashionable London square garden used to collect all the boys' and girls' gentlemen's children in a summer house when it grew dark, and turning up her petticoats, invite all the boys to look at and feel her vulva, and also incite the older boys of 12 or 14 to have coitus with her girls, are afraid of pregnancy, so do not allow an adult penis to operate. I think people should take on a far higher class of nurses than they do. Children ought never to be allowed under any circumstances, Whatever wrote Lawson Tate Diseases of Women 1889 p. 62, to sleep with servants in every instance, where I have found a number of children affected by masturbation, the contagion has been traced to a servant. Freud has found Neurologisches Centralblatt No. 10 1896, that in cases of severe youthful hysteria, the starting point may frequently be traced to sexual manipulations by servants, nurse girls, and governesses. When I was about 8 or 9, a friend writes a servant maid of our family, who used to carry the candle out of my bedroom, often drew down the bedclothes, and inspected my organs one night. She put the penis in her mouth. When I asked her why she did it, her answer was that sucking a boy's little dangle cured her of pains in her stomach. She said that she had done it to other little boys, and declared that she liked doing it. This girl was about 16. She had lately been converted. Another maid in our family used to kiss me warmly on the naked abdomen when I was a small boy, but she never did more than that. I have heard of various instances of servant girls tampering with boys before puberty, exciting the penis to premature erection by manipulation, suction, and contact with their own parts. Such overstimulation must necessarily, in some cases, have an injurious influence on the boy's immature nervous system. Thus Hutchinson Archives of Surgery Vol. Roman 4 p. 200 describes a case of amblyopia in a boy developing after he had been placed to sleep in a servant girl's room. Mal Contraire Sexualempfindung 3rd edition, 1899 p. 325, refers to the frequency with which servant girls between the ages of 18 and 30 carry on sexual practices with young boys between 5 and 13, committed to their care more than a century earlier. Tissot, in his famous work on onanism, referred to the frequency with which servant girls corrupt boys by teaching them to masturbate, and still earlier in England. The author of Onania gave many such cases. We may indeed go back to the time of Rabelais, who, as Dr. Kiernan reminds me, represents the governesses of Gargantua, when he was a child, as taking pleasure in playing with his penis, till it became wet, and joking with each other about it. Gargantua Book 1 Chapter 9. The prevalence of such manifestations among servant girls witnesses to their prevalence among lower-class girls. Generally, in judging such acts, even when they seem to be very deliberate, it is important to remember that at this age unreasoning instinct plays a very large part in the manifestations of the sexual impulse. This is clearly indicated by the phenomena observed in the insane. Thus, as we have seen page 214, Schroeder has found that among girls of low social class, under 20 years of age, spontaneous periodical sexual manifestations at menstrual epochs occurred in as large a proportion as 72% among girls of better social position. These impulses are inhibited, or at all events modified by good taste or good feeling, the influences of tradition or education. It is only to the latter that children should be entrusted. Hodge mentions a case in which a man was accused of repeatedly exhibiting his sexual organs to the servant girl at a house. She enjoyed the spectacle. Neurologisches Centralblatt 1896. Note 2. It may well be that in some cases of self-exhibition, the offender has good reason on the ground of previous experience for thinking that he is giving pleasure. When we used to go to bathe while I was at school, writes a correspondent, girls, poor quarter of the lower town, some quite 16, often followed us, and stood to watch about 100 yards from the river. They used to giggle and pass remarks. I have seen girls of this class peeping through chinks of a palisade around a bathing place on the Thames. A correspondent, who has given special attention to the point, tells me of the great interest displayed by young girls of the people in Italy in the sexual organs of men. Curiosity, whether in the form of the desire for knowledge or the desire for sensation, is of course not confined to young girls and women of lower social strata, though in them it is less often restrained by motives of self-respect and good feeling. At the age of 8, writes a correspondent, I was one day playing in a spare room with a girl of about 12 or 13. She gave me a penholder, and crouching upon her hands and knees, with her posterior toward me, invited me to introduce the instrument into the vulva. This was the first time I had seen the female parts, and as I appeared to be somewhat repelled, she coaxed me to comply with her desire. I did as she directed, and she said that it gave her pleasure several times after I repeated the same act at her request. A friend tells me that, when he was 10, a girl of 16 asked him to lace up her boots while he was kneeling at her feet. His hand touched her ankle. She asked him to put his hand higher, and repeated higher, higher, till he touched the pudenda, and finally, at her request, put his finger into the vestibule. This girl was very handsome and amiable, and a favorite of the boy's mother. No one suspected this propensity. Again, a correspondent, a man of science, tells me of a friend who lately, when dining out, met a girl, the daughter of a country vicar. He was not specially attracted to her and paid her no special attention. A few days afterward, he was astonished to receive a call from her one afternoon. Though his address is not discoverable from any recognized source, she sat down as near to him as she could and rested her hand on his thigh, etc., while talking on different subjects and drinking tea. Then, without any verbal prelude, she asked him to have connection with her. Though not exactly a Puritan, he is not the man to jump at such an offer from a woman he is not in love with. So, after ascertaining that the girl was Virgo intacta, he declined, and she went away. A fortnight or so later, he received a letter from her in the country, making no reference to what had passed, but giving an account of her work with her Sunday school class. He did not reply, and then came a curt note asking him to return her letter. My friend feels sure she was devoted to autoerotic performances, but having become attracted to him, came to the conclusion she would like to try normal intercourse. Walbarst, studying the prevalence of gonorrhea among boys in New York, especially it would appear in quarters where the foreign-born elements, mainly Russian Jew and South Italian, are large states. In my study of this subject, there have been observed 3 cases of gonorrheal urethritis in boys aged, respectively, 4, 10, and 12 years, which were acquired in the usual manner from girls ranging between 10 and 12 years of age. In each case, according to the story told by the victim, the girl made the first advances, and in either case, that of the 4-year-old boy, the act was consummated in the form of an assault by a girl 12 years old, in which the child was threatened with injury unless he performed his part. A Roman 50. Walbarst, Journal of the American Medical Association, Sept. 28, 1901, in a further series of cases, Medical Record, Oct. 29, 1910, Walbarst obtained similar results, though he recognizes also the frequency of precocious sexuality in the young boys themselves. Gibbs states concerning assaults on children by women, it is undeniably true that they occur much more frequently than is generally supposed, although but few of the cases are brought to public notice owing to the difficulty of proving the charge. W. T. Gibb article, Indecent Assaults Upon Children, in a McLean Hamilton System of Legal Medicine Vol. IP. 651. Gibbs' opinion carries weight since he is medical advisor for the New York Society for the Protection of Children and compelled to sift the evidence carefully in such cases. It should be mentioned that while a sexual curiosity exercised on younger children is in girls about the age of puberty, an ill-regulated but scarcely morbid manifestation in older women, it may be of pathological origin. Thus, Kish records the case of a refined and educated lady of 30 who had been married for 9 years, but had never experienced sexual pleasure in coitus for a long time past. However, she had felt a strong desire to play with the genital organs of children of either sex, proceeding which gave her sexual pleasure. She sought to resist this impulse as much as possible, but during menstruation, it was often irresistible. Examination showed an enlarged and retroflexed uterus and anesthesia of vagina. Kish die sterilit at des. Weibs 1886 p. 103. The psychological mechanism by which an anesthetic vagina leads to a feeling of repulsion for normal coitus and normal sexual organs, and directs the sexual feelings toward more infantile forms of sexuality, is here not difficult to trace. It is not often that the sexual attempts of girls and young women, on boys notwithstanding their undoubted frequency of medical interest in France, in the course of 10 years 1874 to 1884, only 181 women who were mostly between 20 and 30 years of age were actually convicted of sexual attempts on children below 15. Paul Bernard Viles et Attentats à la pudeur, Archives de l'Anthropologie criminelle 1887. Lop. Attentats à la pudeur commis par des femmes sur des petits enfants, Roman 499. Og 1896. Brings together a number of cases chiefly committed by girls between the ages of 18 and 20. In England, such accusations against a young woman or girl may easily be circumvented if she is under 16. She is protected by the Criminal Law Amendment Act and cannot be punished in any case. When found out, she can always easily bring the sympathy to her side by declaring that she is not the aggressor, but the victim. Cases of violent sexual assault upon girls. Lawson Tate remarks, while they undoubtedly do occur, are very much rarer than the frequency with which the charge is made would lead us to suspect at one time by arrangement with the authority. 70 such charges at Birmingham were consecutively brought before Lawson Tate. These charges were all made under the Criminal Law Amendment Act. In only 6 of these cases was he able to advise prosecution, in all of which cases conviction was obtained. In 7 other cases in which the police decided to prosecute, there was either no conviction or a very light sentence. In at least 26 cases, the charge was clearly trumped up. The average age of these girls was 12. There is not a piece of sexual argot that ever had before reached my ears, remarks Mr. Tate, but was used by these children in the descriptions given by them of what had been done to them, and they introduced in addition quite a new vocabulary on the subject. The minute and detailed descriptions of the sexual act given by chits of 10 and 11 would do credit to the pages of Murraybaugh. At first sight, it is a puzzle to see how children so young obtain their information about the use of the word seduced. The same writer remarks, I wish to say that the class of women, from amongst whom the great bulk of these cases are drawn, seem to use it, in a sense altogether different from that generally employed. It is not with them a process in which male villainy succeeds by various arts in overcoming female virtue and reluctance, but simply a date at which an incident in their lives occurs for the first time, and according to their use of the phrase, the ancient legend of the sacred scriptures, had it ended in the more ordinary and usual way, by the virtue of Joseph yielding to the temptation offered, would have to read as a record of the seduction of Mrs. Potiphar. With reference to Lawson Tate's observation that violent assaults on women, while they do occur, are very much rarer than the frequency with which such charges are made, would lead us to believe, it may be remarked that many medical authorities are of the same opinion. See for example, G. Vivian Poor's Treatise on Medical Jurisprudence, 1901 p. 325. This writer also remarks, I hold very strongly that a woman may rape a man as much as a man may rape a woman. There can be little doubt that the plea of force is very frequently seized on by women as the easiest available weapon of defense. When her connection with a man has been revealed, she has been so permeated by the current notion that no respectable woman can possibly have any sexual impulses of her own to gratify that in order to screen what she feels to be regarded as an utterly shameful and wicked as well as foolish act, she declares it never took place by her own. Will it all now, I ask you gentlemen? I once heard an experienced counsel address the jury in a criminal case as men of the world, have you ever known or heard of a single woman confess that she had had sexual connection, and not declare that force had been used to compel her to such connection? The statement is a little sweeping, but in this matter there is some element of truth in the man of the world's opinion. One may refer to the story told by Etienne de Bourbon, by Francisco de Osuna in a religious work, and by Cervantes in Don Quixote Part 2, ch. Roman 45, concerning a magistrate who, when a girl came before him to complain of rape, ordered the accused young man either to marry her or pay her a sum of money. The fine was paid, and the magistrate then told the man to follow the girl and take the money from her by force. The man obeyed, but the girl defended herself so energetically that he could not secure the money. Then the judge, calling the parties before him again, ordered the fine to be returned. Had you defended your chastity as well as you have defended your money, it could not have been taken away from you. In most cases of rape, in the case of adults, there has probably been some degree of consent, though that partial assent may have been basely secured by an appeal to the lower nervous centers alone with no participation of the intelligence. And will Freud zur Psychopathologie des Alltagslebens p. 87 considers that on this ground, the judge's decision in Don Quixote is psychologically unjust, because, in such a case, the woman's strength is paralyzed by the fact that an unconscious instinct in herself takes her assailant's part against her own conscious resistance. But it must be remembered that the factor of instinct plays a large part even when no violence is attempted. Such facts and considerations as these tend to show that the sexual impulse is by no means so weak in women as many would lead us to think. It would appear that whereas in earlier ages there was generally a tendency to credit women with an unduly large share of the sexual impulse, there is now a tendency to unduly minimize the sexual impulse in women. I have had occasion to refer to the historic evolution of male opinion regarding women in previous volumes, as for example Man and Woman, Chapter 1, and the appendix on the influence of menstruation on the position of women in the first volume of these studies. The terminology proposed by Ziehen zur Lehre von den Psychopathischen Konstitutionen Charite Annalen Vol. XXXZI 1909 is as follows: for absence of sexual feeling anhedonia, for diminution of the same hyphedonia, for excess of sexual feeling hyperhedonia, for qualitative sexual perversions, parhedonia erotic blindness, was suggested by Nardelli. O Adler die Mangelhaft Geschlechtsempfindung des Weibes 1904 p. 146. A correspondent tells me that he knows a woman who has been a prostitute since the age of 15, but never experienced sexual pleasure, and a real non-simulated orgasm, till she was 23. Since then, she has become very sensual. In other similar cases, the hitherto indifferent prostitute, having found the man who suits her, abandons her profession, even though she is thereby compelled to live in extreme poverty. An insensible woman, as La Bruyère long ago remarked in his chapter Des Femmes, is merely one who has not yet seen the man she must love. Gutzit Drasig Jar Praxis Vol. IP 416 pointed out that the presence or absence of the orgasm is the only factor in sexual anesthesia of which we can speak at all definitely, and he believed that anaphrodism, in the sense of absence of the sexual impulse, never occurs at all, many women having confided to him that they had sexual desires, although those desires were not gratified by coitus. Opsit p. 164. Havelock Ellis Madame de Warens, The Venture 1903. It is interesting to observe that finally even Adler admits opsit p. 155 that there is no such thing as congenital lack of aptitude for sexual sensibility. I am not entirely satisfied with the testimony as to the alleged sexual anesthesia. A medical correspondent writes the same principle which makes the young harlot an old saint, makes the repentant rake a believer in sexual anesthesia. Most of the medical men who believe or claim to believe that sexual anesthesia is so prevalent do so either to flatter their hysterical patients or because they have the mentality of the hyacinth of Zola's Paris. Differences in the Nervous Organization of Man and Woman, 1891. Chapter 13, Sexual Instinct in Men and Women Compared. Matthews Duncan considered that the healthy performance of the functions of childbearing is surely connected with a well-regulated condition of desire and pleasure. Desire and pleasure, he adds, may be excessive, furious, overpowering. Without bringing the female into the class of maniacs, they may be temporary healthy, and moderate they may be absent, or dull. Matthews Duncan Galstonian Lectures on Sterility in Woman pp 90, 121. Geoffrey Mortimer Chapters on Human Love 1898, ch. Romans 16168. I do not, however, attach much weight to this possibility. The sexual instinct among the lower social classes everywhere is subject to comparatively weak inhibition, and Lowenfeld is probably right in believing the women of the lower class do not suffer from sexual anesthesia to anything like the same extent as upper-class women in England. Most women of the working class appear to have had sexual intercourse at some time in their lives, notwithstanding the risks of pregnancy, and if pregnancy occurs they refer to it calmly as an accident for which they cannot be held responsible. Well, I couldn't help that I have heard a young widow remark, when mildly reproached for the existence of her illegitimate child, again, among American negresses, there seems to be no defect of sexual passion, and it is said that the majority of negresses in the southern states support not only their children, but their lovers and husbands. Roman 2. Special characters of the sexual impulse in women. The more passive part played by women in courtship. This passivity, only apparent. The physical mechanism of the sexual process in women, more complex. The slower development of orgasm in women. The sexual impulse in women more frequently needs to be actively aroused. The climax of sexual energy falls later in women's lives than in men's. Sexual ardor in women increased after the establishment of sexual relationships. Women bear sexual excesses better than men. The sexual sphere, larger and more diffused in women. The sexual impulse in women shows a greater tendency to periodicity and a wider range of variation. So far I have been discussing the question of the sexual impulse in women on the ground upon which previous writers have usually placed it, the question, that is, has usually presented itself to them as one concerning the relative strength of the impulse in men and women, when so considered not hastily and with prepossession as is too often the case, but with a genuine desire to get at the real facts in all their aspects. There is no reason, as we have seen, to conclude that on the whole the sexual impulse in women is lacking in strength. But we have to push our investigation of the matter further. In reality, the question as to whether the sexual impulse is or is not stronger in one sex than in the other is a somewhat crude one. To put the question in that form is to reveal ignorance of the real facts of the matter, and in that form, moreover, no really definite and satisfactory answer can be given. It is necessary to put the matter on different ground, instead of taking more or less insolvable questions as to the strength of the sexual impulse in the two sexes. It is more profitable to consider its differences. What are the special characters of the sexual impulse in women? There is certainly one purely natural sexual difference of a fundamental character, which lies at the basis of whatever truth may be in the assertion that women are not susceptible of sexual emotion, as may be seen when considering the phenomena of modesty. The part played by the female in courtship throughout nature is usually different from that played by the male, and is in some respects a more difficult and complex part, except when the male fails to play his part properly. She is usually comparatively passive in the proper playing of her part. She has to appear to shun the male, to flee from his approaches, and actually to repel them. Courtship resembles very closely indeed a drama or game, and the aggressiveness of the male, the coyness of the female, are alike unconsciously assumed, in order to bring about in the most effectual manner the ultimate union of the sexes. The seeming reluctance of the female is not intended to inhibit sexual activity either in the male or in herself, but to increase it in both. The passivity of the female, therefore, is not a real, but only an apparent passivity, and this holds true of our own species as much as of the lower animals. Women are like delicately adjusted alembics, said a 17th-century author. No fire can be seen outside, but if you look underneath the alembic, if you place your hand on the hearts of women in both places, you will find a great furnace. Or, as Marot has finely put it, the passivity of women in love is the passivity of the magnet, which in its apparent immobility is drawing the iron toward it. An intense energy lies behind such passivity, an absorbed preoccupation in the end to be attained. Tard, when exercising magistrate's functions, once had to inquire into a case in which a young man was accused of murder. In questioning a girl of 18, a shepherdess, who appeared before him as a witness, she told him that on the morning following the crime she had seen the footmarks of the accused up to a certain point. He asked how she recognized them, and she replied ingenuously, but with assurance, that she could recognize the footprints of every young man in the neighborhood, even in a plowed field. No better illustration could be given of the real significance of the sexual passivity of women, even at its most negative point. The women I have known, a correspondent writes, do not express their sensations and feelings as much as I do, nor have I found women usually anxious to practice luxuries. They seldom care to practice fellatio. I have only known one woman who offered to do fellatio because she liked it, nor do they generally care to masturbate a man. That is, they do not care greatly to enjoy the contemplation of the other person's excitement. To me, to see the woman excited means almost more than my own pleasure. They usually resist cunnilingus. Although they enjoy it, they do not seem to care to touch or look at a man's parts so much as he does at theirs, and they seem to dislike the tuncus, unless they feel very sexual or really love a man. My correspondent admits that his relationships have been numerous and facile, while his erotic demands tend also to deviate from the normal path. Under such circumstances, which not uncommonly occur, the woman's passions fail to be deeply stirred, and she retains her normal attitude of relative passivity. It is owing to the fact that the sexual passivity of women is only an apparent and not a real passivity that women are apt to suffer as men are from prolonged sexual abstinence. This indeed has been denied, but can scarcely be said to admit of doubt. The only question is as to the relative amount of such suffering, necessarily a very difficult question. As far back as the 14th century, Johannes de Sancto Amando stated that women are more injured than men by sexual abstinence. In modern times, Maudsley considers that women suffer more than men do from the entire deprivation of sexual intercourse relations between body and mind. Lancet, May 28, 1870. By some it has been held that this cause may produce actual disease. Thus Tilt, an eminent gynecologist of the middle of the 19th century, in discussing this question, wrote, when we consider how much of the lifetime of woman is occupied by the various phases of the generative process, and how terrible is often the conflict within her between the impulse of passion and the dictates of duty, it may be well understood how such a conflict reacts on the organs of the sexual economy in the unimpregnated female, and principally on the ovaria, causing an orgasm which, if often repeated, may possibly be productive of subacute ovaritis tilt, on uterine and ovarian inflammation, 1862, pp. 309310. Long, before Tilt Haller, it seems had said that women are especially liable to suffer from privation of sexual intercourse, to which they have been accustomed, and referred to chlorosis, hysteria, nymphomania, and simple mania curable by intercourse. Heger considers that in women an injurious result follows the non-satisfaction of the sexual impulse and of the ideal feelings, and that symptoms thus arise: pallor, loss of flesh, cardialgia, malaise, sleeplessness, disturbances of menstruation, which are diagnosed as chlorosis. Heger, Zusammenhang der Geschlechtskrankheiten, mit Nervosen Leiden, 1885, p. 45. Freud, as well as Gattel, has found that states of anxiety, Angstzustand, are caused by sexual abstinence. Lowenfeld, on careful examination of his own cases, is able to confirm this connection in both sexes. He especially noticed it in young women who marry elderly husbands. Lowenfeld believes, however, that on the whole healthy unmarried women bear sexual abstinence better than men. If, however, they are of at all neuropathic disposition, ungratified sexual emotions may easily lead to various morbid conditions, especially of a hysteroneurasthenic character. Lowenfeld, Sexualleben und Nervenleiden, 2nd edition, 1899, pp. 44, 4754, 60 balls. Hedley considers that unsatisfied sexual desires in women may lead to the following conditions: general atrophy, anemia, neuralgia, and hysteria, irregular menstruation, leukorrhea, atrophy of sexual organs. He also refers to the frequency of myoma of the uterus among those who have not become pregnant or who have long ceased to bear children. Balls, Hedley, Art, Etiology of Diseases of Female Genital Organs, Albut and Playfair, System of Gynecology, 1896, p. 141. It cannot, however, be said that he brings forward substantial evidence in favor of these beliefs. It may be added that in America, during recent years, leading gynecologists have recorded a number of cases in which widows on remarriage have shown marked improvement in uterine and pelvic conditions. The question as to whether men or women suffer most from sexual abstinence, as well as the question whether definite morbid conditions are produced by such abstinence, remains, however, an obscure and debated problem. The available data do not enable us to answer it decisively. It is one of those subtle and complex questions which can only be investigated properly by a gynecologist, who is also a psychologist. Incidentally, however, we have met, and shall have occasion to meet, with evidence bearing on this question. It is sufficient to say here briefly that it is impossible to believe, even if no evidence were forthcoming, that the exercise or non-exercise of so vastly important a function can make no difference to the organism. Generally, so far as the evidence goes, it may be said to indicate that the results of the abeyance of the sexual functions in healthy women, in whom the sexual emotions have never been definitely aroused, tend to be diffused and unconscious, as the sexual impulse itself often is, but that in women in whom the sexual emotions have been definitely aroused and gratified, the results of sexual abstinence tend to be acute and conscious. These acute results are at the present day very often due to premature ejaculation by nervous or neurasthenic husbands, the rapidity with which detumescence is reached in the husband allowing insufficient time for tumescence in the wife, who consequently fails to reach the orgasm. This has of late been frequently pointed out. Thus Kaufmann's Sexual Problem, March 1910, p. 194 et seq. emphasizes the prevalence of sexual incompetence in men. Ferenczi of Budapest, Zentralblatt für Psychoanalyse, 1910, ht1 and 2, p. 75. Believes that the combination of neurasthenic husbands with resultantly nervous wives is extraordinarily common. Even putting aside the neurasthenic, he considers it may be said that the whole male sex in relation to women suffer from precocious ejaculation. He adds that it is often difficult to say whether the lack of harmony may not be due to retarded orgasm. In the woman, he regards the influence of masturbation in early life as tending to quicken orgasm in man, while when practiced by the other sex, it tends to slow orgasm, and thus increases the disharmony. He holds, however, that the chief cause lies in the education of women, with its emphasis on sexual repression. This works too well, And the result is that when the external impediments to the sexual impulse are removed, the impulse has become incapable of normal action. Poras, British Medical Journal, April 1, 1911, has brought forward cases of serious nervous trouble in women which have been dispersed when the sexual weakness and premature ejaculation of the husband have been cured. The true nature of the passivity of the female is revealed by the ease with which it is thrown off, more especially when the male refuses to accept his cue. Or if we prefer to accept the analogy of a game, we may say that in the play of courtship, the first move belongs to the male, but that if he fails to play, it is then the female's turn to play. Among many birds, the males at mating time fall into a state of sexual frenzy, but not the females. I cannot call to mind a single case, states an authority on birds, H. E. Howard, Zoologist, 1902, p. 146, where I have seen anything approaching frenzy in the female of any species while mating. Another great authority on birds, a very patient and skillful observer, Mr. Edmund Sellis, remarks, however, in describing the courting habits of the ruffs and reeves, Machetes pugnax, that notwithstanding the passivity of the females beforehand, their movements during and after coitus show that they derive at least as much pleasure as the males. E. Sellis, Selection in Birds, Zoologist, Feb. and May 1907. The same observer, after speaking of the great beauty of the male eider duck, continues, these glorified males, there were a dozen of these, perhaps to some 6 or 7 females swim closely about the latter, but more in attendance upon them than as actively pursuing them, for the females seemed themselves almost as active agents in the sport of being wooed, as were their lovers in wooing them. The male bird first dipped down his head, till his beak just touched the water, then raised it again, in a constrained and tense manner, the curious rigid action, so frequent in the nuptial antics of birdset, the same time uttering his strange haunting note. The air became filled with it every moment. One or other of the birds, sometimes several togers with upturned bill, would softly laugh or exclaim, and while the males did this, the females, turning excitedly, and with little eager demonstrations from one to another of them, kept lowering and extending forward the head and neck, in the direction of each, in turn. I noticed that a female would often approach a male bird with her head and neck laid flat along the water, as though in a very coming on disposition, and that the male bird declined her advances. This, taken in conjunction with the actions of the female when courted by the male, appears to me to raise a doubt as to the universal application of the law that throughout nature the male in courtship is eager, and the female coy. Here, to all appearances, courtship was proceeding, and the birds had not yet mated. The female eider ducks, however, at any rate some of them, appeared to be anything but coy. Bird watching, pp. 144,146. Among moorhens and great-crested grebes, sometimes what Sellis terms functional hermaphroditism occurs, and the females play the part of the male toward their male companions, and then repeat the sexual act with a reversion to the normal order, the whole, to the satisfaction of both parties. E. Sellis, Zoologist, 1902, p. 196. It is not only among birds that the female sometimes takes the active part, but also among mammals. Among white rats, for instance, the males are exceptionally eager. Steineck, who has made many valuable experiments on these animals, Archive für Digestive Physiology, BD LVI 1894, p. 319, tells us that when a female white rat is introduced into the cage of a male, he at once leaves off eating, or whatever else he may be doing, becomes indifferent to noises or any other source of distraction, and devotes himself entirely to her. If, however, he is introduced into her cage, the new environment renders him nervous and suspicious, and then it is she who takes the active part, trying to attract him in every way. The impetuosity during heat of female animals of various species, when at length admitted to the male, is indeed well known to all who are familiar with animals. I have referred to the frequency with which in the human species, and, very markedly, in early adolescence, when the sexual impulse is in a high degree unconscious and unrestrainedly instinctive, similar manifestations may often be noted. We have to recognize that they are not necessarily abnormal, and still less pathological. They merely represent the unseasonable apparition of a tendency which, in due subordination, is implied in the phases of courtship throughout the animal world among some peoples, and in some stages of culture tending to withdraw the men from women and the thought of women. This phase of courtship and this attitude assume a prominence which is absolutely normal. The literature of the Middle Ages presents a state of society in which men were devoted to war and to warlike sports, while the women took the more active part In lovemaking, the medieval poets represent women as actively encouraging backward lovers, and as delighting to offer to great heroes the chastity they had preserved, sometimes entering their bedchambers at night. Schultz, Das Hofische Leben BD, IPP 594598, considers that these representations are not exaggerated. Cf. Krabs, Die Frau im Altfranzösischen, Karls Epos 1884 p20 et sec, and Roman 1000 A. Potter Soreb, and Rustum 1902 pp. 152,163. Among savages and barbarous races in various parts of the world, it is the recognized custom, reversing the more usual method, for the girl to take the initiative in courtship. This is especially so in New Guinea. Here the girls almost invariably take the initiative, and in consequence hold a very independent position. Women are always regarded as the seducers. Women steal men. A youth who proposed to a girl would be making himself ridiculous, would be called a woman and be laughed at by the girls. The usual method by which a girl proposes is to send a present to the youth by a third party. Following this up by repeated gifts of food, the young man sometimes waits a month or two receiving presents all the time in order to assure himself of the girl's constancy before decisively accepting her advances. A Roman 100 Haddon Cambridge expedition to Torres Straits Vol VCH, Roman 8 Roman 499. Western Tribes of Torres Straits Journal of the Anthropological Institute Vol Roman 19 February 1890 pp 314, 356, 394, 395, 411, 413, Roman 499, Headhunters, pp. 158,164. R.E. Guy's Tribes of the Wanajla River Journal of the Anthropological Institute New Series, Vol I February-May, 1899 p. 209, Westermark, gives instances of races, among whom the women take the initiative in courtship. History of Marriage p. 158. So also Fink Primitive Love and Love Stories, 1899 p. 109, et sec. And as regards Celtic women, see Rees and Brynmer, Jones. The Welsh People. There is another characteristic of great significance, by which the sexual impulse in women differs from that in men, the widely unlike character of the physical mechanism involved in the process of coitus. Considering how obvious this difference is, it is strange that its fundamental importance should so often be underrated in man. The process of tumescence and detumescence is simple in women, it is complex in man. We have the more or less spontaneously erectile penis, which needs but very simple conditions to secure the ejaculation which brings relief in women. We have in the clitoris a corresponding apparatus on a small scale, but behind this has developed a much more extensive mechanism, which also demands satisfaction and requires for that satisfaction the presence of various conditions that are almost antagonistic. Naturally, the more complex mechanism is the more easily disturbed. It is the difference, roughly speaking, between a lock and a key. This analogy is far from indicating all the difficulties involved. We have to imagine a lock that not only requires a key to fit it but should only be entered at the right moment, and under the best conditions, may only become adjusted to the key by considerable use. The fact that the man takes the more active part in coitus has increased these difficulties. The woman is too often taught to believe that the whole function is low and impure, only to be submitted to at her husband's will, and for his sake, and the man has no proper knowledge of the mechanism involved, and the best way of dealing with it, the grossest brutality thus may be, and not infrequently is exercised in all innocence by an ignorant husband, who simply believes that he is performing his marital duties. For a woman to exercise this physical brutality on a man is with difficulty possible. A man's pleasurable excitement is usually the necessary condition of the woman's sexual gratification, but the reverse is not the case. And if the man is sufficiently ignorant or sufficiently coarse-grained to be satisfied with the woman's submission, he may easily become to her in all innocence a cause of torture. To the man coitus must be in some slight degree pleasurable, or it cannot take place at all. To the woman the same act, which under some circumstances in the desire it arouses, and the satisfaction it imparts will cause the whole universe to shrivel into nothingness under other circumstances, will be a source of anguish physical and mental. This is so to some extent even in the presence of the right and fit man. There can be no doubt whatever that the mucus which is so profusely poured out over the external sexual organs in woman during the excitement of sexual desire has for its end the lubrication of the parts, and the facilitation of the passage of the intromittent organ, the most casual inspection of the cold contracted dry vulva in its usual aspect, and the same when distended hot and moist suffices to show which condition is, and which is not that ready for intercourse, and until the proper condition is reached, it is certain that coitus should not be attempted. The varying sensitiveness of the female parts again offers difficulties. Sexual relations in women are at the onset almost inevitably painful, and to some extent the same experience may be repeated at every act of coitus. Ordinary tactile sensibility in the female genitourinary region is notably obtuse, but at the beginning of the sexual act, there is normally a hyperesthesia which may be painful or pleasurable as excitement culminates, passing into a seeming anesthesia which even craves for rough contact, so that in sexual excitement, a woman normally displays in quick succession that same quality of sensibility to superficial pressure and insensibility to deep pressure, which the hysterical woman exhibits simultaneously. Thus, we see that a highly important practical result follows from the greater complexity of the sexual apparatus in women and the greater difficulty with which it is aroused in coitus. The orgasm tends to occur more slowly in women than in men. It may easily happen that the whole process of detumescence is completed in the man before it has begun in his partner, who is left either cold or unsatisfied. This is one of the respects in which women remain nearer than men to the primitive stage of humanity. In the Hippocratic treatise of generation, it is stated that while woman has less pleasure in coitus than man, her pleasure lasts longer. Others, D. Hippocrate edition, Liter Vol. Roman 7 p. 477. Bonis considers that the slower development of the orgasm in women is the only essential difference in the sexual process in men and women. Bonis less sensations interns, 1889 p. 151. This characteristic of the sexual impulse in women, though recognized for so long a period, is still far too often ignored or unknown. There is even a superstition that injurious results may follow if the male orgasm is not effected as rapidly as possible. That this is not so is shown by the experiences of the Oneida community in America, who in their system of sexual relationship carried prolonged intercourse without ejaculation to an extreme degree. There can be no doubt whatever that very prolonged intercourse gives the maximum amount of pleasure and relief to the woman. Not only is this the very decided opinion of women who have experienced it, but it is also indicated by the well-recognized fact that a woman who repeats the sexual act several times in succession often experiences more intense orgasm and pleasure with each repetition. This point is much better understood in the East than in the West. The prolongation of the man's excitement in order to give the woman time for orgasm is, remarked Sir Richard Burton, Arabian Nights, Vol. VP 76, much studied by Moslems, as also by Hindus, who on this account during the orgasm seek to avoid overtension of muscles, and to preoccupy the brain during coitus. They will drink sherbet, chew betelnut, and even smoke. Europeans devote no care to this matter, and Hindu women, who require about 20 minutes to complete the act, contemptuously call them village cocks. I have received confirmation of Burton's statements on this point from medical correspondents in India. While the European desires to perform as many acts of coitus in one night as possible, Breitenstein remarks the Malay, as still more the Javanese wishes not to repeat the act many times, but to prolong it. His aim is to remain in the vagina for about a quarter of an hour. Unlike the European, also he boasts of the pleasure he has given his partner far more than of his own pleasure. Breitenstein, 21 Jar in India Thale, I Borneo, p. 228. Jaeger Entdeckung der Seele, 2nd edition, Vol. I, 1884 p. 203, as quoted by Moll, explains the preference of some women for castrated men as due not merely to the absence of risk of impregnation, but to the prolonged erections that take place in the castrated. Ali Belfatal remarks, Archivio di Psichiatria, 1903 p. 117, that he knows women who prefer old men in coitus, simply because of their delay in ejaculation, which allows more time to the women to become excited. A Russian correspondent living in Italy informs me that a Neapolitan girl of 17, who had only recently ceased to be a virgin, explained to him that she preferred coitus in hors vulve to real intercourse, because the latter was over before she had time to obtain the orgasm, or as she put it, the big bird has fled from the cage, and I am left in the lurch, while in the other way, she was able to experience the orgasm twice before her partner reached the climax. This reminds me, my correspondent continues that a Milanese cocotte once told me that she much liked intercourse with Jews, because, on account of the circumcised penis being less sensitive to contact, they ejaculate more slowly. Then Christians with Christians, she said it constantly happens that I am left unsatisfied because they ejaculate before me, while in coitus with Jews, I sometimes ejaculate twice before the orgasm occurs in my partner, or rather I hold back the second orgasm until he is ready. This is confirmed, my correspondent continues, by what I was told by a Russian Jewish student at the Zurich Polytechnic who had a Russian comrade living with a mistress. Also a Russian student, or pseudo-student. One day the Jew going early to see his friend was told to enter by a woman's voice, and found his friend's mistress alone, and in her chemise beside the bed. He was about to retire, but the young woman bade him stay, and in a few minutes he was in bed with her. She told him that her lover had just gone away, and that she never had sexual relief with him, because he always ejaculated too soon that morning. He had left her so excited, and so unrelieved that she was just about to masturbate, which she rarely did, because it gave her hedeshuhin. She heard the Jew's voice, and knowing that Jews are slower in coitus than Christians, she had suddenly resolved to give herself to him. I am informed that the sexual power of Negroes, and slower ejaculation, see Appendix A, are the cause of the favor with which they are viewed by some white women of strong sexual passions in America, and by many prostitutes at one time. There was a special house in New York City, to which white women resorted for these buck lovers. The women came heavily veiled, and would inspect the penises of the men before making their selection. It is thus a result of the complexity of the sexual mechanism in women that the whole attitude of a woman toward the sexual relationship is liable to be affected disastrously by the husband's lack of skill or consideration in initiating her into this intimate mystery. Normally, the stage of apparent repulsion and passivity, often associated with great sensitiveness, physical and moral, passes into one of active participation and aid in the consummation of the sexual act. But if from whatever cause there is partial arrest on the woman's side of this evolution in the process of courtship, if her submission is merely a mental and deliberate act of will, and not an instinctive and impulsive participation, there is a necessary failure of sexual relief and gratification. When we find that a woman displays a certain degree of indifference in sexual relationships, and a failure of complete gratification, we have to recognize that the fault may possibly lie not in her, but in the defective skill of a lover, who has not known how to play successfully the complex and subtle game of courtship. Sexual coldness, due to the shock and suffering of the wedding night, is a phenomenon that is far too frequent. Hence it is that many women may never experience sexual gratification and relief, through no defect on their part, but through the failure of the husband to understand the lover's part. We make a false analogy when we compare the courtship of animals exclusively with our own courtships. Before marriage, courtship, properly understood, is the process whereby both the male and the female are brought into that state of sexual tumescence, which is a more or less necessary condition for sexual intercourse. The play of courtship cannot therefore be considered to be definitely brought to an end by the ceremony of marriage. It may more properly be regarded as the natural preliminary to every act of coitus. Tumescence is not merely a more or less essential condition for proper sexual intercourse. It is probably of more fundamental significance as one of the favoring conditions of impregnation. This has indeed been long recognized. Van Swiat, when consulted by the childless Maria Theresa, gave the opinion ego viro sensio vulvem sacratissim majestatis anticoitum diudius esse titulindum, and thereafter she had many children. I think it very nearly cert. Matthews Duncan wrote Galstonian Lectures on Sterility in Woman 1884 p. 96, that desire and pleasure in due or moderate degree are very important aids to or predisposing causes of fecundity, as bringing into action the complicated processes of fecundation. Hurst Textbook of Obstetrics, 1899 p. 67, mentions the case of a childless married woman who for 6 years had had no orgasm during intercourse. Then it occurred at the same time as coitus, and pregnancy resulted. Kish is very decidedly of the same opinion, and considers that the popular belief on this point is fully justified. It is a fact, he states, that an unfaithful wife is more likely to conceive with her lover than with her husband, and he concludes that whatever the precise mechanism may be, sexual excitement on the woman's part is a necessary link in the chain of conditions producing impregnation e.h. Kish die Sterilitat des Weibes, 1886 p. 99 Kish believes p. 103 that in the majority of women's sexual pleasure only appears gradually after the first cohabitation, and then develops progressively, and that the first conception usually coincides with its complete awakening in 556 cases of his own. The most frequent epoch of first impregnation was found to be between 10 and 15 months after marriage. The removal of sexual frigidity thus becomes a matter of some importance. This removal may in some cases be effected by treatment through the husband, but that course is not always practicable. Dr. Douglas Bryan of Leicester informs me that in several cases, he has succeeded in removing sexual coldness and physical aversion in the wife by hypnotic suggestion. The suggestions given to the patient are that all her womanly natural feelings would be quickly and satisfactorily developed during coitus, that she would experience no feeling of disgust and nausea, would have no fear of the orgasm, not developing that there would be no involuntary resistance on her part. The fact that such suggestions can be permanently effective tends to show how superficial the sexual anesthesia of women usually is. Not only, therefore, is the apparatus of sexual excitement in women more complex than in men, but in part, possibly, as a result of this greater complexity, it much more frequently requires to be actively aroused in men. Tumescence tends to occur almost spontaneously, or under the simple influence of accumulated semen in women, also especially in those who live a natural and healthy life. Sexual excitement also tends to occur spontaneously, but by no means so frequently as in men. The comparative rarity of sexual dreams in women who have not had sexual relationships alone serves to indicate this sexual difference. In a very large number of women, the sexual impulse remains latent until aroused by a lover's caresses. The youth spontaneously becomes a man, but the maidens, it has been said, must be kissed into a woman. One result of this characteristic is that more especially when love is unduly delayed beyond the first youth, this complex apparatus has difficulty in responding to the unfamiliar demands of sexual excitement. Moreover, delayed normal sexual relations, when the sexual impulse is not absolutely latent, tend to induce all degrees of perverted or abnormal sexual gratification, and the physical mechanism, when trained to respond in other ways, often fails to respond normally. When at last the normal conditions of response are presented in all these ways, passivity, and even aversion, may be produced in the conjugal relationship. The fact that it is almost normally the function of the male to arouse the female, and that the greater complexity of the sexual mechanism in women leads to more frequent disturbance of that mechanism, produces a simulation of organic sexual coldness, which has deceived many. An instructive study of cases in which the sexual impulse has been thus perverted has been presented by Smith Baker. The neuropsychical element in Conjugal Aversion, Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease, Vol. Roman 17, September 1892. Raymond and Janet, who believes that sexual coldness is extremely frequent in marriage and that it plays an important part in the causation of physical and moral troubles, find that it is most often due to masturbation, less obsessions. Vol. Roman 2, p. 307. Adler, after discussing the complexity of the feminine sexual mechanism and the difficulty which women find in obtaining sexual gratification in normal coitus, concludes that masturbation is a frequent, perhaps the most frequent cause of defective sexual sensibility in women. Op. Cit. p. 119. He remarks that in women masturbation usually has less resemblance to normal coitus than in men, and involves very frequently the special excitation of parts, which are not the chief focus of excitement in coitus, so that coitus fails to supply the excitation which has become habitual. pp. 113,116. In the discussion of autoerotism, in the first volume of these studies, I had already referred to the divorce between the physical and the ideal sides of love, which may, especially in women, be induced by masturbation. Another cause of inhibited sexual feeling has been brought forward. A married lady with normal sexual impulse states, Sexual Problem, April 1912, p. 290, that she cannot experience orgasm and sexual satisfaction when the intercourse is not for conception. This is a psychic inhibition, independent of any disturbance due to the process of prevention. She knows other women who are similarly affected. Such an inhibition must be regarded as artificial and abnormal, since the final result of sexual intercourse under natural and normal conditions forms no essential constituent of the psychic process of intercourse. As a result of the fact that in women, the sexual emotions tend not to develop great intensity until submitted to powerful stimulation, we find that the maximum climax of sexual emotion tends to fall somewhat later in a woman's life than in a man's. Among animals generally, there appears to be frequently traceable a tendency for the sexual activities of the male to develop at a somewhat earlier age than those of the female. In the human species, we may certainly trace the same tendency, as the great physiologist Burdach pointed out throughout nature, with the accomplishment of the sexual act the part of the male in the work of generation comes to an end. But that act represents only the beginning of a woman's generative activity. A youth of 20 may often display a passionate ardor in love, which is very seldom indeed found in women who are under 25. It is rare for a woman, even though her sexual emotions may awaken at puberty or earlier, to experience the great passion of her life, until after the age of 25 has been passed. In confirmation of this statement, which is supported by daily observation, it may be pointed out that nearly all the most passionate love letters of women, as well as their most passionate devotions, have come from women who had passed sometimes long past their first youth. When Ellis wrote to Abelard the first of the letters which have come down to us, she was at least 32. Mademoiselle Ais's relation with the Chevalier began when she was 32, and when she died 6 years later, the passion of each was at its height. Mary Wollstonecraft was 34 when her love letters to Imlay began, and her child was born in the following year. Mademoiselle de Lespinasse was 43 when she began to write her letters to Roman 1000 de Guibert. In some cases, the sexual impulse may not even appear until after the period of the menopause has been passed. In Roman times, Ovid remarked Ars Amatoria lib Roman 2 that a woman fails to understand the art of love until she has reached the age of 35. A girl of 18, said Stendhal de Elamore ch. Roman 8, has not the power to crystallize her emotions. She forms desires that are too limited by her lack of experience in the things of life to be able to love with such passion as a woman of 28. Sexual needs, said Restif de la Bretonne. Monsieur Nicolas Val, Zip 221, often only appears in young women when they are between 26 and 27 years of age. At least that is what I have observed. Erb states that it is about the middle of the 20s that women begin to suffer physically, morally, and intellectually from their sexual needs. Nistrom des Geschlechtsleben p. 163 considers that it is about the age of 30 that a woman first begins to feel conscious of sex needs. In a case of Adler's Opsit p. 140, one's sexual feelings first appeared after the birth of the third child at the age of 34. Die Sexual Frey, 1906 p. 219 considers that sexual desire in woman is often strongest between the ages of 30 and 40. Leith Napier Menopause p. 94 remarks that from 28 to 30 is often an important age in women who have retained their virginity. Erotism, then appearing with the full maturity of the nervous system. Yellowlee's Art Masturbation Dictionary of Psychological Medicine again states that at about the age of 33, some women experience great sexual irritability, often resulting in masturbation. Audifferent Archives d Anthropologie Criminelle, Jan 15, 1902 p3, considers that it is toward the age of 30 that a woman reaches her full moral and physical development, and that at this period, her emotional and idealizing impulses reach a degree of intensity which is sometimes irresistible. It has already been mentioned that Matthews Duncan's careful inquiries showed that it is between the ages of 30 and 34 that the largest proportion of women experience sexual desire and sexual pleasure. It may be remarked also that while the typical English novelists, who have generally sought to avoid touching the deeper and more complex aspects of passion, often choose very youthful heroines, French novelists, who have frequently had a predilection for the problems of passion, often choose heroines who are approaching the age of 30. Hirschfeld von Wesen der Liebe p. 26 was consulted by a lady who, being without any sexual desires or feelings, married an inverted man in order to live with him a life of simple comradeship. Within 6 months, however, she fell violently in love with her husband, with the full manifestation of sexual feelings and accompanying emotions of jealousy. Under all the circumstances, however, she would not enter into sexual relationship with her husband, and the torture she endured became so acute that she desired to be castrated in this connection, Also, I may mention a case which has been communicated to me from Glasgow of a girl strong and healthy, and menstruating regularly since the age of 17, who was seduced at the age of 20, without any sexual desire on her part, giving birth to a child 9 months later. Subsequently, she became a prostitute for 3 years and during this period had not the slightest sexual desire or any pleasure in sexual connection. Thereafter she met a poor lad with whom she has full sexual desire and sexual pleasure, the result being that she refuses to go with any other man, and consequently, is almost without food for several days every week. The late appearance of the great climax of sexual emotion in women is indicated by a tendency to nervous and psychic disturbances between the ages of 25 and about 33, which has been independently noted by various alienists, though it may be noted that 25 to 30 is not an unusual age for first attacks of insanity in men. Also, thus Kraft-Ebing states that adult unmarried women between the ages of 25 and 30 often show nervous symptoms and peculiarities. Kraft-Ebing über Neurosen und Psychosen durch Sexual Abstinenz Jobacher für Psychiatrie, BD Roman 8 HT 14, 1888 Pitters and Regis. Find also Comtesserendus z Congers, International de Medicine, Moscow 1897 Vol, Roman 4 p. 45. That obsessions which are commoner in women than in men, and are commonly connected, in their causation, with strong moral emotion occur in women chiefly between the ages of 26 and 30, though in men, much earlier. The average age at which in England women inebriates begin drinking in excess is 26. British Medical Journal, Sept. 2 1911 p. 518. A case recorded by Siriu is instructive as regards the development of the sexual impulse, although it comes within the sphere of mental disorder. A woman of 32 with bad heredity had in childhood had weak health and become shy, silent, and fond of solitude, teased by her companions, and finding consolation in hard work. Though very emotional, she never even in the vaguest form experienced any of those feelings and aspirations which reveal the presence of the sexual impulse. She had no love of dancing, and was indifferent to any embraces she might chance to receive from young men. She never masturbated or showed inverted feelings. At the age of 23, she married. She still, however, experienced no sexual feelings. Twice only, she felt a faint sensation of pleasure. A child was born, but her home was unhappy on account of her husband's drunken habits. He died, and she worked hard for her own living and the support of her mother. Then, at the age of 31, a new phase occurs in her life. She falls in love with the master of her workshop. It was at first a purely psychic affection, without any mixture of physical elements. It was enough to see him, and she trembled when she touched anything that belonged to him. She was constantly thinking about him. She loved him for his eyes, which seemed to her those of her own child, and especially for his intelligence. Gradually, however, the lower nervous centers began to take part in these emotions. One day, in passing her, the master chanced to touch her shoulder. This contact was sufficient to produce sexual turgescence. She began to masturbate daily, thinking of her master, and for the first time in her life she desired coitus. She evoked the image of her master so constantly and vividly that at last hallucinations of sight, touch, and hearing appeared, and it seemed to her that he was present. These hallucinations were only with difficulty dissipated. P. Siriu Les Anomalies de l'Instinct Sexuel, 1888 p. 50. This case presents in an insane form a phenomenon which is certainly by no means uncommon, and is very significant. Up to the age of 31, we should certainly have been forced to conclude that this woman was sexually anesthetic to an almost absolute degree. In reality, we see this was by no means the case. Weak health, hard work, and a brutal husband had prolonged the latency of the sexual emotions, but they were there ready to explode with even insane intensity, this being due to the unsound heredity in the presence of a man who appealed to these emotions. In connection with the late evolution of the sexual emotions in women, reference may be made to what is usually termed old maid's insanity, a condition not met with in men in these cases, which are not indeed common. Single women who have led severely strict and virtuous lives, devoting themselves to religious or intellectual work and carefully repressing the animal side of their natures, at last, just before the climacteric experience, an awakening of the erotic impulse, they fall in love with some unfortunate man, often a clergyman, persecute him with their attentions, and frequently suffer from the delusion that he reciprocates their affections. When once duly aroused, there cannot usually be any doubt concerning the strength of the sexual impulse in normal and healthy women, there would however appear to be a distinct difference between the sexes at this point, also before sexual union. The male tends to be more ardent after sexual union. It is the female who tends to be more ardent. The sexual energy of women, under these circumstances, would seem to be the greater on account of the long period during which it has been dormant. Sinibaldus in the 17th century, in his Geneanthropia, argued that though women are cold at first, and aroused with more difficulty and greater slowness than men, the flame of passion spreads in them, the more afterward, just as iron is by nature cold, but when heated gives a great degree of heat. Similarly, Manville said of women, that their passions are not so easily raised, nor so suddenly fixed upon any particular object, but when this passion is once rooted in women, it is much stronger and more durable than in men, and rather increases than diminishes. By enjoying the person of the beloved, a modest defense of public stews, 1724 p. 34 Burdach, considered that women only acquire the full enjoyment of their general strength after marriage and pregnancy, while it is before marriage that men have most vigor. Schopenhauer also said that a man's love decreases with enjoyment, and a woman's increases, and Ellen Key has remarked love and marriage, that where there is no mixture of southern blood, it is a long time, sometimes indeed, not till years after marriage, that the senses of the northern women awake to consciousness. Even among animals, this tendency seems to be manifested. Edmund Sellisbird, watching p. 112, remarks concerning seagulls: always, or almost always one of the birds send this, I take to be the females more eager, has a more soliciting manner, and tender begging look than the other. It is she who as a rule draws the male bird on. She looks fondly up at him, and raising her bill to his, as though beseeching a kiss, just touches with it, in raising the feathers of the throat in action light, but full of endearment, and in every way she shows herself the most desirous, and in fact so worries and pesters the poor male gull, that often to avoid her importunities he flies away. This may seem odd, but I have seen other instances of it, no doubt in actual courting. Before the sexes are paired, the male bird is usually the most eager, but after marriage the female often becomes the wooer of this. I have seen some marked instances, Sellis mentions, especially the plover, kestrel, hawk, and rook. In association with the fact that women tend to show an increase of sexual ardor after sexual relationships have been set up, may be noted the probably related fact that sexual intercourse is undoubtedly less injurious to women than to men. Other things being equal, that is to say, the threshold of excess is passed very much sooner by the man than by the woman. This was long ago pointed out by Montaigne. The ancient saying omni animal post coitum trist is of limited application at the best, but certainly has little reference to women. Alacrity, rather than languor, as Robin has truly observed, marks a woman after coitus, or as a medical friend of my own has said, a woman then goes about the house singing. It is indeed only after intercourse with a woman for whom in reality he feels contempt that a man experiences that revulsion of feeling described by Shakespeare. Sonnet cx6. Such a passage should not be quoted, as it sometimes has been quoted as the representation of a normal phenomenon, but with equal gratification on both sides. It remains true that while after a single coitus, the man may experience a not unpleasant lassitude and readiness for sleep, this is rarely the case with his partner, for whom a single coitus is often but a pleasant stimulus, the climax of satisfaction not being reached until a second or subsequent act of intercourse. Excess in venery, which rightly or wrongly is set down as the cause of so many evils in men, seldom, indeed, appears in connection with women, although in every act of venery the woman has taken part. That women bear sexual excesses better than men was noted by Cabanis, and other early writers. Alienists frequently refer to the fact that women are less liable to be affected by insanity following such excesses. See for example Maudsley Relations between Body and Mind, Lancet, May 28, 1870, and G. Savage, Art, Marriage, and Insanity in Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. Trousseau remarked on the fact that women are not exhausted by repeated acts of coitus within a short period, notwithstanding that the nervous excitement in their case is as great if not greater, and he considered that this showed that the loss of semen is a cause of exhaustion in men. Lowenfeld, Sexualleben, Unnervenladen, pp. 74, 153, states that there cannot be question that the nervous system in women is less influenced by the aftereffects of coitus than in men, Not only, he remarks, are prostitutes very little liable to suffer from nervous overstimulation and neurasthenia and hysteria, when occurring in them be easily traceable to other causes, but healthy women, who are not given to prostitution, when they indulge in very frequent sexual intercourse, provided it is practiced normally, do not experience the slightest injurious effect. I have seen many young married couples where the husband had been reduced to a pitiable condition of nervous prostration and general discomfort by the zeal with which he had exercised his marital duties, while the wife had been benefited and was in the uninterrupted enjoyment of the best health. This experience is by no means uncommon. A correspondent writes, "It is quite true that the threshold of excess is less easily reached by women than by men. I have found that women can reach the orgasm much more frequently than men. Take an ordinary case. I spend 2 hours with I have the orgasm 3 times with difficulty. She has it 6 or 8, or even 10 or 12 times. Women can also experience it a second or third time in succession with no interval between. Sometimes the mere fact of realizing that the man is having the orgasm causes the woman to have it also, though it is true that a woman usually requires as many minutes to develop the orgasm as a man does seconds. I may also refer to the case recorded in another part of this volume, in which a wife had the orgasm 26 times to her husband's twice." Hutchinson, under the name of Postmarital Amblyopia Archives of Surgery Vol. Roman 4 p. 200, has described a condition occurring in men in good health, who soon after marriage become nearly blind, but recover as soon as the cause is removed. He mentions no cases in women due to coitus, but finds that in women some failure of sight may occur after parturition. Naki states that in his experience, while masturbation is apparently commoner in insane men than in insane women, masturbation, repeated several times a day, is much commoner in the women. P. Naki die Sexuellen Perversität in der Irrenanstalt Psychiatrisch Bladen, 1899, No. 2. Great excesses in masturbation seem also to be commoner among women, who may be said to be sane, than among men. Thus Bloch, New Orleans Medical Journal, 1896, records the case of a young married woman of 25 of bad heredity who had suffered from almost lifelong sexual hyperesthesia and would masturbate 14 times daily during the menstrual periods. With regard to excesses in coitus, the case may be mentioned of a country girl of 17 living in a rural district in North Carolina, where prostitution was unknown, who would cohabit with men almost openly. On one Sunday, she went to a secluded schoolhouse and let 3 or 4 men wear themselves out. Cohabiting with her on another occasion at night in a field, she allowed anyone who would to perform the sexual act, and 25 men and boys then had intercourse with her. When seen, she was much prostrated, and with a tendency to spasm, but quite rational. Subsequently, she married, and attacks of this nature became rare. Mr. Lawson made an attested statement of what he had observed among the Marquesan women. He mentions one case, in which he heard a parcel of boys next morning count over and name 103 men who during the night had intercourse with one woman. Medico-Chirurgical Review, 1871, Vol. Roman 2 p. 360, apparently quoting Chevers. This statement seems open to question, but if reliable would furnish a case which must be unique. There is a further important difference, though intimately related to some of the differences already mentioned, between the sexual impulse in women and in men. In women, it is at once larger and more diffused. As Sinibaldus long ago said, the sexual pleasure of men is intensive, of women extensive. Men, the sexual impulse is as it were focused to a single point. This is necessarily so, for the whole of the essentially necessary part of the male in the process of human procreation is confined to the ejaculation of semen into the vagina. But in women, mainly owing to the fact that women are the childbearers in place of one primary sexual center and one primary erogenous region, there are at least 3 such sexual centers and erogenous regions: the clitoris corresponding to the penis, the vaginal passage up to the womb, and the nipple. In both sexes, there are other secondary and reflex centers, but there is good reason for believing that these are more numerous and more widespread in women than in men. How numerous the secondary sexual centers in women may be is indicated by the case of a woman mentioned by Moraglia, who boasted that she knew 14 different ways of masturbating herself. This great diffusion of the sexual impulse and emotions in women is as visible on the psychic as on the physical side. A woman can find sexual satisfaction in a great number of ways that do not include the sexual act proper, and in a great number of ways that apparently are not physical at all simply because their physical basis is diffused or is to be found in one of the outlying sexual zones. It is moreover owing to the diffused character of the sexual emotions in women that it so often happens that emotion really having a sexual origin is not recognized as such even by the woman herself. It is possible that the great prevalence in women of the religious emotional state of storm and stress noted by Professor Starbuck is largely due to unemployed sexual impulse in this and similar ways. It happens that the magnitude of the sexual sphere in woman is unrealized by the careless observer. A number of converging facts tend to indicate that the sexual sphere is larger and more potent in its influence on the organism in women than in men. It would appear that among the males and females of lower animals, the same difference may be found. It is stated that in birds there is a greater flow of blood to the ovaries than to the testes. In women, the system generally is more affected by disturbances in the sexual sphere than in men. This appears to be the case as regards the eye. The influence of the sexual system upon the eye in man-power states is far less potent, and the connection in consequence far less easy to trace than in woman. Power relation of ophthalmic disease to the sexual organs. Lancet, November 26, 1887. The greater predominance of the sexual system in women on the psychic side is clearly brought out in insane conditions. It is well known that while satyriasis is rare, nymphomania is comparatively common. These conditions are probably often forms of mania, and in mania, while sexual symptoms are common in men, they are often stated to be the rule in women. See for example Kraft, Ebbing, Psychopathia Sexualis, 10th edition English translation, p. 465. Bouchereau, in noting this difference in the prevalence of sexual manifestations during insanity, remarks that it is partly due to the naturally greater dependence of women on the organs of generation, and partly to the more active, independent, and laborious lives of men. In his opinion, satyriasis is specially apt to develop in men who lead lives resembling those of women. Bouchereau, Art Satyriasis, Dictionnaire Encyclopédique des Sciences Médicales. Again, postconnubial insanity is very much commoner in women than in men, a fact which may indicate the more predominant part played by the sexual sphere in women. Savage Art, Marriage, and Insanity Dictionary of Psychological Medicine. Insanity tends to remove the artificial inhibitory influences that rule in ordinary life, and there is therefore significance in such a fact as that the sexual appetite is often increased in general paralysis, and to a notable extent in women. Pactet and Colin Les Aliens, Devant la Justice, 1902 p. 122. Naki, from his experiences among the insane, makes an interesting and possibly sound distinction regarding the character of the sexual manifestations in the two sexes among men. He finds these manifestations to be more of a reflex and purely spinal nature, and chiefly manifested in masturbation. In women, he finds them to be of a more cerebral character, and chiefly manifested in erotic gestures, lascivious conversation, etc. The sexual impulse would thus tend to involve to a greater extent the higher psychic region in women than in men. For likewise Disexual Frage, 1906 p. 276, remarking on the much greater prevalence of erotic manifestations among insane women than insane men, and pointing out that it is by no means due merely to the presence of a male doctor, for it remains the same when the doctor is a woman, considers that it proves that in women, the sexual impulse resides more prominently in the higher nervous centers, and in men in the lower centers. As regards the great prevalence of erotic manifestations among the female insane, I may also refer to Clay Shaw's interesting observations, The Sexes in Lunacy, St. Bartholomew's Hospital Reports, Vol. Roman 24, 1888, also quoted in Havelock, Ellis, Man and Woman, p. 370 et. Sec. Whether or not we may accept Nackis and Forel's interpretation of the facts, which is at least doubtful, there can be little doubt that the sexual impulse is more fundamental in women. This is indicated by Nackis' observation that among idiots sexual manifestations are commoner in females than in males. Of 16 idiot girls of the age of 16 and under 15 certainly masturbated sometimes as often as 14 times a day, while the remaining girl probably masturbated. But of 25 youthful idiots, only one played with his penis. P. Naki die Sexuellen Perversität, in der Ihre Anstalt Psychiatrisch Bladen 1899. No 2 pp 9, 12. On the physical side, Bourneville and Salyer found Progress Medical 1888 that puberty is much retarded in idiot and imbecile boys, while J. Voisin Annals d'Hygiène Publique, June 1894, found that in idiot and imbecile girls, on the contrary, there is no lack of full sexual development or retardation of puberty. While masturbation is common in women, it may be added, as Ball pointed out, folie erotique p. 40. Sexual hallucinations are especially common, while under the influence of anesthetics, erotic manifestations and feelings are frequent in women, but rare in men. Havelock, Ellis, Man and Woman p. 256. The fact that the first coitus has a much more profound moral and psychic influence on a woman than on a man would also seem to indicate how much more fundamental the sexual region is in women. The fact may be considered as undoubted. It is referred to by Marot La Puberta p. 460, the mere physical fact that while in men coitus remains a merely exterior contact, in women it involves penetration into the sensitive and virginal interior of the body, would alone indicate this difference. We are told that in the East there was once a woman named Morbida who was a philosopher, and considered to be the wisest woman of her time. When Morbida was once asked, "In what part of a woman's body does her mind reside?" she replied, "Between her thighs." To many women, perhaps indeed we might even say to most women to a certain extent, may be a plitend in no offensive sense dictum of the wise woman of the East. In a certain sense, their brains are in their wombs, their mental activity may sometimes seem to be limited. They may appear to be passing through life always in a rather inert or dreamy state, but when their sexual emotions are touched, then at once they spring into life. They become alert, resourceful, courageous, indefatigable. "But when I am not in love, I am nothing," exclaimed a woman when reproached by a French magistrate for living with a thief. There are many women who could truly make the same statement, not many men. That emotion which one is tempted to say often unmans the man makes the woman for the first time truly herself. Women are more occupied with love than men, wrote de Senancour de Elamor Vol Roman 2 p. 59. It shows itself in all their movements, animates their looks, gives to their gestures a grace that is always new to their smiles, and voices an inexpressible charm. They live for love, while many men in obeying love feel that they are forgetting themselves. Restif de la Bretonne, Monsieur Nicolas Vol Roman 6 p. 223, quotes a young girl who well describes the difference which love makes to a woman. "Before I vegetated, now all my actions have a motive and end. They have become important. When I wake, my first thought is someone is occupied with me and desires me. I am no longer alone, as I was before. Another feels my existence and cherishes it," etc. One is surprised to see in the South, remarks Bonstetten, in his suggestive book, El Homme du Midi, et El Homme du Nord 1824, and the remark by no means applies only to the South, how love imparts intelligence even to those who are most deficient in ideas. An Italian woman in love is inexhaustible. Variety of her feelings, all subordinated to the supreme emotion which dominates her. Her ideas follow one another with prodigious rapidity, and produce a lambent play which is fed by her heart alone. If she ceases to love, her mind becomes merely the scoria of the lava which yesterday had been so bright. Cabanis had already made some observations to much the same effect, referring to the years of nubility following puberty. He remarks, "I have very often seen the greatest fecundity of ideas, the most brilliant imagination, a singular aptitude for the arts suddenly develop in girls of this age, only to give place soon afterward to the most absolute mental mediocrity." Cabanis de l'influence des sexes, etc. Rapports du physique et du moral de l'homme. This phenomenon seems to be one of the indications of the immense organic significance of the sexual relations. Woman's part in the world is less obtrusively active than man's, but there is a moment when nature cannot dispense with energy and mental vigor in women, and that is during the reproductive period. The languidest woman must needs be alive, when her sexual emotions are profoundly stirred. People often marvel at the infatuation which men display for women who in the eyes of all the world seem commonplace and dull. This is not, as we usually suppose, always entirely due to the proverbial blindness of love. For the man whom she loves, such a woman is often alive and transformed. He sees a woman who is hidden from all the world. He experiences something of that surprise and awe which Dostoevsky felt when the seemingly dull and brutish criminals of Siberia suddenly exhibited gleams of exquisite sensibility. In women, it must further be said, the sexual impulse shows a much more marked tendency to periodicity than in men. Not only is it less apt to appear spontaneously, but its spontaneous manifestations are in a very pronounced manner correlated with menstruation. A woman who may experience almost overmastering sexual desire just before, during, or after the monthly period may remain perfectly calm and self-possessed during the rest of the month. In men, such irregularities of the sexual impulse are far less marked. Thus it is that a woman may often appear capricious, unaccountable, or cold, merely because her moments of strong emotion have been physiologically confined within a limited period. She may be one day capable of audacities of which on another the very memory might seem to have left her. Not only is the intensity of the sexual impulse in women, as compared to men, more liable to vary from day to day or from week to week, but the same greater variability is marked when we compare the whole cycle of life in women to that of men. The stress of early womanhood, when the reproductive functions are in fullest activity, and of late womanhood when they are ceasing, produces a profound organic fermentation, psychic as much as physical, which is not paralleled in the lives of men. This greater variability in the cycle of a woman's life, as compared with a man's, is indicated very delicately and precisely by the varying incidence of insanity, and is made clearly visible in a diagram prepared by Morrow, showing the relative liability to mental diseases in the two sexes according to age. At the age of 20, the incidence of insanity in both sexes is equal. From that age onward, the curve in men proceeds in a gradual and equable manner, with only the slightest oscillation on to old age. But in women the curve is extremely irregular. It remains high during all the years from 20 to 30, instead of falling like the masculine curve. Then it falls rapidly to considerably below the masculine curve, rising again considerably above the masculine level during the climacteric years, from 40 to 50, after which age the two sexes remain fairly close together to the end of life. Thus, as measured by the test of insanity, the curve of woman's life in the sudden rise and sudden fall of its sexual crisis differs from the curve of man's life, and closely resembles the minor curve of her menstrual cycle. The general tendency of this difference in sexual life and impulse is to show a greater range of variation in women than in men, fairly uniform on the whole in men generally, and in the same man throughout mature life. Sexual impulse varies widely between woman and woman, and even in the same woman at different periods. Ovid remarks Ars Amatoria, bk. I that if men were silent, women would take the active and suppliant part. Ferran de la Malady Diamor 1623, ch. Roman 2171. Tard Archives d'Anthropologie Criminelle, May 15, 1897. Marot, who quotes this observation, Puberta p. 467, in French edition p. 61, remarks that his own evidence lends some support to Lombroso's conclusion that under ordinary circumstances woman's sensory acuteness is less than that of man. He is, however, inclined to impute this to defective attention within the sexual sphere. Women's attention becomes concentrated, and their sensory perceptions then go far beyond those of men. There is probably considerable truth in this subtle observation. A well-known gynecologist writes from America, abhorrence due to suffering on first nights. I have repeatedly seen one very marked case, is that of a fine womanly young woman with splendid figure. She is a very good woman, and admires her husband. But though she tries to develop desire and passion, she cannot succeed. I fear the man will some day appear who will be able to develop the latent feelings. It is curious that while the sexual impulse in women tends to develop at a late age more frequently than in men, it would also appear to develop more frequently at a very early age than in the other sex. The majority of cases of precocious sexual development seems to be in female children. W. Roger Williams' Precocious Sexual Development, British Gynecological Journal, May 1902, finds that 80 such cases have been recorded in females, and only 20 in males, and while 13 is the earliest age at which boys have proved virile, girls have been known to conceive at 8. I find the same remark made by Platonus in the 17th century. Art Fecundation Dictionnaire, Encyclopédique des Sciences Médicales. This also is an ancient remark, for in the early treatise De Secretis Mulierum, once attributed to Michael Scott, it is stated concerning the woman who finds pleasure in coitus cantat libenter. It is scarcely necessary to add that prostitutes can furnish little evidence one way or the other. Not only may prostitutes refuse to participate in the sexual orgasm, But the evils of a prostitute's life are obviously connected with causes quite other than mere excess of sexual gratification. This is, for instance, indicated by the experiments of Gualino concerning the sexual sensitiveness of the lips. Archivio di Psichiatria 1904 Fasc 3. He found that mechanical irritation applied to the lips produced more or less sexual feeling in 12 out of 20 women, but in only 10 out of 25 men, Roman 1e, in 3/5 of the women and 2/5 of the men. Adolescence is for women primarily a period of storm and stress, while for men it is, in the highest sense, a period of doubt. Starbuck Psychology of Religion p. 241. It is interesting to note that in the religious sphere also the emotions of women are more diffused than those of men. Starbuck confirms the conclusion of Professor Coe that while women have at least as much religious emotion as men in them, it is more all-pervasive, and they experience fewer struggles and acute crises. Ibid p. 80. Maro La Puberta p. 233. This table covers all those cases, nearly 3,000 of patients, entering the Turin Asylum from 1886 to 1895, in which the age of the first appearance of insanity was known. Roman 3. Summary of conclusions. In conclusion, it may be worthwhile to sum up the main points brought out in this brief discussion of a very large question. We have seen that there are two streams of opinion regarding the relative strength of the sexual impulse in men and women, one tending to regard it as greater in men, the other as greater in women. We have concluded that since a large body of facts may be brought forward to support either view, we may fairly hold that, roughly speaking, the distribution of the sexual impulse between the two sexes is fairly balanced. We have, however, further seen that the phenomena are in reality too complex to be settled by the usual crude method of attempting to discover quantitative differences in the sexual impulse. We more nearly get to the bottom of the question by a more analytic method. Breaking up our mass of facts into groups in this way, we find that there are certain well-marked characteristics by which the sexual impulse in women differs from the same impulse in men. 1. It shows greater apparent passivity. 2. It is more complex, less apt to appear spontaneously, and more often needing to be aroused, while the sexual orgasm develops more slowly than in men. 3. It tends to become stronger after sexual relationships are established, for the threshold of excess is less easily reached than in men. 5. The sexual sphere is larger and more diffused. 6. There is a more marked tendency to periodicity in the spontaneous manifestations of sexual desire. 7. Largely as a result of these characteristics, the sexual impulse shows a greater range of variation in women than in men, both as between woman and woman, and in the same woman at different periods. It may be added that a proper understanding of these sexual differences in men and women is of great importance both in the practical management of sexual hygiene and in the comprehension of those wider psychological characteristics by which women differ from men. Appendices. Appendixes. The sexual instinct in savages. Roman 1. In the 18th century, when savage tribes in various parts of the world first began to be visited, extravagantly romantic views widely prevailed as to the simple and idyllic lives led by primitive peoples during the greater part of the 19th century. The tendency of opinion was to the opposite extreme, and it became usual to insist on the degraded and licentious morals of savages. In reality, however, savage life is just as little a prolonged debauch as a prolonged idyll. The inquiries of such writers as Westermarck, Fraser, and Crawley are tending to introduce a sounder conception of the actual, often highly complex conditions of primitive life in its relations to the sexual instinct. At the same time, it is not difficult to account for the belief widely spread during the 19th century in the unbridled licentiousness of savages. In the first place, the doctrine of evolution inevitably created a prejudice in favor of such a view. It was assumed that modesty, chastity, and restraint were the finest and ultimate flowers of moral development. Therefore, at the beginnings of civilization, we must needs expect to find the opposite of these things. Apart, however, from any mere prejudice of this kind, a superficial observation of the actual facts necessarily led to much misunderstanding, just as the nakedness of many savage peoples led to the belief that they were lacking in modesty, although, as a matter of fact, modesty is more highly developed in savage life than in civilization. So the absence of our European rules of sexual behavior among savages led to the conclusion that they were abandoned to debauchery. The widespread custom of lending the wife under certain circumstances was especially regarded as indicating gross licentiousness. Moreover, even when intercourse was found to be free before marriage, scarcely any investigator sought to ascertain what amount of sexual intercourse this freedom involved. It was not clearly understood that such freedom must by no means be necessarily assumed to involve very frequent intercourse again. It often happened that no clear distinction was made between peoples contaminated by association with civilization and peoples not so contaminated. For instance, when prostitution is attributed to a savage people, we must usually suppose either that a mistake has been made or that the people in question have been degraded by intercourse with white peoples, for among unspoilt savages customs that can properly be called prostitution rarely prevail, nor indeed would they be in harmony with the conditions of primitive life. It has been seriously maintained that the chastity of savages, so far as it exists at all, is due to European civilization. It is doubtless true that this is the case with individual persons and tribes, but there is ample evidence from various parts of the world to show that this is by no means the rule, and indeed it may be said with no disregard of the energy and sincerity of missionary efforts that it could not be so. A new system of beliefs and practices, however excellent it may be in itself, can never possess the same stringent and unquestionable force as the system in which an individual and his ancestors have always lived, and which they have never doubted the validity of. That this is so, we may have occasion to observe among ourselves Christian teachers question the wisdom of bringing young people under free-thinking influence, because although they do not deny the morals of freethinkers, they believe that to unsettle the young may have a disastrous effect, not only on belief, but also on conduct. Yet this dangerously unsettling process has been applied by missionaries on a wholesale scale to races which in some respect are often little more than children. When therefore we are considering the chastity of savages, we must not take into account those peoples which have been brought into close contact with Europeans. In order to understand the sexual habits of savages generally, there are 2 points which always have to be borne in mind as of the first importance. 1. The checks restraining sexual intercourse among savages, especially as regards time and season, are so numerous, and the sanctions upholding those checks so stringent that sexual excess cannot prevail to the same extent as in civilization. 2. Even in the absence of such checks, that difficulty of obtaining sexual erethism, which has been noted as so common among savages, when not overcome by the stimulating influences prevailing at special times and seasons, and which is probably in large measure dependent on hard condition of life as well as an insensitive quality of nervous texture, still remains an important factor tending to produce a natural chastity. There is a third consideration, which, though from the present point of view subsidiary, is not without bearing on our conception of chastity. Among savages, the importance, even sacredness of procreation, is much more generally recognized by savage than by civilized peoples, and also a certain symbolic significance is frequently attached to human procreation as related to natural fruitfulness. Generally, so that a primitive sexual orgy, instead of being a mere manifestation of licentiousness, may have a ritual significance as a magical means of evoking the fruitfulness of fields and herds. When a savage practices extraconjugal sexual intercourse, the act is frequently not, as it has come to be conventionally regarded in civilization, an immorality, or at least an illegitimate indulgence. It is a useful and entirely justifiable act, producing definite benefits, conducing alike to cosmic order and social order. Although these benefits are not always such as we in civilization believe to be caused by the act, thus speaking of the northern tribes of Central Australia, Spencer and Gillen remark, it is very usual amongst all of the tribes to allow considerable license during the performance of certain of their ceremonies when a large number of natives, some of them coming often from distant parts, are gathered together. In fact, on such occasions, all of the ordinary marital rules seem to be more or less set aside for the time being. Each day, in some tribes, one or more women are told off whose duty it is to attend at the corroboree ground, sometimes only during the day, sometimes at night, and all of the men, except those who are fathers, elder and younger brothers and sons, have access to them. The idea is that the sexual intercourse assists in some way in the proper performance of the ceremony, causing everything to work smoothly and preventing the decorations from falling off. It is largely this sacred character of sexual intercourse fact that it is among the things that are at once divine and impure, these two conceptions, not being differentiated in primitive thought, which leads to the frequency with which in savage life a taboo is put upon its exercise. Robertson Smith added an appendix to his Religion of the Semites on taboo on the intercourse of the sexes. Westermark brought together evidence showing the frequency with which this and allied causes tended to the chastity of savages. Fraser has very luminously expounded the whole primitive conception of sexual intercourse and showed how it affected chastity. Warriors must often be chaste. The men who go on any hunting or other expedition require to be chaste to be successful. The women left behind must be strictly chaste. Sometimes even the whole of the people left behind and for long periods must be chaste in order to ensure the success of the expedition. Hubert and Mouse touched on the same point in their elaborate essay on sacrifice, pointing out how frequently sexual relationships are prohibited on the occasion of any ceremony. Whatever Crawley, in elaborating the primitive conception of taboo, has dealt fully with ritual and traditional influences making for chastity among savages. He brings forward, for instance, a number of cases from various parts of the world in which intercourse has to be delayed for days, weeks, even months after marriage. He considers that the sexual continence prevalent among savages is largely due to a belief in the enervating effects of coitus. So dangerous are the sexes to each other that, as he points out, even now sexual separation of the sexes commonly occurs. There are thus a great number of constantly recurring occasions in savage life when continence must be preserved, and when it is firmly believed terrible risks would be incurred by its violation during war, after victory, after festivals, during mourning, on journeys, in hunting and fishing, in a vast number of agricultural and industrial occupations. It might fairly be argued that the facility with which the savage places these checks on sexual intercourse itself bears witness to the weakness of the sexual impulse, evidence of another order, which seems to point to the undeveloped state of the sexual impulse among savages, may be found in the comparatively undeveloped condition of their sexual organs, a condition not indeed by any means constant, but very frequently noted as regards women. It has in many parts of the world been observed to be the rule, and the data which Ploss and Bartels have accumulated seem to me on the whole to point clearly in this direction. At another point, also, it may be remarked the repulsion between the sexes and the restraints on intercourse may be associated with weak sexual impulse. It is not improbable that a certain horror of the sexual organs may be a natural feeling, which is extinguished in the intoxication of desire, yet still has a physiological basis, which renders the sexual organs disguised and minimized by convention, and by artistic representation more or less disgusting in the absence of erotic emotion. And this is probably more marked in cases in which the sexual instinct is constitutionally feeble. A lady who had no marked sexual desires, and who considered it well bred to be indifferent to such matters, on inspecting her sexual parts in a mirror for the first time in her life, was shocked and disgusted at the sight. Certainly, many women could record a similar experience on being first approached by a man, although artistic conventions present the male form with greater truth than the female. Moreover, and here is the significant point, this feeling is by no means restricted to the refined and cultured. When working at Michelangelo, wrote a correspondent from Italy, my upper gondolier used to see photographs and statuettes of all that man's work, stopping one day before the night and dawn of S. Lorenzo, sprawling naked women. He exclaimed how hideous they are. I pressed him to explain himself. He went on: the ugliest man naked is handsomer than the finest woman. Naked women have crooked legs and their sexual organs stink. I only once saw a naked woman. It was in a brothel when I was 18. The sight of her natura made me go out and vomit into the canal. You know, I have been twice married, but I never saw either of my wives without clothing of very rank cheese. He said one day, Puzza cum la natura d'una donna. This man, my correspondent added, was entirely normal and robust, but seemed to regard sexual congress as a mere evacuation, the sexual instinct apparently not being strong. It seems possible that if the sexual impulse had no existence, all men would regard women with this horror. Femin, as things are, however, at all events in civilization, sexual emotions begin to develop even earlier usually than acquaintance with the organs of the other sex begins, so that this disgust is inhibited. If, however, among savages, the sexual impulse is habitually weak, and only aroused to strength under the impetus of powerful stimuli, often acting periodically, then we should expect the horror to be a factor of considerable importance. The weakness of the physical sexual impulse among savages is reflected in the psychic sphere. Many writers have pointed out that love plays but a small part in their lives. They practice few endearments. They often only kiss children. Westermark notes that sexual love is far less strong than parental love. Love poems are among some primitive peoples, few mostly originating with the women, and their literature often gives little or no attention to passion. Affection and devotion are however often strong, especially in savage women. It is not surprising that jealousy should often, though not by any means invariably, be absent both among men and among women. Among savages, this is doubtless a proof of the weakness of the sexual impulse. Spencer and Gillen note the comparative absence of jealousy in men among the Central Australian tribes. They studied negresses. It is said by a French army surgeon in his Untrodden Fields of Anthropology, do not know what jealousy is, and the first wife will even borrow money to buy the second wife. Among a much higher race, the women in a Korean household, it is said, live together happily as an almost invariable rule, though it appears that this was not always the case among a polygamous people of European race, the Mormons. The tendency of the sexual instinct in savages to periodicity, to seasonal manifestations, I do not discuss here, as I have dealt with it in the first volume of these studies. It is, however, a very important bearing on this subject. Periodicity of sexual manifestations is indeed less absolute in primitive man than in most animals, but it is still very often quite clearly marked. It is largely the occurrence of these violent occasional outbursts of the sexual instinct during which the organic impulse to tumescence becomes so powerful that external stimuli are no longer necessary. That has led to the belief in the peculiar strength of the impulse in savages. Thus Lubbock, Lord Avebury, in The Origin of Civilization, 5th edition, 1889, brings forward a number of references in evidence of this belief. More recently, Fink, in his Primitive Love and Love Stories, 1899, seeks to accumulate data in favor of the unbounded licentiousness of savages. He admits, however, that a view of the matter opposed to his own is now tending to prevail. See The Evolution of Modesty in the first volume of these studies. The sacredness of sexual relations often applies also to individual marriage. Thus Skeet, in his Malay Magic, shows that the bride and bridegroom are definitely recognized as sacred in the same sense that the king is, and in Malay states the king is a very sacred person. See also Concerning the Sacred Character of Coitus, whether individual or collective. A Van Gennep writes de Passage Passim. Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, p. 136. Religion of the Semites, 2nd edition, 1894, p. 454, et seq. History of Marriage, pp. 66, 70, 150,156, etc. Golden Bough, 3rd edition, part 2. Taboo and the Perils of the Soul. Fraser has discussed taboo generally. For a shorter account of taboo, see Art Taboo by Northcote Thomas in Encyclopaedia Britannica, 11th edition, 1911. Freud has lately, Imago, 1912, made an attempt to explain the origin of taboo psychologically by comparing it to neurotic obsessions. Taboo, Freud believes, has its origin in a forbidden act to perform which there is a strong unconscious tendency, an ambivalent attitude that is combining the opposite tendencies, is thus established. In this way, Freud would account for the fact that tabooed persons and things are both sacred and unclean. Essai sur le sacrifice l'année sociologique, 1899, pp. 50-51. The Mystic Rose, 1902, p. 187, et sec. 215, et sec. 342, et sec. Des Weibval I, section 6. This statement has been questioned. It should, however, be fairly evident that the sexual organs in either sex, when closely examined, can scarcely be regarded as beautiful, except in the eyes of a person of the opposite sex, who is in a condition of sexual excitement, and they are not always attractive. Even then, moreover, it must be remembered that the snake-like aptitude of the penis to enter into a state of erection apart from the control of the will puts it in a different category from any other organ of the body, and could not fail to attract the attention of primitive peoples, so easily alarmed by unusual manifestations. We find even in the early ages of Christianity that St. Augustine attached immense importance to this alarming aptitude of the penis as a sign of man's sinful and degenerate state. Lubbock Origin of Civilization 5th edition, pp. 69-73, Westermark History of Marriage p. 357, Gross Anfang der Kunst, p. 236, Herbert Spencer Origin of Music Mind Oct. 1890. Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia p. 99 cf. Fink, Primitive Love and Love Stories p. 89, et seq. The phenomena of sexual periodicity. The subject has also been more recently discussed by Walter Heap, The Sexual Season of Mammals, Quarterly Journal of Microscopical Science, Vol. Roman 40, 4 1900 c. Also F. H. A. Marshall, The Physiology of Reproduction 1910. This view finds a belated supporter in Max Marcus Geschlechtsstreb des Urmenschens, Sexual Problem, Oct. 1909, who on grounds which I cannot regard as sound seeks to maintain the belief that the sexual instinct is more highly developed among savage than among civilized peoples. Roman 2. The facts thus seem to indicate that among primitive peoples, while the magical ceremonial and traditional restraints on sexual intercourse are very numerous, very widespread, and nearly always very stringent, there is underlying this prevalence of restraints on intercourse, fundamental weakness of the sexual instinct which craves less, and craves less frequently, than is the case among civilized peoples, but is liable to be powerfully manifested at special seasons. It is perfectly true that among savages, as Sutherland states, there is no ideal which makes chastity a thing beautiful in itself, but when the same writer goes on to state that it is untrue that in sexual license, the savage has everything to learn, we must demand greater precision of statement travelers. And too often would scientific writers have been so much impressed by the absence among savages of the civilized ideal of chastity, and by the frequent freedom of sexual intercourse, that they have not paused to inquire more carefully into the phenomena, or to put themselves at the primitive point of view, but have assumed that freedom here means all that it would mean in a European population. In order to illustrate the actual circumstances of savage life, in this respect, from the scanty evidence furnished by the most careful observers, I have brought together from scattered sources a few statements concerning primitive peoples in very various parts of the world. Among the Andamanese Portman, who knows them well, says that sexual desire is very moderate in males, it appears, at the age of 18, but as their love for sport is greater than their passions, these are not gratified to any great extent, till after marriage, which rarely takes place, till a man is about 26,198. Although chastity is not esteemed by the Fuegians and virginity is lost at a very early age, yet both men and women are extremely moderate in sexual indulgence.